Shadow Slave. Chapter 2401 Two Tyrants. 1052 words. A titanic arm woven out of darkness and obsidian rose from the formless shadow, spanning almost 2 kilometers in length. Then, it fell slowly, the vast palm striking the slope of the mountain with calamitous power. Strands of black silk flew in the hurricane wind, and a whirlwind of snow escaped from beneath them into the frigid air. The mountain groaned as the shade of condemnation pressed down upon it, and a gargantuan head followed the titanic arm. The shadow of the dead tyrant slowly pulled itself out of the shadow and straightened, towering above the world. Its size was truly unimaginable. The tenebrous figure of condemnation was as tall as most mountains on earth, and even here in the artificial world of Ariel's game, it seemed improbably immense. Standing at the lowest point of the slope, near the rippling sea of clouds and the tapestries of black silk hiding it, the shadow of the cursed tyrant reached more than halfway to the highest point of the snow castle mountain. If condemnation raised its hands, they would cast a shadow upon the jagged peak. And on the giant black moth perched on top of it, the puppeteer was looking down upon the towering figure of condemnation, still eerily motionless. Compared to the gargantuan shade, it seemed almost petite. From the tip of its antennae to the edges of its folded wings, the giant black moth was no more than a kilometer across, barely a quarter of condemnation's unfathomable height. Its actual body was even smaller. Once the titanic shade straightened, the cursed tyrant finally reacted. It shifted, its wings trembling subtly. An eerie clicking washed over the world, making the winds go mad with terror. The puppeteer stared down at the shadow of condemnation, and the shadow of condemnation looked up, casting its lightless gaze at the puppeteer. Go, rip each other apart. Sunny strained against the invisible strings, screaming silently as they cut his very being apart. No matter how fiercely he resisted and how badly he hurt himself by fighting against the strings of doubt, he could not free himself from their hold. On the contrary, with every passing moment, the insidious influence of the puppeteer spread, binding him tighter. And although he was desperately hoping that the shadow of condemnation would clash with the eerie black moth, there was no guarantee that it would. That shade was different from the rest, possessing a mind of its own. However, that mind was strange and alien, not easily understood. Sunny had no idea what guided it, and therefore, he did not know what condemnation would do. The tenebrous giant could indeed attack the puppeteer. It could turn around and crush Sunny under its foot, as well. It could even do nothing. But that did not matter too much, really, because no matter what it did, the puppeteer would have to react. Even if condemnation showed no immediate hostility to the insidious moth, the moth would not be able to ignore the threat it represented or tolerate its presence in the snow domain. The puppeteer would be forced to act, and therefore, the clash between it and the shadow of condemnation was inevitable. Sunny was going to use the chance to escape his bindings. Come on. To his relief, the shadow of condemnation seemed to sense the silent malice of the giant moth perched atop the mountain. Still looking up, it slowly raised its titanic foot and took a step forward, breaching a vast distance with that single step. It was climbing the mountain. Yes, consumed by doubt and pain, Sunny felt a hint of vicious glee. He did not hope that the titanic shade would be able to kill the puppeteer. Even if the accursed moth was physically weak, it was still a cursed one, while the shade of condemnation was merely that, the shade of a once mighty being. Its calamitous power was incomparable to a true cursed tyrant, and the shadow of its will was incomparable to the profane authority of a living deity. Even if shades were immune to the puppeteer's malevolent power, Sunny did not count condemnation's chances high. And yet, the devastation caused by a clash between these two would be unthinkable. The puppeteer would most likely prevail, but it would not prevail easily, and neither would it prevail unscathed. Most importantly, it would not prevail swiftly, which would give Sunny plenty of time to free himself while the enemy's attention was concentrated somewhere else. Out there in front of him, condemnation took another titanic step, making the mountain shake. It was then that the puppeteer finally moved. Its great black wings unfolded, instantly obscuring the sky. The shadow they cast swallowed the world, and then, the puppeteer leapt off its silken perch in one swift, quiet motion. As it plummeted down, the winds groaned and screamed, cut by the sharp edges of the vast black wings. The profane deity of doubt was like a guillotine blade made of pure darkness, severing the world as it fell down upon the shadow of condemnation. The black silk billowed and danced as it passed. At the last moment, the puppeteer righted its flight and allowed the wind to support its wings, turning from the dark slope toward the towering colossus. The two of them collided with harrowing violence, making the sky split apart and causing the mountain to fracture. The giant moth's 6 legs pierced the chest and the neck of condemnation, and it straddled the sacred shade, facing it directly. The tenebrous giant staggered from the impact. It raised its hand, intending to tear the wings of the puppeteer apart, but at that moment, the endless mass of black silk boiled and surged. Titanic tendrils of it shot upward and wrapped themselves around condemnation's wrists, pulling its hands down. More still bound its legs and waist, weighing them down with inescapable power. But that was not all. At the same time, the endless expanse of black silk stretching between the snow castle and the surrounding mountains surged, too. Countless strands of it originated from the silken mountain, reaching outward like a boundless web. Now, they rose into the air and surrounded the snow castle, closing around it like a colossal cocoon. As they slowly closed, the world dimmed. The blazing, bleeding inferno of the dying sunset was blotted out, and a deep darkness fell upon the fractured mountain. In that darkness, the evening star burned, fueling Sunny with a flood of power. Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 2402 Doubtless. 1008 words. The world quaked and shook as the cursed tyrant and the sacred shade clashed. The immense vastness of condemnation was straining against the colossal pillars of black silk that bound its limbs, while the puppeteer straddled its chest, reaching for the giant's face. It seemed to have the upper hand at the moment, but the shadow of condemnation was already retaliating. Even if it could not break the countless strands of silk, it had already started assimilating them. Everything that touched condemnation was condemned to become a part of it, and the black silk was no exception. But was the puppeteer an exception? Sunny did not know, and he did not have time to observe the battle between the tyrants, one living, one dead, closely. Because his only chance to free himself from the invisible strings cast by the puppeteer was now, while the accursed moth was distracted by the shadow of condemnation. Sadly, contrary to his hopes, the puppeteer did not seem distracted at all. Even while fighting the titanic foe, it maintained flawless control of its strings. In fact, their silken vice had only grown more crushing, making Sunny reel and sway at the edge of the abyss. He could feel the last shreds of certainty slipping away from him. He was not even entirely sure of who he was anymore. Once he lost himself entirely, he would truly and utterly turn into an obedient puppet of the harrowing black moth. I refuse. As the invisible strings sliced him apart, Sunny continued to fight them, to exterminate the doubt plaguing his mind, and to strive to break free. All the things he had done to gain freedom, everything that he had sacrificed to break his chains, and what, he would become a damn insect's toy. Sunny raged against his doubt, against the invisible strings, tearing more and more of himself apart to escape them. But what was the point? The strings were unbreakable, it was all hopeless, the suffering was overwhelming. He knew suffering well, from the cruel expanse of the forgotten shore, no, from even earlier than that. From the suffocating maze of the outskirts until now, every step he took was accompanied by unbearable pain. That was life, that was the truth of his existence. Of all existence, an endless struggle to fuel the flame, an endless struggle that was the flame, a terrible furnace that endlessly devoured itself to continue devouring, struggling, and burning. An endless, vile, self-sustaining curse. So wasn't it enough? Did he really have to suffer more? To struggle more? Struggle? Did he not deserve to stop struggling, for once? Sunny shivered, enveloped by the invisible strings. The strings were wrapped tightly around him, their cold touch promising peace and solace. Single quote. No, it wasn't enough. Solace was a sin. Peace was death. Stop struggling. Like hell, Sunny would only stop struggling when he was dead. And he was technically already dead, so he was never going to stop. Never. Life was a struggle. Living hurt. Good. Pain was a gift. As long as he could feel pain, he knew that he was still alive. So what if the flame needed fuel to burn? Sunny himself was a part of the flame. All of existence was, so why would he want to starve and extinguish himself? Why would he not want to burn as brightly as he could, to pursue his desires as passionately as he could, to feed the flame with his longing? That was life. Why would he not want to live? Damn moth, get the hell out of my head, you lying wretch. The vast shadow surged, tearing the strings apart. Countless strands of silk broke, but not enough of them to set him free. However, by resisting as desperately as he could, Sunny did buy himself time. And a few moments later, a graceful figure suddenly appeared nearby, her long braid whipping in the wind. Slayer dodged the tendrils of silk, dashing between them like a dancer, and reached him in an instant. Landing on the snow near Sunny, she looked at him briefly, her onyx eyes shining with sincere, murderous purity. Then, her twin swords fell down, slicing through the invisible strings that bound him in place. Empowered by ash, her strike carried an undeniable finality, the sharp blades sliced through countless threads of silk, and suddenly, Sunny could move again. As the two titanic creatures battled on the slope of the fracturing mountain, the shadows behind them seethed and surged. Free, Kai, the hiss that resounded from the shadows did not sound like a human voice. It washed over the world, making Slayer take a step back. She lingered for a moment, then dashed in the direction of a hill of black silk under which Kai was buried. Countless strings shot to bind her, but she dodged those of them that were tangible, while those of them that were so thin as to be invisible simply fell powerlessly after touching her ebony skin. After all, Slayer had managed to survive thousands of years in the shadow realm. Other shadows had lost themselves to its dark expanse, but even in the embrace of death, she never did. Even if her memories were gone, she always remained uncompromising, the pure nature of her unblemished spirit tolerating no doubt. Sunny, meanwhile, rose and manifested into a towering colossus. Well, it was a little presumptuous to call himself a colossus when the shadow of condemnation and puppeteer were nearby. Compared to them, his shadow colossus form, even though it was taller than ever before, seemed certifiably puny. But the power boiling inside him was anything but. Most of the sun was already hidden behind the horizon, and the mountain was enveloped in a gargantuan cocoon of black silk. Surrounded by darkness, the evening star had almost reached its apogee. It was still not enough, though. Slayer might have cut the strings binding Sunny, and he might have torn countless strings apart himself. But more were already rushing at him, ready to pierce him and infect him with doubt. No, to win this fight, he had to do more. To be more, or be different, at least. Sunny looked up, at the two battling deities. And then, he did something he had been wary of, frightened of, for a long, long time. Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 2403-2403, Forced Enlightenment. 1042 words. On the slope above Sunny, condemnation was absorbing the strands of silk into the vastness of its tenebrous body. The mighty black tendrils binding its limbs had already been assimilated, tearing as the towering giant broke free of their hold. So were the lower segments of the puppeteer's legs, 4 of its legs, at least, which had been thrust into condemnation's chest. The giant moth let out a strange clicking sound as its limbs snapped, rivers of eerie black ichor flowing out of the terrible wounds like a tide. Everywhere the drops of dark liquid fell, the slope of the mountain itself seethed and boiled, giving birth to grotesque apparitions. Losing its purchase on the body of condemnation, the abominable moth should have plummeted down from a great height. However, instead, it was flattened against the towering shade's titanic chest, slowly drowning in it, as if attracted by the pull of an irresistible force. For a moment, it seemed as if the puppeteer was in a desperate situation. But then, Sunny saw something that stunned and terrified him. Something that should not have been possible. Condemnation's gargantuan head, separated from its body in a dreadful fountain of obsidian shrapnel. The black moth had 2 legs left, after all, and using them, it had just finished brutally tearing the titanic shade's head off its neck. The puppeteer looked small and delicate in front of the mountain-sized shadow of condemnation, and yet, it easily raised the enormous head with its 2 thin legs. Sunny was not sure if the giant black moth had a mouth. But he was entirely certain that the head of condemnation was being devoured, somehow. It was swiftly reducing in size, torrents of darkness flowing down the towering shadow's beheaded body while pieces of obsidian rained down like dark meteors. Their impacts damaged the slope of the mountain even more, sending deep cracks running through it. Condemnation, meanwhile, was about to grasp the puppeteer's wings. However, those wings moved at the last moment, the sharp edges slicing through the titanic shade's wrists like colossal blades. In an instant, the towering giant lost both of its hands. Beheaded and mutilated, condemnation swayed, and moved its arms to embrace the puppeteer, seemingly unconcerned about the dreadful state of its material vessel. Pieces of the slope, glacial ice, and vast tapestries of black silk were already being absorbed into its body, turning into condemnation's flesh. The titanic shade was going to offer the puppeteer a harrowing fight. But Sunny knew that it was going to lose. It could even be entirely destroyed, not sent back into his soul or the shadow realm itself, but simply annihilated, ceasing to exist forever, or perhaps becoming nourishment for the eerie black moth. Sunny had not known that shades could even be destroyed, but he should have known better. There were few absolutes in the world of the nightmare spell. The fact that none of his shades had been destroyed before simply meant that he had not met a creature capable of destroying them yet. As the rank and class of his enemies reached the peak of profane power, he was bound to meet one soon. In fact, he already had. Sunny was pretty sure that condemnation would have been able to assimilate shades back when it was raining the hollows of Godgrave, making them another part of its nebulous body. So why would the puppeteer be any different? That was why Sunny could not rely on the rogue shade of condemnation. If he wanted to defeat the abominable moth and win the death game, he could only rely on himself. And for that, he had to become someone who could kill the puppeteer. Sunny himself was incapable of that feat. He was a supreme titan, yes, albeit a severely weakened one. However, even if he had faced the corrupted spirit of doubt wielding all his dreadful power, the result still would have been the same. All his power was useless if he could not bring himself to use it, plagued by doubt and controlled by the strings of black silk. Sunny had no hope of overcoming the puppeteer. So, what could he do? He could become someone else. He was a shadow, after all, and shadows were inherently formless. At the same time, they were adept at assuming any form they wished, or rather, the form of what was casting them. Sunny had learned to do the same with the help of shadow dance. And yet, he had been holding himself back from mastering the fifth step of shadow dance, the step that would allow him to shadow the attributes and various traits of other beings, due to how dangerous it was. He was afraid to lose himself in their forms forever. That fear was pointless at the moment, though, because becoming a marionette controlled by the puppeteer was a far worse fate than becoming something he could not recognize. So, Sunny forcefully suppressed his murderous rage and brought the bleeding fragments of his frayed mind together, preparing to break through to a new level of mastery over shadow dance. He collected the insights and attainments he had glimpsed as a saint and as a sovereign, plunging himself into a state of artificial enlightenment. The concepts and ideas he had brushed against, but chose to ignore, shone in the darkness of his mind and fused together. The experiences he had tried to forget surfaced in his memory, becoming revelations. Sunny felt a clear picture of what he had to do, and how to do it, assembling in his head, creating a path he had to follow in order to successfully perform the fifth step. All that was left to do was try, succeed, and survive succeeding. I must remain myself. As the abominable moth and the headless giant tore each other apart in front of him, Sunny focused all his being on one impossible task. Become a creature capable of slaying the puppeteer. But what creature could that be? Well, wasn't that obvious? Stalwart attribute description. The stone saint is highly resistant to all forms of damage, as well as fully immune to mind and soul attacks. As the mystical stone-like metal of the jade mantle encased the shadow colossus in a fearsome black carapace, Sunny extended his senses to perceive every little detail of the armor forged by Nether, the prince of the underworld. He had to become one of Nether's children. He had to become a stone saint. Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 2404-2404, 5th Step. 1049 words. When Sunny thought about it, a stone saint was one of the best possible forms he could attempt to assume to master the fifth step of shadow dance, even if he did not consider the nature of the battle against the puppeteer. After all, Saint was his first shadow. She had spent close to a decade by his side, saving his life countless times, just as he had saved hers. Saint was not only his most loyal follower, but also his battle companion and, at many points, had been his teacher. There were few beings in the world he knew better than he knew Saint. Not only that, but Sunny had also taken her into the embrace of shadow countless times, and as his power augmented her, he had fathomed the stone saints in great detail, body and mind. Additionally, Sunny already shared a degree of kinship with these stone-like creatures. After all, he commanded the jade shell and the jade mantle, a piece of Nether's inheritance had already become a part of him. So, if Sunny wanted to assume the form of another creature to the point of manifesting its attributes, a stone saint was a good choice. He had mastered the first step of shadow dance by shadowing Nephis, whose battle style he knew the best. And now, he was going to master the fifth by shadowing Saint, whom he was familiar with on a level that was only possible between the Sovereign of Death and one of his shadows. This was going to be different from anything he had done before. Sunny had plenty of experience assuming forms different from his own, of course, but those were merely imitations. Even the shadow spawn form, which he had mastered more than any other, transformed only his appearance and the physical structure of his body. The rest of him, things hidden from view, remained the same. Today, though, Sunny had to delve much deeper into personifying someone other than himself. Imitation was not going to cut it. He had to become the genuine thing. And so, Sunny summoned the image of Saint into his mind, and allowed the shadow colossus shell to crumble. At the same time, he released his own shadow to occupy the same space. His vast shadow rose like a tidal wave and billowed, suspended on the cusp of manifesting into matter, but not quite tangible yet. Sunny thrust himself into a foreign mindset, substituting the essence of his being with one that belonged to someone else. He was not a creature of flesh and bone born in the outskirts of NQSC. He was not a shadow of that mortal man, either. I was born in the underworld. Deep in the cavernous halls of his dark domain, the last child of the forgotten god had created Sunny from stone to quell the fire burning in his resentful heart. However, that fire only grew hotter. Designed to bring peace, Sunny and his siblings were instead born into an endless war. I was raised on the battlefield. He was proud, he was strong, he was a warrior, he was proficient in all forms of combat, having wielded all manner of weapons to wage war upon the gods. On 1,000 blood-soaked battlefields, countless weapons sang in his hand, and by listening to their cold songs, he had learned how to fashion himself into a weapon, too. No surrender. There were beings out there who could destroy him, however, there were none who could bring him to his knees. His stone-like body was nearly indestructible. His spirit was indomitable. His conviction was as firm as a mountain, as clear as crystal. His fierce heart knew no submission, only loyalty. He was an orphan. His creator was long dead, and his siblings had all been either destroyed or consumed by corruption. Now, Sunny was alone. Forlorn, forsaken, until Sunny slowly manifested himself into existence. His flesh was neither stone nor flesh. Instead, it was something in between, possessing the same stone-like quality as the jade mantle. Instead of a heart, a furnace of divine flame burned in his chest. Instead of blood, ruby dust flowed in his veins. Impossibly thin diamond strings permeated his body like nerves, creating an intricate and beautiful sorceress array. Essence flowed through them, giving him life. Giving him power. I am a stone saint. The vast shadow finally manifested into a dark colossus, towering at least 200 meters above ground. His powerful body was encased in a fearsome suit of black armor, which had been forged by the prince of the underworld, his father, himself. Two furious crimson lights were burning in the darkness that nestled behind the visor of his helmet. His stone-like body was heavy as a mountain, but could also become as light as a feather. His every move carried crushing weight, and empowered by the evening star, he felt as if he could tear down the world. His mind was deep and unfathomable. His will was indomitable. Sunny knew then he had succeeded. He had shadowed the attributes and abilities of a stone saint, battle-mastered stalwart, and others. Some of them, like the flame of divinity and the underworld armament he had already possessed, but they permeated his being differently now. He was now a being similar to Saint, but not Saint herself. After all, stone saints were individuals, just like humans were. Each of them possessed their own unique skills and followed their own paths, and while they shared natural affinities, and affinity to true darkness, for example, they were not the same. Saint was a transcendent devil who commanded true darkness and had recently learned to control the concept of nothingness to further her goals. Sunny, meanwhile, was a supreme titan who commanded shadows. So, the stone saint he had become was a supreme titan and a ruler of shadows, as well. The fifth step was complete. Everything was as it should have been. No, something was still missing. Why, am I, unarmed? Reaching into the shadows, Sunny pulled a giant sword and a giant shield out of them. Looking up at the cursed tyrant and the sacred shade battling each other. He raised his sword and hit it against the rim of his shield twice, each strike resounding above the crumbling mountain like the ringing of a colossal gong. Announcing his unshakable resolve to the world, challenging whoever dared to stand against him, and heralding death and destruction to his enemies. Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 2405-2405, Rulers of the Sky. 1002 words, answering the deafening call of the ringing shield, two bestial crimson flames ignited in the darkness cast by the towering black colossus. A chilling growl drowned out the howling of the wind, and something massive rose from the shadows at its feet. It was an enormous wolf, its fur moving in the wind like tongues of dark flame. The size of the sacred shade was massive, and yet, it only reached the armored giant's hip. Together, they looked like a warrior and his warhound, both born from shadows, surrounded by darkness, and full of murderous intent. Good boy, Sunny grinned behind the visor of his helmet. At the same time, he felt a pang of surprise. What the? I can talk. Saint never did, so he often assumed that stone saints had simply not been given that ability by Nether. But, as it turned out, his assumption was wrong. The shadow wolf lowered its head to the ground, letting out another terrifying growl. Sunny had summoned it, because he could. Usually, the strain of controlling a sacred shade would have been too great for him to attempt calling upon more than one at a time, not impossible but too strenuous to be useful in most situations. However, since Sunny was not controlling condemnation, could not control it, rather, and had not summoned the shade of the cursed tyrant through usual means, he still had the capacity to call forth a helper. The wolf was the strongest of his shades, so it was an obvious choice. Now, there was only one question left to answer. Would he and his sacred shade be enough to defeat the puppeteer and bring condemnation down once more? Somewhere outside the cocoon of black silk surrounding the snow castle, most of the sun had already drowned in the sea of clouds. There was not much time left before the sunset extinguished itself, mere minutes perhaps. Not that time often stayed reliable in a battle between deities, unless the deities wanted it to. And the puppeteer would definitely attempt to hold out until night fell, even if it meant forcing time to run faster. So, Sunny had to kill it swiftly. Looking up, he saw condemnation collapsing under its own weight. The shadow of the cursed tyrant was grievously diminished, shrinking to half its former size. It was both falling and falling apart, its immense body unable to sustain itself. But condemnation was still unshaken and ready to continue the battle. Only the material vessel of the vast shade had been damaged, the nebulous force itself remained unscathed. It was going to create a new body for itself soon enough, this time from the fabric of Ariel's game. The puppeteer, meanwhile, fluttered its great wings and rose into the air, pushing itself off condemnation's collapsing chest and sending the crumbling giant plummeting to the ground faster. The sight of the enormous moth opening its wings above the falling enemy looked both majestic and undeniably nightmarish, as if the night itself gave birth to the harrowing spirit of doubt. That was going to be a problem. The mountain shuddered when the crushing mass of condemnation impacted against the fractured slope. Sunny stood as if he was rooted to the ground, as solid as the dark caverns of the underworld, easily maintaining his balance. He considered the situation for a heartbeat, then shifted his gaze slightly, looking to his right. There, a hill of black silk was coming undone, sliced apart by Slayer's sharp blades. An angry roar tore free of the mass of lifeless strands, and then, a magnificent dragon followed, clawing its way out of the silken barrow. Kai climbed out of the suffocating black cradle and rose above it, looking at the great wings of the puppeteer, which obscured the sky. Slayer was standing nearby, dwarfed by his size. The graceful shadow had sheathed her swords, and was already summoning her bow. Sunny lingered for a moment, and then thrust his sword to the sky, pointing it at the abominable moth. Kai, Slayer, bring it down. He knew that he could kill the puppeteer, he was sure of it, without a shadow of a doubt. However, doing so while the eerie black moth stayed in the air was going to be problematic, since stone saints were not made for flying. Of course, Sunny could still diminish the weight of his towering body and leap into the sky, but the puppeteer would have an advantage in an aerial battle. Similarly, Sunny would have an advantage on the ground. Luckily, one of his companions had a claim to the title of the ruler of the sky, as well. Kai was a dragon, after all, and while he was not powerful enough to slay the giant moth, he could at least prevent it from keeping its distance from Sunny. As Sunny's voice thundered above the quaking mountain, Kai and Slayer swayed under its devastating force. Then, they exchanged a glance. The graceful shadow leapt onto the back of the dark dragon, and the dragon soared into the sky, rushing to meet the puppeteer. Tendrils of black silk pursued them, but Kai dodged them nimbly, flying much faster than the silk could move. Sunny then lowered his sword and pointed at the ruins of condemnation, and at an eerie vortex of shadows, obsidian, shattered rock, glacial ice, and black silk spinning slowly at its heart as it swallowed more and more matter, reforming itself. That's your prey, go get it. The wolf was, first and foremost, a predator. And a predator knew how to target its prey when it was weak, weakened, or ailing. The sacred shade burst into a leap, rushing at its rogue kin. Sunny, meanwhile, drew his right hand back. And then, he tossed his enormous shield with all the power of a supreme titan, sending it flying into the black sky like an obliterating discus. Right at the puppeteer's eerie form, the giant black moth fluttered its wings, barely evading the giant shield. It was distracted for a short moment, though, and in that moment, a devastating sonic blast slammed into one of its wings, while the other was pierced by a deadly arrow. Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 2406-2406, Spirit of Doubt. 1016 words. The puppeteer's wings were mighty, but they were also brittle. Relatively speaking, of course. In truth, there was hardly a more indestructible material out there than the wings of a cursed tyrant. However, it was being attacked by Kai and Slayer, two transcendent beings who had received the boon of Ash thrice and were empowered by Sunny's will as a result. Their ability to wound a fallen deity was the result of 6 snow figures being removed from the board, most of them of the cursed rank. The deaths of those cursed abominations fueled this attack. Slayer's arrow tore a hole in the puppeteer's left wing. Riding on the back of a dragon, the graceful shadow had drawn and aimed her bow deftly. The arrow came from under the dark discus Sunny had thrown, obscured from sight by its spinning mass. The eerie moth had received almost no time to react. Kai's sonic attack, meanwhile, was less focused. It failed to rip the great black wing, but it did push it aside with great concussive force, making the wing fold. Suddenly unbalanced, the puppeteer tilted in the air and lost control of its flight. It plummeted down, straining to regain balance while countless strands of silk reached down from the dome of the black cocoon to catch it. However, the shield the giant moth had dodged slammed into them a moment later, pushing the silk tendrils away. Sunny lowered his torso, and then launched his towering body up the slope, running to the spot where the puppeteer would fall. He was not going to receive another chance to end the harrowing battle, most likely, but that was fine. His stone mind was calm and composed, full of nothing but cold calculation. He could feel the depths of the mountain vibrating under his heavy footsteps, and as it did, his movements accelerated. Great tendrils of black silk rose from the surface of the shattered slope to entangle him, but he cut them with his sword and sidestepped the others, refusing to allow them to bind him and slow him down. The strings of doubt tried to catch him in their vile embrace, as well. However, they failed to pierce his skin, and fell powerlessly to be crushed under his feet, finding no purchase in his stalwart mind and spirit. Doubt. How could this cowardly, insidious spirit dare to set its sight on him, a champion of the underworld? The feeble moth was going to learn the price of its arrogance soon. In a way, the stone saint almost pitied the puppeteer. Of all the beings in the world, it just had to encounter them 3, him and his 2 companions. Not only had they slaughtered its thralls, but each of them was also singularly resistant to the sinister moth's dreadful powers. The stone saint could not be infected by doubt because he had an indomitable spirit, the shadow huntress was immune to its jaws because of her pure soul, while the dragon was simply someone who lived his life with tenacious diligence. Even if the puppeteer tried to find 3 enemies it was woefully ill-suited to fight on purpose, it would have struggled to find anyone better match against it than a child of Nether and his companions. It was almost as if fate had brought them here. Or destiny, perhaps. The giant moth managed to right itself moments before impacting the ground. Its wings unfolded once again, pushing the winds down with their immensity, but it was already too late. The inertia of its fall was too great to stop in time. It hit the ground hard, its damaged legs buckling. The puppeteer fell awkwardly on its side, supporting itself with the 2 unscathed front legs. It raised its head, looking at the approaching stone colossus with no emotion apparent in its huge, black eyes. Did it only seem that way, or was there a hint of fear in them for a split moment? The stone saint did not know. What he did know, however, was that he was still too far away from the grounded moth. It could still get away, if it moved immediately. Wolf. Just then, a bestial shadow lunged at the puppeteer from behind, terrible jaws ripping into its wings. A haunting song descended upon it from above, pushing it into the ground. A swift arrow fell like a comet, blooming into a devastating explosion. None of these attacks threatened the puppeteer's life. However, they did hold it in place for a few precious moments. And by the time the giant moth recovered, the stone saint was already upon it. His heavy sword rose, ready to fall and sever the abominable tyrant in 2. He looked the fallen deity directly in the eye and said with ruthless finality, "Die." But just before the sword fell, the puppeteer's long antennae vibrated strangely. And suddenly, the world was frozen. The stone colossus and the giant moth stood motionlessly, looking at each other. The strands of black silk remained still as they descended upon them like a black avalanche. The ferocious wolf did not move, its fangs tearing into the black wing. The dark dragon was frozen in the air as it dove to the ground with its wings folded, the small figure of the beautiful huntress on its back endlessly retrieving an arrow from her quiver. The world was still and silent. The stone saint was still and silent too, unable to move. And in that silence, a soft voice resounded from all around him, asking a strange question. "Do you really want to kill me?" The stone saint smiled coldly behind the visor of his helmet. Of course. There was silence once more. Then, the puppeteer asked dispassionately. Why? The stone saint frowned. What a preposterous question. There was a reason, naturally. There had to have been. But that reason had belonged to someone else. A different being, made from different things. To a shadow that was full of doubt, and hope, and pain. The stone saint could not ever remember that shadow's name. How was he supposed to remember its reasons? His frown deepened. "I don't remember." The giant moth seemed to look at him with pity. Its soft voice enveloped him like a rustle of fine silk, making the crimson flames burning in his eyes dim a little. "Are you sure you want to kill me, child of Nether?" Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads, redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 2407, Certain Death. 1163 words. The Stone Saint hesitated. The spirit of doubt was kneeling on the shattered ground in front of him, its black wings broken and torn. The eerie moth was great and terrible, however, so was the Stone Saint. He was the Jade Titan, and the mantle of the underworld lay heavy on his shoulders. If he wanted to kill the cursed creature, the only choice it had was to die. Even now, the puppeteer was only keeping itself alive by slowing down the flow of time to such a crawl that it seemed to stand still. But interfering with an absolute law to this degree was an unbearable burden even for a being like the eerie moth. It would not be able to hold time still for very long, let alone indefinitely. So, if the Stone Saint wanted to kill the spirit of doubt, he could. But did he want to? Why would he, indeed? The Stone Saint looked at the giant moth coldly, feeling a strange compulsion to answer its question honestly. I am not sure, however, I burn with the flame of divinity, while you are an abomination of the void. Are we not enemies, you and I? Are we not destined to maim and slay each other? I am holding a sword, while you are on your knees. Is that not reason enough to kill you? The puppeteer's enormous black eyes glistened like beautiful gems, reflecting countless versions of the Stone Saint and his merciless blade in their compound depth. It spoke softly, ah, but look around you, warrior of the underworld. Look who brought me to my knees. The wolf, the huntress, the giant, and the dragon. They are shadows of death, he is a herald of night. The servants of the gods surround us, you and me. The same gods whom your prince is at war with. Are they not your true enemy, instead of me? The Stone Saint gazed at him coldly. At war, with, the furious flame burning in his chest blazed, full of pride and animosity. The spirit of doubt was right. The gods were enemies of the prince of the underworld, and therefore, of his children. So many had been shattered on the countless battlefields of the war, so many had fallen. So many were yet to fall. There was no peace left anywhere in the world. There was no mercy left, either. Surrender was impossible, and those who lost would not be spared. So, the war could only end when the gods fell, or when all of existence fell. The puppeteer's soft voice flowed into his ears like honey. You are a child of Nether, and therefore, of the forgotten god, who dreams in the void, who dreams of the void. I am a being of the void, and while there is a conflict between us, doesn't it pale in comparison to the conflict between us and those who serve the vile gods? Are we not more alike than we are apart? Are we not, allies, before we are enemies? Allies. The Stone Saint regarded the kneeling moth silently, then shifted his gaze to the frozen figures of his own companions. His frown deepened. The three shadows. The beautiful dragon whose scales were the color of midnight, its eyes burning like silver stars. The servants of the gods. The vile, hateful, cruel gods. Why was he fighting side by side with the enemy? The Stone Saint looked at the spirit of doubt. You might be right. There was indeed a semblance of truth to what the sinister moth had said. He smiled coldly behind the visor of his helmet. But, spirit of doubt, did you not say it yourself? The Stone Saint gathered his will, sensing the pressure of the snow domain crushing him. That you made a deal with Weaver. Something about the puppeteer's eyes changed. But it was too late. Not letting the eerie black moth say anything else, the Stone Saint sent his will and authority outward. And while the gods are truly hateful, no one is more odious and vile than the traitor, demon of fate. You have aided Weaver, spirit of doubt. His will enveloped the fractured mountain, crashing against the puppeteer's authority. Quote. And for that, I will kill you. There was no hesitation to his sword anymore. No doubt, no mercy, only certainty and finality, only death. The Stone Saint poured his indomitable willpower into assaulting the snow domain and challenging its reign over the mountain. He was not strong enough, not fast enough to usurp the puppeteer's authority, but he did not need to, either. He was someone who had survived countless battlefields of the dreadful war, after all. Someone who had led legions and won victories against the divine host. Born for battle, he was proficient in all forms of strategy and tactics. He was a master of war, and so, he knew how to break an impregnable obstacle by striking at its pressure point. He knew how to break an enemy who refused to be broken. For the spirit of doubt, that pressure point, the fatal vulnerability, was the strain it was enduring to exert influence on the absolute law. The Stone Saint did not use his strength to crush the authority of the cursed tyrant. Instead, he added his strength to the devastating pressure of the endless mass of time wishing to flow free, and saw the dam built by the puppeteer cracking. A moment later, it collapsed. The fact that it collapsed was apparent from the fact that there was a difference between the previous moment and the next, to begin with. And in the moment after that, everything happened quickly. Time resumed its flow. The giant moth was already lunging forward, its two unscathed legs moving with terrifying speed. One pierced the armor of the Stone Saint like paper, impaling him. The other batted his sword away, then pushed his arm down, breaking it. Terrible pain washed over his mind, blurring his vision. The two of them were suddenly face to face, with only a few meters separating the fearsome visor of the jade armor from the dreadful moth's enthralling black eyes. The Stone Saint saw himself reflected in the thousand black gems, rivers of ruby dust streaming down his breastplate. The puppeteer strained its side-like leg, aiming to extinguish the flame burning in his chest. The Stone Saint raised his free hand above his head as if wanting to bring his fist down on the enemy in desperation. Instead, though, he caught the giant dark discus of the round shield he had tossed into the sky before. And brought it down with the weight of a mountain. The rim of the shield crushed the puppeteer's neck and went through it, slicing the cursed tyrant's head clean off. The gargantuan body of the moth shuddered, and then went limp. Its head rolled to the ground, staring into the lightless sky blindly. The tendrils of black silk rustled as they fell, and in their wrestle, the Stone Saint thought that he heard an echo of a soft, dying voice. You lied to me, Weaver. The voice had only wished to be free. The last vestiges of the molten sun drowned in the sea of crimson clouds, and darkness descended upon the world. The cursed spirit of doubt, puppeteer, was no more. Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads, redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 2408, Lost You Forever. 1294 words. Opening square bracket ... You have slain an enemy. The Stone Saint tilted his head, looking at the corpse of the fallen deity. Whose voice was that? Many things seemed strange now that the battle was over. He vaguely senses that he was supposed to feel something now that the spirit of doubt was dead. Was it a sense of triumph? or a sense of loss. It was a rare and incredible feat, for someone supreme to slay someone cursed, not to mention a cursed tyrant, and one as insidious as the puppeteer had been to boot. But the Stone Saint was not glad. He was a champion of the underworld, after all. His victory was a matter of course. He only felt pity that the beautiful black moth was no more. It had fought valiantly and deserved his respect. The death of an enemy like that was not a joyous occasion. But it was also not something to feel so strangely about. So why? It was as if he was forgetting something. Ah, I see. The battle was not over yet. Raising his head, the Stone Saint looked at the approaching dragon. The shadow of a wolf was sniffing the corpse of the giant moth nearby. There was another shadow not too far away, as well, a dark vortex consuming everything it touched, a new vessel almost formed around it. And a third, a graceful woman who moved like a dancer, hiding on the dragon's back. The servants of the gods. As the Stone Saint observed, the shadow of a huntress leapt off the dragon's back. She drew her bow in the air, and an arrow that carried an imprint of death tore the fabric of the world, piercing the heart of the dark vortex. They are fighting each other. The Stone Saint felt a hint of relief. That was going to make his job easier, not that the task of dealing with these enemies seemed particularly arduous. He could kill them in a heartbeat. High above, the black veil obscuring the world was falling apart. The silk covering the surface of the mountain was withering, too. Countless strings of it were turning brittle and pale, the beautiful black gleam of their smooth surface slowly wasting away. It was as if the mountain was turning gray with age. And something else was happening, as well. It was as if there was an invisible force radiating from somewhere far away, hidden within the sea of clouds. Pushing him, rejecting him from this world. The Stone Saint frowned as the dragon landed near and spoke, his melodious voice thundering above the fractured mountain. Sonny, we've won. The towering stone colossus looked down at the dragon silently, ruby dust still streaming down the polished jade of his armor. There was something strange about that, as well. Why was he bleeding? Then again, why wouldn't he? I need to finish this battle swiftly and tend to my wounds. Sonny, nearby, the wolf shadow raised its snout and peered at the Stone Saint. Its fur bristled, and it backed away slowly, letting out a threatening growl. Far away, more arrows pierced the dark vortex, and the shadow huntress landed gracefully on the slope, unsheathing her twin swords as she dashed toward it. It is better to kill them now that they are divided. The Stone Saint looked at the night dragon coldly. This, too, was a battlefield of the war. His sword moved faster than a blade of its size was supposed to. The Stone Saint targeted the shadow wolf first, vanquishing it back into the shadow realm with a single strike. Something strange happened then. It almost felt as if something had returned to him the moment the figure of the tenebrous beast became a torrent of shadows and dissolved into nothingness. The Stone Saint did not pay it much attention, because the dragon had to die next. What are you doing? Stop. There was a powerful compulsion in the dragon's voice, but it was just as powerless against him as the strings of doubt had been. The question, however, slowed down his sword by a fraction of a second. That was enough for the great beast to avoid a fatal wound, but not to evade the stone-like blade entirely. It sliced the midnight scales easily and bit deeply into his flesh, drawing silver blood. The dragon let out a pained scream and staggered away. It was not going to get far, of course. I am putting down a dog of the gods. The Stone Saint tensed his body, preparing to lunge forward and finish the enemy once and for all. Sonny, stop. Who was the creature calling out to? One of its allies, the huntress, perhaps. If so, its calls were in vain. The huntress was going to die under the Stone Saint's sword soon enough. He tore through the compulsion effortlessly, rushing forward as he raised his sword. The dragon only had a split second to live. Nephews, Cassie, Effie. He lingered. What is it? Kai, Rain, Jet. The Stone Saint froze, the blade of his sword lightly touching the dragon's neck. Noctis, Anank, remember, damn it, Aiko, Julius, Beth. Those names. His eyes widened. Kim, Luster, Quentin, Dorn, Belle, Samara, Obel. The dragon did not move either, looking at him with fear and hope in his eyes. Somewhere far away, the vortex of darkness dissolved, disappearing without a trace. It almost seemed as if it was absorbed into the ebony body of the shadow huntress. The huntress then spared them a glance, and vanished as well. The dragon stared at Sonny, and then bellowed. How could you forget? Snap out of it, now. Sonny stared at him back from his great height. Then, he lowered his sword and shook his head. Is there really a need to shout so loudly? I am not deaf, you know. Hiding the shiver from his voice, he hurriedly dismissed the form of a Stone Saint and turned into his cozy, familiar human self. Granted, there was a hole in his chest, and the arm that had just recently regained its mobility was now broken. But being himself still felt wonderful. Sonny stemmed the bleeding and shuddered, remembering how close he had come to killing Kai. And to losing himself entirely, forever. That was too close. In the end, it was the memories of the people Kai reminded him about that had brought him back, barely. Their names, and the fact that even as a Stone Saint, he still possessed the same flaw. When Kai asked him how he could have forgotten, Sonny had found no answer, but felt compelled to provide one. And when he went looking for an answer, the persona of the Jade Titan unraveled like a mirage. He was not sure what would have happened if he had spent more time wearing it, though, and fell into the delusion of a foreign form deeper. To answer your question, I did not really forget. I just convinced myself that I was someone else very well. I am a very persuasive person, you know. I am so persuasive, in fact, that I once convinced myself into existence. That was how he had crossed the hollow mountains without becoming nothing. Kai stared at him in utter disbelief, which looked quite odd, considering that he was still in the form of a dragon. Convinced yourself, into existence. What? Sonny shrugged. It's true. Kai released his transformation and turned into a human once more. There was a flabbergasted expression on his sunken, tired face. There was also blood running from a deep cut on his shoulder, which made Sonny wince internally. Indeed, it's really you. All around them, the cocoon of black silk was falling apart. The corpse of the puppeteer towered above them like a dark hill. The snow tyrant was dead. Sonny stared at the enormous severed head for a few moments, then sighed. Find peace within me, you sinister moth. Your nightmare was long, but now, it is over. He had to hurry. His enemy was dead, which meant that Sonny had precious little time to achieve what he had come here to achieve. Come on, we need to find the snow castle. The death game was coming to an end. Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads, redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 2409-2409, Endgame. 1,832 words. The Snow Tyrant was dead, and the game was over. Sunny could feel a subtle pressure, as if the realm of Ariel's game was rejecting him. He suspected that it would expel him soon enough, but actually, he had no idea what exactly would happen. The figures placed on the board by Weaver and Ariel had stayed in place for thousands of years, waiting for new players to arrive, but they never did, forcing the captive tyrants to take matters into their own hands. The two demons had never finished the game, either. Ariel had simply surrendered when pushed into a hopeless situation. So, there was no telling what would happen next. Would Sunny have to search for a way out of Ariel's game himself? Considering the sensation of rejection he felt, it did not seem so. Would he be freed from his role as the Ash Tyrant and return to Ravenheart then? What about his figures? What about the remaining figures of the defeated side? Would the two cursed devils stay imprisoned in the death game, or would they be liberated from their roles as well? Would they be purged by the harrowing entity dwelling beneath the clouds instead? He did not know, but come hell or high water, he had to hurry and get his prize. Hell or high water, huh? Gods knew that Sunny had experienced his fair share of hells, and his fair share of dreadful bodies of water as well. Find the figurine, Kai. He ignored the pain in his broken arm and torn chest, turning to look at the peak of the mountain. There had to be an entrance to the snow castle somewhere up there. Sunny cast his shadow sense into the depths of the mountain, feeling a sense of urgency. Yes, he did not know what was going to happen, but something was telling him that they did not have a lot of time left. The expelling pressure was mounting, and Sunny already had to exert his will in order to stay rooted in the miniature realm of Ariel's game. The gargantuan body of the puppeteer loomed above him, hiding tantalizing treasures. The wings of the great moth could be used to craft incredible armor and garments, its limbs could be forged into god-slaying weapons, and the 5 soul shards hidden somewhere in the depths of its corpse could become anchors for the spellweave of immensely powerful memories. But there was no time to harvest any of these sacred relics. Even if there were, Sunny was not sure that he would have. He had seen how the world itself seemed to have been tainted and corrupted by drops of puppeteer's ichor. Was it really a good idea to covet its treasures, even in death? It was as if even the corpse of the fallen deity was a source of unceasing corruption. Perhaps these treasures were not sacred, but cursed instead. So, the only thing Sunny wanted to find was the jade figurine of the Snow Tyrant. He needed to hurry. He had already gained a lot by defeating the spirit of doubt, anyway. The puppeteer's shade was now in his soul sea. He had mastered the 5th step of shadow dance, as well. Granted, using this mastery was an awfully perilous affair. It had almost cost Kai his life, after all. But even if Sunny abstained from performing the 5th step in the future, he would still reap the benefits of having mastered it. Because Serpent had to have become a supreme titan as a result. And if Sunny did become a carrier of the nightmare spell again one day, who knew? A shiny new aspect legacy relic could be waiting for him, ready to be claimed. And there was Slayer, as well. Sunny might have been lost in the form of the Jade Titan, but he had not missed her destroying the Shade of Condemnation. After all this time, Slayer had hunted down her prey, after all. So persistent. Unlike the wolf, however, whose shade had returned to the lightless expanse of his soul after being destroyed, condemnation was simply gone. It was absorbed by the murderous shadow, somehow, almost like a sacrifice she had made to herself. After that, Slayer simply vanished. Just like Saint and other shadows would vanish to return to the nurturing dark flames of Sunny's soul and undergo an evolution. Slayer is evolving. Would she gain a higher rank? A higher class? Maybe even unseal her aspect? He was both excited by that prospect and wary of it. Sunny felt excitement for obvious reasons, since the more powerful his shadows were, the more powerful he himself would become. His wariness was also easy to understand. Our weekly duels are about to become way more bothersome, aren't they? Still, this was a boon he had received in the battle against the puppeteer, too. He looked at the head of the giant moth silently. Sunny used to think that the Mountain King had been the final form of the puppeteer worm. But now that he had met the spirit of doubt, he knew that he had been wrong. The Mountain King had never been the puppeteer, and neither had it been one of the puppeteer's kin. Rather, he was merely a discarded chrysalis that a worm of doubt had left behind once, a long time ago, after using it as a host to mature into a dreadful moth. A mortal king who had become infected by doubt and turned into a monster, unleashing a harrowing curse upon the world. That curse continued to grow and mature until it became the spirit of doubt, puppeteer. And now, it was dead. If Sunny was honest with himself, he still couldn't believe that he had won. That he had killed a cursed tyrant, and one as insidious as the puppeteer had been, at that. Granted, he and his companions were so perfectly matched against the sinister moth that it almost seemed like that entire clash had been arranged by someone for their benefit. If it had been, Sunny did not have to guess by whom. Weaver, just how deep did the influence of the nebulous demon go? What had the demon of fate longed to achieve? Were all of them merely puppets dancing to the movement of the strings tied to Weaver's 7-clawed fingers? The strings of fate. Found it. Kai flew across withering silk, landing in a storm of snow near Sunny. The jade figurine lay on his palm, wearing a crown. Sunny smiled weakly. Yeah, I found it, as well. Out there, in the depths of the mountain, his shadow sense discovered a colossal cavern, and a castle built within it out of ice. The cocoon of black silk had entirely fallen apart by now. The mountain was quaking, the fractures covering its slopes growing wider. Something was moving beneath the clouds. Sunny strained his will, forcing himself to stay rooted in the world that wanted to expel him, and grabbed Kai by the shoulder. Let's go. With that, he used the last of his essence and pulled them both into the shadows. The enormous cavern was coming undone, great chunks of ice falling down from its ceiling and shattering into myriad shards with deafening roars. None of them were able to damage the castle that stood in the center of the cavern, though. It looked almost exactly like the Ash Castle, only made of ice and shrouded in snow. Sunny did not waste any time studying the nuances of its architecture, though, pulling himself and Kai directly into the vast hollow emptiness of the main keep. There, snow covered the floor instead of ash. Most of the great ice chamber was filled with countless threads of black silk, however, which blocked the path like a web. These ones did not seem to be withering, yet, and retained their startling durability. Sunny could have cut a path through the web of black silk if he wanted to, but he was grievously wounded, on the verge of essence exhaustion, and pressed for time on top of that. So, he simply shoved as much silk as he could into his soul sea, clearing a narrow tunnel to the heart of the chamber. There, a jade altar stood in front of a circular pit. There was no smoke rising from the pit, and no lava seething deep below. Instead, there was only a bottomless dark well permeated by killing cold. The cold was somewhat bearable near the altar, but deep in the darkness, nothing could survive its frigid embrace. Not even a supreme titan like Sunny. Hurry, he limped to the pit, dragging Kai along. The pressure Ariel's game exerted on him, trying to remove him from the game board, continued to mount. By now, Sunny had to strain all of his willpower to resist it, and his endurance was swiftly running out. Arg, when they reached the dark pit, Sunny hesitated for a moment and looked at his hand. There, two jade figurines lay side by side, one pristine and wearing a crown, the other bestial and smeared in blood. They were the figures of the puppeteer and the rat king. Sunny felt that what he had come for, the fragment of Weaver's lineage, was hidden in the snow tyrant figurine. The other one could still reveal a priceless truth to him, though. It was an invaluable treasure, a piece of inheritance left behind by Ariel, the demon of dread. Still, he forced himself to pick up the snow beast figurine and offer it to Kai. Here, you deserve it. Take it. Kai stared at the blood-smeared figurine for a while, tempted deeply by its promise. His eyes trembled, but then, he smiled faintly and shook his head. No, it will be of more use to you. Sunny studied him silently, then asked tensely. Are you sure? This thing, it reveals truths. Any truth, anything you ever wanted to know, anything you ever wished to find an answer to. Yes, I know that you have suffered too much truth because of your flaw, but still, you will not get a chance like this again. Kai remained quiet for a moment. Eventually, his smile widened a little. I know, but, I have already learned a lot during this journey. I have learned so much. So, I'm good, I think. I already know everything I need to know. Thank you, though, I appreciate it. Sunny stared at him for a few moments, then nodded and looked away with a sigh. You're a weirdo, you know that. Kai laughed. Takes one to know one. Sunny took a deep breath and tried to smile, as well. See you on the other side, then. With that, he tossed both figurines into the pit and prepared himself. As the jade figures fell into the darkness, he remembered the previous times he absorbed fragments of Weaver's lineage. It had hurt like hell each time. In fact, it was some of the worst pain Sunny had ever experienced. A pale smile twisted his lips. Oh, by the way, if I start screaming and writhing in pain, pay it no heed. Just make sure that I don't bite off my tongue or claw out my eyes, if it's not too much trouble. Well, one eye might be okay. Kai blinked. Huh, wait, what? But Sunny did not hear him, because he was already someplace else. He was receiving his prize. Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 2410-2410, Myriad of Stars. 1,776 words. The world was made of fire. Countless trees were burning, toppling with sorrowful groans. Ash obscured the sky, and unbearable heat melted the sanity of those who still fought in the boundless inferno. A sacred beast was galloping through the fire, a beautiful white stag with antlers made of pure gold, its holy presence soothing the flames and saving the young sapling that had not succumbed to the world-ending blaze yet. Flowers and verdant grass sprouted where its hoofs touched the ground. Its ivory hooves, however, were smeared with blood and ruby dust, having crushed the skulls of countless soldiers of the demon army. Suddenly, a fierce figure lunged at the stag from the darkness and smoke. It was an enormous black leopard, its eyes burning with murderous fury. The leopard was smaller than the sacred beast, but its size did not seem to matter. Its jaws closed on the white stag's throat, drawing rivers of golden ichor. The two beasts collided and rolled through the flames, crushing countless trees. The stag managed to throw the leopard off and rose to its feet, lowering its head to impale the predator with its great antlers. Ichor was flowing from its torn neck, but it was still full of vitality and tremendous power. The leopard, meanwhile, had already been heavily wounded and bleeding from dozens of terrible wounds before their battle began. Now, it was all but defenseless before the charging stag. Then, however, the figure of the black leopard rippled, and a split second later, it turned into a stag as well. This one as black as night, but otherwise almost a perfect copy of the sacred beast in front of it. The two beasts collided, their antlers intertwining. The black stag threw the white one to the ground and changed again, becoming a boar this time. Its tusks dug into the stag's belly, and more ichor spilled on the ashen ground. Eventually, the battle was over. The sacred beast lay butchered on the pyre of burning wood, and in front of it stood a woman in torn leather armor, her beautiful face bloodied and covered in ash. Harrowing wounds littered her body, and there was a strange emptiness in her eyes. The fire was consuming the world, and the battle continued to rage around her, but she seemed oblivious to the carnage. Swaying heavily, the woman took a step back and fell down. As she stubbornly struggled to rise, her blood soaking the ash, the flames crawled closer and closer. Before they consumed her, however, someone appeared out of the groans of dying trees, looking down at her silently. It was a tall figure wrapped in a nebulous mantle, wearing a fearsome mask of black polished wood. The mask snarled fiercely, but the gaze of the stranger was cold enough to douse the inferno that surrounded them. A voice that sounded like a myriad of dying curses resounded from behind the mask, addressing the woman. Look at you, you're dying. How pitiful, how disappointing. Is this all you are capable of? Is this all you are? You are so simple, so weak. How dare you be so weak, my enemy? There was no answer. A porcelain hand appeared from the folds of the nebulous mantle. 7 clawed fingers grabbed the collar of the woman's torn cuirass and violently wrenched her to her feet. A chilling growl resounded from behind the mask, making the flames reel back in fear. Do you even remember your own name, pathetic thing? The woman stared at the black mask absently. Then, however, a hint of recognition ignited in her eyes. Her lips moved, and she said hoarsely, I killed you. The masked figure laughed. Did you really think that someone like you could have killed me? That you were qualified to kill me? Me, the demon of fate? Weaver threw the woman to the ground and grew still, staring at her with a chilling, inexplicable emotion. Then, the towering demon crouched near her and whispered in 1,000 insidious voices. Well, maybe you did. Maybe you are. Maybe you will. That is your fate, after all, and you are fated. So, tell me. Weaver's voice turned into a litany of chilling snarls, full of contempt and indignation. Who gave you permission to die? You are not allowed to die yet, wretch. You and I are not done yet, so even if all existence ends, you must remember your fate. You must remember me. A porcelain hand moved, suffocating the inferno around them. The flames died in terror, their very idea extinguished and erased from the tapestry of fate forever. You can forget everything else, everyone else, you can even forget your own name. But don't you dare forget the name of Weaver, the demon of fate. We must see each other again, you and I. So, come find me in the Shadow Realm. Come and see if someone like you can really kill Weaver. Then, after you've learned the true meaning of despair, then, I'll allow you to die, Orphney of the Nine. Hearing her own name, the woman, Orphney, seemed to regain some of her strength. Her eyes regained their focus, and she looked at the nebulous demon with dark, grim killing intent. Weaver laughed and rose, turning away from the bleeding huntress. That's better. The demon of fate looked down, and then exhaled slowly. Their shoulders seemed to fall, and the eerie voice resounded once again from behind the fearsome mask. Quote. Are you there? Weaver straightened and looked up, as if seeing something no one else could see. As if addressing someone whom no one else could hear. Are you watching? The demon of fate chuckled hoarsely. Watch well then, Epigon. Let me show you how gods die. And with that, Sunny suddenly became aware of himself. Wait, is Weaver talking to me? He had a split second to feel boundless shock. And then, the burning world shattered. Instead, a chaotic torrent of scenes poured into his mind, too great for him to fathom. All Sunny could discern was a few terrifying images. An unimaginable tree whose roots were the foundation of the world, whose branches supported the weight of the sky, enveloped in flame and burning as a fiery shape wrapped itself around its colossal trunk, sawing into it with ruthless cruelty. The moon shattering and the stars being extinguished as an unfathomable being swiped its claws at the proud towers of a beautiful white castle, the city below it drowning in a flood as all its citizens screamed and died. A vast shadow enveloping two great armies on the bloodied sand of a boundless desert, the deafening cacophony of the harrowing battle replaced by utter silence so abruptly as to cause an even greater horror. A great red dragon plummeting into the watery depths as golden ichor spilled from its severed neck, sinking to the bottom of a beautiful sea as its dying throes shattered and broke the world, cursing it to be plunged into mist and twilight forever. A vast army assembling on the edge of the abyss, somberly preparing to wage war on death itself. The invading legions drowning in the tide of endless shadows, their blood spilling on the obsidian dust. Unfathomable figures clashing within the raging essence storms as the last, desperate battle of the Doom War shook the very foundation of existence. And then, at the end of it all, a nebulous figure in a tattered mantle walking through the darkness with unsteady steps, cracks covering its wooden mask. In front of the torn figure, at the heart of the Shadow Realm, was something so harrowing, unknowable, and inconceivable that simply beholding it shattered Sunny's mind into 1,000 fragments, making him blind and deaf, unable to think. And yet, he still saw Weaver dragging their tattered body forward as the demons made their desperate last stand against the gods around them. A trail of ichor was left on the obsidian dust behind the demon of fate, glowing with a beautiful golden glow in the cold darkness. Fools, all of them, such fools. A laughter resounded from beneath the cracked mask as Weaver finally reached their destination, the very heart of the Shadow Realm, and the unspeakable horror that was hidden there. The void gate. The void gate stood wide open, now. Sunny was mercifully blind, so he could not see what Weaver saw when they gazed beyond the gate. The demon of fate laughed again. Now, one final trick, but before the cunning demon could do anything, a bone blade pierced their back, tore through their flesh, and severed their shadow before exiting in a fountain of ichor from their chest. Weaver staggered and looked back. There, a woman in bloodied armor was holding the hilt of a bone dagger, life swiftly draining from her cold, dark eyes. Her face was hidden behind a tattered, torn veil, but the demon still recognized her. The two of them fell down at the same time. Golden ichor and crimson blood mixed before being swallowed by the obsidian dust. The woman's lips twisted into a vicious smile behind the torn veil. She twisted the dagger with a faltering hand, then grew still smiling. Her eyes dimmed, turning hollow and glassy. She was dead. The demon of fate was not going to survive much longer, either. A deep sigh resounded from behind the mask. Looking at the dead woman, Weaver drew one last, arduous breath. Quote. You are just in time. The last thing Sunny saw startled and confused him, because it did not make much sense at all. He found himself in an endless black void illuminated by a myriad of stars. Some of the stars were small and dim, while some were great and radiant. Some were connected by strings of silver light, while most were isolated from each other by the vast expanse of empty darkness. By then, something changed. 7 brilliant stars suddenly blazed in the void, and as strings of silver light extended from them to countless others, there was suddenly a pattern to them all. Anchored in the 7 stars, the tapestry of silver light expanded, consuming more and more of the smaller stars. And then, it extended its tendrils to the great stars that burned as brightly as the 7 that had served as the catalyst to the explosion of silver strings. There were 11 constellations of them, and by the time the tendrils of silver light reached them, it was already too late to react. By then, the tapestry had already become too vast, having consumed myriad smaller stars, all of them, perhaps, and so, the constellations could not resist. They still tried, of course. In the end, the tendrils of silver strings enveloped and consumed them, absorbing them into the tapestry of light. Casting a spell upon the void, Sunny gasped, and then, one last truth poured into him, permeating his flesh and rewriting its very nature on the fundamental level. That last truth was the fragment of Weaver's legacy. Oh, hell, the pain was exquisite. End of part 1. Death Game. Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 2411-2411, Flesh Weave. 1118 words. Sunny felt the final truth enter his body and infect it, spreading like a malignant code. The very nature of his mortal vessel was being changed and rewritten, his cells being torn apart and reassembled according to the new blueprint. The agony of being undone and rebuilt was simply appalling, making him stagger and fall. It was the opposite of the gentle process of evolution and renewal that awakened experienced when attaining a new rank, violent, unnatural, and profoundly wrong. Sunny could feel that he was becoming something that he had never been meant to become, changing into something that he had never been meant to be. For the 4th time, the legacy of Weaver took root in his body, reshaping it. This time, the change mainly affected his flesh. His muscle tissue, tendons, internal organs, everything was being reforged and tempered, becoming much more resilient and tenacious than before, full of inhuman vitality. How does this even make sense? He was a shadow now, an immaterial being who only possessed flesh when wishing to manifest as a human, so why the hell did it hurt so much? Sunny gritted his teeth and let out a tortured growl as his body was rebuilding and rearranging itself. It must have looked quite grotesque to an outside observer. His muscles were rippling and twisting like snakes under his skin, and disgusting squelching noises were resounding from inside him. If there was one mercy, it was that he was not prone to bleeding, otherwise, the scene would have been immeasurably morbid on top of being deeply disgusting. Arg, damnation. Sunny slammed his fist into the floor of the snow castle, sending a web of cracks running through the ice. But then, suddenly, his agony was washed away. A strange and subtly euphoric sensation overwhelmed him when fragments of the weave clicked together. Blood weave, bone weave, and flesh weave, the three parts of the nebulous demon's legacy responsible for the material vessel of their descendant, fused together, forming a synergetic whole. His heart was transformed and improved by the flesh weave, pumping his blood, which had been altered by blood weave. The blood flowed through the marrow, which had been enhanced by bone weave, becoming enriched and renewed. The human body was an intricate and interconnected machine, and now, each part of it had been altered, empowered, and augmented to resemble that of a higher being. Of a demon, to be precise. There were other parts of him that worked in great synergy with each other now, as well. An additional boon was born from the fusion of the three corporeal fragments of the weave, flesh, bone, and blood. Sunny was renewed from head to toe. Even his skin, which had already been enhanced by the jade mantle, received a subtle overhaul. It was a full set. Well, the first part of the full set, at least. His broken arm was already regaining mobility. The grievous wound in his chest was healing rapidly. It was not only flesh that was repairing itself, either. The acquisition of flesh weave had served as a catalyst, and his bones were mending themselves as well. Sunny did not lose a lot of blood often, but if he did, more would be produced at greater speed. He let out a stifled laugh. Finally, he could finally call himself a tenacious cockroach with full confidence. What a feat. The transformation was coming to an end. Sunny exhaled slowly and sprawled on the ground, feeling the coldness of the ice soothe his heated body. He felt excellent, really. Remarkably strong, fast, agile, resilient, enduring. He was full of energy and brimming with vitality, his senses having turned sharper than before. The world was clear and crisp. It was clearly and crisply coming undone as the mountain quaked and groaned around him. It was also straining to expel Sunny, the pressure swiftly mounting. Sunny, are you okay? Sunny turned his head and looked at Kai, who loomed above him with a worried face. He raised a hand and formed a circle with his thumb and index finger. I'm fine, I'm great, actually. Kai let out a sigh of relief and smiled. He looked at Sunny, wishing to say something. In the next moment, however, Kai's figure turned hazy and vanished, disappearing without a trace. Sunny stared at the empty space where Kai had stood a split second before absently, then turned his head to stare at the ceiling. He was sent back to the dream realm. Sunny would be expelled from Ariel's game soon, too. Now that he had gotten his prize, there was no reason to stick around. So, he inhaled deeply and waited to be banished from the artificial realm. As he did, Sunny could not help but think about what he had learned. About what Weaver had done. That damned demon. The magnitude of the truth that had been revealed to him was too great to fathom in a few short moments. There was so much knowledge he had gained, and its nature was so world-shattering and shocking, too. His thoughts were scattered as a result. Weaver had not been killed by Slayer, despite what Sunny was led to believe by one of the previous truths. And yet, she did kill the demon of fate eventually, fulfilling her fate. She killed Weaver twice. Slayer, Orphany of the Nine. That was her name, even if she did not remember it. Curiously enough, Slayer had not forgotten her name during the countless years she had spent wandering the realm of death as a feral shadow. Instead, she had started to forget herself immediately after slaying Weaver for the first time, as if cursed as punishment for taking a demon's life. That first time might have been her own triumph. But the second time, Sunny was certain that the sinister demon had orchestrated their own ultimate death, or had at least foreseen it. Perhaps even Weaver could not escape their fate, especially not when 9 fated paragons of doom were working to bring it about. But even if Weaver could not escape their inevitable demise, they could at least influence the tapestry of fate enough to design it. So how had the demon of fate died? And why? For what? Well, the answer was obvious, now. Weaver had revealed it to Sunny directly, no less. What was it the sinister demon had said, having foreseen that a person following in their footsteps would learn the truth of that moment one day, thousands of years in the future? Let me show you how gods die. Sunny's whisper was almost inaudible. Weaver had promised to show him how to kill the gods, and they did. Finally, Sunny knew the answer to the questions that had been plaguing him for a decade. How had the gods died? What had happened to the demons? Now, he knew. Weaver killed them. Weaver killed them all. A hoarse, unbelieving laugh escaped from his lips. Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 2412-2412, Weaver's Lullaby. 1,160 words. It had been right in front of him the whole time. The description of Bone Weave said so. When children of the Forgotten God rebelled against the gods, Weaver was the only one to refuse the call of war. Despised and hunted by both sides, they disappeared. No one knew where Weaver went and what they did, until it was too late. Where had Weaver gone and what had Weaver done? They had gone to create the nightmare spell. Sunny had been confused when he saw the final image of the vision shown to him by the sacrifice of the snow tyrant figure, but now he realized the truth. The vast void, the myriad of stars, then strings of silver light connecting them. What he had seen was the birth of the nightmare spell, or rather, its evolution from an infant state to the universal force it was today. To Weaver's version of an absolute law, the countless stars burning in the black void were the souls of living things. The smaller stars were the souls of humans, while the brighter ones belonged to spirits and deities. While most of them burned in lonesome solitude, some had already been connected by faint strings of silver light. Those were the souls of the first carriers of the infant nightmare spell, like Anank and her people. Weaver had chosen priests among mortals first and sent them to spread the spell among the despairing refugees of the Doom War. In the chaos of the end of the world, it spread like wildfire, unnoticed and underestimated, laying a foundation for what would later become its final form. Slowly reached critical mass. All it needed to evolve into its true tyrannical splendor, at that point, was a catalyst. And that catalyst was Weaver. Their death, to be precise. When Slayer killed the demon of fate in front of the void gate, which, apparently, was hidden in the heart of Shadow God, the 7 divine soul cores of the nebulous demon had become the anchors of the great spell woven out of strings of fate, completing it. No, rather, setting off its proliferation and completion. To truly become what it was meant to be, the great spell needed much more fuel than simply Weaver's soul. So, it devoured the gods. It devoured the demons, as well. The 11 brilliant constellations Sunny saw being consumed by the vast tendrils of silver light were the 6 gods and the 5 remaining demons. By the time they realized what Weaver had done, it was already too late to stop it. So, their brilliant divine soul cores became nodes of the spell's weave, too. That was how the Doom War had ended, with Weaver casting a spell upon the void from beyond the grave. Single quote. The void. No, the spell has not been cast upon the void. It had been cast upon the being who was slumbering in the void, and was supposed to awaken and consume all of existence once the gate of the void was open. Which it had been, even if Sunny still did not know who had opened them. He let out a stifled laugh. Unbelievable, the nightmare spell. Sunny had never seriously considered why it was called that. Whose nightmare was it that had given the spell its name? He had simply assumed that it was the nightmare of everyone infected by it, or at least living in the world where nightmare creatures and the spell run rampant and free. But Sunny had been wrong. In truth, it was the nightmare of the forgotten god. The nightmare spell was a lullaby. It was a sorcery created to lull the god of corruption back into slumber once someone, the 9, perhaps, had opened the void gate and stirred him awake. Why had existence not been destroyed when the forgotten god was freed? It was because after escaping the void, he had been imprisoned somewhere else. He had been imprisoned in an endless nightmare. The forgotten god slumbered and saw dreams. The seeds of nightmare, the nightmare gates, the nightmare creatures, the spreading corruption, they were merely emanations of the nightmares he dreamed, slowly infecting what was left of the flame. Wait, Sunny's eyes widened. The implications were too vast and enormous for him to handle easily. The death of the gods, the end of the war, the purpose of the spell. Weaver's hidden intent. Sunny was not sure of his conclusions yet, but if he was right, then he could extrapolate and glimpse one final truth. He had always assumed that the 6th nightmare, the nightmare that would make those who conquered it divine, was the last one. But if the spell had been cast to lull the forgotten god to sleep, then there was one final nightmare after that. The 7th nightmare, where the forgotten god was imprisoned, dreaming restlessly. The conflict the challengers of that dreadful nightmare were meant to solve, was the conflict that plagued all of existence. The fate of the flame. I see now. The spell kept the forgotten god trapped within a nightmare, and at the same time, it ruthlessly nurtured mortals to become the new gods. And kill him. That was the truth of the dying world. Sunny remained motionless for a long while, and then sighed deeply. Ah, that's a little bit too ambitious, even for me. The demon of fate had promised to show him how to kill the gods. But really, Weaver could have just as well promised to show him how to create gods. That dastardly demon, and what the hell did Weaver call me? Epigon, the nerve, bold words, coming from 1/7 of a deranged god. Sunny might have stumbled on the true purpose of Weaver's scheme, but that did not mean that he had to fulfill it. After all, killing the forgotten god was Weaver's goal. Seemed to be Weaver's goal, at least. But it was not Sunny's goal, and neither was the goal of his comrades and companions. Of Nephi's, their goal was simply to make sure that humanity survived and build a new home for it in the dream realm. They had to become gods to accomplish that, but battling the forgotten god. While that would mean solving the root of the problem, it was also beyond what they wanted to accomplish. They wanted to build a shelter from the storms, not eradicate the concept of storms from existence. Who could have thought that becoming a god would become a modest goal, one day? Sunny smiled darkly. To hell with Weaver. They were not marionettes that danced when a dead demon pulled the strings. They would decide for themselves what they wanted to do, and what price they were willing to pay to achieve their goals. At that moment, the mountain shuddered violently one last time, and he felt himself being pushed out of the miniature realm of Ariel's game. The vast chamber of the snow palace disappeared, and for a moment, everything was dark. Or rather, everything was nothing and nowhere, beyond comprehension. Then, Sunny saw a vaguely familiar ceiling above him, and heard a very familiar voice. Well, look who finally decided to show up. Sunny groaned, feeling countless points of view and several weeks of memories crashing into his mind. It was his own voice, of course. Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 2413-2413, Catching Up with Myself. 1083 words. Sometime later, Sunny was in a magnificent council room of the Jade Palace, 2 of him, even. One was sitting on the shadow chair with his legs crossed, while the other was sprawled on a tastefully decadent couch, covering his face with a hand and groaning pitifully. Both were nursing a mighty headache. The incarnation on the chair was much better off than the other one, though. He was clean and neatly dressed, at least. His other self, the one who had just returned from a dreadful adventure in the realm of Ariel's game, was covered in layers upon layers of ash, soot, dried blood, and dirt of all kinds. The hole in his chest barely healed, and the scar where his severed arm had been reattached was yet to disappear completely. All in all, the sight of him was quite pathetic. The first incarnation was a little disheveled too, though. That was because its body had gone through the agonizing process of inheriting the flesh weave as well. All of them had, really. That bastard. Sunny gave himself a venomous look and shook his head. His other incarnation ignored him. Of course, the 2 of them were really a single person, once again, so whatever pain one of them felt, the other felt as well. The headache they were suffering from had been caused by the process of several weeks of isolated memories merging together, in fact. Still, if Sunny had an opportunity to appear composed and nonchalant while simultaneously throwing a tantrum and drowning in self-pity, he would be a fool to pass it up. To his quiet dismay, the intended audience was ignoring his masterful performance completely. Sunny sighed. What a waste of a good tantrum. Nephews was paying him little attention, busy tending to Kai's wounds. Even though Sunny was almost entirely healed, and even though he had caused the most severe of Kai's wounds himself, he was still unhappy with the lack of attention. Granted, the rest of the people gathered in the council room were all looking at him intently. One could even say that they were giving him death stares. To be fair, Seishin, Revel, and Hell had a reason to be unhappy with him. Sunny coughed. What, do you have to ask? Even Cassie's voice was full of reproach. All those days ago, when one of his incarnations and Kai had vanished suddenly from the toy room of the Jade Palace and left the startled Song sisters behind, 3 nightmare creatures took their place. To be precise, a cursed tyrant and 2 cursed beasts took their place. Sunny had already been moving his other incarnations toward Ravenheart, stunned by the sudden loss of connection to the naughty shadow, but he would have never made it to the Jade Palace in time. The 3 Song sisters could have died right there and then. But they didn't. Of course, they would have never been able to defeat a cursed tyrant, let alone one commanding 2 cursed beasts. Luckily, the narrow confines of the toy room bought them a few moments to save themselves, and Sishin used those moments quite cunningly. She lured the harrowing creatures toward the Jade Queen's dollhouse, which swallowed them up just like it had swallowed her and her sisters decades ago. The cursed ones were still trapped inside of it. In fact, over the last 2 weeks, Sunny had spent many hours staring at the tiny figures of the abominable horrors wandering the beautifully decorated rooms of the dollhouse. Someone had to guard the 2 dreadful toys, the dollhouse and the jade board, at all times, after all. So, Sunny had spent the better half of the month doing just that. After a while, Nephews joined him as well. They did not know what would come out of the jade board next, so having this much power concentrated in Ravenheart was a necessity. The missing incarnation remained lost, but it wasn't like they did not have any information about what it was doing at all. In fact, they could see the figures move across the game board twice a day just fine. Sunny could also feel every excruciating moment of his soul receiving damage, and saw new shades entering his soul sea from time to time. Powerful, dreadful shades. Oh, and then the shadow of condemnation went and vanished entirely. His dastardly avatar seemed to be having great fun, out there all by himself. All of this culminated in Kai stumbling into the toy room out of thin air. Before Sunny could let out a sigh of relief, though, he found himself in utter agony, feeling his flesh rebuild and rearrange itself. And as soon as he recovered, the prodigal incarnation returned, flooding his mind with the memories of vicious battles, startling revelations, and truths so shocking that he was almost sent into a catatonic state. Luckily, he also regained memories of somewhat coming to terms with this new knowledge, initially, at least, so that episode did not last long. Sunny glanced at Nephi's, then answered Cassie's mental question. I don't have to ask, but come on. They weren't even maimed that badly. How long do I have to spend in the doghouse? Whatever wounds the Song sisters had received were almost instantaneously healed by Nephi's from a vast distance. That, too, was a reason they were alive and well. Sunny might have been a little reckless, but could he really be blamed? If Sishin had not told him about visiting the toy room many times as a kid and returning alive and more or less unscathed each time, he would have exercised more caution. Why would a sovereign be extra careful in a place where literal children used to play? Kai was fully healed by now, so Nephi's left him and walked over to the head of the table. Sitting down, she studied Sunny for a while, both of them in turn, and opened her mouth to speak. Before she could, however, Death Singer spoke first. Look, there's 2 of them. Changing Star, can I have one? Please, pretty please. Nephi's closed her mouth and stared at her silently. Her face remained expressionless, but the curtains behind Death Singer seemed to have suddenly caught on fire, for some reason. Ouch. Death Singer shook embers out of her hair and gave Nephi's a sorrowful glare. Greedy, Nephi stared at her for a few more seconds, then took a deep breath, extinguished the curtains with a thought, and looked back to Sunny. So, what exactly happened? He smiled awkwardly. Well, do you want the short version or the long version? Nephi shrugged. Let's start with a short summary. Sunny scratched the back of his head. Okay, let's see. Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 2414-2414. The Incredible Adventures and Astonishing Deeds of Heroic Dreamer Sunless and His Dashing Best Friend Nightingale. Abridged Volume 9. 1096 words. Sunny leaned back in his chair. He had a story to tell, and after having suffered through the story personally, he was going to enjoy himself telling it. He started off in a solemn tone. A long time ago, the Demon of Fate and the Demon of Dread played a game. Only, being crazy bastards, they played with great and cursed nightmare creatures instead of game pieces. And, what would you know? Kai and I got sucked into the death game realm and were given a choice between winning an unwinnable game or meeting our deaths. So, we went and won. Nephi sighed. Quote. A little bit less short, please. Sishin, meanwhile, looked between them with a stunned expression. Excuse me, Demon of Fate, Demon of Dread, cursed nightmare creatures. Sunny grinned. You're excused. Anyway, where do I begin? First, we eradicated a swarm of 100 great beasts. Then, we graduated to fighting cursed abominations. The first one we killed was an infinite worm, and I mean literally infinite. That thing seemed like trouble, but actually, it died when I simply stepped on it. Rebel stared at him for a few moments, then turned to Kai. Kai waved a hand weakly, still exhausted from the ordeal. His voice was faint. It's true, it's all true. Her eyes widened. No, but, however, Sunny interrupted her. So, next we found a cozy temple on the peak of a mystical mountain and waited to be beset by a pack of dreadful wolves led by a cursed demon, as well as a very impressive training dummy. I was really hungry by then, but sadly, there was no wolf meat left by the time I was done with them. In fact, there was barely any mountain left as well. I sort of blew it up to smithereens. It was quite a sight. Nephi shifted slightly and gave him a strange look. You blew up a mountain. Sunny raised his chin. Sure did. He thought she would be proud of him, but for some reason, her gaze seemed a little dejected. If Sunny did not know any better, he would have thought that Nephi was pouting. But that was impossible, of course. After all, she was Changing Star, the last daughter of the immortal flame. The fearless sovereign of humanity. Surely, she would not mind him stealing her signature move. Right, no way. Sunny cleared his throat awkwardly. Well, in any case. Next, we killed another cursed demon and 2 cursed monsters. How? To be honest, I don't actually remember, but it must have been in quite a spectacular fashion. Death Singer looked at him, then at the other him laying on the couch with a miserable expression on his grimy, but unmistakably dashing, face. She raised an eyebrow. Wait a minute. How can you not remember slaying a cursed demon and 2 cursed monsters, though? Those were cursed nightmare creatures they were talking about. Actual deities. Sunny gave her his most sincere, innocent smile and shrugged nonchalantly. It must have slipped my mind. There was silence in the room for a while. Eventually, everyone turned to look at Kai in unison. Exposed to their gazes, Kai smiled awkwardly. Oh, actually, I don't remember either. Neffys and the Song sisters seemed deeply betrayed by that statement. Their reproachful gazes were obviously saying, "You too, Nightingale, you too." Kai coughed and looked away in embarrassment. Sunny chuckled. After that, though, something incredible happened. 4 gazes turned to him once again. He paused for a few moments, and continued in a happy tone. "We finally procured a meal. Well, at least I did. There was this cursed beast, you see, an endless swarm of rats, and I mean literally endless. Turns out, a cursed rat roasted over lava is simply delicious. Blighted, diseased, and poisonous, but nonetheless piquant and delectable. I positively stuffed myself, and can you blame me?" Death Singer paled a little and moved away from the incarnation on the couch. Her mumble was almost inaudible, but it still made Neffys let out a long sigh. Quote. "On second thought, you can have that one, changing star. He's all yours." Then, she looked at the incarnation on the chair and batted her eyelashes. Sunny wisely pretended not to notice. Now that I had a full stomach, it was finally time to take on the cursed tyrant. The cursed tyrant was an acquaintance of an acquaintance, as it turned out, quite a pleasant fellow, really. We had a nice chat. This time, it was Cassie's who interrupted him. You chatted, with a cursed tyrant?" Her voice seemed to tremble a little as it resounded in his head. Sunny smiled. "Indeed, I did. We discussed refined topics like philosophy, theology, and peaceful resolution of violent conflicts. Sadly, our enlightened debate reached an impasse, so I cut off the cursed tyrant's head." He sighed and looked into the distance thoughtfully. "That, I find, is a surefire way to win an argument." The council room was filled with a stunned, incredulous silence for a long time. Sunny did not hurry to say anything else, either. At least for a while. Then, he looked at his audience and smiled again. "And here I am." He scratched the tip of his nose. "Well, technically, I've been here all along. But you know what I mean." His smile widened. Neffy stared at him for some time, then rubbed her temples. "Yes, here you are." She hesitated for a moment, then glanced at Kai. Did he forget to mention anything? Kai considered the question seriously. "I don't think so." "Well, I guess, there was also that dragon." Neffy suddenly stood up, interrupting him. "Actually, never mind. Let's continue this conversation later, shall we? Better yet, forget I asked." Her gaze softened. "You two must be terribly tired. Go wash off the grime of battle, eat a proper meal, and rest. There will be plenty of time tomorrow." Kai nodded in gratitude and rose to leave. Sunny stood up, as well. "If you'll excuse me, then." Both of his incarnations headed for the door. The one covered in soot was let go, but the other one, someone suddenly caught him by the collar. Turning around, Sunny was met by Neff's heated gaze. "Not you. You stay here, if you will. I have a few questions to ask." "Yes, I have a few questions to ask, too." Cassie's voice had an edge to it now. Sunny forced out a pleasant smile. Why, of course, something was telling him that he was in for a long, restless night. At the same time, he found himself in a strange predicament. The events that had transpired in the world at large in these last few weeks were old news for him, but at the same time, he just learned about them. So, Sunny found himself in a strange state of being surprised and stunned by something he already knew. Rain, did what? The incarnation who had just left the council room paused for a moment and covered its face with a palm. Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 2415-2415. Huge trouble. 1,235 words. Everyone on the floor. This is a robbery. There was gunfire, screams, and the sound of breaking furniture as a group of masked men burst into the foyer of a prestigious bank. The startled clients froze, paralyzed by shock and fear. The workers raised their trembling hands into the air. The awakened security guards lunged forward while summoning their memories, but a few moments later, they were already sprawled on the ground, groaning or unconscious. June should have known that his first mission as a member of the Shadow Clan would go terribly wrong. Ah, I hate amateurs. He had spent close to a month in the peaceful silence of the Dark City, being trained by the graceful Stone Devil, learning how to use the Mark of Shadows, and establishing bonds with other members of the Shadow Clan. Usually, a new recruit would have been given more time to adjust to their role and get used to things, but June was in somewhat of a unique position. His status as an elite among the black market operatives gave him a perfect cover to be seen in places where other members of the Shadow Clan could not enter without drawing attention, as well as a convenient reason to meddle in all kinds of unsavory business. So, he had been sent on a mission earlier than usual. And now, he found himself in the middle of a bank robbery. To be precise, June was wearing black combat fatigues, hiding his face behind a nightmare creature mask, and holding an automatic rifle while watching his fellow robbers herd the hostages to the center of the foyer. Others were breaking into the security system of the bank to activate the lockdown protocol. Having made sure that everyone was proceeding smoothly, he turned to the person who had fired a burst of bullets into the ceiling and regarded him coldly. The man sensed his gaze and turned, asking in a hoarse voice. "What?" Instead of answering, June silently punched him in the solar plexus. His jab had not been telegraphed in any way and lacked a wind-up, so it did not seem very forceful, and yet, the awakened henchman folded in two and fell to his knees with a pained gasp, struggling to breathe. June calmly grabbed him by the hair, jerked his head upward, and asked in a chillingly calm tone. "What are you doing?" He pointed to the ceiling. "Have you watched too many movies, moron? This bank is built to withstand nightmare gates. It is a box made from monster hide and reinforced alloy, so where do you think your bullets go when you start shooting randomly? Do you want to kill someone with a ricochet?" The man hissed, trying to struggle free from his grasp, and looked up at June with fury. However, that fury was replaced with fear after meeting his cold, murderous, and eerily calm gaze. The enforcer shivered behind the snarling mask. Quote. Sorry, Corsair. June watched him for a moment more, mentally reevaluating the situation. The people who had reached out to hire him for this job were not his usual clientele. They were not professionals assembling a crew of reliable specialists, instead, they were zealots. Usually, June would not have taken such a contract, but the strange cult these zealots belonged to had been on the Shadow Clan's radar for a number of months now. This was their first serious move, so Awakened Kim had sent him to learn more about their goals and to make sure that nothing went wrong during the attack on the bank. In short, the robbers were a motley crew of a dozen or so believers and a few hired hands, June included. He was one of the more experienced people among them, so even the zealots seemed to be treating him with respect and trepidation. Still, perhaps it was a good idea to make them respect him a little more. June looked at the kneeling enforcer, considering if it was worth it to make an example out of him. Is there a problem here? He shifted his gaze and looked at a delicate young woman with fair skin and blonde hair who had approached them. She was the only one of them dressed as a civilian and wearing no mask. Granted, she did change the color of her hair and the features of her face with a camouflage charm. She had been hiding among the clients of the bank when the attack began, looking weak and inconspicuous. That was why the guards had not paid the delicate young woman any attention and were taken down by her in a matter of seconds as a result. Now that they were expertly tied up and under watch, she approached June. The young woman was another specialist hired by the zealots. She was also his fellow shadow, Fleur. Ray was also here, posing as a mundane person and being restrained alongside other hostages. The three of them were sent on this mission together, with June taking charge. However, they were not supposed to show any sign that they knew each other prior to being hired to rob the bank. Fleur had to stay away from him to avoid drawing attention. June knew her well enough by now to know how competent she was despite being quite young, so there had to be a reason why she had gone against his instructions. Something was wrong. Letting go of the kneeling henchman, he wiped his hand on his fatigues and gave her a frigid look. No problem whatsoever. We were just having a friendly chat. Using the opportunity, the henchman scrambled away. Fleur studied June for a moment more, then nodded and turned away. Her delicate fingers, though, moved to form subtle signs. June looked the other way, paying no attention to them. He did, however, sense the signs formed by the shadow of her fingers on the floor. We are in huge trouble. Maintaining a nonchalant attitude, he tensed inwardly. Look right. June did just that. The hostages were divided into two groups. The larger group consisted of mundane humans. Ray was among them, sitting on the floor with his hands tied behind his back. Despite being amateurs in June's eyes, the robbers were not, in fact, hapless. They had reliable means of identifying awakened, it was just that Ray's aspect made most of such means useless. The smaller group, consisting of only a handful of people, was isolated to June's right. He looked at them, immediately noticing two stunning young women, both handcuffed with special enchanted cuffs. His attention was not focused on them because of their beauty, of course, but rather because both seemed much too calm for the situation they were in. Which was not at all a good sign. June frowned, feeling a very bad premonition. One girl was of medium height, with tan skin and ashen hair, looking at the world with the imperious, cold gaze of a legacy scion. The other looked much more approachable, beguiling, even, looking around with lively curiosity in her gem-like onyx eyes and a slight smile playing on her soft lips. It was that easy, captivating smile that made it hard to look away from her. Well, that and the fact that she looked vaguely familiar. No, not just vaguely. Fair skin, raven black hair, the girl strongly reminded June of someone he knew all too well. His mouth was suddenly dry. Don't tell me. Fleur gave him another signal. Yes, that is the Princess of Shadows, Rain. Boss's little sister. June closed his eyes for a moment, remembering every curse word he knew. You gotta be kidding me. He was so screwed. Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 2416-2416, Can of Worms. 1079 words. The assailants moved swiftly. Before too long, the bank's security system was in their hands, and the heavy armor plates meant to protect the building in case a nightmare gate open nearby fell down, turning it into an impregnable, an inescapable, fortress. Of course, all things were relative. Nothing was truly impregnable in the world of the nightmare spell. The bank could withstand the attacks of awakened abominations, and maybe a few fallen ones as well, but far more terrifying creatures were entering the waking world more and more frequently these days. What seemed like reliable security measures just a few years ago were swiftly falling behind and becoming obsolete. The robbers were not really worried about fallen and corrupted abominations either. What threatened them more were humans. Government forces would arrive at the scene soon enough, including powerful ascended officers. If their luck was especially bad, even a saint could show up to resolve the crisis. The chances of encountering someone they had no business encountering were especially high because this bank was an old and prestigious one, having existed from before the descent of the spell. Many prominent families, including storied legacy clans, used its vault to store precious heirlooms and priceless treasures. A concerned powerhouse could appear out of the blue not out of a sense of duty or altruism, but simply to prevent their own family from being robbed. Ah, it's getting worse and worse. June sighed quietly. The presence of hostages would buy the robbers some time, but not enough time. They had to finish the job swiftly and get away before things went south. By now, the mundane clients and workers were tied up and sitting on the floor near the east wall of the foyer, while the awakened visitors and security guards were restrained and kept under watch near the west wall. Among them was the mysterious princess of the Shadow Clan. June threw a dark look at the beautiful young woman and groaned inwardly. Blast it. On the day he joined the Shadow Clan, awakened Kim warned him about three people, her husband, Aiko, and the princess. He had become good pals with Luster in no time and built rapport with the Shadow Fairy in no time. However, June had sworn to stay as far away from Boss's little sister as possible. He did not need to open that particular can of worms. And now here she was, in front of him, locked, restrained, taken hostage, and surrounded by militant zealots. What was going to happen to June if even a single hair fell from her head? What was it that awakened Kim said? When it came to their boss, being killed was not an escape from suffering. It was merely the beginning. June had remained calm in many situations that would have made most awakened faint. He had survived horrors beyond imagination and looked death in the eye without flinching on countless occasions. But now, he suddenly felt nervous. Forming subtle signs with his fingers, he sent Fleur a message. We must make sure that absolutely no harm comes to her. Fleur did not answer for a few moments. And when she did, there was something strange about her response. Harm comes to her. No, Corsair, you don't understand. She turned slightly and gave him an odd look. You should be concerned about the zealots, instead. We must make sure that Rain doesn't take them all out before we can complete our mission. Deciphering the ominous message, June raised an eyebrow behind his mask. Why, is there a possibility that she'll go on some kind of massacre? Fleur stared at him with an incredulous expression for a brief moment, then looked away. Don't be silly, she's a pacifist. Now, what the hell was that supposed to mean? June would have loved to learn more, but at that moment, a man wearing a tyrant mask walked into the empty space between the two groups of hostages. His low voice resounded in the foyer of the bank, making a few of them flinch. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Tyrant. You have the honor of being my guests tonight. Show proper manners, and you'll have a pleasant visit. If not, his chilling gaze landed on the hostages, forcing a few to reel back. I am afraid you won't enjoy the consequences. My people won't enjoy washing blood and viscera off our clothes, either, so do consider acting with decorum and following our instructions faithfully. Don't give me a reason to revoke my hospitality. The man was the leader of the group, a figure of prominence in the cult and a seasoned warrior, at least judging by what June had discerned about him. Worst of all, he was a master. June had taken down a master or two in the past, but it was never easy, especially when he did not have the advantage of striking from stealth or luring the enemy into an ambush. Assassinating an ascended was one thing, but facing one in an honest battle was not something he ever wished to repeat. He just hoped that the princess would not draw the tyrant's attention. Nothing good would come if she did. As June was somberly contemplating contingencies, the dead silence that followed the tyrant's address was suddenly broken by a loud whisper. Wow, Tamar, did you hear that? That was a proper villain's speech, wasn't it? So cool, that guy is too full of himself, but let's give credit where credit is due, he's really eloquent, for a pompous dimwit, I mean. Rain, can you shut up, please? Do you think he gave that speech impromptu, or had he rehearsed it at home? If it's the former, amazing. Great improvisational skills. I sort of think that it's the latter, though. Can you imagine? That'd be so funny, him standing in front of a mirror, practicing a sinister voice. Stop talking, fool, I'm begging you. No, I'm just saying, do villains like that utter buffoon over there also get stage fright? I'd be mortified, having to give a speech in front of a hostile crowd. He has guts, that's for sure. Ah, you've did it now. Huh, why is everyone looking at me? The loud whispers finally grew silent. Everyone in the bank, the robbers, the hostages, and the tyrant himself, were indeed staring at the two young women. The Princess of Shadow blinked a couple of times, then smiled awkwardly. Oh, was I too loud? Sorry. Continue as you were. June trembled and suppressed the desire to shoot someone, maybe himself. In all his career as a soldier, mercenary, and occasionally an assassin. Arg, she's exactly like her brother. Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 2417 Harmless, Hilarious Hostage. 1070 words. Rain looked at the masked thugs and smiled innocently. That should be enough, right? Life was really unpredictable. Today was supposed to be a usual day, and yet, she had found herself in the middle of a bank robbery. Rain would have blamed her terrible luck, but she suspected that luck had nothing to do with it, rather, it must have been Tamar. She gave the legacy girl a sidelong glance. The two of them were visiting NQSC on business. Well, Rain was, while Tamar had come along as her friend and unofficial bodyguard. Chief Bethany had achieved a groundbreaking feat by establishing a hydroelectric plant in the Dream Realm, but she could not return to the waking world to share her research with the part of the academic community still residing here. If she did, she would be pulled into the first nightmare, so, an intermediary was needed to make a report on her behalf. Rain was the only awakened on the team, so she was a natural choice despite being an intern. She had been wanting to visit NQSC for the longest time, as well. This was where she had grown up, after all, but after leaving the city for Ravenheart many years ago, she never had the opportunity to return. So, Rain and Tamar used the Dream Gate to come back to the waking world. The conference where she was supposed to make the report was supposed to start in a few hours, but before they went to the venue, Tamar asked to visit the bank where her clan had a deposit box. And here they were, restrained and being stared down by a dozen armed assailants. Said assailants were staring at Rain with overflowing malice right now. Oh, was I too loud? Sorry. Continue as you were. She looked at the leader of the bandits awkwardly. Of course, she had not just offended him for fun. Rain might have been young, but she knew people well. She had met all kinds of men and women, many of them at their worst or at their best. Crisis and war had a way of drawing out one's true nature, and both were plentiful in the world of the nightmare spell. So, having swiftly glimpsed the tyrant's true nature, she knew where things would go from the moment he started to speak. The callous man needed to make a crowd of frightened people submit to him. It was an imperative necessity if he wanted to emerge from this conflict with minimal losses. But frightened people were rarely rational. Mere threats were not going to work. If he knew what he was doing, and he seemed like someone who did, he would illustrate his promise of violence with something more convincing than words. She was certain that the tyrant was going to make an example out of someone, even if no one challenged his authority immediately. Their blood would prove his point and make the rest of the hostages believe his threats. That was why Rain had provoked the man. If someone had to be made an example of, it would be much better for her to play that role. Rain was an awakened, after all, and could endure much more punishment than one of the mundane hostages would. And if the tyrant went too far, she and Tamar could offer far more resistance. She was not arrogant enough to think that the two of them were invincible. In fact, in other circumstances, Rain might have acted with more caution. But she had noticed Ray among the hostages. Fleur was here, too, having infiltrated the criminal crew. Their disguises did not fool Rain, and after sensing them communicating with the shadow signs, she concluded that the tall man in the mask of a hideous devil was a member of the shadow clan, as well. The mysterious devil emanated a sense of confidence and chilling composure. She could not see his face, but his piercing blue eyes were cold and indifferent, as if he was not at all disturbed by the tense and potentially deadly situation. He seemed like a man with ice flowing through his veins. Rain did not know him, and he did not seem to recognize her either, so he was probably someone Sunny had recruited recently. Collecting unique people seemed to be his latest hobby. In any case, there were 5 members of Shadow Clan in the bank and 10 assailants, meaning that while Rain was indeed putting herself in danger, that danger was not too serious. 5 shadows was more than enough to handle this rabble. The only problem was the tyrant himself, who seemed to be a master. However, the magnitude of that problem remained to be seen. As the callous man turned his glassy gaze to her, Rain smiled and whispered 2 words almost inaudibly to assign herself a pair of epithets. I am harmless, hilarious promise of a distant sky. People were less likely to attack those they were not threatened by, and far more likely to treat those who made them laugh well. Now, she could only hope that the tyrant would not decide to go too hard on her. He studied her for a few moments, then approached her with slow, measured steps and stared her down, making her shiver. Something was lacking from the man's gaze, empathy, perhaps, or maybe even humanity. Ah, I hope it won't hurt too much. But as long as the other hostages were spared, Rain was alright with hurting a little. To her relief, however, the tyrant suddenly let out a low, unnerving chuckle. Why, thank you, young lady. Eloquence is indeed something a man in my line of work needs to excel at. With that, he shifted his glassy gaze to Tamar. The tyrant remained silent for a moment, and then spoke in an even tone. Tamar of Sorrow, what a pleasant surprise. Legacies were no different from celebrities, so it was no surprise that he recognized her. Even if Clan Sorrow had lost its former prominence, many people would know what she looked like. The tyrant seemed to smile behind his mask, and then spoke over his shoulder in an emotionless voice. Corsair, take these young ladies down with us. It will be easier to get into the vault with them around. Rain let out a tiny sigh of relief and threw a glance at the tall man in the devil mask, Corsair. The newest member of the Shadow Clan was looking her way, as well. Huh, but why, did it seem like you wanted to strangle her? Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 2418-2418, VIPs. 1,151 words. The assailants moved with speed and discipline one would expect from well-trained soldiers, not thugs who would go around robbing banks. Before Rain could even come to terms with the shifting situation, she and Tamar were being escorted into the depths of the building. The tyrant was leading the way, with 6 of his men following. The 2 hostages were walking behind, with Corsair and Fleur guarding them. Which meant that 4 awakened bandits stayed behind to guard the rest of the hostages, and were now alone with Ray. Can we take them down? Rain and Tamar were restrained with enchanted cuffs that made their essence strangely sluggish and prevented them from summoning any memories. The former would have interfered with their ability to use aspect abilities, if not for the Mark of Shadows. Every member of the Shadow Clan was a master at controlling essence due to bearing the mark and undergoing extensive training, so, they were all but immune to the insidious influence of the enchanted restraints. Rain had dismissed the epithets she had assigned herself to avoid the tyrant's wrath, and was now considering her next steps. First, she looked at the rifles the assailants were carrying. It was strange to see Awakened using contemporary weapons instead of memories. Sure, while it was difficult to seriously harm a master with a bullet, Awakened themselves were far more susceptible to modern firearms. In fact, it was only marginally harder to kill them with a high-powered shot than it would be a mundane human. So, the rifles posed quite a real threat to Rain, Tamar, and the other shadows. Still, perhaps because she had spent so many years in the Dream Realm, seeing Awakened carrying modern weapons felt very strange. More than that, memories were simply a better choice, not only because they were deadlier, more powerful, and could possess potent enchantments, but also because they were far easier to carry and conceal. Rain signed a question. Why are you armed that way? It was Corsair who answered, hinting that he was in charge of this mission. Memories are unique, so they are easier to identify and trace. Anonymity is key in these matters. She considered his words for a moment. That was an unexpected, but logical perspective. But the readiness of his response was a little strange. You seem to know a lot about this stuff. Robbed many banks recently, Corsair answered calmly. It was a weird thing, but after practicing for a while, one could discern tone and emotion in the movement of the other person's shadow when communicating with shadow signs. Fleur, for example, signed softly and smoothly. The new recruit, on the other hand, signed precisely and mechanically, with the measured indifference of a finely tuned machine. Opening square bracket ... Not many. Rain and Tamar glanced at each other. Where, exactly, had her brother found this guy? He was, sort of cool. Wait, did he really rob a bank before? Come to think of it, there had indeed been a similar mission in the works. The assailants were descending into the basement of the bank, with one of them swiftly unlocking the armored doors that stood in their way from a handheld console. They seemed well prepared for the job, even if locking themselves in a bank with the government forces guaranteed to arrive and surround the building swiftly was pure madness. Rain signed another question. What is their plan, exactly? Corsair answered after a short pause. We were not told the details. One of them has a spatial movement aspect ability, though. He is their escape route. Single quote ... Wait, he must be really new. How come he uses shadow signs so confidently, then? It took her ages to learn this strange manner of communication. Was this guy a genius? That was so unfair. Rain suppressed her envy and asked the final question. So, what do we do? Shall we take them down? Corsair shifted slightly, and she could feel his cold gaze. Please don't do anything yet, princess. At least not until they reveal all their cards. Rain frowned. It was reasonable to assume that the tyrant had an ace or two up his sleeve, but what if they hurt the hostages? His response was curt. They won't. She had no choice but to believe him. So, Corsair, Fleur, and Ray were here to spy on the assailants and learn something about them, then take them down. Which meant that these were not simple criminals. Rain wanted to scratch her head, but sadly, her hands were restrained. Who, then? Misguided loyalists refusing to accept the fall of the Valor and Song regime. Disciples of some strange doomsday cult. Several of those had sprouted out of nowhere after sister-in-law made her explosive announcement. Finally, they reached the vault. This one, the tyrant's tech specialist could not unlock, so, the leader of the assailants invited Tamar forward, gesturing to the complicated lock. If you will, Lady Tamar. She stared at him coldly for a few moments, then nodded to the lowest part of the contraption. Am I supposed to scan my fingerprints while my hands are tied behind my back? Her clan had a deposit box in the vault, so her data would be stored in the bank VIP client repository. That alone would probably not unlock the door, but it would help the tech specialist deceive the system. The robbers studied her silently. Finally, the tyrant pushed one of them forward. Take the cuffs off. Then, he turned his glassy gaze back to Tamar. Please don't do anything rash, young lady. If you do, I'll start with cutting off a finger. I know that you won't be deterred by such a simple threat. Legacies can be quite stubborn, after all, but do understand that I don't mean your finger. I mean your little friend over there, and it won't end with a single finger, either. Rain instinctively clenched her fists, hiding her fingers. Tamar remained nonchalant, staring at the tyrant darkly, while Corsair tilted his head a little. Poor tyrant, he doesn't know what's coming for him. Rain almost pitied the man. The cuffs came off. Tamar walked over to the lock and unhurriedly scanned her retinas and fingerprints. Lastly, she channeled a little bit of her essence into a special spelltech pattern that lit up, recognizing it. Soon, the heavy door let out a series of low clicks and opened slowly. Far above, in the foyer of the bank, Ray was sitting on the floor among the frightened hostages. His hands were zip-tied behind his back, and there was an appropriately scared expression on his face. His eyes, however, hid a hint of boredom. The 4 robbers were watching the hostages like hawks, but no one seemed to be paying him much attention. Ray remained motionless, but, unnoticed by anyone, a black snake slowly slithered out of his sleeve. The snake coiled on the floor, then raised its triangular head. Its fangs bit into the zip tie, easily slicing it apart. Ray brought his hands forward and rubbed his wrists. Then, he reached back and picked up the snake gently. A moment later, its body rippled and turned into a razor-sharp black blade. Still ignored by everyone, Ray inhaled deeply and slowly rose from the ground. Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 2419-2419, Bank Vault. 1,108 words. Deep in the bowels of the heavily fortified bank, the massive doors of the vault opened, and the tyrant led his men inside. Rain and Tamar were forced to follow, as well, finding themselves in a... The bank vault looked nothing like what Rain had expected. In fact, it looked no different from a tastefully decorated, luxurious apartment. There was a spacious guest room with lavish furniture, video walls showing a scenic seaside landscape, and a sophisticated climate control system that imitated an invigorating breeze. Several doors led out of the guest room, opening into a beautifully furnished kitchen, a neat and cozy bedroom, a recreation room with a state-of-the-art entertainment system, a stylish parlor. There was everything a person needed to live a comfortable life here, not having to step outside at all. A woman in a muted, but fashionable business attire was standing in the middle of the guest room, looking at the tyrant with a tense expression. What is going on? Rain glanced at Tamar and Corsair furtively, but neither of them seemed surprised by the scene. The tyrant gave a nod, and his people dispersed across the luxurious apartment. The man himself, meanwhile, walked over to the woman and gave her his usual cold, glassy stare. He spoke first. Pleasure to meet you, Vault Keeper. Now, I presume there is no point in expecting your willing cooperation. The woman shook her head somberly. The tyrant chuckled. Suit yourself. Torture it is, then. She gave him a cold smile. You seem to know your basics. Then you should know that people like me are employed for a reason, as well. My aspect makes me immune to pain, so, try your worst. Rain finally understood what was happening. In hindsight, it was quite obvious. This bank was an old and prestigious one, offering its services to many prominent legacy families. And what was it that legacy clans would want to keep safe? Jewelry, precious materials, pieces of priceless art. Well, that too, but primarily, the most valuable assets legacies possessed were memories and echoes. Only awakened could own those, though. In case the heirs of a family had not undergone the awakening yet, a reliable intermediary was needed to make sure that they would receive their inheritance. Awakened led dangerous lives, after all, and could die at any moment. Parents were not always able to transfer the aspect legacy relics and valuable memories to their children themselves. Adult legacies were most likely in the habit of entrusting the heirlooms of their clan to a reliable, neutral party for safekeeping, especially before embarking on a life-threatening journey, like challenging a nightmare or participating in a war, for example. Hence the need for the bank, and for the woman who was standing in front of the tyrant with a cold smile. He had called her the Vault Keeper, but more precisely, she was the vault. She was the awakened who kept the memories and echoes entrusted to the bank in her soul. That was why she was locked underground, living in the safety of this luxurious, heavily protected apartment. And just in case someone invaded the underground safe room, the Vault Keeper possessed an aspect that negated pain, and was therefore immune to more mundane forms of torture, making it that much harder to force her to transfer the memories and echoes against her will. But, where there was a will, there was a way. Rain's expression darkened. There was probably an armored room with mundane deposit boxes somewhere here, as well, but that was not the tyrant's goal. His goal was the Vault Keeper. The man studied her silently for a moment, and then seemed to smile behind his mask. Bold words, but will you be responsible for them? We will see just how potent your aspect is soon, Vault Keeper. Are you truly immune to all pain? Does that encompass all physical pain, or do you not feel the agony of having your soul torn apart, either? What about fear? Do you not fear watching yourself be maimed and disfigured, even while not feeling anything? She pursed her lips, but remained silent, looking at him with a pale face. Yeah, no, I don't know what Corsair's mission is, but I am not going to watch an innocent woman be tortured right in front of my eyes. At that moment, the tyrant chuckled again. Well, no matter, as much as I'd love to test your limits, insolent fool, there is no time for that. So, let me introduce you to my friend. Suddenly, a whirlwind of radiant sparks surrounded him. The whirlwind was too large to manifest into a memory, which meant an echo. Suddenly, there was a sound of claws scraping against the floor. A hideous creature appeared in the spacious room, towering above the humans. It was about 3 meters tall, with a gaunt torso and long, pale limbs. Its lower limbs were long and powerful, resembling that of a frog, while its upper limbs looked almost like that of a human, apart from their deathly pallor, eerie proportions, and clawed hands. The truly appalling part was its face, though. Disgusting. A mess of slithering tentacles hung from the creature's mouth, obscuring its chest. Its eyes were large and milky white, covered by cataracts, and there were fin-like ridges crowning its head. The whole thing was moist and glistening dimly, as if the creature had just crawled from a dark pool of stagnant water. From what Rain could tell, it was an echo of a fallen devil. The Vault Keeper took an involuntary step back, while Corsair took a lazy step forward, which just so happened to put him between Rain and the echo. Coincidentally, he almost bumped shoulders with Tamar, who had done the same. What is this thing? The Vault Keeper's voice was grim. The tyrant craned his neck to look at his echo, and then turned back to the woman. This is a uniquely persuasive echo. Its powers affect the mind. Sadly, they also physically destroy the brain of the victim, but only after getting the victim to do what the master of the echo needs. So, Vault Keeper, you have a choice. You can either get to know my friend better, or hand over a memory called the Key of Ascension voluntarily. Rain lowered her head and prepared to manifest her mark into a weapon. At that moment, however, something unexpected happened. Just as lazily as he had come between her and the echo, Corsair took another step forward and plunged a black stiletto into the back of the tyrant's skull. Or rather, tried to. Strangely enough, the sharp blade simply slid off the man's head, only leaving a shallow scratch on it. Time seemed to slow down for a moment. No, what the hell? Time has literally slowed down. Corsair sighed. Ray, now, and then, everything around them was suddenly plunged into darkness. Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 2420-2420, Uncharted Territory. 1,266 words. A few minutes earlier, Ray rose from the floor and studied the four awakened robbers guarding the hostages. His dormant aspect ability did not make him invisible, but it did make him hard to notice. People and nightmare creatures both paid him little attention, and his presence was very subtle. Still, there was a limit to that ability. He could take one of the bandits down, but unless he was careful, the rest would immediately notice it. Even if they did not notice Ray himself, they would see one of their own going down. His targets, after all, did not possess the same power. 4 of them, awakened, were unpredictable and often possessed tricky aspects, but usually, taking down 4 would not pose a problem to Ray, not after the training he had received in the Shadow Clan, at least. Taking them down quietly and while making sure that no hostage was harmed, however, was a different matter. He looked at the black blade in his hand, then sighed and placed it on the ground. A moment later, Ray was gone. In moments like these, his best friend was a distraction. Nothing happened for a dozen seconds, and then, one of the hostages suddenly reeled back and screamed. Snake, snake. The 4 robbers simultaneously turned to the source of the disturbance, aiming their rifles up. The man was awkwardly trying to crawl back, even though there was nothing in front of him. The robbers glanced at each other and then headed toward him. Well, 3 of them did, at least. The one furthest away from the shouting hostage, and therefore behind the line of sight of his allies, suddenly found an arm wrapping around his neck. Ray got the man in a chokehold and squeezed with vicious strength, putting him to sleep. Since he made no noise whatsoever, and everyone's attention was focused on the frightened hostage, no one noticed him gently laying the unconscious robber on the floor. The other 3, meanwhile, reached their destination. They looked at the pale hostage, and then, one of them said in an angry tone. Shut the hell up, moron. There's nothing here. The hostage, however, shook his head. No, there was a snake here just a moment ago. I swear. The robber sighed and opened his mouth to curse at the tied-up man. It was then that a black snake suddenly slithered up his body and wrapped itself around his neck. Its mouth opened, and a chilling hiss resounded in the foyer. What the? The other robbers were starting to raise their rifles, but just then, Ray appeared near one of them, bringing down an alloy stanchion, which he had scavenged nearby, onto his head. The man toppled like a tree, and by the time his partner jerked the barrel of the rifle in that direction, there was no one there. Ray's awakened ability, on the other hand, did allow him to become invisible, even if there were some limitations to that ability as well. In any case, he only needed half a second to reach the remaining robber, this time. Ray ruthlessly kicked him in the stomach, grabbed his rifle to prevent it from accidentally going off, and then slammed his knee into the man's chin as he bent down from the initial blow. By then, his mark had already dealt with the robber it had been strangling. All 4 bandits were down, laying on the floor in motionless heaps. The black snake slithered across the floor and climbed up his leg, disappearing into his sleeve a moment later. Ray looked at the hostages, who were staring at him in shock and fear. He remained still for a moment, then raised a hand and brought his index finger to his lips, as if telling them to be quiet. Then, he suddenly disappeared, leaving only 4 motionless bodies in his wake. Now, all he needed to do was get to the bank's grid control room and wait for Corsair's signal. Fleur was also in the vault, and while Ray was not happy about being separated from her during a dangerous mission, he knew that she could fend for herself. His sweetheart was a healer, yes, but she had received the same training he did. Plus, Rain and Tamar were there as well. Only I am stuck running boring chores. Sighing bitterly, he remembered the blueprints of the bank they had studied in advance and rushed to the grid control center. June listened to the exchange between the vault keeper and the tyrant without showing any interest in it. Of course, in truth, he was following the conversation quite intently. 6 awakened combatants, 1 master. The situation was not great, but it was not terrible either. As long as the Ascended was taken down swiftly, the rest were not going to pose a problem. Of course, June was not going to attack the enemy master before learning what, exactly, had the man come here to steal. Then, the tyrant went and summoned a fallen echo. That spoiled June's mood somewhat, but not by much. Nothing really changed. Quickly killing the leader of the zealots was still his primary goal. When the tyrant died, his echo would disappear with him. His first mission as a member of the Shadow Clan was truly quite precarious. June was supposed to learn what the cult was searching for and take the zealots down, despite the fact that their leader was an Ascended. At the same time, he had to make sure that the hostages weren't hurt, or at least not hurt too badly. The decision on how far the zealots were allowed to go was left to his discretion. Take the vault keeper, for example. Was he supposed to let the tyrant torture her? Or would that be crossing the line? Usually, June would have had strict parameters for a job, but the Shadow Clan gave its members a lot of autonomy. He was not merely a hired gun anymore. He was expected to exercise his own judgment and make decisions that would benefit the clan of his own accord. Which was already uncharted territory, and now there was also an unpredictable VIP added to the equation. The princess. Worse still, the enemy was in possession of a fallen echo. The question of whether or not June would allow the vault keeper to be tortured was moot now. The tyrant had decided to go straight for murder. The murderous zealot, meanwhile, was speaking once again. Quote. So, vault keeper, you have a choice. You can either get to know my friend better, or hand over a memory called the Key of Ascension voluntarily. June smiled slightly behind the mask. Ah, thank you kindly. The man just offered June the name of the memory the cult was searching for. Which meant that June did not need him alive anymore. Suppressing his killing intent, some enemies were quite sensitive to it. June took a step forward while manifesting his mark into a weapon and stabbed it into the tyrant's skull. There was no warning, no indication that he would attack. Just a swift and ruthless strike that was supposed to end the zealot's life. But that was the thing about fighting Awakened. Awakened were very hard to predict. The moment his weapon met the enemy's head, it felt as if he was trying to pierce metal. The bastard must have possessed a powerful defensive aspect. Well, crap. June activated his own Awakened ability, slowing down time. Ray, now, somewhere far away, Ray heard his voice through a special communication memory shared between the 3 members of the team and cut the power. The artificial lights, the video walls, the climate control systems, everything in the vault that needed power to function was immediately disabled, plunging the spacious room into utter darkness. And darkness was the territory of the shadows. Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave, Chapter 2421-2421, in slow motion. 1,185 words. June possessed quite a strange aspect. His dormant aspect ability was subtle, but versatile and very useful. It made him exceptionally observant. His senses were sharper than those of most people, and he could discern many things that others would not notice. More than that, time seemed to slow down around him when he was focused or full of adrenaline, but that was merely an illusion. In truth, time flowed at its usual pace, and it was rather June's ability to perceive and assess his surroundings that outpaced it. In other words, he saw the movements of his enemies in slow motion. June was moving just as slowly, since his speed was not given a corresponding boost. However, he had more time to perceive what his enemies were doing and come up with the best possible countermeasures. Added to his already excellent observation skills and conditioning, that made him seem like someone with an impossibly quick reaction speed and insidiously keen judgment. As a side effect, June had earned a reputation of a man with ice flowing through his veins, since he never flinched and was never startled, remaining completely unfazed no matter what happened. His dormant aspect ability had saved his hide countless times. It had always been powerful, and after years of specialized training, June learned to draw out its full potential. His awakened aspect ability, however, was anything but straightforward. It allowed him to actually slow time down. Well, not quite. Rather, it allowed him to slow down things, people, and creatures. There was a catch, though. His ability targeted an area instead of an entity, and within that area, different things were affected differently. Those more powerful than him would be slowed down less than those of equal power to his own, while those weaker than him would be slowed down more. Additionally, only their bodies would be affected, while their ability to perceive and assess information would remain the same. Inanimate objects and phenomena, meanwhile, were slowed down the most. June was not immune to his own ability, either, which meant that he had to use it cautiously and with foresight. He could cast it in front of himself to slow down a speeding bullet and step out of its path, for example, or to escape an explosion. But if he wanted to engage a powerful enemy in melee, slowing them both down would be the death of him. After all, he would be affected more than his foe. Still, once his backstab failed to kill the tyrant, June plunged the entire vault into the mire of slowed time to give Ray enough time to cut the power. Once darkness swallowed the entire bank, the shadows received a decisive advantage against the enemy. June made a sign, telegraphing his intent. Tyrant. At the same time, Tamar of Sorrow made one, as well. Echo. In the next moment, June deactivated his awakened ability, and the underground vault exploded into chaos. Corsair. The tyrant's voice thundered in the darkness, full of murderous wrath, and something else entirely. In fact, it was a full-blown sonic attack. Luckily, June had already disappeared from his previous position, so he was not caught in the destructive shockwave. Fleur dashed forward, grabbing the vault keeper and pushing her to the ground. Tamar of Sorrow had already destroyed her restraints and exploded forward with stunning speed. The young woman seemed to step on air as she soared above the fallen devil. Her mark of shadows assumed the shape of a black greatsword, and she brought it down on the towering creature's appalling head with a spin. The princess took a leisurely step to the side, putting the mass of the lumbering echo between herself and the awakened robbers, then opened her mouth as if to say something. The zealots opened fire. You absolute idiots. June wasted a whole fraction of a second to bemoan the lack of professional standards the wannabe outlaws were displaying. Who the hell fired blindly in a closed space? Sure, neither the tyrant nor his echo would be harmed by mundane bullets, but the 6 awakened henchmen could easily shoot each other instead of their enemies. And indeed, none of the bullets hit their marks. Fleur and the vault keeper were on the floor. Tamar of Sorrow was 3 meters above ground. Princess Rain was protected by the mass of the towering echo, while June was protected by the tyrant. The ascended zealot had already turned around, so a few bullets hit him in the back of the head, ricocheting away with metallic ringing. Stop firing, you! Before he could finish the sentence, June crashed into him like a battering ram. His goal right now was to separate the tyrant from the rest of the shadows and bring him as far away from the princess as possible. So, he grabbed the man and allowed momentum to carry them both in the direction of the nearest wall. They struck it with devastating force, breaking through. June had known all along that while the outer walls of the vault were heavily armored and even protected by runic sorcery, the ones separating the rooms inside were merely decorative. So, he and the tyrant fell into the vault keeper's parlor in a rain of debris. As they fell, June stabbed the ascended man 3 times, 1 time in the neck, 1 time between the ribs, and 1 time in the inner thigh, hoping to cut at least one of the arteries. Sadly, the tyrant's entire body seemed to be protected by the mysterious aspect ability. June's black stiletto scraped harmlessly against the man's skin, failing to pierce it. Perhaps a more powerful weapon would have done the job, but June was an awakened, and therefore, his mark of shadows was only as powerful as an awakened weapon would have been. Blast it. Usually, summoning memories would have been a bad decision in this situation, not only because memories took time to manifest, but also because they came into existence as whirlwinds of radiant sparks. Members of the Shadow Clan thrived in darkness, though, so illuminating themselves in such a manner was unwise. That was why the memories forged for them by the Lord of Shadows manifested from strings of darkness instead. Some of them, weapons in particular, could be summoned instantly, as well. Sadly, June found himself unable to summon memories. The world seemed to slow down as he came to terms with the sudden revelation, contemplated possible reasons, and came to a probable conclusion. It seemed like the enchanted restraints placed on awakened hostages were not enchanted at all. Rather, they were merely meant to mask someone's aspect ability. The tyrant's aspect ability, most likely. The man could suppress the flow of essence, thus interfering with the aspect abilities of other awakened and preventing them from summoning memories. So, what was June supposed to do if his weapon could not pierce the ascended zealot's flesh, and he could not summon a different blade? The tyrant's mask had been destroyed by the sonic attack, revealing his chiseled face. He opened his mouth, beginning to say something. It had the potential to be a taunt, or another sonic blast. Having considered his options, June swung his fist and punched the master in the face. Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 2422-2422, Shadows vs. Zealots, Fight. 1183 words. Striking the tyrant with a fist felt like striking armored alloy, which was not too bad, since June had had the unfortunate experience of tearing through an APC or two with his bare hands before. No matter how strong an Ascended was, they were still beholden to the laws of physics. The tyrant was thrown down, the back of his head cracking the floor. Before he could recover, June struck him again, and then again, and again. His arms moved like pistons, his fists falling down like hydraulic power hammers. He could not stab the enemy to death, so blunt force trauma and concussive force were the next best thing. June put as much strength as he could muster into each punch, making sure not to shatter his own bones in the process. Being a member of the Shadow Clan was not without its perks, but there were drawbacks as well. Perhaps the most significant of them was that servants of the Dark Lord did not belong to the Flame Domain anymore, and were therefore devoid of Changing Star's grace. Miraculous flames were not going to descend to soothe their pain and heal their wounds, so they always had to be cautious. More cautious than those who walked in the light were, at least. Come on. The tyrant seemed a little dazed, but not at all as hurt as June had hoped he would be. Worse still, the man was already coming to his senses. There was blood pouring from his nose and from his mouth, where a tooth or two must have been dislodged, but his eyes had regained their murderous glint. 3 seconds had already passed since the moment the power was cut, even if it felt like much longer. That meant that things were about to get far more difficult for the shadows. It took some time to summon memories, but those of them that produced light were usually the simplest and weakest of them, which meant that they could be summoned swiftly. If even one of the zealots had reacted quickly, the darkness that gave June and his people a decisive advantage could be dispelled at any moment. But June had to concentrate on the tyrant. Now that the man had regained his senses, trying to crack his skull with a barrage of blows was not an option anymore. Engaging a master in hand-to-hand combat was a perilous idea at the best of times, but trying to grapple one was pure suicide. So, June disengaged and jumped back, activating his awakened ability once again to slow the tyrant down. His essence felt sluggish, but his control of it was refined enough to break through the unknown hex. The Ascended Zealot still moved with a speed that left June appalled, jumping to his feet and summoning a whirlwind of sparks to illuminate his surroundings. To June, the countless sparks seemed to drift slowly through the air. He studied his enemy. The tyrant was older than he had assumed, his unshaven face pale and harsh. His equipment was mundane, offering no additional protection. Being stabbed, shot in the back of the head, slammed through a wall, and repeatedly punched in the face did not seem to have affected him in any significant manner. Blood flowing from his nose and his mouth was going to compromise his breathing, though. The man was left-handed, but his right eye was the dominant one. He also protected his left side slightly, most likely subconsciously, hinting at an old wound that was still letting itself be known, or at least a psychological habit. Not much to work with. June sighed, deactivated his awakened aspect ability, and lunged forward. Outside the devastated parlor, many things had happened in these 3 long seconds. The fallen devil had lost half of its tentacle and was pushed to the corner of the room by Tamar's furious assault. Her black greatsword was a memory forged for her by Sunny himself. Its enchantments were quite perplexing, making the brutish weapon exponentially deadlier the faster its wielder was moving and granting it far greater power if the wielder was completely airborne, not touching the ground at all. That and the element of surprise allowed Tamar to push the towering echo back. Now, however, the devil had regained its wits and was about to launch a counterattack. Rain, meanwhile, had used the first second to assign herself an epithet. As an awakened, she could maintain 2 at the same time, so she granted the same epithet to Fleur, too. It was quite a simple one. Bulletproof. Fleur. Now, as the vault keeper pressed herself into the floor, the 2 young women rushed toward the robbers. The darkness was only broken by the muzzle flashes and ethereal glow of swirling sparks of light, so the enemies could not really aim at them. Still, 6 automatic rifles produced a lot of bullets. Rain was hit in the shoulder. Despite the epithet she had assigned herself, she was not entirely bulletproof. A direct hit from a heavy railgun would have probably punched right through her body. She would not have been able to protect a mundane person from being killed by less destructive firearms, either. After all, it was not in the nature of mundane people to be immune to bullets. But she was an awakened instead. Awakened did possess some measure of resistance to mundane weapons, so the epithet she had given herself did not have to fundamentally change her nature. It simply had to enhance a quality that she already possessed, so the effect was more than potent enough to allow her to shrug off the hit and continue to move forward as if nothing had happened. The same held true for Fleur, even if the epithet assigned to her was not tied to a true name, and was therefore less effective. Both of them reached the zealots in one piece. What happened next was quite predictable. Rain and Fleur were exceptionally skilled awakened warriors with fully saturated cores and rich, dreadful experience of fighting a war in Godgrave under their belts. More than that, they could see in the dark, while their enemies could not. The only difficulty was that Rain could not kill their opponents, and had to subdue them while keeping everyone alive instead. The robbers were already summoning luminous memories, as well, and yet, none of them managed to benefit from that light. By the time the first lantern manifested itself into existence, all 6 assailants were already either dead or unconscious. Rain and Fleur had bulldozed through them at stunning speed, moving as swiftly and subtly as real shadows would. All in all, it took them no more than 6 seconds. And on the 7th second, Tamar hissed, stepping on air to push herself back. The echo still managed to reach her with its claws, sending the young woman rolling across the floor. At the same time, Corsair was tossed through the broken wall. Instead of crushing into the ground, however, he spun and landed on his feet, regaining his balance a split second later with an inexplicable level of nonchalance. The tyrant and his echo faced the 4 shadows, sending a shiver running down Rain's spine. I better think of something fast. Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 2423-2423, Silence is Golden. 960 words. The tyrant walked out of the ruined parlor like a sinister spirit, 3 luminous memories igniting above his shoulders and above his head like 3 eyes of a ferocious monster. His black fatigues were covered in dust, and his face was smeared in blood. His glassy eyes were gleaming with cold, murderous wrath. Walking over to stand side by side with his echo, he looked at the 3 shadows darkly. The vault keeper moved to stand behind them, shielding her eyes from the bright light. 4 awakened against a master and an echo of a fallen devil. They glanced at each other. Should we stall to give Ray an opportunity to get down here? Rain hesitated for a moment. She did not know the plan of Corsair's team, but was pretty sure that Ray had dealt with the 4 henchmen the robbers had left to guard the hostages by now. The young man was not the most formidable fighter of their cohort, but he was its hidden weapon. He was exceptionally deadly, often striking from the shadows to bring down enemies much more powerful than him. However, the tyrant's potent defensive aspect ability would make it hard for Ray to kill him in a single strike. More than that, they would have to engage the Ascended Man in conversation to stall for time. And Rain had a feeling that letting the tyrant talk would be a big mistake. What to do? Corsair shifted slightly, taking something off his belt. Rain's eyes widened slightly when she recognized what the tall man was gripping in both hands. Gee, grenades. What was he planning to do? And what kind of awakened carried grenades around, anyway? She had only seen them in movies before. Corsair seemed to smile coldly behind his devilish mask. Tamar raised her greatsword slightly, preparing to dash forward. Fleur braced herself, shielding the vault keeper with her body. The tyrant opened his mouth and froze in confusion, failing to make a sound. Well, of course he failed. After all, Rain had assigned him an epithet just then. The tyrant became the mute tyrant. Ouch. Forcefully placing an epithet on an unwilling Ascended was difficult, strenuous, and burned through her essence with dire speed on top of that. The sinister master would most likely shake the effects off in a moment or two, but that was all right. Because Rain was not done yet. She wanted to try something else, as well. Turning to the echo, she concentrated and named it, turning it from a nameless echo into the gross friend of the mute tyrant. And then, she assigned an epithet to the echo, connecting it to the given name. This one was quite simple, and did not go against the nature of the echo at all. In fact, it was reliant on its nature. Just like that, the gross friend of the mute tyrant became the dismissed gross friend of the mute tyrant. Be gone. Rain poured her essence and willpower into the epithet, praying that this unconventional application of her aspect would work. And did it. A moment later, the echo exploded into a whirlwind of sparks, pouring back into the tyrant's soul. Attack. The gross echo was not destroyed, merely dismissed. So, the Ascended Bandit could easily summon it again. It would take some time to manifest the hideous devil for the second time, though. They had to finish the tyrant before that happened. The sinister master was, without a doubt, surprised by the sudden vanishing of his echo. The shadows, however, were accustomed to all kinds of strange and inexplicable things. After all, they came from the Dark City, where the Lord of Shadows reigned. Rain's brother was a weirdo to put all other weirdos to shame. If he proclaimed himself to be the second most bizarre person in the world, 2 worlds, even, no one would dare to claim the first place. So, they reacted instantly. Tamar exploded forward, turning into a blur. Corsair was not far behind, with Rain and Fleur following. 4 black weapons were aimed at the tyrant's vital points. Well, Rain aimed a little off the mark, knowing that she would not be able to hit him where it counted. However, even caught by surprise, a master was still a master. The tyrant moved with terrible speed, dodging Tamar despite her awakened ability. In the next moment, his hands shot forward to grab her neck, then, both of them slowed down, as if caught in a mire. The tyrant was reaching toward Tamar, who was dodging away. Her hair fluttered in the wind, rippling slowly. Her hands shifted slowly on the hilt of the black greatsword, pushing and pulling to turn its massive blade around. The blade was mere centimeters away from the Ascended Bandit's torso, but at the speed it was moving, he would not be cut any time soon. Then, Corsair slammed into the tyrant, throwing them both back. Time resumed its usual flow, and the 2 men hit the floor a dozen meters away from the rest of them. Something rang as it rolled on the floor. Those were the safety pins of the grenades. Rain's eyes widened. You crazy. At the last moment, Corsair managed to push himself away, sliding back across the floor. Still, when the grenades detonated, he was no more than a couple of meters away from the explosion. The tyrant was suddenly enveloped in light and flame. The flame, the shrapnel, the shockwave moved slowly, however, blooming in all directions like a strange, beautiful, radiant flower. Corsair was right in front of the slowly exploding ring of fire and shrapnel, his kneeling figure countered against it sharply. Bastard. Something moved within the flame. A master was not going to be killed by a couple of mundane grenades, of course. He was not even going to be seriously hurt by them. Unless Rain got involved. Dismissing the mute epithet, she assigned 2 new ones to the slow, combustible tyrant. Then, she opened her mouth and spoke the true name of fire. Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 24242424. The word is mightier than the grenade. 1054 words. The flames suddenly grew in intensity, and a wave of unbearable heat washed over the bank vault. The figure imprisoned in the slowly blooming explosion shuddered and convulsed, a strangely distorted scream reaching Rain's ears. She knew that the tyrant was not going to be killed by the flames. The very fact that she had been able to speak the name of fire proved it. Her flaw would have prevented her from channeling it otherwise. However, he would definitely be hurt by the explosion. A lot. Not only was the tyrant more susceptible to being burned because of the epithet she had assigned him, but her other epithet synergized with Corsair's aspect, slowing the burning master down even more. The man himself rolled away from the explosion, escaping it entirely. Jumping to his feet near Rain, he gazed at her with his piercing blue eyes and said evenly from under his hideous mask. I thought you were a pacifist. Rain smiled brilliantly. I am. With that, she turned to the burning master and dismissed the combustible epithet, replacing it with another one. Hyperalgesic, extremely sensitive to pain. Rain was not going to admit why she even knew that word, but she did. And as a result, the strangely distorted scream turned into a strangely distorted howl. Corsair stared at her with his calm blue eyes. But, did Rain imagine it, or had the tall man shivered slightly? Surely, it was just her imagination. Some time later, the commotion was over. The robbers, who had turned out to be zealots, were unconscious and restrained. The badly burned corpse of the tyrant was covered by a sheet. Rain had not killed him, of course. Like the peaceful and harmless person that she was, she simply made him wail and convulse in agony while Tamar and Corsair finished the job. She had suggested sparing the murderous zealot and merely knocking him out, even, but Corsair had other ideas. She could understand his decision, as well. The awakened criminals were already difficult to contain, but imprisoning an unhinged master demanded a wealth of resources the government did not possess. The government was barely holding the world from falling apart as it was. In any case, the lockdown was lifted from the bank. Corsair, Ray, and Fleur disappeared without a trace, while Rain and Tamar stayed behind to have a talk with the government forces. Tamar's status as a legacy and a former centurion of the 7th Royal Legion would come in handy to explain how a dozen awakened criminals and an ascended mastermind ended in their current pitiful state. After checking on the hostages and releasing them from the restraints, the two of them walked outside. As they waited for the police to arrive in front of the bank's doors, Rain looked around, her gaze lingering on the graffiti marring the walls for a moment. She sighed. NQSC had really changed. In the past, there would not have been graffiti in such a prestigious district. Especially one lacking any artistic value. Just a mess of letters drawn in faded paint. There would not have been crazed zealots robbing banks, either. She looked at Tamar. Hey, we did not just happen to be in that bank by accident, did we? Tamar gave her an impassive stare. Eventually, though, she shrugged. Maybe. Rain raised a hand and flicked her on the forehead. I knew it. Why, though, don't get me wrong, I do not mind foiling a bank robbery. Actually, it was kind of exciting. But I am so busy today, I have to speak in front of a large crowd in an hour. She made a pitiful face. Tamar glanced at her, remained silent for a few moments, then sighed. Your brother is preoccupied at the moment. So, Aiko asked me to evaluate Corsair's performance and back his team up if necessary. Granted, she probably did not expect that I'd take you with me. Rain chuckled. So why did you? Tamar looked at her with the usual stern frown. I mean, you're kind of hard to get rid of, you know. A rare smile illuminated her face, and she looked away. Plus, I wanted you to see Corsair in action and get your opinion. I am assembling a cohort to challenge the second nightmare, you know. I had my eye on him, but needed to make sure that he'll fit. Rain smiled, as well. And what do you think? Will he fit? Tamar nodded. Sure, Astarion will fit just fine. Rain blinked. Huh, had she heard wrong? What did you say? Tamar looked at her in confusion. I said that Corsair will fit just fine. Why? Rain tilted her head a little. Ah, I think you misspoke. She pointed to the wall. That graffiti must have been on your mind, huh? There, someone had written in large, bold letters. Astarion. What's an Astarion, anyway? Tamar studied the graffiti for a moment, as if noticing it only now, then frowned and shook her head. No idea. Sounds a bit familiar, I guess. Somewhere far away, sirens broke the silence. Rain patted Tamar on the shoulder. Well, you'll deal with it. I have an academic report to make. Turning around, she started to walk away. The strange word got stuck in her mind, repeating itself like an earworm. Astarion, Astarion, Astarion. In a hallway in Ravenheart, Sunny stopped and leaned on the wall. He had just remembered receiving a report about the bank robbery, and Rain's participation in it. She did what? Rain, cooked a master alive. Alive being the key word. And she had forcefully dismissed an echo, too. Apparently, that was something his sister was capable of, now. According to the report, she had been inspired to try something like that after seeing the Cook Master's aspect ability, which allowed him to prevent Awaken from summoning memories. If someone could interfere with summoning memories, why wouldn't someone be able to interfere with dismissing them? No, but why the hell is she going around getting into fights with masters, in the first place? He had turned away for a minute, not even that. 1/7 of him had turned away. Sunny huffed and puffed, angry that Rain had been put in the position where she had to face a hostile ascended. And with barely anyone, except for 4 elite agents of the Shadow Clan, present to protect her. What have I assigned Quentin to Bastion for? Could he not have followed her to NQSC? Shaking his head, Sunny continued walking. I need to have a serious talk with Aiko about that incident. But just then, another memory from the past few weeks surfaced in his mind. Sunny froze, then let out a hollow laugh. What did Aiko do? Huh, share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 2425-2425, Aiko's Day Off. 1,335 words. Aiko studied the sky thoughtfully. The sky was vast, blue, and full of sunlight. White clouds were drifting across its peaceful azure expanse like cotton candy, carried by warm winds. She was pleased. Ah, finally, it was nice to see the light of day again after spending so long on the forgotten shore. The starless void of its orphan sky was black and cold, with not even a moon to keep it company. Poor thing, the land itself was devoid of warmth and light, as well. It was quiet and tranquil, but not exactly vibrant. So, visiting Bastion was something Aiko had been looking forward to very much. Not the least of all because people could actually appreciate her stylish outfit here. Members of the Shadow Clan could see in the dark, true, but they had trouble discerning colors, everything was a shade of gray for them. Most could not tell silk from satin, either, let alone appreciate the nuances of exquisite fashion. Now that Aiko was finally wealthy enough to afford the finer things of life, leaving her wonderful ensembles unappreciated was a despicable crime. Feeling fierce and invincible in her white silk blouse, black skirt, flawlessly fitted vest, and tastefully embroidered blazer, she walked down the streets of the castle with determined steps. Her sharp heels sang as they hit the cobblestones, and her hair fluttered in the wind. All items of her ensemble were bespoke. The vest and the blazer were detailed tastefully with silver thread, which added to the subtle gleam of silver buttons and cufflinks, the latter set with onyx gemstones. Her shoes were made from lacquered black leather, with large silver buckles creating a fascinating contrast with the dainty black bows above. Aiko chose not to wear any jewelry, knowing that it would only cheapen her look, well, except for a few charms hidden under her blouse for protection. She looked sophisticated, she looked chic, and most importantly, she looked exceedingly affluent. Anyone who knew anything would recognize just how exorbitantly expensive each item of her stylish ensemble was. Those who knew a thing or two about fashion, meanwhile, would be amazed to recognize the subdued cut of her outfit for what it was. The ensemble Aiko wore was not just any random arrangement of complementary clothes. It was actually a tasteful reimagining of the suit Morgan of Valor had worn to the last ever Valor Ball, designed and sewn by the same tailor, who was supposed to have retired after the fall of the Sword Domain. That was why it had cost Aiko a fortune. Worth it, she grinned, almost missing a large puddle in front of her. Her beautiful shoe was about to touch the dirty water when the petite girl floated into the air, gliding gracefully to the dry cobblestones on the other side. Landing softly, she turned around and smiled triumphantly. Not today, puddle. Ignoring the stares of the passers-by, she raised her chin and continued on her way with confident, albeit quite modest in length, strides. Reaching one of the inner walls of the castle, Aiko floated to the battlements instead of passing through a nearby gate. Standing there, she enjoyed the view of the glistening lake and of the great city beyond. Bastion had grown tremendously since the first time she saw it. Back then, when Aiko was a youth who had just escaped the Forgotten Shore, there was not even a city on the shores of the lake. Every awakened sheltered by the great citadel, including her and Kai, lived within the castle. There was nothing but ash and nightmare creatures waiting for them beyond its walls. Things were different now, of course. Bastion sprawled around the lake, with no end in sight. The city was vast and immense, sheltering close to 100 million people. Unlike the claustrophobic cities of Earth, which endlessly grew upward or burrowed into the ground to stay within the narrow confines of defensive barriers, it stretched in all directions freely. The buildings of Bastion were relatively low, not only because building towering human hives in the dream realm, where most of modern technology turned useless, was all but impossible unless sorcery or people with powerful utility aspects were involved, but also because there was no need to build them high. Aiko liked it better. She liked looking up and not feeling crushed by the looming mass of alloy and concrete, or crimson coral, and breathing in the vastness of the sky with a full chest. Of course, sustaining a city of such size in the dream realm was no easy task. In fact, the rate with which Bastion had sprouted from the ash was nothing short of impossible. If not for the countless awakened working day and night to build homes for the refugees of Antarctica and new settlers, none of it would have been here. The city was at capacity and tearing at the seams, though. These days, most of the settlers were channeled to other citadels across the vast reaches of the former Sword Domain, while those in the west traveled along the River of Tears to settle down in one of the human strongholds situated in its basin. There were countless problems to be solved in Bastion. It was all boiling and changing, taking shape and crumbling, always one step away from complete collapse. Which meant that there were countless opportunities to be reaped. Aiko was not the same youth anymore, either. She had changed, too. She had gone from running a gambling den in the Bright Castle to running the entirety of the Dark City, as well as the powerful shadow organization dwelling there. Naturally, there's the boss, but let's be honest here. That walking calamity can't even manage himself. I mean, how did he manage to lose one of his incarnations? Who does that? Who has incarnations, and who goes around losing them? Aiko scoffed and prepared to glide off the wall. At that moment, however, a polite voice interrupted her. Excuse me, my lady, flying is forbidden in the inner rings of the city. Turning her head, Aiko tried to look at the awakened guards who had approached her while patrolling the wall. Sadly, she had to crane her neck to actually look them in the eye. So, instead, she floated up until she could look down at them snobbishly. Good to know, thank you. However, I am obviously floating, not flying. The guard who had spoken to her blinked. What is the difference? Aiko gave him a confused look and did not respond immediately, as if stunned into silence by the question. Eventually, she said, velocity. Velocity is the difference. She floated with the help of the awakened ability, and pushed herself with the help of her dormant ability. So, her speed had never been too great. The guards glanced at each other. The other one shook his head. No, as stated by the regulations regarding unconventional spatial movement, flying is constituted by aerial movement with the help of a self-generated directional force, while floating and gliding are constituted by the lack of said directional force. You were obviously flying, my lady. I am deeply sorry, but we will have to fine you. It is really a small sum. Aiko smiled dangerously. Oh, well, in that case, by all means, over my dead body. They wanted to fine her. In their dreams, the guards stared at her with lost expressions. Excuse me, Aiko crossed her arms haughtily. Do you even know who I am? They studied her expensive outfit for a few moments, then frowned. No, we don't. We have no idea. But what does that? Aiko smiled brilliantly. Wonderful. With that, she allowed the wind to carry her over the lip of the wall and glided swiftly toward the crowds of people below. After all, since they had no idea who she was, they would not be able to find her in the city of 100 million people. The guards were so shocked that they were a second too late to react. Hey, wait a moment. But Aiko was already gone, enjoying the beautiful boon of anonymity. Directional force, directional force. Bah, how silly, as if I'll allow myself to lose money over something like that. Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 2426-2426, The Fine Nuances of Printing Money. 1,241 words. Bastion was too vast now to travel across it on foot. Granted, Aiko's destination was not far from the lakeshore. Leaving the ferry, she thought about hailing a carriage, but then stumbled upon a shop window and became enthralled, staring at the displayed items with gleaming eyes. It occurred to Aiko that she had made a terrible mistake when choosing her outfit. Living in the darkness of the Dark City must have messed with her fashion sense. After all, she had gotten so used to only seeing the world in shades of gray that she neglected to add a splash of color to her ensemble. Ah, what an oversight. Aiko was utterly mortified. That red scarf, those ruby cufflinks, those shoes with scarlet soles. No, she couldn't. After all, her outfit was an homage to the criminally underappreciated icon of fashion, Morgan of Valor herself, not a shameless imitation. Morgan had those stunning vermilion eyes, which held the entire ensemble together. That was why her outfits went well with red accents and ruby accessories. Aiko, sadly, did not have vermilion eyes. Her eyes were brown, so, blue, green, no, those won't go well with silver. Pink, how about purple? She glared at the store window, almost burning a hole in it. In the past, when Aiko was poor and destitute, long before her awakening, even, she had spent countless hours in front of shop windows like this one, staring at beautiful things that she knew would only be hers in her fantasies. But now, she was not one for window shopping. Why stare at windows when she could buy anything she wanted in the shop, or even buy the shop itself? Walking inside the boutique, she gave the staff a neutral look. The professionals immediately evaluated her clothes, accessories, and general appearance. A moment later, their expressions changed, and bright smiles illuminated their faces. My lady, welcome. Aiko allowed a corner of her mouth to curl upward. Ah, being rich is really the best. Then, she raised her hand and pointed to a shelf. This, and this one, as well, also that one, and that one, and that one over there. She lost track of time. After a while, a mountain of colorful boxes was in front of her, and the smiles of the staff grew so wide that their faces were on the verge of cracking. That would be 100 coins, my lady. Aiko produced her coin purse, untied it, and emptied it onto the counter. The clerk's eyes glinted sharply. Hers did, as well. Now came the important part, haggling. Of course, as civilized and refined people, they were not going to haggle over the price of purchased items. Instead, they had to haggle over the price of her money. Aiko pointed to her coins. As you can see, these are prime condition Ravenheart coins. So, I am willing to pay 50 of those. The clerk smiled pleasantly. Ah, but the quality of recently minted Ravenheart coins is not as superior as it used to be. Even if it was, surely, they would not be twice as valuable, maybe a tenth more valuable, at best. I am very sorry to say this, my lady, but I can't surrender these beautiful things to you for less than 90 of these coins. Coins minted in Bastion and Ravenheart were supposed to be identical, containing a set amount of soul essence. But the way they were minted and infused with essence was not completely precise. Different mints, and even different batches from the same mint, produced slightly different results. Ravenheart coins were generally more valuable, although that too depended on many factors. Aiko raised her hand and shook a finger. Oh, but your eyesight must not be sharp. It seems that you failed to notice that these coins over there are not merely Ravenheart coins. They are in fact Song domain coins in pristine condition. Come to think of it, I think I failed to notice that as well. My, how silly of me. So, I am willing to part with 40 of these beautiful coins. The clerk's face paled in fear. How did 50 coins turn into 40? Wasn't she supposed to increase the price instead? Worst of all, he could not even dispute this tiny girl's logic. Apart from the coins minted in Bastion and Ravenheart these days, there also remained coins minted by the Fallen Song and Sword domains. Their quality was not that superior to the modern coinage, in fact, it was inferior in most regards. And yet, they were quite a bit more valuable, for no other reason than that they were much rarer. Since the two domains had only minted money for a few years before disappearing into the annals of history, there would never be a new batch of Song and Sword coins produced by humans. Their number was limited, and plummeting swiftly. After all, essence coins could be consumed to get a boost of essence in a difficult situation. So, their rarity alone inflated their value. People were strange creatures that way, seeing value in things that lacked it simply because other people would not be able to possess them, as well. The clerk gulped. 40. No, I couldn't. After all, we are all Bastion natives here. Those pesky Song coins are not welcomed here. His voice did not sound confident. Aiko smiled triumphantly. Money doesn't stink, you know. But actually, I bet carrying all these coins would be cumbersome for you. How about I pay with something else? Suddenly, a different coin appeared between her fingers. That one was larger and heavier, entirely black, and etched with a symbol of a coiled serpent. The clerk's eyes widened drastically. Is that a shadow coin? He reached forward with a trembling hand. Aiko grinned, retracting her own. Indeed, it is. So, how about I pay with only one? The clerk hesitated for a few moments. If the old domain coins were valuable, then shadow coins were extremely so. Nobody knew where they came from and who was minting them, but everyone wanted to possess one. That was because they were not essence coins. Instead, they were fragment coins. Consuming them did not grant awakened essence, and instead granted them a soul fragment, or even a few, if the coin was of a high denomination. Of course, there were easier ways to obtain soul fragments. Purchasing a soul shard, for example, was far more attainable than hunting down the elusive shadow coins. But it was exactly that elusiveness, that mystique, and that great rarity that made them true treasures. The shadow coins, of course, were produced by the Dark Castle, the marvelous mimic, and did not cost Aiko anything. All she had to do to get them was keep the mimic on a steady diet of harrowing nightmare creatures, which was a great way to make money out of thin air. The clerk accepted the coin with greed in his eyes and forced out a polite smile. Wonderful, my lady, please visit our establishment again. Oh, do you need help carrying the boxes to your carriage? Aiko grinned. No need. Summoning a beautiful purse crafted from black leather, she opened it and placed the first box inside. The box was larger than the purse, and yet, it disappeared without a trace. The second box did, as well, and the third, and the fourth. Before too long, the mountain of boxes vanished completely. Tying a vibrant cravat around her neck, Aiko smiled in satisfaction. Well, then, goodbye. With that, she dismissed the purse and left the shop in complete exhilaration. Of course, she did not forget to gather her coins from the counter first. Now, I'm off to see Effie. Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 2427 Transportation Situation. 1053 words. Aiko was in a great mood as she hailed a carriage, which was her preferred method of moving around Bastion. Moving around Bastion was somewhat of a complicated matter, actually. There was already a grand project in the works to simplify it. Special tramways meant for streetcars were being embedded into the main streets, empowered by primitive sorcery. The rails were cast from a special alloy that allowed them to channel essence, while the trams themselves were enchanted to move by absorbing it. Now that the Rivergate Hydro had gone operational, though, there were talks of discarding the magical streetcars in favor of good old-fashioned electric trams. Aiko suspected that, in the end, both types were going to be implemented, with enchanted tramways serving as the thoroughfares of the public transport network while more mundane ones would branch out from them as satellite outlets. The first streetcar was supposed to be launched quite soon. Before that happened, though, citizens of Bastion had 6 main ways to get around the city. The first one was to use a ferry and cross the lake. Naturally, that could only get one to a different location on the lakeshore. However, considering that the city surrounded the lake like a ring, it was often faster to travel by water before continuing on foot than to make the entire journey while never leaving the land. The second way was the simplest. It was to use your own 2 feet. However, Bastion was an enormous city, so one could literally walk for days without ever reaching their destination in case they needed to travel to a distant part of the city. Naturally, Awakened had a great advantage over mundane humans in that regard, but even they would be hard-pressed to simply walk everywhere. The third way was much faster, albeit somewhat inconvenient. It was to hire an awakened rickshaw. Those came in all shapes and forms, from individual or two-seat carts to heavy wagons capable of carrying a dozen or more passengers. Their speed and capacity depended entirely on the puller's personal strength, and while most awakened sought better opportunities, some saw owning a rickshaw as a safe way to make modest amounts of money. The fourth way was a more comfortable, luxurious, and prestigious version of the third. It was to hire a carriage pulled by an echo. There was no beastmaster in Bastion, and therefore no army of enthralled abominations to serve as the engine of civil infrastructure. So, echoes were the next best thing. Sadly, despite the fact that there were many times more awakened in the world these days, most of whom were waging war against the dream realm on many fronts, there were still not enough echoes out there to make this mode of transportation widely accessible. Only affluent people had the means to hire an echo carriage. Luckily, Aiko was one such person, so, she preferred to hail a carriage, even if there was a faster way to get to where she was going. That faster way was to ride an echo mount. Not all awakened had echoes, and even fewer had echoes that could be ridden as mounts. However, owning one was swiftly becoming the epitome of class, prestige, and flair. It was to the point that impressive echo mounts were not only widely sought after, but also cost more than powerful combat beasts at times. Owning an especially impressive mount could make an awakened famous and admired by the masses in an instant. Aiko could probably get herself a pretty, stylish, and utterly magnificent echo mount, or two, but she did not like riding them at all. Why would she want to toss and rattle on the back of a towering beast? Not only would that ruin her masterfully tousled hair by actually tousling it, the horror. But it would also wrinkle her clothes, not to mention limiting her wardrobe. Thanks, but no thanks. The last way of getting around Bastion was quite peculiar and, strangely enough, in competition with personal echo mounts in terms of convenience. Not only that, but it was easily accessible to every citizen, awakened or not. That method was riding a bicycle. Bicycles were not very complicated machines, so nothing prevented them from being used in the dream realm. Citizens of Bastion had developed a great appreciation for bicycles. In fact, most were still imported from the waking world, but some were already being crafted right here in the city. Aiko would know, since she had invested heavily into bicycle manufacturing herself. She had invested in countless enterprises around Bastion, actually, but the bicycle business was one of her golden geese. So, she loved them a lot, which did not mean that she was inclined to use one as a means of transportation, and for a very simple reason at that. Aiko could make a bicycle fly, but she had no idea how to ride one. The entire thing mystified her to no end. Should I ask boss to teach me? That'd be a funny story to tell her grandkids one day, if she survived to tell the tale. In any case, Aiko managed to hail a carriage swiftly. Climbing into the soft seat, she told the driver where she wanted to go and leaned back, enjoying the view and the warmth of the sun on her face. She even started to hum a happy song quietly, feeling that her day simply could not get any better. She was still humming it when the carriage suddenly shook and came to an abrupt halt, as if struck by an earthquake. Then, an enormous yellow eye appeared outside the window, staring at Aiko with sizzling intensity. The driver reeled back on his seat, shouting in fear and indignation. An echo? Who let their echo run wild, damn it? Letting out a sigh, Aiko opened the door and floated out of the carriage. Language. Outside, an enormous wolf sat on the ground, towering above the carriage like a small mountain of white fur. Its tail was wagging wildly, making the ground shake a little with each hit. The wolf's tongue was hanging sideways from its mouth, and it was panting happily, staring at Aiko with gleaming eyes. She looked at the driver and frowned. That is not an echo. Can't you see? That is the venerable Saint Ling. Watch your tongue in front of a child, mister. Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 2428, Fairy Godmother. 1187 words. Anti-Aiko, let's fly. No, walk on your 2 feet. Don't wanna. Walking on 2 feet is stupid. What? How is it stupid? Anti-Aiko, 4 feet is the way to go. Don't you know? Yes, but Wolfie, you are a big boy now. Ling Ling is not a big boy. I am only 6 years old. I mean that you are too big to walk on all fours. The street is not wide enough. Oh, so let's fly. Aiko suppressed a smile. Little Ling had assumed his human form, so she was holding his hand as they walked along a tranquil street. It would have been a cute scene, in normal circumstances, but the two of them made for a strange pair, mainly because she was barely taller than the little boy. Aiko was very petite, while Little Ling had been abnormally large even as a toddler. Now that he was 6 whole years old, his height was no different from someone twice his age. It was a bit scary to imagine what the boy would look like when he grew up. The rascal would probably dwarf even his inordinately tall mom, which was a rare feat. Still, his height aside, Little Ling looked like an adorable 6-year-old now. He was a proper child, not the clumsy toddler he used to be. It was very strange to see him all grown up, forming full sentences, and talking like a little adult. Aiko had not even had to remind him to summon his clothes when he turned into a human. Her chest swelled with pride. Ah, time flies. And speaking of flying, she cleared her throat. We can fly when we pass the gate, all right. Little Ling smiled radiantly. Deal. He fell silent for a few moments, and then said thoughtfully. But, Auntie Aiko, yes, Ling Ling is 6 years old now. I turned 6 last week. So, my birthday was last week, too. Makes sense. But Auntie did not come. I am here now, aren't I? But, what about my birthday gift? Aiko laughed. Am I not enough of a gift? Little Ling stared at her with wide eyes, cornered and aghast. He frowned, thinking hard, and then smiled. Auntie Aiko is a gift. But, you are not a birthday gift. She grinned. All right, of course, I brought a gift. Who do you take me for, Wolfie? Finally, they reached the gate of Effie's estate. As the steward of Bastion, and of the entire East, Effie was supposed to reside in the main keep of the great castle. However, she mentioned something about it being too stuffy and remained in her original place of residence, which was a large estate on what had once been the outskirts of the city. Now, her estate was considered to be in the very heart of it, of course, since the city had grown tremendously. In fact, the very fact that Raised by Wolves herself was residing here made the surrounding area one of the most prestigious and sought-after neighborhoods. The price of land had skyrocketed, and the huge swath of it Effie had claimed when the entire place was a desolate wasteland was suddenly exorbitantly precious. The wasteland was long gone, of course. Now, there were only neat streets and green trees around, with tasteful manors hidden behind tall hedges and elegant fences. The people living here were all affluent and powerful, most of them of a high rank and coming from either the old legacy clans or from the newly risen transcendent families. The gate to Effie's estate stood wide open. It had been left that way when little Ling dashed outside in excitement after catching Aiko's scent. The gate itself was massive enough to allow most saints to pass through in their transcendent forms, but Aiko still managed to close it behind them with the help of her aspect. She did have to catch her breath after exerting herself to accomplish that feat, though. Should have just asked Ling Ling to close it. That would have been the smart thing to do, but Aiko had her pride, as well. And while she was ready and willing to steal candy from children, if need be, asking a little boy for help was a bit too embarrassing. Instead, she floated little Ling up and pulled the giggling boy behind her like a balloon while walking up the wide path. Effie's estate was truly huge. It was an entire park, really, more than spacious enough for her son to run around in his transcendent form or for her to lie down and relax on the grass in hers. And that was not even counting the beast farm hidden in a dimensional memory usually kept around her husband's neck. It took Aiko a few minutes to reach the house. Her stiletto heels were not the best fit for the gravel path, so she ended up flying, as well. The two of them rushed through the air, brushing against the treetops before landing near Effie's porch. There, a tall and athletic figure was waiting for them, leaning on a wooden beam. Effie grinned. Well, hey there, Tinker Bell. Aiko looked up and gave the vivacious huntress a dirty look. Hey yourself, Gargantuan, look, I brought your Pantagruel. Effie looked down, and then a little more down. Why thank you, dear Thumbelina. You are so sweet. Aiko scoffed. No need to thank me, Madam Gulliver. It's my pleasure. Little Ling looked between them with a confused expression, then said hesitantly. Mom, that's Auntie Aiko. Why are you calling her names? Effie laughed, then stepped off the porch and bent down to hug Aiko. She had no one to blame but herself. Who told you to be so tiny and so cute, huh, Aiko? Instead of an answer, Aiko slammed her fist into Effie's ribs. You're going to wrinkle my blouse. Let go, you huge menace. Effie squeezed her a little tighter instead, though. I am not huge, I am comely, curvaceous, and shapely. Why, jealous much? Finally, Aiko was set free. Floating away a few steps, she straightened her blazer and gave Effie a glare. As if, little Ling giggled, looking at the two women, one extremely tall, the other extremely petite. He raised a hand and waved. Auntie, say bye to Mom. Mom's gotta go. Aiko landed on the ground and blinked a couple of times. At that moment, Effie coughed. Oh, that's right, I have to run. Aiko frowned in confusion. No, wait a minute. What do you mean, you have to run? I've only just got here. Effie backed away. Well, you know how it is. I have to steward the East, and all that. They need me in the castle, and Ling's dad is off dealing with the city fields. What? Suddenly, a terrible suspicion struck Aiko. She was so agitated by it that her feet left the ground. Did you lure me here, to be a babysitter? Effie was already a few steps away. Sorry, Aiko was stunned. She was scandalized. Hey, do you know who I am? Turning away, Effie grinned. Of course I know. You're the best. Love you. Have fun. A moment later, she was gone, leaving Aiko alone with little Ling. Aiko turned her head and looked at the boy in complete shock. Little Ling smiled and offered her an open palm. His voice was very serious. Let's have fun, Auntie. Also, my gift. Where is it? Aiko took a deep breath, then forced out a pale smile. I'll kill her, I think. Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 2429-2429, Secret Party. 1,222 words. Effie's home was more cozy than luxurious, which was not what one would expect from the home of a woman who was ruling over half of all humans in the dream realm. But then again, it had been built before Godgrave, and her husband had done most of the building with his own two hands, so it would have been strange to expect palatial opulence from their residence. In fact, the home was quite similar to the wooden farmhouse hidden inside the Black Beast locket. Aiko had been to the Beast farm many times, so she could attest to that. Of course, the wood used in the construction and to craft the furniture inside was not at all of the mundane sort. It was in fact much sturdier than any material ever produced on Earth, gathered by Effie and her husband in the haunted woods around the Greater Bastion area. Everything here was built to last. It had to be, considering that there was a transcendent child running around the house. Parents usually childproof their homes, but Effie had to do the opposite. She had to make sure that her home was not entirely demolished by her child. To partial success. Aiko had always been a transient person, coming and going easily, so the idea of rooting yourself in one spot seemed a little strange to her. Still, every time she visited Effie, she felt like she could almost understand the allure. Effie had built herself a family, and then built herself a house, then, she added the former to the latter and made it into a home. Maybe that was why she was fighting so hard. In any case, today, Aiko and little Ling were alone in the large home. She guided him to the dining room and made the boy sit at the table, then wandered into the adjacent kitchen. Looking around there, she called out. So, how have you been, Wolfie? Have you been a good boy? He swung his legs, waiting impatiently. I've been good, Auntie. Oh, but I was a little sad. Mommy was away for a long time this time, because other kids needed her help. She made it back before my birthday party, though, and she brought me a present from the Western Quadrant. That's Africa. I read about it in a book. Aiko finally found what she had been looking for. It would be a real tragedy to stain her luxurious clothes, so she put on a white apron and exhaled in satisfaction. Read it in a book. Since when do you know how to read, rascal? As she emerged from the kitchen, little Ling gave her a pitying look. Auntie Aiko, I am 6 years old. Of course, I know how to read. I can read books with pictures, and even books without pictures. He raised his chin proudly, then deflated a little. Oh, but only in human language. Runic language is too difficult. So, I still need pictures when reading runes. Aiko blinked a couple of times. 6 years is a little too early to know how to read, though, I think. When do children usually start reading? She had no idea. More importantly, who is teaching you to read in runic language? And why? Come to think of it, maybe little Ling did need to know runes. He was a carrier of the spell, after all. Aiko was suddenly engrossed by the question of how the little boy interacted with the spell, to begin with. Did it show him runes, even? How would it translate the runes to people who could not read? Would it show them a series of images, instead, or simply narrate every word? Would they simply understand the meaning of the runes despite not knowing how to decipher letters? Was there a way to somehow make money out of this? Little Ling giggled. Grandpa Julius. Aiko snapped out of her reverie, feeling a hint of sorrow as the beautiful ringing of illusory coins she was daydreaming about faded away. Oh, who was that? The boy smiled, still swinging his legs. My tutor. Mommy says Grandpa Julius is the best. Julius, was he the elderly academic in charge of the entire Dream Realm Education Initiative? Damn, Effie did not hold back when it came to Little Ling's development, it seemed. Shaking her head, Aiko smiled and summoned her luxurious leather handbag. Well, in any case, Auntie was very sad to miss your birthday, Wolfie. Uncle Sonny was very sad, too. So, he prepared you a little gift. With that, she opened the bag and started to produce one item after another. They floated into the air as if by magic, landing softly on the table. First came the ice cream, then the fluffy waffles, fresh strawberries, custard cake with 6 colorful candles, chocolate pudding, bottles of freshly squeezed juice, more ice cream. Soon, the entire table was brimming with delicious treats. Placing the last item down, Aiko straightened her apron and smiled. Actually, I decided to have a second, secret birthday party, just you and me. Only the bestest of boys get to have one, so here you go. Happy birthday, Wolfie. Little Ling's eyes were as wide as saucers. She stared at the delicious feast, as if enthralled by it, and then reached for the ice cream with a trembling hand. Then, however, he stopped and hesitated for a moment. Seeing that the boy was troubled by something, Aiko raised an eyebrow. What's wrong? Little Ling lingered for a few moments, then asked in a tentative tone. Auntie Aiko, I know that this is a secret party, but can we leave a little cake for Mommy? Mommy eats a lot. Aiko's lips trembled. Struggling to maintain a calm expression, she pretended to consider for a while and then nodded. All right, your mommy does indeed eat a lot. So, we'll set aside a little bit of this and a little bit of that for her. Then, she can share with your daddy too. How does that sound? Little Ling did not hear her, though. He was already busy stuffing his cheeks with treats. Shankish, Auntie Aiho. She observed the little boy for a few moments, then sighed and sat down herself. Propping up her chin on a hand, Aiko looked at Little Ling lazily and stayed silent. The boy was so engrossed by the ice cream that nothing else seemed to exist for him. Idle thoughts bounced around her head, until a particular one drew her attention. Are we really supposed to stay here all day? When did Effie say she would return? In fact, Effie had not mentioned anything about how long Aiko was supposed to watch Ling Ling at all. And what was the boy supposed to be doing the whole day? Considering that he already had a tutor, it was unlikely that Effie and his dad allowed him to stay idle all the time. She knew they had gently trained him from before he could walk to know how to control his transcendent strength. He was almost around the age when mundane children went to school now, too. Of course, there was no school in existence that could handle a little saint. Eventually, Aiko's eyes gleamed. Hey, Wolfie. She hesitated for a moment or two, then grinned. How about you and I go on an adventure? Well, let's call it an educational trip. Little Ling raised his head, his face smeared in ice cream and chocolate in equal measure. His eyes widened. An educational trip. Aiko's grin widened, too. Sure, let's call it that. Let Auntie Aiko teach you a thing or two. Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 2430-2430, Auntie Aiko's Lessons. 1091 words. Good afternoon, Ms. Aiko. Oh, and who is that little fellow by your side? This is Transcendent Ling. Wolfie, say hi. Hi, Mr. T. Transcendent Ling. Saint Athena's heir. Sure. Why? But why is he with you, Ms. Aiko? Well, why else? I am his favorite auntie. Right, Ling Ling. Right, Auntie Aiko is the best. So, about the contract we discussed last month. If I remember, the price you insisted on was a little on the heavy side. Something about my lack of credentials. What? No, that must have been a clerical error. Those darn clerks, always making errors. Obviously, the offer you initially put forward was more than fair, Lady Aiko. It was, wasn't it? Indeed. So, should we redraw the contract right now? That one went well. I hope you don't mind. This cutie is my close friend's boy. I am rarely in Bastion, so he insisted on following me around. And he took me on an educational trip. Excuse me, are you okay? This is Saint Ling. Oh, so you know the rascal. Then, your close friend is Effie. Ah, sorry, I think you call her Saint Athena here. Or was it War Beast? Raised by wolves, Steward of the East. Honestly, she has so many titles these days that I get confused. Mommy is the best. Sorry, what can I do for you, my lady? Oh, and for you, Venerable Saint Ling. You see, I have heard that your club is very exclusive and only allows people of immaculate standing to become members. My standing is not too notable here in Bastion, so I would not want to impose. No, what are you talking about, Lady Aiko, was it? Please, may I offer you and your young companion some refreshments while I fill out the paperwork? How does VIP membership sound? No, what am I talking about? VVIP membership it is. Thank you kindly. Oh, but I did not think you had VVIP members. We do now. How wonderful. What is it, Wolfie? Auntie, ask Mister if they have ice cream. Ling Ling thinks that he will be very refreshed if he eats ice cream. That one went even better. Welcome, how can I help you? Good day, my young friend here kept insisting on getting ice cream. Well, you certainly came to the right place. So, would you like to buy our signature ice cream? I would like to buy your ice cream shop. Quote. Excuse me, Auntie Aiko, I want pistachio flavor. I see, that will be your ice cream shop and 1 cone of pistachio ice cream, please. Can I pay in cash? That one went wonderfully, too. Some time later, Aiko and Little Ling were sprawled on a bench in a small park, enjoying 2 cones of ice cream. The sun was shining high in the sky, and both of them basked in its warmth, tired and deeply satisfied. Little Ling licked his pistachio ice cream, let out a content sigh, and looked at Aiko. Auntie, can I ask you a question? Aiko shrugged. Sure, go ahead. The boy considered his words for a moment. This was the best educational trip ever, Auntie. But, was it really educational? Grandpa Julius usually gives me lessons, homework, and tests. That's education. Aiko smiled faintly. Was it educational? Of course, it was. Listen, Wolfie, your mom and dad, and Grandpa Julius as well, can teach you many things at home. But there are some lessons that can only be learned outside. Today, you were supposed to learn one such lesson. Can you tell me what that lesson was? Little Ling scrunched his face in concentration, remembering where they had been, whom they had talked to, and how those conversations had gone. Eventually, he offered in a hesitant tone. That everyone loves mommy. Aiko grinned. Exactly. The lesson you were supposed to learn today is that having friends is more important than having money. Little Ling looked into the distance thoughtfully. Ooh, Aiko nodded. Because if you have the right friends, you can make way more money. The boy gave her a dubious look. She bit into her ice cream, enjoyed its smooth texture and rich flavor, then swallowed and raised an eyebrow. What? Little Ling stared at her for a moment more, then sighed and looked away. Nothing. It's just that, I don't think you're really suited to be a teacher, Auntie. Aiko looked at him in indignation. What? Why? The boy sighed again. Maybe I should ask Grandpa Julius to give you lessons, too. Aiko scoffed. Who is going to teach whom? Let me tell you, Wolfie, I had the best tutors in NQSC when I was your age. Well, before my family went bankrupt. Money is important. You have to have money to get educated, first. She shook her head and looked around. The neighborhood they were in was close to the lakefront, so she knew it well from before the war. It was close to a ferry station and near one of the main streets. As well, foot traffic here was excellent, and the location offered easy access to several popular landmarks. More than that, one of the runic tramways was set to be built just outside the small park. That was the reason Aiko had purchased the ice cream shop on the corner. Not only was it going to bring in good income, but having a covert safe house here would be quite convenient for members of the Shadow clan operating in Bastion. Granted, the neighborhood had become less picturesque since Aiko left the city. She had never seen graffiti here before, for example, but now several were marring the walls of the surrounding buildings. Little Ling was staring at one such questionable art piece, as well. Auntie Aiko, what letters are those? Auntie Spell is not translating them. She blinked a couple of times. Wah, what the hell was he talking about? First of all, the nightmare spell is not your auntie. It is ancient, so at best, it's your grandma. Grandpa, anyway, don't put me in the same category as the spell, please. She frowned. Secondly, don't go around reading graffiti. Those are usually bad words. What will happen to me if you learn a bad word on my watch? Goodness gracious, your mom will kill me. Little Ling blinked a few times and looked at her with wide eyes. Auntie Aiko, what are bad words? Aiko froze. Huh, clutching his melting ice cream, the little boy leaned forward excitedly. Bad words, what are they? She coughed. What, you have never heard a bad word before? Little Ling shook his head energetically. Nope, but, now that I know that they exist, I really want to learn. Grandpa Julius says that learning is a noble calling. Will you teach me? Aiko gulped, suddenly feeling cold despite the warm day. You, eat your ice cream before it melts, Wolfie. Forget I said anything. Oh, no, Effie was definitely going to kill her. Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 2431-2431, City Gates. 1,247 words. The last stop Aiko decided to make was on the outskirts of the city, far away from the lake. She and Little Ling rode an open carriage pulled by an echo, the driver sitting on the bench in a relaxed pose. The boy was looking around curiously, having spent most of his life close to the lake. The street they were following was one of the main thoroughfares of Bastion, cutting all the way from the shore to the city gates. There were plenty of fascinating sights. The gates themselves were not very impressive, though, in fact, there was no gate at all, just a wide open space where the departing caravans gathered before embarking on the dangerous journey across the dire reaches of the Dream Realm, and where the battered arriving caravans stopped. Some of the caravans carried settlers, some carried cargo. Out of the latter, some were loaded with necessary resources that the domain supplied to periphery cities in the east, while some belonged to entrepreneurial merchants. Servicing the caravans was an industry in and of itself. So, a lively bazaar had grown around the gate, with countless stalls, plentiful inns, and shops of all kinds. In fact, the bazaar was a little town in and of itself, with many people living here on a permanent basis. On both sides of the non-existent gate, tall walls separated Bastion from the wild expanse beyond. The walls were tall, but not very impressive either. In truth, they were barely more than mounds of compressed earth. That was because the construction was still in process, and this was merely a temporary measure. Bastion was a vast city, and on top of that, it was situated in the Dream Realm, which might have been settled by humans but not at all tamed. As a result, securing it was a titanic undertaking. The construction of the city wall was of paramount importance, but it was taking time. Humans were no strangers to constructing great barriers around their cities, but this was not the waking world with its sophisticated technology and expansive infrastructure. Building anything in the Dream Realm was much harder because people did not have powerful machines, automated factories, and enormous smelting plants here. Instead, though, they had awakened, masters, and saints, which was why building a wall around a city as sprawling as Bastion was even possible. No two awakened were the same, though, so the walls of Bastion were a bit strange. Some of the sections had been built out of compressed earth, some out of stone, some out of wood or metal. Some were even composed of countless trunks of towering trees that had fused together, while some were made of thorns and brambles. A small army of awakened patrolled the walls day and night, and a larger army of builders was still hard at work turning them into an impregnable fortification. Woo, Little Ling took in the lively sight of the bazaar with wide eyes. So many people, and those echoes. Wow. Disembarking from the carriage, Aiko offered him her hand and smiled. Lots of sense, yes. Don't get overwhelmed. The boy sniffed the air a few times and beamed. Yummy, 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 yummy. Auntie Aiko, can we eat? She nodded seriously. Of course, in a bit. With that, she looked around the bazaar herself. While Little Ling was busy discerning the most delicious scent, Aiko turned to the carriage driver and pointed to one of the buildings nearby. A new inn. Since when was it here? Such a prime spot. The driver shook his head. That one is not an inn. Aiko gave him a strange look. The man was exceedingly handsome and held himself with gallant poise. It was quite strange to see someone so Distinguished, driving an echo carriage, to say the least. She let out a mental sigh. Well, of course the driver was handsome, gallant, and dreamy. He was Master Quentin, after all. Aiko knew that if something happened, little Ling would be able to defend himself better than she could. Nothing really compared with the strength of a transcendent, child or not, while she was a measly awakened. Still, she was not going to take Effie's precious son out on the town without reliable protection. So, Quentin had been demoted to a carriage driver for a day, taking them around Bastion since morning. Of course, the man did not complain. Reminding herself that he was taken, Aiko suppressed the impulse to bat her eyelashes at him and raised an eyebrow. Oh, Quentin nodded. It's a church. She frowned slightly. You mean one of those weird meditation halls where people definitely do not pray to Neffis? He chuckled. No, this one is an actual church. Church of the Moon, or something like that. It's a tiny cult. These guys are mostly harmless, too. They used to be a bunch of wanderers, traveling with caravans and offering blessings for safe journeys. Things seem to be looking up for them, though, considering that they've been able to buy this building. Aiko blinked a few times. Church of the Moon, as in, they worship Beast God. The dead one. Quentin shook his head. No, they just worship the moon. If you ask me, traveling and guidance is more of a storm god thing, but I am not well versed in inventing religions, so what do I know? Aiko studied the modest church, which did not look any more opulent than the surrounding inns, and pursed her lips. Shame, I had my eyes on that location. Gods, these weirdos really do grow like mushrooms. Where are they all coming from, anyway? I have never even heard about cults being a thing before. Quentin nodded. The government used to be strict about it. Plus, it is not easy to muster religious zeal in a world where gods are dead, and the nightmare spell exists, but things are different now. Lady Neffis was right to share the truth of what fate awaits Earth with the people, but not everyone can bear the weight of truth. So, people are turning to all kinds of things to soothe their fear. Granted, he turned and looked at the distant silhouette of the Ivory Island drifting high in the sky above the city. Most are turning to a mortal flame. Why believe in anything else if there is a literal goddess looking over you from above? Aiko nodded. Well, or an eccentric demigod looking up at you from the shadows. She gave Quentin a long look. Still, this Church of the Moon, did you make a report about it? He smiled faintly. There are too many tiny sects popping up here and there these days to make an individual report on each one. We've been compiling information to make a batch report after the solstice, though, when things calm down a little. Aiko nodded again. Good. I want to know everything there is to know about these harmless cultists. You know what's at stake. Quentin studied her for a bit, then sighed. Lady Aiko, you know, it would be much easier on us if we knew what it is that we are looking out for, exactly. She shook her head and looked away. Some things are too dangerous to know, and some things become more dangerous the more people know about them. There is a reason why Boss is keeping everyone in the dark, so just trust his judgment. Aiko knew more than most, but even she had not been told everything. The threat-changing star in the Lord of Shadow seemed so wary of was apparently of a kind that should never be spoken about aloud. Auntie Aiko, look, look, little Ling pulled on her hand, pointing to the road excitedly. There, a battered caravan was approaching the city. Aiko smiled faintly. Finally, share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave, Chapter 2432-2432, Dream Realm Caravan. 1028 words. Seeing a caravan coming in was always impressive, which was why Aiko had taken Ling Ling to the bazaar for the last stop of their little adventure. Wow, the boy was properly entranced. The dream realm was vast, and the network of roads between the nascent human cities was in its infant state. More than that, the wilderness teemed with nightmare creatures and horrors of all kinds, so it took preparation and great effort to reach the destination unscathed, or even reach it at all. The situation was somewhat better in the west, where the River of Tears served as a medium connecting the citadels in its basin, but here in the east, the caravans had to be formidable forces to brave the dreadful expanse of the dream realm. Out there in front of the city, a long chain of massive echoes was moving slowly across the rugged terrain. Each was as tall as a building. The leading beast was especially impressive, towering above the rest, with scarlet scales covering its body and 3 long horns crowning its massive head. The echoes were clad in heavy armor, each pulling an enormous wagon behind them. The wagons themselves were heavily armored, as well, resembling rolling fortresses. Their great wheels crushed the soil as they turned, and seasoned awakened warriors kept watch on the battlements, bearing scars of countless battles. The wagons bore countless scars, too, some old, some new. Their armor was bent and battered, torn in some places, with the enchanted wood beneath splintered and charred. The awakened warriors were covered in dust and dirt, their weariness and exhaustion palpable even from a distance. Even the echoes seemed fatigued, the massive chains connecting them to the wagons rattling dully. Still, it was an amazing sight to behold, especially for a child. Auntie Aiko, these echoes are even bigger than me. Oh, I wonder how heavy those wagons are. Do you think I can pull one? Aiko looked at little Ling with a smile. Wolfie, let's not talk about your potential career as a wolf of burden, alright? I doubt that your mom will be happy to learn that her precious baby is dreaming about running away with a caravan to pull wagons. In fact, she might take my head clean off my shoulders if she does, and I want to keep my head firmly attached to my body, thank you very much. Little Ling giggled. Auntie, mommy doesn't have to know, does she? Aiko stared at him in shock and outrage. What, he knows how to lie now? Who taught him? Which lowlife was being a bad influence on this pure, innocent boy? She was going to bankrupt them. Your mom might not know, but Auntie Cassie will know. She knows everything, so be a good boy and never lie to your mother. Aiko huffed in indignation. Little Ling looked at her and grinned. Should I tell her about how we convinced that one uncle to sign an exclusivity contract with you today, Auntie? She cleared her throat and turned away. Quote. On second thought, what Effie doesn't know can't hurt her. Your mommy is a very busy person, so we shouldn't burden her with every little detail, should we? She raised her hand and hastily pointed forward. Look, they're approaching. The caravan reached the vicinity of the city. The massive echoes stopped, and the wagons came to a halt. The entire bazaar suddenly boiled, countless people rushing forward to witness the arrival. Since everyone here made a living by servicing the caravans, this was the moment they had been waiting for. No one rushed to leave the boundary of the city, though. First, the arriving caravan had to be inspected with the help of special memories and sorceress tools. It did not take very long, though. Eventually, the guards finished their task and let the tired travelers through. The wagons were brought to the empty space in front of the gates, the echoes were dismissed, and the long process of unloading the cargo began. In the chaotic mess that followed, Aiko found an imposing man in monster hide armor and waved elegantly at him. The man was a master and the owner of the returned caravan. He had been discussing something with a few of his subordinates, but shooed them away when Aiko approached. His low, confident voice sounded a little surprised. Miss Aiko, I thought our meeting was not until tomorrow. I did not expect you to meet us personally. She smiled. Well, I happen to be in the neighborhood. Why put off something for tomorrow when it can be done today, right? The man lingered for a while, then looked at little Ling in confusion. And this is? Aiko maintained a polite expression. Oh, this is Saint Ling, my dear friend's offspring. Wolfie, say hi to uncle. Little Ling grimaced and turned his nose away. I don't wanna. This mister smells funny. Aiko's smile turned a little forced. Ling, don't be rude. Also, don't just go around sniffing people. The little boy just shrugged unhappily. She studied him for a few moments, then turned to the caravan master. Please forgive his manners. He is usually well behaved, you know, when he's at home. With his mom, Saint Athena, raised by wolves. Steward of the East. Oh, what was I talking about? Right, the special cargo you delivered. I am ready to take it off your hands right away. Let's say, 1,000 soul shards. The man studied little Ling for a moment or two, then smiled widely. What a boisterous boy. Sorry, kid, I've been on the road for months. You know what they say about the smell of adventure. Well, it's more of a stench, really. You get used to it, though. Then, he looked at Aiko and nodded. 1,000 soul shards sounds about right. Shall we sign the documents? Aiko's smile froze. She glanced at little Ling, then back at the caravan master. After remaining silent for a few moments, she chuckled. Why, of course, time is money, right? Ah, but before that, I wanted to show you something. She raised her hand, summoning a memory. At the same time, she moved her fingers to form a shadow sign. Some distance away, Quentin's eyes suddenly turned sharp. Little Ling not liking his smell was already suspicious enough. Aiko maintained a relaxed expression. But a merchant who doesn't haggle. Ring the alarm. Something was very wrong with this master. Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 2433-2433, Swindling a Horror. 1,158 words. The caravan master, whoever or whatever he was, shifted his gaze, looking at the memory forming on Aiko's hand curiously. That is an unusual memory, Miss Aiko. Indeed, while most memories formed from sparks of light, some were different. The memories crafted by the spellsmiths of fallen valor, for example, manifested in a whirlwind of scarlet sparks instead. There were stranger ones out there, as well, even among those memories bestowed upon awakened by the spell. Those were usually quite special, albeit not always more potent than the rest. The memories crafted by the Lord of Shadows after his supposed death, however, always appeared like a torrent of darkness. Aiko smiled. Well, you know how the spell is. It likes to be fancy sometimes. The caravan master chuckled and looked at her with the same curious smile. Indeed I do. We, merchants, have to know these matters by heart. People assign additional value to the strangest things, after all. A flashy memory can cost 10 times the price despite not offering any additional benefits. I prefer my memories powerful rather than flamboyant, personally, but that doesn't mean that I wouldn't want to get my hands on a couple of the latter and sell them for a fortune. He laughed. Aiko's smile was a little forced by then. The caravan master seemed perfectly human. That was the creepiest part, really. How flawlessly he blended with the crowd, no different from any other person she had met. But Aiko was convinced that he was not, in fact, human. That was what made her skin crawl more than encountering the creature itself did. But what memory are you so eager to show me? You wouldn't be summoning a weapon, would you, Miss Aiko? There was no threat in his voice, and yet, Aiko suddenly felt cold. She raised an eyebrow. A weapon? Goodness gracious, surely not. What am I going to do with a weapon in these heels? She wasn't lying, either. Her stilettos were indeed not what one would want to wear in a fierce battle. Granted, Aiko could float and fly as she wished, so that wasn't an issue. Still, she was a lover, not a fighter. Well, the lover part wasn't going so well for her, to be honest, but that was beyond the point. Who cares? I love money. Now that's true romance. Finally, a hand mirror made of polished silver appeared in her hand. It was quite a stylish little accessory, etched with beautiful patterns and inlaid with finely carved pieces of obsidian. The caravan master studied it carefully. Not a weapon, after all. He looked at her and smiled. Still, it seemed that I've been discovered. How vexing. I thought I performed the role of this human well. I even came while the star is gone, and the shadow it casts is gone with her. Aiko shivered. Not a human, then. Her suspicion, unfortunately, had turned out to be correct. How did this thing pass the inspection, damn it? What stood in front of her was not the ascended merchant she had been supposed to meet. Instead, it was a vessel of the Great Terror, Skinwalker. The forces of humanity were currently locked in a losing war against the abominable creature in the eastern quadrant, where it was supposed to be contained. The fact that a vessel of Skinwalker had made it all the way to Bastion, past every countermeasure put in place to prevent just that eventuality, was concerning. Actually, it was terrifying. Aiko forced out a smile. Whatever do you mean? With her other hand, she pulled little Ling closer. The vessel of Skinwalker studied her for a few moments, then smiled politely. I am curious. How did you see through my charade? Aiko felt an impulse to mock the abomination, even if she was powerless in front of it. She could have told him how little Ling had disliked his scent, and more importantly, how he completely failed to understand what kind of people merchants were, in front of Aiko of the Shadow Clan, of all people. The harrowing creature had been steadily improving its ability to mimic human behavior, cunningly making one countermeasure invented to contain it after another meaningless, but it still failed to truly fathom what it meant to be human. It couldn't. All Skinwalker could do was imitate humans while not truly understanding what it was imitating. In a sense, it did the opposite of what the practitioners of Shadow Dance were supposed to do. Not that there were many of those, even with all the training. In any case, Aiko really wanted to gloat. But why would she explain what exactly it was that the Skinwalker had done wrong to the creepy bastard? So that it could learn from its mistakes and perform better next time. Yeah, no, I am not giving this thing a heroic monologue. After all, I am not a hero. I am a babysitter. For today, little Ling hugged Aiko, sensing that there was something wrong. Some distance away, Quentin was cautiously making his way toward them. Returning the skinwalker's smile, she looked at her hand mirror. Let me finish explaining about this memory first. I summoned it for a reason, you know. She turned the mirror this way and that, casting bright reflections on the cobblestones. This here is a prototype of a memory my boss has been developing in his free time. Communication is a serious problem in the dream realm, actually. Sure, the immortal flame is already working on a solution, a dreamscape for the dream realm, or some such. Making it safe from all the horrors of this world is proving to be a problem in and of itself, though. Hence, we came up with our own solution. Ah, if only there was a way to mass-produce them. But I am getting off topic. The vessel of the skinwalker tilted its head. Communication. Are you hoping to commune with me, awakened? Unity, community, yes. Aiko coughed. Thanks, but you are not my type, sorry. Sadly, it's not like I can do anything against you, can I? I mean, I am a mere awakened, and you are a great terror. What am I supposed to do? Oh, but I do feel the need to inform you of something. She pointed to little Ling, who was clinging to her. This here is my dear friend's child, and my friend is a real she-wolf when it comes to protecting her boy. Coincidentally, today, we learned that everyone in this city loves his mom very much. Do you know why? Because she is Saint Athena, raised by wolves, steward of the East. The war beast. You should know her well, considering how many of your vessels she has destroyed. Aiko drew little Ling closer and covered his eyes with her hand. Then, she smiled brilliantly. Right, returning to the memory. It has a really terrible name, so I'll spare you the pain of hearing it. I mean, I am perfectly capable of coming up with a terrible name of my own. Today, let's call it. Aiko paused for a moment and then said in a solemn tone. Quote. Call mommy. And just as she did, something thundered in the sky above them. Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 2434-2434, The Terrible Price of Saving the World. 996 words. Aiko had not been bluffing when she said that she had no use for a weapon. She was neither a warrior nor had any ambition of becoming one, but that did not mean that she was harmless. After all, she was also a former member of the Dreamer Army. She had survived the Forgotten Shore, and it was not by accident. What, did you think that running a gambling den in the damn bright castle was a laid-back occupation? It certainly hadn't been. The memory Aiko had summoned was a communication mirror the members of the Shadow Clan used when on missions. It allowed them to talk to each other remotely, or listen in on conversations if the mirror was hidden in some dark place in advance. Not that there weren't better ways of eavesdropping on people. Of course, Aiko did not really need the mirror to get in touch with Effie and inform her of the dire situation they were in. Cassie would already know, which meant that Effie had already been informed. It was a little creepy to know that Cassie could be watching her at any given moment, but in rare cases like this one, it was also comforting. If anything, Aiko could feel honored that she was a high priority mark among countless people the blind seer was using as her eyes. In any case, Aiko needed the silver mirror for a different reason. Apart from allowing those who possessed them to communicate, the mirrors were also able to reflect what was in front of them over a distance. The other person just needed to have a matching memory, which Effie did. Aiko's boss had woven that particular enchantment in a moment of petty vindictiveness, mumbling something about stealing that bastard's tricks in an unhinged tone. She had an inkling of who the aforementioned bastard was, and sometimes wondered what the poor man had done to get on her boss's naughty list. It had to be something major, considering that dropping a cursed demon on his head did not seem to have satisfied Sunny. What mattered at the moment, though, was that Aiko could use the mirror to reflect her surroundings to Effie. In other words, what she wanted to relay was not a warning that they were in trouble. It was targeting data. Countless kilometers away, at the top of the great castle, raised by wolves had turned north and summoned her spear. Then, she took careful aim, and tossed it into the sky with a low roar. A hurricane rose, ripping the flags hoisted above the keep to shreds and making people cower. While Aiko was talking to the vessel of the skinwalker, the spear was tearing up the sky. It crossed the distance a mundane human would have needed days to cross on foot in less than a minute. By the time it arrived, Aiko had already covered little Ling's eyes with a hand. It was not out of fear of the skinwalker. Rather, it was because a little boy had no business seeing what would happen next. As something thundered above them, the vessel of the Great Terror looked up. That was the last thing it ever did. When the spear fell from the sky, striking the former caravan master with flawless precision, it did not simply pierce his body. Instead, his body was simply pulverized, turning into a cloud of fine crimson haze. The spear pierced the cobblestones next, causing a small earthquake to rattle the bazaar and sending a deep fracture running from the point where its tip struck the ground to the great wagons of the battered caravan. One of them tilted when its armored wheel exploded into a storm of splinters, and then toppled with a deafening groan. The walls of the little church Quentin had mentioned cracked. Far away, above the lake, swift figures were already leaping from the emerald meadows of the Ivory Island. Those were the firekeepers, rushing to the city gates. Of course, Effie was probably going to arrive much sooner. There was no telling if this vessel of the skinwalker was the only one that had avoided detection, after all. Any member of the caravan could be a disguised abomination. No, actually, the skinwalker had accidentally revealed its ability to evade the sorcery that had been keeping it out of human citadels so far, which meant that anyone in Bastion could be a vessel. Anyone in any of the human cities in the Dream Realm could, in fact. So, every human city was going to undergo a period of instability. Martial law would have to be enforced until a new form of sorcery was developed, then, the cities had to be swept, and any vessel discovered as a result would have to be eliminated. All because Aiko had decided to take Ling Ling on a little adventure. And although she did not know it yet, in the coming weeks, several hidden skinwalker infestations would indeed be discovered in remote citadels of the eastern reaches of the Dream Realm. Luckily, they would be eradicated before the malignant terror could really grow, thus preventing a terrible calamity. Aiko might not have stumbled into saving the world, but what she had done was not that far off from such a feat. Damn it, I just wanted to have fun on my day off. She looked down in dejection. Then, her eyes widened in horror. Oh, no, her beautiful shoes. Some of the pulverized skinwalker vessel had splattered on them. They were ruined. Damnation, it was a terrible loss. Still unable to see anything because his eyes were covered, little Ling asked stirred. Huh, what's a damnation, auntie? She bit her lip, then said in a teary tone. What, nothing. Forget you heard anything. Little Ling grew quiet for a moment, then shifted, trying to get out of her embrace. Is damnation one of those bad words? It is, isn't it? Aiko paled. I said forget it, Wolfie. You didn't hear anything. He dropped his shoulder. All right, auntie, I already forgot it. As she pulled him away toward the carriage and gave Quentin a poignant look, little Ling sighed and added. I really can't remember. Damnation, my memory has gone bad. Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 2435-2435, Full Moon. 1,247 words. Remembering something he already knew was a strange experience, but Sunny was more rattled by learning all over again what Aiko had done at the gates of Bastion. He gritted his teeth. Aiko, taught little Ling a curse word. What was she thinking about? Granted, she had also uncovered a dire truth about the Skinwalker, plunged the entire human domain into the jaws of martial law for a couple of weeks, and prevented multiple cities from either sustaining terrible losses or falling entirely, but that was beside the point. He's only 6, for spell's sake. What kind of vulgar good-for-nothings is she hanging around with, to use strong language in front of a child? He seethed for a few moments, then took a deep breath and shook his head. No, it doesn't matter. I'll deal with Aiko later, there are more urgent matters I must attend to at the moment. Grimacing, Sunny nodded with determination and continued on his way. He only took a few steps, though, when another memory came to the surface of his mind. Sunny froze. Nephews did actually, never mind. That is exactly what nephews would do. Why am I even surprised? Letting out a hollow chuckle, Sunny looked up and then resumed walking. So, she went fishing in the lake without me, huh? How heartless. Several weeks earlier, Nephews was sitting at the edge of the Ivory Island, watching a sea of stars shimmer in the dark sky above Bastion. Tonight, just like the previous night, parts of the city were illuminated by the glow of electric streetlights. She was glad to see her people taking another step toward prosperity here in the dream realm, but because of it, the stars seemed dimmer than they had been before. That filled her with a faint sense of regret. The stars might have become more distant, but the pale disk of the full moon slowly traveling across the surface of the tranquil lake looked closer than it had ever been before. Tonight was the third and last night when the full moon would rise above Bastion this month. For these 3 nights, sailing on the lake was forbidden, and people were kept away from its shore. That was because when the full moon rose, the boundary between reality and illusion grew thin here in Bastion, and the horror imprisoned in the ruins of the true castle strained to exert its abominable influence from beyond the reflections. So, Nephews had to stay in the city during the full moon to guard it. Strangely enough, for her, these 3 perilous nights were usually a time of rest and recuperation. She spent most of her time on the battlefield, leading the forces of humanity against the tide of nightmares threatening to swallow them all. Despite the hidden presence of a cursed demon, the sight of a full moon promised peace and serenity. Granted, she wasn't used to spending these moonlit nights alone. Sunny was usually with her, either by her side or hiding in her shadow. Nephews had grown used to his presence without even knowing it. Now that he was gone, his absence felt strangely unnatural. She was surprised to find herself missing him, even if he had only been gone for a day. Who would have thought I'd find myself feeling these emotions one day? It was strange, indeed. Not at all like her. But it wasn't an unwelcome feeling. In fact, the sweet pain of missing someone made her feel hopeful. It made her believe that there was some life left, still, in her scorched and arid heart. So, she tried to enjoy the unfamiliar sense of faint melancholy. Sunny had been forced to leave because of unforeseen, albeit not entirely unexpected, complications in Ravenheart. The incarnation he had sent there, as well as Kai, were now missing. More than that, a cursed tyrant and 2 beasts had escaped a prison made for them by the demon of dread, only to end up in another moments later, thanks to Sishin's quick thinking. Nobody knew what would escape the eerie Jade Board next, though, so the sovereigns had to make their way to the Jade Palace. Sunny had gone first, taking Cassie with him. Nephews herself was going to join them once the full moon was over. Tomorrow, she would see him again. Looking at the reflection of the moon shining on the surface of the lake, Nephews wondered if she would feel something then. Would she be happy, or simply pleased? Would she feel nothing at all? Would the strange sorrow in her heart go away? At that moment, the waters below rippled. The pale disk suddenly seemed distorted and eerie, gazing at her from below like a round eye plagued by a white cataract. The lake stirred, and a series of waves rolled outward, climbing higher and higher up the shore. Nephews tilted her head, watching it all transpire somberly. So, it chose tonight to show its hand. What an unfortunate coincidence it was. So unfortunate, in fact, that Nephews was inclined to believe that it was no coincidence at all. Had the cursed demon waited until only one of the sovereigns was left in the city to try and escape? In any case, the timing could not have been worse. Humanity was drowning in calamities, surrounded by peril and enemies on all sides. In the waking world, more and more gates were opening each month, and the population centers were barely holding on against the flood of nightmare creatures. The eastern quadrant was balancing on the verge of an utter disaster. The war against the Skinwalker was not going well, the infection was spreading, and humans had to retreat further and further, abandoning their land, settlements, and entire cities. In the dream realm, the hunt for new citadels was proving to be less fruitful than she had hoped. Legions of Awakened were clearing the interior of the 2 vast enclaves from abominations while simultaneously exploring the far reaches to the east, the frozen hells to the west, and the horrid waters of the misty ocean to the south, while in the north, a legion of shadows was doing the same in the scorched tangle of a burned forest. Mordred's location was still unknown. Astarion still remained a worrisome mystery. And now, all of this was pressing down on Nephews, pushing her to the ground. The weight of the entire world, 2 worlds, even, was resting on her shoulders, making her struggle to keep herself from falling to her knees. And then there were the quiet whispers of the countless souls burning like stars in the vast expanse of her domain. Their longing washed over her day and night, its pressure even more overwhelming. Unbearable, at times. Neffy's pursed her lips. Sunny was not by her side. Neither was Cassie. Kai was missing, and Effie had gone to the Western Quadrant to deal with the Category 4 gate crisis there. Jet had taken the Night Guard into the cradle of humanity, as well, and was sailing toward the Eastern Quadrant. There was no one Neffys could trust to have her back in a battle against a cursed demon here in Bastion, not tonight, at least. So, she would have to face it alone. She would have to carry the weight and keep walking forward, one arduous step at a time. Letting out a quiet sigh, Neffy slowly stood up and looked at the dark lake with white flames dancing in her eyes. Two beautiful white wings manifested behind her, chasing away the darkness of the night. Quote. It is just a cursed demon. What was there to worry about? An aloof, distant smile twisted her lips. Summoning the blessing, she took a step forward and plunged into the darkness. Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 2436-2436, Lost Heaven. 976 words. A bright star ignited in the dark sky above Bastion. The people, those of them who were still on the streets, busy with fruitful endeavors or simply being festive after a hard day of work, looked up in surprise, their eyes igniting with wonder. The star fell from the sky, growing bigger and brighter. Soon enough, it was like a flaming white meteor plummeting from the lightless heavens to the ground. Its light illuminated the night, chasing the darkness away and making the full moon shining high above seem pale in comparison. The silver radiance of the moon could not compete with the incinerating white glow of the falling star. The night could not compete with it, either. For a moment, it was as if the sun had risen above Bastion in the middle of the night, bringing with itself the stark beauty of daylight. Then, before people had the time to get scared, the flaming white meteor struck the surface of the lake. There was a blinding flash, and a colossal fountain of boiling water rose into the air, evaporating into a vast cloud as it did. The entire lake shone for a moment, as if illuminated from within, and then grew dark once more. Just like that, the falling star disappeared without a trace. The waters of the lake surged and rippled, its surface growing restless. The perfect disk of the full moon reflected on its surface was shattered and erased, replaced by scattered fragments of silver light. On the other side of the reflection, Neffys shot out from the dark abyss of the lake and soared into the eerie sky of the true Bastion, her radiant wings unfolding to shine blindingly in the pale radiance of the shattered moon. She rose high above the vast ruins of the great castle, looking down as white flames danced in her eyes, suffused her skin, and licked her hair. Her fiery gaze felt cold and ruthless. There was no mercy in that gaze, no hesitation, no doubt, no hope of salvation. Just a firm and inescapable promise of being burned to ash by the boundless tide of purifying flames. She regarded the ruins of true Bastion dispassionately. The broken castle had been reduced to rubble by the battle between Morgan and Mordred. The lake, which had run dry as a result of their drawn-out confrontation, was full of water once again, shimmering eerily in the silver light of the shattered moon. Deep cracks ran through the mountain on which the ruins of the castle lay, full of stagnant water and overgrown with scarlet moss. There was a creature waiting for her in the heart of the ruins. A shapeless mountain of grey flesh towered above the rubble, covered by moss and brimming with 100 revolting limbs that rose from it like a dreadful forest. A terrifying, eerie presence emanated from the hideous creature, making the light of the moon seem reluctant to touch it. As a result, the creature was surrounded by a shroud of darkness. The winds avoided it, as well, so nothing disturbed the dead silence enveloping the ruins. It was as if the world itself was trying to escape it, revolted and frightened by the ancient fiend. As Neffys looked, countless monstrous eyes suddenly revealed themselves on the grey mass of the cursed demon, opening to look back at her with a chilling, terrifyingly alien lack of emotion. She held its gaze for a few long moments, then folded her wings and dove to the ground. Landing on the edge of the water, some distance away from the abomination, Neffys took a deep breath and then headed in its direction with steady steps. Something strange happened then, though. There was a rustle, as if the ruins themselves let out a long sigh, and then, a distant voice resounded from the depths of the crumbling castle. I had a dream. The voice spoke in a long-forgotten language, sounding eerily human despite its low and otherworldly timbre. Neffys continued to walk, her expression never changing. The voice spoke again, full of indescribable, faint emotion. I dreamt of being whole again. The countless monstrous eyes moved slightly, peering into her soul. I dreamt of the sun being kind again. An eerie note found its way into the distant voice, making the world shiver. I dreamt of having wings again. The dreadful forest of skeletal limbs stirred, blackened and charred. You are not the one who forced that hateful dream upon me. You are not the one who stole it from me, either, are you? Neffys continued to walk, offering no answer. And yet, I cannot forgive you. Those wings of yours, so beautiful. The monstrous eyes of the cursed demon grew darker, and its voice grew cold and insidious, full of malice so vast that it made Neffys halt for a moment. Blood of the sun, have you come to burn me? The mountain of grey flesh moved, rippling as pieces of ancient stone turned to dust under its enormous weight. A hollow, mad, terrifying laughter resounded above the ruins. Shall I extinguish you, then? Or shall I curse you? Shall I tell you how the sun was destroyed, how our heavens burned, how the land of the moon was swallowed by ash, how we all fell, one after another? Shall I help you become everlasting, ever-changing? The voice whispered then, growing feeble and faint. Like me, walking forward with a sword in her hand, Neffys responded evenly. I am not interested in talking to you, abomination. Why waste our breaths? The blade of the blessing shone with a blinding light, turning white-hot and incandescent. All I am interested in is ending you. So, prepare to die. Raising her sword, Neffys pointed it at the cursed demon. She was a supreme titan whose domain encompassed billions of souls. This creature was an old, broken, fallen god. What right did it have to curse her? A bitter smile twisted her lips. Yes, I have come to burn you. I've come to destroy you. Unlike mine, your pain will be swift. Be thankful. Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 2437-2437, Abjuration. 1033 words. Neffys had grown vastly more powerful after attaining supremacy. However, there was nuance to that newfound power, not all of it came easily, and not all of it could be used freely in any situation. Take her supreme aspect ability, for example. Sunny had gained the ability to summon the shades that rested within him into existence, thus becoming a walking army. An army of indestructible shadows that grew with each living being he slayed, no less, which made him a truly terrifying existence. Nefis had gained an immensely powerful ability, as well. However, her supreme ability did nothing to empower Nefis herself. Instead, it empowered the subjects of her domain, allowing her to heal and empower them with her flames from a distance. Which was why it was truly unfortunate that she had to face the cursed demon alone. Not that there were many people out there who could have assisted her in a battle against a cursed abomination. But, of course, she was never alone, not really. Her domain encompassed all of humanity, after all. Not every mundane human was a part of it, but most were. Among the awakened, meanwhile, only those of the Shadow Clan or those exiled to the penitentiary citadel in Godgrave did not belong to her domain. The rest of them were tied to Nefis, either by their own longing or by being anchored to the gateways her transcendent vassals controlled. Or maybe it was her who was tied to them. She could feel them all, always. The flames of their yearning were like countless stars shining in an abyss of boundless darkness, all connected to her soul by strings of starlight. Some stars were distant and cold, so small as to almost be non-existent. The others were like enormous bonfires, burning so brightly that their radiance was blinding, and their passion filled the abyss with warmth. There were too many stars in her domain for Nefis to fathom them all individually, but drowning in their collective enormity was all too easy. Sometimes, she struggled to remember where her own identity ended and their vastness began. In those moments, the same things that had helped her sustain her humanity helped her maintain her sense of self. Her true name, the precious bonds she had forged with other people, the affection she held in her heart, and most importantly, her own ardent desire, her own longing, her goal. It was strange, really. Before, Nefis had been wary of losing her humanity. But now, she was wary of experiencing too much of humanity, all of it, maybe. Of dissolving into the immensity of her domain completely, becoming an elemental force as opposed to a person. Perhaps that was how the gods had felt. Perhaps that was what being a god meant. A true apotheosis. If so, Nefis wanted nothing to do with it. An element was mighty like a force of nature, but it did not have direction. It did not have conviction. It did not have will. It did not have what it took to achieve what she desired. Walking toward the cursed demon, she infused her will with her desire, forging an unbreakable armor out of it. I am not alone. This creature, though, this creature is alone, and it will die alone, cut down by my sword and burned by my flame. Every day, new stars ignited in the starlit vastness of her domain. And every day, some of them were extinguished forever. Nefis felt the loss of these stars faintly. There were too many of them to mourn the loss of each individual flame, but she was always aware of how many fates were being broken and ground into dust by the ruthless world of the nightmare spell. How many hopes and dreams were doomed to stay forever unfulfilled. She suffered the pain of their passing personally. As the cursed demon stirred and surged forward, its long limbs pulling the grotesque mountain of grey flesh across the rubble with stunning speed, Nefis took that pain and infused it into her will, forging an uncompromising sword out of it. She felt the cursed demon's own will reshaping the world around them. Trying to reshape Nefis herself, as well. By then, she already knew what this fallen god was, and what power it wielded. There were clues for her to piece together, already. The cursed demon came from the hollows of Godgrave, where it had hidden from the annihilating sun for thousands of years. There were hints in what the creature had told her, too, its memories of a gentle sun, of having wings, its scorched, skeletal limbs. But Nefis did not have to guess what her enemy was. Because one of the brightest stars in her domain was Cassie, and while the two of them were far apart, her friend was still with her, seeing things that no other human could. The cursed demon could be called abjuration. It wielded the power of rejection, renouncement, and negation. Anything it denied had no choice but to cease, and everything it refused was doomed to be erased from existence. Its malignant will was terrifying, vast as an ocean, and oppressively firm in its insidious malevolence. No wonder Mordred had fled when faced with this harrowing creature. If anything, it was a miracle that Sunny's shadow had managed to lull abjuration to sleep. As the mass of grey flesh and charred limbs rushed at her, Nefis channeled her flames into the blessing. The former shadowbound sword focused them into an annihilating ray of pure white light, and that light tore the distance between her and the gargantuan abomination in an instant, threatening to cut the hideous mountain of flesh in half. However, instead, it was simply extinguished, negated by the fallen god's profane authority. Nefis frowned. Her attack had not been resisted, and neither had it been deflected. Instead, it was simply denied, cancelled before ever getting a chance to do damage, as if the very concept of being heard by her flames had been proclaimed a falsehood by the sinister fiend. And since the cursed demon had proclaimed so, it became the truth. Her hand faltered for a split second. How am I supposed to kill a deity who denies my ability to kill it? The cursed demon was a god, a fallen, corrupted god. And that god did not believe in Nefis. Luckily, she believed in herself. Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 2438 Concept of Humanity. 1051 words. The blinding ray of pure white light struck the towering abomination and was extinguished, denied the power to harm it, rather, vanishing without leaving a trace on the grey flesh of the cursed demon. Time and space themselves bent, allowing its enormous mass to draw near Nefis far more swiftly than it should have been able to. Her wings raised a hurricane, sending her flying back, out of the way of countless skeletal limbs that stretched forward, aiming to grab her into a fatal grip. The world that had let the cursed demon pass so swiftly resisted her movement, sapping her momentum and slowing her down. If not for the armor of the will Nefis had forged for herself, she might not have been able to move at all. As it was, she barely avoided the dreadful forest of charred hands, slipping away between the cursed demon's fingers. Flying backward, she gritted her teeth. The abomination had 100 hands, but Nefis only had one sword. And even that sword had proven ineffective against the authority of the fallen god. The authority it possessed was too absolute in its ability to deny her. The ancient horror wielded it both as a shield and as a weapon, both as the lure and as the trap, as well, preventing the enemy from harming it while simultaneously refusing their ability to escape. Nefis frowned. No, her enemy was not simply wielding the authority of abjuration. It personified abjuration, the very concept of forswearing something, thus negating its power in its very existence. That was what will could accomplish when elevated to the very edge of being absolute. How would one fight against an absolute will? Although Nephis did not know it yet, the technique Sunny would use in Ariel's game was to channel and personify a concept that directly opposed the power of his enemy. However, the two of them were entirely different people, and what Sunny could achieve was not what Nephis could or should be striving to emulate. She had her own path to forge. Just then, the cursed demon's countless eyes locked on Neph's fleeting figure, their unfathomable depths gleaming with a harrowing notion. And a moment later, she felt her very existence beginning to grow faint. Because abjuration was done playing with its food. Instead of resisting her attacks, the fiend simply chose to deny Nephis herself, to reject her existence, forcing the world into erasing her completely. How do I resist a deity's will? It was a complicated question, a question that only a handful of people had been forced to ask themselves ever since the nightmare spell descended upon the world. To Nephis, though, the answer was simple. She simply had to break it with her own. She simply had to crush it. If the abomination refused to burn, she had to burn it with more powerful flames. If it refused to be cut, she had to slash it with a sharper blade. If it refused to die, she simply had to convince death to take it. Hey, abomination! Nephis landed on the rubble and slid back, pushed almost to the edge of the water. Her eyes flared with harrowing white radiance. Do you think you can snuff me out that easily? Her presence, which had grown faint, suddenly seemed clear, vast, and unfathomable. Abjuration might have been able to negate the existence of a saint, of a weaker sovereign, possibly. But Nephis ruled over and inspired all of humanity. To deny her existence, the creature would have had to erase all of mankind from existence first. To extinguish all of the countless stars that illuminated the vast heaven of her soul in an instant. She was changing star, the star of ruin, the goddess of humanity. Nephis did not like these words and had even taken measures to dissuade people from calling her by that title, as well as from worshipping her as a deity. But while she had not undergone apotheosis yet, to some degree, there was truth to what some were saying. For all intents of purposes, she had become the personification of humanity. Her sword was the sword of all humans, and carried the weight of all their hopes and dreams. Of all their longing, her flames were fueled by their desire. How dare you deny me? Snarling, Nephis dashed forward. The blessing was augmented by all of her soul flame, empowered more than even her body and soul were due to its flame conduit trait. At the same time, its capacity to overwhelm the will of nightmare creatures was further enhanced by the purifying light trait, the special quality of the shadowbound sword that made it especially deadly to those tainted by the corruption. But, more importantly, it had become the vessel of her will. And her will was fueled by her desire to slay the cursed demon. Desire was the root of all virtues, no less, as well as of all sin. There was hardly a more potent source of willpower than passionate yearning. Burn, gathering all of her will into the tip of the blade, Nephis moved it in a downward slash, the same downward slash she had practiced myriads of times, until every minuscule detail of performing it flawlessly was absorbed into her very bones. And answering to her will, the world burned. It burned brightly, the stone rubble melting and the dark lake boiling. But that was only the beginning, because in the next moment, Nephis channeled her will into speaking the words, as well. A dreadful verse of linked true names escaped from her lips, summoning fire and destruction upon the world. The intense white flame surged and roared, consuming the very fabric of existence. But Nephis was still not done. Releasing the confines of her mortal shell, she unleashed her true transcendent form. A mass of white flame rose from the ground, easily as tall as the hideous mountain of grey flesh. The flame moved as if it possessed a life of its own, surging forward to meet the cursed demon. As it did, the mass of flames assumed the shape of a radiant winged figure wielding an incandescent blade. The giant blade woven out of pure white light fell, aiming to sever a dozen of the nightmare creature's scorched limbs. The radiance of it all was so blinding that it seemed as if dawn had shone upon the shattered darkness of True Bastion. And, illuminated by that light, the cursed demon cowered, terrified by the memories of the ruthless annihilating sky. Of course, it only faltered for a brief moment. Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 2439, Heaven and Hell. 1033 words. The world was ablaze. The darkness of the night was vanquished, chased away by an immaculate white abyss of incandescent light. The stone rubble burned, the waters of the vast lake burned, too. Fine particles of superheated dust permeated the air, turning the crumbling ruins into an inescapable furnace. The air itself burned, the sky was suffused with immolating light, turning everything below its merciless expanse into cinders and ash. The boundless ocean of flames roared, its roars fusing and melting together to speak a litany of words. Destruction, ruination, annihilation. At the same time, the world was frigid and frozen, devoid of all warmth. The great lake was covered in ice, frozen solid. Rime and hoarfrost covered the ruins, painting eerie patterns on the stone rubble. The stones themselves had become weak and brittle, ready to break from the smallest touch. Tiny crystals of ice drifted slowly in the frigid air, shining in the pale radiance of the shattered moon. A deep, dead silence enveloped the ruins of the colossal castle. It was a place completely devoid of warmth and life, a place where the very idea of life was strange and abhorrent. The world had been torn in two by the clash between a supreme titan and a cursed demon, its jagged halves fighting for dominance. Nephis had infused her indomitable will into her flames, setting the world on fire. The radiant hell she had unleashed was so terrible that the fabric of reality itself was ignited, and everything around her burned, even the things that had never been meant to burn. At the same time, abjuration rejected the flame. The hideous abomination refused to be burned, and in doing so, it denied the concept of heat itself, turning the world into a frozen inferno. Two opposite worlds had been born from the devastating clash of their wills, both existing side by side as possibilities, neither realized nor entirely abolished, and therefore suspended in a state of undetermined rivalry. As Nephis and abjuration fought, their wills straining against each other, one world or the other took shape for a brief moment or two, becoming reality. Then, the cursed demon would be scorched and burned. A heartbeat later, the flames devouring its hideous body would be extinguished, and Nephis would suddenly find herself being strangled by unbearable cold. This vile thing. She reeled under the pressure of fighting the fallen deity's unfathomable will and authority, of its insidious mastery over the concept of refusal that threatened to deny her very existence, let alone her ability to do the cursed demon harm. At the same time, she had to fight the abomination itself. The dreadful forest of skeletal limbs wreaked havoc across the ruins, exerting such furious might that countless tones of stone rubble were turning into fine dust every moment. Nephis had severed dozens of Abjuration's arms already, the blade woven from light sliced the cursed one's flesh and bones easily, setting the bleeding stumps aflame. But the hideous abomination was too powerful and too vast, its ability to twist the absolute laws in its favor too tyrannical. So, she had not escaped from their furious clash unscathed, either. Every time Nephis managed to land a strike, Abjuration's hands would tear at her fiery form. The long fingers of the abomination blackened, and its claws cracked the moment it touched the white flames, but every time, some warmth was sapped from Nephis, making her flame a little more feeble, a little less scathing. With each blow she received, her claim to existence became a little fainter. And there was something much more terrifying happening, as well. There were billions of little flames connected to Neph's soul, tied to it by the bonds of longing. They were like tethers that anchored her to the world and reinforced her existence, they were the subjects of her domain. With each blow she received, those flames seemed to grow a little fainter, as well. It was when Nephis realized the fact that she felt something she had not felt in a long, long time. She felt fear. At the start of her battle against Abjuration, she had regarded it with derision, assured that the terrifying fiend would not be able to negate her existence, because it would have to negate the existence of all of humanity with her, as well. But now, the cursed demon was doing just that. Billions of people were connected to Nephis in her domain of longing, bestowing her with great power and a nearly inexhaustible ocean of spirit essence. But that connection was a blade that cut both ways. Because Nephis was connected to humanity, an especially insidious enemy could reach across the dark void through her, and follow the rays of beautiful starlight to their source. To humans who had been inspired by her, and whom she was supposed to protect. Abjuration was one such enemy. This cursed demon was old, powerful, and terrifying. It had soared in the boundless heaven as one of the spirits of Sun God's realm before falling into the vile depths of corruption. It had survived the Doom War, outlived the Lord of Light, and spent thousands of years hiding from the merciless radiance of the orphan sky in the sweltering darkness of Godgrave. And now, it was here, in the hidden remains of True Bastion. Liberated from under the incandescent abyss that had imprisoned it, and free to spread its appalling influence as it wished. There was only one obstacle standing in its way. Two obstacles, really, Changing Star and the Lord of Shadows. And only one of them was here to face the cursed demon now. Nephis bathed in the agony of her flaw, allowing it to purify her mind and steel her resolve. She gathered her flame, she was the flame. Her soul contained the fire. I need to end it now. In this battle of will, she needed to want to end the cursed demon here and now, want to end it so fiercely that her scorching desire could not be denied. So, Nephis reached deep into her heart, remembering every reason she had to want to kill the enemy, and every reason she had to want to prevent the enemy from killing her. To be the last one standing. And then, she spoke a name that she had not been able to invoke before. She invoked the name of passion. Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 2440-2440, Knowledge of Passion. 1,290 words. Invoking the name of passion was far more difficult than any other Nephis had ever invoked. Perhaps it was because, unlike the other names, the source of this one was Nephis herself. Her own longing, her own desire, her own yearning, her own passion, she had to know them, to burn with them, to admit them starkly without pretense or falsehood. Then, she had to infuse them into the name, and channel that name with her soul. Shaping the world in accordance with the melody of her heart, and forcing the two to resonate with each other. The act itself was an immensely difficult one. After all, what human was completely honest with themselves? Completely honest about themselves, who wasn't scared of bearing themselves and laying the truth of who they were out in the open for the world to see. For them themselves to see. The first step was difficult, but the second one was arduous. Invoking the name of passion meant drawing it out of herself, and channeling it put more strain on Neph's soul and willpower than she had ever felt before while shaping. But she endured the cruelly honest moment of self-reflection, with all her selfishness and weakness put on display, and she endured the strain of channeling the name of passion too. She invoked it, she finally succeeded, and when she did, it was as if blinders had been removed from her eyes. Nephis heard the spell whispering into her ear, but she did not have to listen to its loathsome voice to know that she had mastered another branch of her aspect legacy, the memory of light. She had mastered the knowledge of passion. Just as it had happened with the knowledge of fire and the knowledge of destruction, she could enjoy the fruit of her labor, a torrent of information poured into her mind, as if a seal had been broken, completing and complementing what she had already intuitively understood. An underlying understanding of a multitude of matters, an instinctual grasp of subtle secrets and intricate techniques, a collection of names related to passion and desire. It was as if she had spent a lifetime striving to explore and fathom something in theory while simultaneously applying that wealth of knowledge in practice, and was now receiving the fruits of this lived experience without the memories themselves. But that was not important at the moment. Nephis could assess and consolidate the boon of mastering another branch of her aspect legacy later. Right now, she was still reeling from having invoked the name of passion. Channeling that name was like adding fuel to her already scathing desire. Ignited by the invocation of passion, it flared with even greater intensity, emboldened and empowered by her sorcery. Her desire, in turn, empowered and emboldened her will, making it so much more potent. It was like a comprehensive augmentation of her fiery spirit, a cheat-like, self-fulfilling prophecy. It was like something that she had always been meant to possess, but was denied until now. The cornerstone of her entire aspect, or maybe a missing piece that had been preventing her from making the next step. Nephis suddenly felt incredibly alive. Even the terrible agony of her flaw seemed less tortuous, for a moment. The pain was the same, but the suffering it brought her felt not as meaningless and therefore more bearable. Doubtless, uncompromising, burning with passion, her will blossomed with unreserved heat, and that was enough to break the stalemate between her authority and that of the cursed demon. The world, which had been torn in two, was finally restored to being whole again. The frigid hell of Abjuration's creation was vanquished, and the incandescent inferno of purifying flames was actualized, settling to take its lawful place in reality. And so, just like Nephis had promised, Abjuration burned, opening square bracket ... You have slain Abjuration. Having assumed her human form, Nephis fell to her knees and gasped, clutching at her chest. She tried to draw air into her scorched lungs, but there was no air left for her to inhale. All of it had been burned away, turning the ruins of True Bastion into an incandescent, suffocating desert. The crumbling castle was no more, turned into a vast plain of glowing, white-hot slag. The lake was gone, too, its dark waters turned into clouds of superheated plasma. The remains of the city that had been hidden below the lake, and the bones of its former citizens, had turned to ash. Arg, Nefis tried to groan, but without air to carry her voice, there was no sound. She closed her mouth and gritted her teeth, enduring the pain in silence. Even after she had overpowered the will of the cursed demon by invoking the name of passion, their battle lasted for a long while. She had dealt the insidious abominations plenty of grievous wounds, and received more than a few of them herself in return. Her body was immaculate and pristine, but her soul was in shambles. She had burned her soul cores, as well, damaging a few of them almost to the point of breaking. But since she was a half-breed who was born of two worlds, belonging to neither, she could absorb the soul fragments of nightmare creatures slain by her flames just like she would those of humans. Abjuration had been a cursed demon, and an ancient one at that, so, her cores were now rebuilding themselves, having received a generous infusion of soul fragments after the abomination's death. Single quote ... Just abjuration, huh, it seemed like the spell did not deem it worthy to even mention the rank and class of cursed nightmare creatures when announcing their deaths. It made sense, really. After all, there had been only one abjuration in the world. It was one of a kind, so no one would confuse it with some other horror bearing the same name. Nefis looked around, drowning in the heat of the incandescent hell of her own creation. It was going to take a long time for True Bastion to cool off. And there was no reason for her to remain here anymore. On the contrary, there were plenty of reasons for her to leave as soon as possible. Even though she was not channeling the name of passion anymore, she could still feel its aftereffects. Usually, she would be drained of all feelings and emotions after abusing her aspect so thoroughly, but today, Nefis was full of them instead. She wanted to return to illusory Bastion. She wanted to revel in delicious food, to satiate her thirst with fragrant wine, to soothe her tired body with the cold caress of water and luxuriate in its embrace. She wanted to meet Sunny. She longed for him with such intensity that it felt a little frightening. Let's go. Holding her breath, she had no choice but to. Nefis rose to her feet and looked around one last time. The corpse of abjuration had turned to ash. There were no soul shards left to collect since she had already absorbed the soul fragments. She was standing near one of the deep cracks formed on the mountain during the siege of Bastion. It was dark and seemingly bottomless, leading far down. There was nothing left for her to do here. Nefis turned, intending to return. But then, something scraped beneath her feet. Frowning, she bent down and picked up a small piece of broken glass that had been laying on the edge of the fissure, the only cold thing in the white-hot furnace of the annihilated ruins. The piece of glass was blackened by soot, but when she scraped it with a nail, a fiery white eye looked back at her from beneath. It was the reflection of her own eye, and the white flame dancing in its depths. A mirror. Nefis threw one last look into the dark fissure, her frown growing deeper. Then, she tossed the fragment of the shattered mirror away and turned around. It was time for her to leave. Ravenheart awaited. Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 2441-2441, Immediate Impact. 1,469 words. Sunny shook his head as he continued on his way. The memories of learning what Nefis had done in Bastion were followed by the memories of reuniting with her in Ravenheart. At that point, he finally reached his destination. Having spent several weeks surrounded by billowing clouds of ash and cursed abominations, fighting one desperate battle after another, he was truly a pitiful sight to behold. His body might have been rebuilt and perfected by flesh weave, but he still could not wait to take a shower, lower himself into a bath, or better yet, rest his weary self in a steam room, followed by a plunge into ice-cold water. It just so happened that he could really use a cold plunge at the moment. Leaving his battered incarnation to tend to itself, Sunny shifted his focus to the avatar who remained in the council room. The Song Sisters had left by then, leaving him alone with Nefis and Cassie. The mood in the spacious chamber was different now. The sunset had drawn its last breath, surrendering the world to the embrace of darkness. The sky outside the tall windows was black and littered with shimmering stars, snow dancing in the torrents of cold wind. The brief levity was gone, replaced by a sense of gravity. Sunny remained silent for a few moments, then spoke with a sigh. This time, he described what had happened in the miniature realm of Ariel's game in detail, without wasting his time on jokes or witty wordplay. Going over everything he had experienced helped him put the events of the past weeks in perspective as well. Let's see. First, he explained the nature of the little, dreadful world created by Ariel, the vast grid of towering mountains, the snow and ash domains, the significance of dawn and dusk for the game pieces, the role of castles and shrines, and lastly, the existence of the terrifying arbiter who hid beneath the clouds. These were the laws governing the death game. Then, he described his own actions in the game and the battles he had fought. The battle against the Crystal Hive was relatively insignificant, in the grand scheme of things. At best, it was a valuable exercise in fighting a powerful foe while being suppressed by a hostile domain, which wasn't really that new of an experience for Sunny or for Nefis, who suffered a much worse version of the same suppression every time they entered the waking world. Next was the battle against abundance. That one was a much more valuable lesson, a priceless one, even, since it was the first time Sunny had fought a cursed abomination. He had learned about how lesser deities embodied concepts and weaponized them to twist the absolute laws of existence in their favor from that clash, as well as understood the natural affinity of his own will better. In the end, Sunny had defeated abundance by utilizing sorcery to counter and restrain the beast's authority, then slowly poisoning its soul with death will. Nefis smiled faintly when he described crushing the infinite worm under his boot. Quote ... What an elegant solution. Sunny chuckled. Thank you. Killing abundance was the pebble that started an avalanche. With a sacred shade in my service, I could tackle more powerful foes and slowly build an advantage over the snow tyrant. Plus, it was quite satisfying, he continued, describing the race to the Shrine of Truth in its first siege, his battle against the wolf, the grand spell he had woven, and the eventual annihilation of the volcano. The details of how he had held off a cursed demon while fueling his trap with the demon's own strength had a greater effect on Nefis and Cassie. Cassie especially seemed stunned. So, you channeled an opposite concept to that of the wolf. Sunny nodded. When you fight deities, the battle itself is only the tip of the iceberg. There is a clash of wills happening at the same time, hidden from view, it influences the cadence of combat, deciding who will gain the decisive advantage. Gods reshape the world around them according to what they are, and in order to defeat them, you have to break that vision of reality first. One would ideally achieve that with overwhelming strength, but since we are weaker than the cursed ones, I had to get inventive. Cassie smiled. Amazing. Neffys, meanwhile, contemplated his words deeply. Eventually, a sigh escaped from her lips, and she gave Sunny a long look. It was sort of boastful, satisfied, a little prideful. However, Neffys did not seem proud of herself. Rather, she seemed to be proud of Sunny, and satisfied with herself as a result. What has gotten into her? It is an incredible technique, Sunny. Sadly, I don't think anyone except you can make use of it. Your aspect and aspect legacy make you supremely adaptable, and this arcane ability to channel foreign concepts is their culmination. No one else would have been able to do something like that. Sunny remained silent for a few moments. Well, she wasn't wrong. Granted, he did not explain how he had almost killed Kai after taking this technique a step further in the battle against the puppeteer yet, but that could wait a little longer. After all, who didn't like being praised by their girlfriend and receiving these kinds of looks from her? Sunny wanted to enjoy the moment a little longer. He sighed. The spell I created takes most credit for the deaths of the wolf and the brass giant. It was a significant breakthrough in and of itself, made possible by the lessons I had learned while creating a bow for Kai. Actually, out of everything I gained in Ariel's game, this one might be the most immediately impactful. Neffys gave him an intense look. Do you mean? Sunny nodded. Yes, it opens an entirely new horizon of possibilities for us. I can further develop and expand this new branch of weaving, then, I'll be able to create more intricate spells. Even with 7 bodies, I won't be able to enchant every citadel of humanity, but doing so for our most important strongholds in the dream realm might be possible, as long as there are enough sacred soul shards to fuel the spells. Neffys looked to Cassie. Cassie, do you think you can help Sunny integrate his enchantments into the fortifications of human citadels with runic sorcery? The blind seer considered her words seriously for a while, then gave her a hesitant shrug. It is not impossible. Fusing 2 schools of sorcery won't make the result greater, but it might hasten the process and make it easier for the saints in charge of the citadels to operate and maintain the arrays. Sunny and I will have to spend a lot of time side by side to work out the framework, though. I've never considered large-scale runic arrays thoroughly before, but it should not be entirely different from the sorcery of the Ivory Island and the Chain Breaker. Neffy sighed. Time. It all comes down to time, doesn't it? She fell silent for a moment. Still, that is something worth investing time in. Our cities will come under siege eventually. When that happens, there has to be a way to keep the population safe while the champions repel the enemy. Sunny, I would be grateful if you and Cassie made that project a priority. Sunny smiled. Sure, I can spare an incarnation or two. In fact, he was glad to receive this opportunity. Sunny did not pursue fame or recognition. Being forced into the shadows by the revelation of why Weaver's lineage had been forbidden by the gods suited him fine, if not for the fact that he could not exert as much influence from the shadows freely as he would have wanted to. Humanity was protected by 2 sovereigns, but one of them was severely constrained in what he could do to actually help people. So, working on fortifying human cities in the dream realm was a good way to apply his power for the benefit of all in a secretive but efficient manner. Sunny's expression turned somber as he continued his tale, describing the eerie encounter with the cursed demon and the days missing from his memory. Then, he told Neffys and Cassie about the battle against the Rat King and how he and Kai had utilized the inherent vulnerability of that cursed beast to destroy it. As he did, he summoned the shade of the Rat King to illustrate his point. Strangely enough, the appearance of a large, feral-looking black rat on his palm did not impress the 2 women that much. In fact, their reactions did not seem enthusiastic at all, for some reason. It was almost as if they did not like this adorable black cutie pie. But why wouldn't they? Weirdos. Dismissing the rat after giving it a few head scratches, Sunny considered his words and described the final battle of Ariel's game, the battle against the spirit of doubt, puppeteer itself. Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 2442-2442, Self-Sufficient Cycle. 1,484 words. Quote. And so, I cleave the snow tyrant's head clean off. He finished the description of the battle with a thoughtful expression, looking at the stars burning in the cold black sky beyond the window. I think that it was mostly lying through its teeth to confuse me. Well, actually, I don't think that it had a mouth, so it was lying through whatever it had instead of teeth. Puppeteer was definitely not as immune to the madness of corruption as it presented itself, at least. As for the rest, he frowned. Quote. Maybe there was some truth to what it said, after all. Even if it twisted the meaning of it all entirely to sow seeds of doubt into my mind. Speaking of which, Sunny had felt a few of those still growing in his heart after returning from Ariel's game, soon to give birth to larval worms of doubt, certainly. He poisoned them with death wool and obliterated them completely, shivering in fear and disgust, then asked Neffys to purify him with her radiant flames just in case. Kai underwent the same cleansing. That did the job, preventing the puppeteer from infecting the world with its sinister malice from beyond the grave. Things could have gone differently if it had met a less paranoid, and well-informed, adversary. There was silence in the council chamber for a while. Then, Neffy said in a contemplative tone, Actually, I'm inclined to believe at least one thing the moth told you. Sunny raised an eyebrow. Oh, which one? She looked into the distance, a distant expression on her beautiful face. What it said about the flame waning. If you think about it, that is only natural, no? Sunny studied her carefully. I'm not sure. Natural. How so? Neffys let out a light sigh. Our world was created by the gods, who were born from the flame of desire. But a flame does indeed need fuel to burn, it cannot exist in a vacuum. So, what fuel was there for the flame of desire to burn, all those eons ago, before time even existed? Sunny tilted his head a little, confused by her words. What fuel? Then, his eyes widened slightly. What else could there have been, in the eternity before time existed? He whispered. The void. Neffys nodded. That would make sense. An everlasting, endless source of fuel for an immortal, inexhaustible flame. Her eyes flared with a promise of white flames, as well. But there was also an irrevocable conflict between the ever-changing void and the eternally constant desire. So, the gods waged a war against the void and eventually imprisoned it, separating the flame from the void by nothing. Now, the flame burns in a vacuum, deprived of its fuel. Of its source. So, the flame is waning, and at the same time, the flame is sustaining itself, by itself. From itself, Cassie spoke at that moment, her voice sounding soft in the silence of the council chamber. But it does sustain itself. It's a closed, self-sufficient cycle. We are all a part of the flame, and our own desires fuel it. The puppeteer tried its hardest to paint that truth as something vile and appalling, but I think it's the opposite. To me, it seems beautiful. A flame that ensures itself, burning brightly with human striving and longing. She faced them and smiled hesitantly. Don't you think so? Neffys looked at the stars, while Sunny shrugged. Well, we are indeed of the flame, of this vast and strange existence the gods created. So the puppeteer's whole argument was meaningless behind its sophistry, since he was trying to convince me that being destroyed and consumed by the void is a better alternative to being alive, simply because being alive is not all sunshine and roses. He scoffed. I don't know about you, but sunshine is overrated. I'd much rather relax in the shade. And as far as roses go, most of the flowers I encountered in my life had tried to either eat me, shred me to pieces with their thorns, or get their pollen into my body to use it as fertilizer, none of which is conducive to being alive, as it happens. Sunny smiled. Yes, life was cruel at times, life was a constant struggle, and for some people like him, it was more often bitter than sweet. But it was, after all, sweet. Life was also beautiful, joyful, and exciting, full of precious things like affection, contentment, accomplishment, fun. It contained friendship, camaraderie, love, passion. There was beauty, intellectual pursuits, challenge, and thrill. Even though Sunny's life had not been an easy one, it had also been a life full of great pleasure and joy. One side of his life could not have existed without the other, and the struggles he had overcome to be where he was gave meaning to it all, making each triumph feel so much more satisfying. That too was the flame, and that was what he had to protect from being consumed by corruption, from becoming swallowed by the alien malice of the primordial void. He sighed and looked at Neffys. You had a run-in with a cursed one yourself, didn't you? What do you think? Sunny had killed 4 cursed nightmare creatures in Ariel's game, Abundance, the wolf, the rat king, and the puppeteer. The brass giant had perished as a result of his actions, as well, while 3 more fallen deities had died in a mysterious way. It was a stunning achievement, no doubt, and yet, Sunny did not feel a lot of confidence at the moment. In fact, he was left properly shaken by his experiences in the death game. In truth, while Sunny had been at a great disadvantage in the dreadful world of Ariel's creation, its laws had also worked in his favor. The cursed ones had been restrained in how they could move and what they could do, for one. The nature of the Ash domain made the battle for the Shrine of Truth easier, while the shrine itself had empowered his companions tremendously. And even then, he had just barely survived. If Sunny had met the same cursed ones in the wild reaches of the dream realm, who knew how things would have turned out? Neffys remained silent for a while, then said in a somber tone. It was much more perilous than I had imagined. In truth, I am lucky to be alive. Her expression darkened. That single cursed demon could have wiped out all of humanity. I defeated it, yes, but my victory was not assured. The battle was a close one, in fact, no different from a gamble. She pursed her lips. In short, the cursed ones are too dangerous. Every single one of them is an extinction-level threat, despite how powerful you and I have become. And there are more than a few of them out there, as well. There are 5 just here in the Jade Palace at the moment. Gods only know how many remain in Godgrave, both in the Hollows and in the Sea of Ash. Neffys scowled. There are also the Death Zones south of Godgrave, the frozen wastelands west of Ravenheart, the Hollow Mountains in the Underworld, the Burned Forest, the Abyss in the Shadow Realm, the unexplored reaches and depths of the Stormsia, and other regions of the Dream Realm we have not even discovered yet. Finally, she looked at Sunny and let out a tired sigh. If all of them, or even only some of them, suddenly converge on the human domain, we will stand no chance. And that is not even mentioning the unholy ones. Considering how vast the gap between the great and cursed nightmare creatures is already, I'm afraid that both of us combined won't be strong enough to face even a single one. Sunny remained silent, a grim expression on his face. It was not that he did not have anything to say, it was just that he agreed with Neffys. The 2 of them were the strongest warriors of humanity, by far, and they were barely powerful enough to contend against isolated cursed abominations. What would happen if an unholy nightmare creature revealed itself, instead? He shivered. Neffys, meanwhile, shook her head. Quote, which is to say that our reasoning was correct. Being supreme is not at all enough to achieve our goals. We must become more powerful, much more powerful, and we must gain that power as fast as we can. She looked at him, hesitated for a moment, and then added in a lower tone. Or, at least one of us must. If they are willing. Sunny remained silent for a while, leaning on the backrest of the shadow chair. Many thoughts wandered around his mind aimlessly, but he still could not come up with the answer. In the end, he said, there is something else about my experience in Ariel's game that I must tell you. Something, quite important, maybe even more important than anything we have known until now. He inhaled deeply, and then looked at Neffys and Cassie. It concerns a group of people who called themselves the Nine, Weaver, and the Nightmare Spell. Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 2443-2443, Summary of Everything. 1907 words. Sunny had spent more than a decade uncovering the dreadful secrets of the Dream Realm and slowly piecing together its truth. The road to the knowledge he now possessed had been paved with blood and smoldering ruins, and very few people, if any at all, knew as much as he did about the hidden nature of the world. Which was not to say that others had not searched for the truth with just as much determination, and that no one else had a claim to the forbidden knowledge he harbored. The late sovereigns had known countless secrets, for example. There was Neffys, as well. She knew nearly as much as Sunny did, having spent the years they had been apart pursuing truths of her own. He did not have a monopoly on arcane knowledge, and neither did the world stand frozen while he was away. It was just that Sunny had an overwhelming advantage when it came to solving the chilling mysteries of the past, or at least used to have. That advantage was his former innate attribute, fated, which had put him on a collision course with Weaver and other main characters of the end of the world all those years ago. However, Neffys had a great advantage of her own. That advantage was Cassie. There was hardly a person in the world better suited to learning the lost and forgotten truths than her, so, Neffys and Cassie had learned quite a few of the same secrets Sunny had, in the years of his absence. Later, the 3 of them put their knowledge together. Now, however, Sunny was once again far ahead. Because this time, the secret he had learned was truly world-shattering. It was a secret to end all secrets, as well as the answer to countless mysteries that had been plaguing them for years. So, Sunny told them everything he had learned in Ariel's game. How Weaver had challenged the demon of dread to a death game. Who the 9 were, how Weaver died for the first time by Orkney's hand. How she killed the demon of fate once again in the Shadow Realm, how the nightmare spell was completed by consuming the gods. And why. Of course, he could only tell them the truth without explaining how all of it related to him personally. Cassie had already deduced a lot about who Sunny was and had been from the gaps in her memory and the things she did not seem capable of remembering, while Neffy's had her suspicions as well, but still, neither of them could retain the knowledge of what they had known about him in the past. When he finished talking, a stunned silence reigned in the council chamber. A snowstorm was raging outside the window, obscuring the starlit sky. The chamber seemed darker than before, with shadows nestling in its corners, and no one dared to speak for a long while. Eventually, it was Sunny himself who broke the silence. Ah, I've been chasing this truth for so long, you know. It almost feels unreal, to finally know it all. Well, most of it, at least. I don't quite know how to feel, but I do know that knowledge is the origin of all power. So, it feels like we have grown immensely more powerful despite remaining the same, I guess. Cassie was frozen still, her expression distant. She seemed to be thinking about something feverishly, thousands of thoughts swarming behind her beautiful, unseeing eyes. Sunny shuddered to imagine what was happening in the little, devious head of hers. Neffy's, meanwhile, was somber and focused, looking at Sunny with silent but scathing intensity. After a while, she inhaled slowly, and then spoke quietly. So, let me get this straight. She stood up and walked to the window, watching the snowstorm rage behind the transparent crystal pane. Her voice sounded just as aloof as usual, but there was a wealth of hidden emotion in it now. A long time ago, at the dusk of the Golden Age, the gods had grown distant and indifferent, neglecting their duties, what people considered to be their duties, at least. In their neglectful absence, an empire founded by War God and presumably enjoying his patronage launched a series of bloody conquests, slowly spreading across the mortal realms like a plague. That conquest continued until they encountered a small, peaceful nation, a culture that worshipped no gods but instead built temples to fate itself. She turned and looked at Sunny with a frown. That culture was conquered and wiped out, but not before sending out 9 fated heroes, or monsters, depending on how you look at it, on a quest to avenge their people. Avenge their people by slaying the gods. Sunny nodded and continued, but how can mortals hope to defeat the gods? The 9 were no match for them, and so, they set out to ignite a war between the demons and the gods, knowing that it would bring the empire of war, and all of existence with it, to ruin. In that way, they became the architects of the doom that swallowed the world. Neffy smiled darkly. Only there was one demon who refused to participate in the doom war. That demon, in fact, knew what the 9 were trying to achieve all along, as well as that there would be no winner in the war, that everything would be destroyed by it, with only corpses left in its wake. So, that demon devised a plan of their own, a plan to twist fate. She inhaled deeply and finished in a cold, somber tone. Weaver created the nightmare spell, let it spread unnoticed among the desperate refugees of the end of days, and then manipulated one of the 9 into slaying them in the Shadow Realm, where the Void Gate stands, the Void Gate that had been opened by someone during the final battle of the Doom War. Weaver's death was a catalyst that completed the spell, allowing it to consume both the gods and the demons. And realize its true design. Cassie finally stirred, tilting her head a little and whispering. To Lo, the forgotten god, who was released from the void, back to sleep. And then infect the humans who found shelter in the orphan divine realms in an attempt to nurture new gods, gods who were taught to defy fate, and would therefore be able to destroy the forgotten one once and for all in the depths of the 7th nightmare. Neff's expression turned cold. Quote. Only it did not work out quite like Weaver had hoped, until now. Every divine realm infected by the spell succumbed to the tide of nightmares and was devoured by the dream realm. After all, their civilizations annihilated and consumed by corruption. The people of the Twilight Sea, the civilization of Godgrave, and the rest, all of them are gone, and we are all that remains. The last sparks of the flame. Sunny sighed, then nodded. You do understand what it means, don't you? Cassie was the one who answered. It means that humanity is fundamentally wrong about the mechanism and the purpose of the spell, for one. In truth, what we call the nightmare spell is really two connected, but separate processes. We had suspicions, of course, but now it's confirmed. The forgotten god sleeps, dreaming a nightmare, vestiges of his dreams spill into reality, slowly infecting all of existence. That is where the nightmare seeds come from, tainting everything around them with corruption. And when the seeds bloom, the forgotten god's nightmare continues to spread, gates open in new realms, and those worlds are then integrated into his own divine realm, into the dream realm. Sunny leaned back, looking into the distance. So, the nightmare spell does not create the nightmare seeds, and neither does it create nightmare creatures. Rather, it is, like an interface built atop of it all, through it all, like a symbiotic, or maybe parasitic, presence. It constructs nightmares within the seeds and grants its carriers a way to access these nightmares in order to destroy the seeds from within. That is why those who do not carry the spell cannot challenge a seed. If they approach one, they will simply be exposing themselves to corruption. Cassie drew a shaky breath. That is one of the main functions of the spell. The second function is to nurture its carriers in various ways and help them walk the path of ascension at a speed unthinkable for natural awakened, in the most ruthless but also quite an effective way. She exhaled slowly before adding, the third of its main functions. Sunny ended the sentence, as the most fundamental one, which lies at the root of it all. It is to keep the forgotten god asleep. He paused for a moment, and then said with a hint of fascination in his voice. Many questions about how the spell functions remain, of course. For example, what powers it? Does it consume a bit of the soul fragments of every living being slain by its carriers perhaps? Or is it using the nightmare of the forgotten god as a perpetual battery to fuel itself? Is it still intact, or has its mechanism been corrupted over the eons? How exactly does it create the nightmares, and what is the nature of the phantoms populating them? I am pretty sure that the spell was not woven out of essence strings, but from the strings of fate themselves. Is that why it seems omniscient, possessing the knowledge of both the past and the future? Sunny shook his head. Weaver, that sinister demon, they pulled quite a stunning trick back then, at the end. Didn't they? Compared to what the spell is, even the act of slaying the gods, and the demons, almost seems to pale in comparison. I mean, who could have guessed that killing the gods had been merely the means to an end, not the actual goal? And who could have been brazen enough to treat their deaths that way? He sighed, suddenly feeling suffocated. Sunny was fateless now, but that did not seem to free him from Weaver's grasp. The nebulous demon had envisioned a role for their inheritor, their epigon, and even after being torn from the tapestry of fate, Sunny was still marching to the beat of their drum. That was because Weaver did not need to manipulate his fate in order to control him. They could simply manipulate the entire world and leave Sunny no choice but to go where the demon of fate had wanted him to go. Even though he was not fated anymore, the weight of the decision Sunny had already made ensured that his future choices would be in line with what Weaver had envisioned. That damn demon, he exhaled slowly, all of it is fascinating, and there's a lot we still don't know. But these details are not exactly important right now, are they? Neffes, who had kept quiet until then, gave him a poignant look. What is important, then? Sunny met her gaze, choosing his words carefully. In the end, he spoke in a tone that was a little softer than usual. Well, your goal has always been to destroy the spell. Now that you know that it is not as malignant as we believed, and that its existence is necessary to keep the Forgotten God from swallowing us all, doesn't it change anything? Or rather, doesn't it change everything? Neffes studied him for a while, her expression unreadable. Then, she pursed her lips slightly and turned to the window. Quote. It doesn't really change much, though. Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 2444-2444, Dream of the Forgotten God. 2044 words. Sunny stared at her, stunned. It doesn't change much. How so? Neffes lingered for a long time, then shrugged. My goal has always been to destroy the nightmare spell. But, back when I chose that goal, I was young and knew little of the world. As I grew and learned more, my understanding of the world expanded, and therefore, my goals expanded as well. The nightmare spell, the nightmares, to me, they are one and the same. I want to destroy them all. And even if the root evil is the nightmare itself, the spell is not free of guilt either. Her voice grew a little lower. You two seem to accept that the nightmare spell is a benevolent force, but I disagree. Yes, with what we know now, it is impossible to deny that its purpose, at least, was a noble one. It was created to save the world, no less. However, you forget that it was created by a demon, a divine being as old as time itself, and their concept of benevolence and nobility would have been quite alien to ours. Turning around, she looked at Sunny and Cassie coldly. Sure, the nightmare spell pushes humans to walk the path of ascension as fast as possible, in order to give us strength to resist the spreading nightmare. But have you considered that it might not be going about it in the best possible way? As far as I see it, the spell's solution to the problem is to simply throw as many bodies at it as possible. Most will die gruesomely, and then, even more people will die. Countless lives will be ruined, and entire generations will be wiped out. But as long as a few survive and achieve a higher rank, then everything is okay, isn't it? Sunny remained silent for a few moments, considering her words. Then, he said tentatively, but you can't deny that it's effective, can you? And that we are in a pretty desperate situation, so it's not like we are spoiled for choices. Neffes shook her head. Is it that effective, though? Or is it crude and wasteful? Think back to everything you have experienced. Was there really no better way? We are the strongest champions of humanity, you and I. But is it because we were the best, or is it because we were lucky? Would things have been different if the spell had been different? All those lost lives, all that wasted potential. How would the world have turned out if the first lord of the Bright Castle had not been sent into a death trap by the spell, for example? How far could he and his cohort have gone? What about Darren the Serpent King? If the spell had not sent him into a nightmare that only someone immune to corruption could have conquered, what would have happened to the people of the Twilight Sea? She shook her head and gritted her teeth. You can only see the spell in a positive light because you are its beneficiary, not its victim. No matter its purpose, the spell is ruthless, inhuman, and vile. All this great power, all that startling potential, and you tell me that the great demon of fate could not come up with anything better than forcing children into the jaws of the nightmare. Do you know how many aspirants die every year without ever becoming sleepers? I know, because I can feel their flames being snuffed out day and night. Was there really no better way? White flames ignited in Neff's eyes, and she grimaced. You can convince me that the nightmare spell is a necessary evil that we are stuck with, but you can't convince me that it is benign. You can't convince me not to hate it. Then, suddenly, her expression eased, turning cold and impassive once again. Neffes remained silent for a few moments, then sighed and turned back to the window. Well, it doesn't matter, anyway. I meant it when I said that this new knowledge doesn't change much, regardless of how I feel about the spell. A long time ago, I told someone that I intended to conquer all the nightmares and destroy the spell. And I still do. It is just that now, I know that there will be a seventh nightmare after the sixth, and that I will have to end the Forgotten God first before dismantling the spell. She chuckled bitterly. There would be no need for it by then anymore, anyway. So this entire argument is moot. Sunny frowned, then leaned forward a little. But that is just the thing, Neff. It is not moot. Have you forgotten what our goal is? It is to prevent the destruction of humanity. Killing the Forgotten God is what Weaver wanted to achieve, not us. Who cares what that treacherous demon wanted? Weaver is dead, so we are free to do what we want. And to achieve that, we don't need to risk ourselves in a battle against a being that neither the gods nor the demons were able to stop. He clenched his fists. We don't need to conquer the seven nightmares and destroy the Forgotten God. We don't need to destroy the spell, either. The spell can continue keeping that thing asleep. It has contained him for eons, and it can contain him for a few eons more. We just need to become strong enough to contend against the creatures that are threatening humanity here and now. We just need to become divine. Others would have called him a fool or a coward for thinking like that, but Sunny did not care. In fact, he considered people who could not see past what was intended for them foolish, instead. Sure, the Forgotten God was the source of corruption that plagued the world, and destroying him would theoretically stop the spread of the nightmare, but so what? None of them had even considered the possibility of a world without nightmare seeds and nightmare creatures before. These were merely inalienable facts of life until just a few days ago, and rather than fantasizing about some kind of heavenly paradise, they had been busy planning how to ensure the survival and prosperity of mankind in reality. As long as its safe resettlement into the dream realm could be ensured, and as long as there were champions powerful enough to keep the cursed and unholy nightmare creatures at bay, humanity could not only survive, but thrive in this world they lived in. There were already vast cities like Bastion and Ravenheart here. In the dream realm, there were electric streetlights and fertile fields, roads were being built across the wilderness, trade caravans were traveling between human strongholds, and new settlers were arriving every day. Sure, there were also nightmare creatures and horrors beyond description, but that was just life. He had never known anything different, and most of humanity had not either. And yet, that did not stop people from living their lives, from struggling, striving, and thriving in this dangerous but generous and beautiful world. That was what Sunny wanted to protect. That was why he had returned from his journey to the edge of the world, resolving to change it. Slaying some ancient god of corruption had nothing to do with it. Sunny could sleep peacefully even knowing that the forgotten god was dreaming about him somewhere out there, imprisoned in a nightmare by the spell. Sure, there was a possibility that the spell would fail one day and that its prisoner would awaken, but that was not an unfamiliar reality either. After all, even before the nightmare spell descended, people knew that the sun would die one day, and that the entire universe was moving toward eventual demise. But nobody threw themselves into the sun because of it. The world had always been meant to end one day, probably long after humanity had already destroyed itself 10 times over. The awakening of the forgotten god was no different from the heat death of the universe in that regard. Only destroying the forgotten god would probably be far more difficult and deadly than destroying the universe. After all, he was older than the universe, having participated in its creation. And that was whom Weaver wanted them to kill. Sunny shook his head. Becoming divine is already impossible enough. Sure, I understand that we are indoctrinated to count and do everything in sevens, and that it feels wrong to ignore the logical conclusion of the path laid out for us by Weaver, but our goal has been to become gods in order to protect humanity. Not to challenge the final nightmare and correct an error made by the true gods when designing the world. Not to eliminate the flaw of existence. A perfect world is a dead world, anyway, so why would we want to throw ourselves into something entirely fatal and meaningless on top of that? Nephews looked at him with a deep scowl. To prevent countless people from having their choice robbed from them by the nightmare spell. To save countless lives from dying in the nightmares. To ensure that the end of the world never comes. To destroy the spell once and for all. Why can't you see it? Sunny did not respond for a while, looking at her silently. He knew that deep down, Nephies was a selfish person. That she did what she wanted, and it was merely a happy coincidence that what she wanted was to be a righteous and decent person, according to her own harsh understanding of righteousness and decency, of course. But what she really wanted was to destroy the spell, which she hated, and do so in a way she would not be ashamed of. To avenge herself upon the world. The nightmare gates, the nightmare spell, it was indeed all the same to her. She would not be able to let go of her most ardent desire easily. But, Sunny was a selfish person, too. I see it, but I simply don't want you to throw your life away, Neph. Not in an attempt to create some kind of flawless Garden of Eden, of all things. I need you alive, please, try to see that as well. They both remained silent for a while, looking at each other. In the end, Nephi sighed and turned away. Quote. Why are we arguing, anyway? It's not even guaranteed that we will survive the 5th nightmare, let alone the 6th. We can't even think about challenging the 7th right now, and won't be for many years. So, let's cross that bridge when we get there. Sunny lingered for a while, then nodded reluctantly. Sure, let's focus on what we need to do right now, indeed. He knew that she had not been convinced, and that her determination to destroy the nightmare spell was as firm as ever. But, Sunny also knew that many things could change with time. So, he tacitly agreed to continue this conversation later, for now. Nephi sighed. So, what are your plans? He leaned back and smiled. Well, since you so kindly disposed of that cursed demon and cleared the path to the mirror maze, I thought I'd get Effie and explore True Bastion a little. Oh, but I want to make a short stop in the frozen wastelands west of here first. There's something there I want to try finding. I'll depart for Bastion after that. Nephi's hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Good. Actually, I found something after the battle with Abjuration. A fragment of one of Mordred's reflections. It could have been there from when we unleashed that cursed demon in True Bastion a year ago, but something tells me that it got there later. So, he might be hiding somewhere in that mirror maze. It's good that you'll be heading there. Sunny smiled dimmed a little. That guy, how wonderful. With that, he turned to Cassie. He was not hiding in that piece of mirror by chance, was he? She shook her head. No, Abjuration would have gotten him, and I checked just to make sure on top of that. Sunny nodded with relief. Good, then, I guess we are done for today. I think we all need some time to digest all this new information. He looked at Nephies, knowing that the two of them had a lot to talk about. And talk through, but that was better done alone. Outside the window, the sun was already rising from beyond the horizon. A new day had come to Ravenheart. Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 2445-2445, Longer Days. 1025 words. About a month later, just before the full moon, Sunny returned to Bastion. Or rather, another of his incarnations did. The first had actually returned to Bastion weeks ago, but this one took a detour to the frozen wastelands west of Ravenheart first. There were scouting parties of the human domain prowling there in search of citadels. Granted, they neither dared nor could survive going deep into the hellish cold, and only the saints ventured beyond the outer reaches of the seemingly boundless expanse of ice. So, Sunny had employed Silent Stalker as a guide. Well, more so informed her of the fact that she would be his guide. And the two of them spent several unforgettable weeks together, shivering in the cold and eluding the strange, fearsome nightmare creatures who reigned in that frozen hell. That was how Sunny learned that Silent Stalker was not, in fact, mute. As it turned out, she could talk after all, or, at least, she could hiss and curse like a sailor. Whatever made the usually taciturn song princess so expressive all of a sudden, he had no idea. It was probably the cold. In any case, eventually, when it became too dangerous for Silent Stalker to follow him, he left her in a shelter he had dug in the ice and continued west on his own. A few days later, a pale and shaken Sunny returned, and the two of them started on the way back to Ravenheart. From there, Sunny passed through the Dream Gate to Bastion. It opened regularly, connecting the two largest human cities in the Dream Realm at set intervals. And here he was. A mass of people were flowing out of the towering Dream Gate, and he was safely hidden in its middle. Sunny was wearing a ragged robe atop the nebulous mantle, having already changed his facial features. Members of the Shadow Clan used special memories for that, but he simply reshaped his avatar a little for the sake of anonymity. Masking his appearance had become much easier after he learned how to grant manifested shadows color in Ariel's game. Making himself less handsome felt like a crime against humanity, but what could he do? Such was life, plus, he was a taken man now, so drawing admiring gazes would do him no good. There was a long, narrow object wrapped in cloth tied to his back, protruding high above his head. Sunny walked as if it was light as a feather, but in fact, it took all of his supreme strength not to stagger under the weight of the damn thing. Even the wild shadow he had attached to his feet and controlled to mimic his movements seemed to be sweating from the burden of the object's shadow. Holy hell, why is this thing so heavy? Letting out a shaky sigh, Sunny allowed the current of the crowd to carry him away from the dream gate. Soon enough, he encountered a problem. Standing on the waterfront, he watched ferries move across the lake. He had to cross the lake, as well, but no ferry would be able to support his weight. At best, the deck would crack beneath him, at worst, the entire ferry would sink, taking the passengers with it. In fact, the only reason why the ground was not fracturing beneath his feet already was that he was in the castle, where the cobblestones were made from the same mystical stone as the walls of the great fortress itself. Sunny scratched the back of his head. Should I just shadow step to my destination? Failing to come up with a better idea, he went to find a dark alley where no one would notice him vanishing into thin air. It would do no one any good if he was seen using powers similar to those of the Lord of Shadows. Being dead was such a hassle sometimes. As Sunny walked, he thought about what had transpired in the past month. Many things had happened while his incarnation was enduring the cold of the frozen hellscape. Early winter was the busiest time for the human domain, after all, because of the winter solstice. By now, most of the sleepers who had been infected by the nightmare spell last year were either awakened or dead. Others were still somewhere out there, in the dream realm, making their way to human citadels. Some had awakened long before the solstice, having passed through the dream gate in advance. In fact, there were many of them, significantly reducing the death toll. This winter solstice in particular was especially important because it served as proof of concept. It was the second solstice of Nef's reign, but the first one she was able to prepare for. The previous one had happened too soon after the end of the domain war, when everything was in chaos. Not that things weren't chaotic now. Depending on the results of all the measures Nefis and Cassie had taken to ensure that as many sleepers as possible survived their first journey to the dream realm, all following solstices could drastically transform. There weren't many of those left for humanity, though, since the waking world was going to be consumed by the dream realm before too long. But that was merely the significance of the winter solstice to all of humanity. It was meaningful to Sunny on a personal level, as well. After all, it was his birthday. He had turned 28. This time, Sunny had enjoyed several birthday parties at the same time, one in the Dark City, with Aiko, his shadows and incarnations, and the strangely stiff members of the Shadow Clan, one in Ravenheart, with Nefis, Cassie, and Kai, and one with Silent Stalker of all people, who had not seemed enthused about his insistence of celebrating a birthday in the middle of a death zone at all. Sunny still had fun. Actually, he felt quite at home in the company of the Quiet Song Princess, not the least of all because she reminded him of Saint and Slayer, so, he secretly favored her above other song sisters, despite the fact that the feline huntress did not seem even a little bit friendly. It had been a good birthday, still. Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 2446-2446, Lover Spat. 1,170 words. It had indeed been a good birthday. Actually, Sunny had been a little dejected prior to the winter solstice. That was because Nefis had been giving him the cold shoulder after that heated conversation in the council chamber of the Jade Palace. He found himself sleeping on the couch for the first time since they got together, well, in a metaphorical sense. In truth, neither of them had slept anywhere after that night, since both were terribly busy due to the approaching solstice. But he could still feel the flimsy walls of the proverbial doghouse around him. It was not like Nefis was avoiding him or refusing to talk to him, or even behaving that differently. She had just retreated into her former aloof, impassive self. He could feel that she was angry, as well as that she was hurt beneath the anger. They talked again after that night, trying to express their feelings and thoughts better. But that calmer discussion only managed to define where they stood better, not resolve the fundamental difference in their opinions. So, there was an awkward distance between them for a few days. Sunny was saddened by that fact, but in a strange way, he was also happy. To him, it seemed like a good sign. This was the first fight they had gotten into as a couple. Usually, Sunny was too accommodating and Nefis was too casual about most things. The fact that she was angry this time showed that she cared about him deeply enough to get angry, at least, which was not at all bad. In fact, it was reassuring. Sunny would have been much more bitter if she had remained unperturbed and indifferent instead. As for how he himself felt, he was tense and anxious. He knew Nefis, and he knew that she would throw herself into the jaws of the forgotten god without hesitation in pursuit of her goal, of her unquenchable desire. So, he was afraid to lose her. That was why the two of them were angry at each other, and that was why they had spent several days apart. But then, the solstice arrived, and despite how Nefis felt, she suppressed her stubborn nature and made an effort to make the day as pleasant as she could for Sunny. Their conflict did not magically disappear after that, but the awkwardness dissipated somewhat. And yet, even though things once again seemed normal, some distance still remained between them. That gap was narrow and seemingly insignificant, but Sunny had no idea how to breach it. Damnation, why are all my friends single? He desperately needed relationship advice, but there were few people he could ask for it, not that fighting ancient gods of corruption was something many couples encountered as a stumbling block in their relationships. There was Kim and Luster, but he would be mad to ask for advice from either Luster or the woman who had married Luster. Which, basically, only left one candidate. Effie. Yeah, no, I'd rather ask Nether for relationship advice. And that guy was someone whose failed relationship destroyed the universe, no less. Finally finding a narrow and desolate alley, Sunny scratched the back of his head. Come to think of it, how come almost all my friends are single? The answer was both obvious and sad, they were all workaholics. But how was humanity going to survive if the cream of the crop of its adult population were not busy making hordes of kids? Shaking his head and chastising his friends mentally, Sunny dove into the shadows, dragging his unbearably heavy baggage with him. Apart from the solstice, his birthday, and his first quarrel with Nefis, well, his first quarrel with Nefis after they became a couple, at least, other things had happened as well. The world kept spinning, not waiting for anyone. Far north, in the burned forest, an ocean of rats was currently besieging an endless legion of monstrous millipedes, getting closer and closer to their nests. In the ruined cathedral of the Dark City, one of his incarnations was maniacally altering the design of his future shadowbound memory to integrate his recent attainments in weaving into the theoretical spellweave. Another abandoned the forgotten shore and was establishing a base in Ravenheart. His experience in Ariel's game had proven that having almost all his avatars in the north was highly inconvenient during emergencies, so Sunny wanted to enhance his presence south of the Hollow Mountains. Plus, someone had to guard the Jade Board in the dollhouse at all times. They had not figured out what to do with these time bombs yet, but keeping them in the Jade Palace was definitely not an option. Sunny had half the mind of tossing at least one of Ariel's creations into the seal containing the Dark Sea, but was not at all sure that it was a good idea. Cassie, meanwhile, had taken a good look at Kai after the charming archer rested from his experiences in Ariel's game. Just as Sunny had expected, the rings of ash empowering his friends had disappeared as soon as the game was over. However, they had not disappeared without leaving a trace. Kai had a new attribute now, Mark of Ash. This attribute granted him affinity to ash, whatever that meant. Among other things, it increased his already immense resistance to fire, as well as granted him a minor but scaling augmentation when near intense heat or surrounded by it. It was nice to know that knowledge and experience, as well as an awesome custom-made bow and a quiver of masterwork enchanted arrows, were not the only things Kai had brought back with him from Ariel's game. Still, Sunny was of the opinion that his friend deserved way more. After all, where else would one find a saint who had slain a cursed beast? Emerging from the shadows on a quiet street, Sunny smiled and headed for a particular manor situated there. Now that the solstice was behind them, Sunny and Nephews were going to get even busier. He had the new project of enchanting human strongholds in the dream realm on his plate, which meant that he and Cassie would be busy with researching sorcery for the foreseeable future, while Nephews was needed on countless battlefields. Now that the cursed demon was dead and she wasn't tethered to Bastion anymore, she would probably take the Ivory Island on a lengthy journey. The death zone south of Godgrave had remained an impregnable wall and a source of worry for them until now. Nephews wanted to conduct a proper reconnaissance of them first. Before that, though, they had to receive a lengthy report from the agents of the Shadow Clan scattered across the two worlds. It had been put off because of the solstice, so now was the time. Aiko seemed to think that things were fishier than usual. As well, they needed to determine if she was correct with haste. But that was for his other incarnations to worry about. This one, meanwhile, had a different task. Sunny was going to search for the fifth fragment of Weaver's lineage here in Bastion. In the true version of Bastion, to be precise. Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 2447-2447, Home Visit. 1006 words. Leaving behind a few cracked cobblestones, Sunny arrived at a particular gate and waited for a while, expecting a giant wolf to come barreling out to engulf him in a hurricane of excitement, enthusiasm, and slobbery puppy love. However, nothing of the sort happened. Sunny had been preparing himself to act annoyed, but now, he was strangely disappointed. Ling Ling, that brat, does he not smell his favorite uncle standing at the door? Sunny waited a bit more, then sighed and raised his hand to knock at the gate. Before he could, however, it opened, revealing the sight of a toned, shapely, and sculpted torso. Sunny studied it for a few moments, then looked up, and then, with a sigh, a little higher still. Effie was standing on the gravel road barefoot, wearing well-worn, comfy sweatpants and a makeshift crop top with a faded Nightingale logo that heroically held back her ample figure. Her hair was disheveled, and she was rubbing her eyes while yawning. Seeing her in such a mundane set of clothes felt a little strange, considering who she was and where they were. But then again, Effie had never been one to care about her exalted status. Looking over Sunny's head, she gave the street a dubious look. Huh, no one is here, goddammit, he gritted his teeth. Hey, stop pretending that you can't see me. Effie raised her eyebrows and slowly lowered her gaze. Then, she lowered it some more and smiled brilliantly. Oh, it's you, Shadow Boy. Sorry, didn't notice you there, and by there, I mean down there. Sunny furrowed his brow in annoyance. How does it even make sense? Sure, let's say you didn't notice me. What about that huge bundle on my back? The one that is 3 meters long. Only a blind person would fail to notice that. Effie looked at the bundled item protruding high above his left shoulder, then scratched her head in embarrassment. Well, fine, you got me there. Anyway, come in. I was warned that you'd be showing up, so I've been waiting. This is officially my first day of vacation. I didn't even know that I get to have those, you know. Granted, since you are involved, it will probably be a work trip at best. Now that I think about it, I think I was swindled out of taking a break. Sunny followed Effie past the gate and looked around. Huh, where's little Ling? And his dad? I was hoping to catch up. She gave him the side eye. Ling Ling is punished and is helping his dad around the farm. Also, I find it weird that you are friends with my husband. Really weird. Sunny blinked a few times, aghast and dismayed. What? Why? Let me tell you, I am an awesome friend. Effie nodded energetically. Exactly. You are way too awesome. In the literal sense of the word, I mean. You are a sovereign, for spell's sake. What business does my husband have being pals with a sovereign? Sunny scoffed. That guy is married to a saint and is raising another. I think he can handle being buddies with a supreme. Don't sell that guy short. He is just that kind of impressive. Effie glanced at him, then looked away with a soft smile. Okay, that's true. He is indeed a little impressive, isn't he? Before they entered the house, Sunny gestured for her to stop and took the bundled item off his back with an audible sigh of relief. Wait a bit, I'm not sure that we can take that thing inside. The grounds of Effie's manor had been treated to be able to support the titanic weight of her transcendent form, as well as survive little Ling's overabundant energy, but he wasn't sure about the house. Her husband had built it from the mystical wood from the woods around Bastion, but they were dealing with something truly special here. Resting the bottom of the bundled item on the ground, Sunny supported its weight with one hand and used the other to massage his hurting shoulder. Ah, that's better. Effie studied the narrow object with a curious expression. What is that thing, anyway? Sunny grinned. This is a little gift from me to you. He lowered it to the ground carefully and then knelt to remove the straps. Of course, both the cloth the item was wrapped in and the straps were made from manifested shadows, so he could have simply dismissed them, but where was the theater in that? Plus, the more Sunny became akin to a deity, the more he learned to appreciate these small, human moments. Sure, he could teleport around and make the shadows do everything for him so that he never needed to lift a finger, but walking where he needed to go on his own 2 feet and doing what he wanted to do with his own pair of hands was its own small pleasure. As he was unbundling the item, he gave Effie a mischievous smile. It's nothing too crazy, I just thought of you when I saw it. From within the cloth, an imposing spear was revealed. It was around 3 meters in length, devoid of frivolous adornments but beautiful in design. The great spear was both solemn and resplendent, seemingly forged from pure gold. Despite that, it emanated a sense of indescribable fierceness and crushing gravity, inspiring awe and reverence in anyone who glimpsed it. The spearhead was long, capable of both piercing and severing, while the shaft was flawlessly straight and seemingly indestructible. As soon as the spear was revealed, the air suddenly smelled of a lightning storm, and sparks of electricity arced across the grass. It felt ancient, unfathomably powerful, and holy. The world itself seemed to react to the presence of the golden weapon, becoming brighter and solemn around it. Effie looked at the great spear, enthralled. What? At that moment, Sunny beamed. A beanpole for a beanpole. She forced herself to look away from the spear and gave him an unamused look. Wanna die? Sunny laughed. Effie studied the spear some more, then asked in a tone of wonder. No, really, what is this beauty? Sunny shook his head and finally dismissed the shadow cloth. His tone was nonchalant when he explained. This is a divine relic. Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 2448-2448, Divine Armament. 1031 words. Sunny smiled. To be precise, this is a divine relic I recovered in the frozen wastelands. And I mean that literally, it is a divine armament left behind by a slain god. I almost kicked the bucket to retrieve it, so be a darling and call me uncle, call me uncle. Effie's eyes widened. Indeed, the great spear that looked like a bolt of obliterating lightning forged into a weapon was a divine weapon. It was the spear Sunny had glimpsed in one of the truths revealed to him in Ariel's game. That truth had shown him Weaver challenging Ariel to a death game on a blood-soaked battlefield in a frozen hell, with Ariel inhabiting the body of a dying divine. Sunny could remember every detail of that scene vividly. The endless white plain, the broken corpses of lesser gods, the rivers of ichor flowing into the depths of the frozen ocean, the tendrils of nothingness seeping into reality through the cracks in the shattered sky, the giant kneeling in the middle of the silent battlefield, grasping his fractured head with 2 enormous hands as he mumbled disjointed words, full of terror. And a great spear laying on the broken ice, forgotten, still brimming with the echoes of annihilating lightning. The giant might have forgotten about his spear before dying, his body swallowed by the imprisoned ocean, but Sunny had not. So, he ventured into frozen wastelands hoping to find it. Luckily, discovering the battlefield from his vision had not been too difficult, at least not for Sunny, who could cast his shadow sense across countless kilometers and move with stunning speed. After all, there were not a lot of places where the sky was shattered and tendrils of nothingness seeped into reality, even in the dream realm. Surviving that harrowing place, however, that was an entirely different matter. Thousands of years had passed since the day he saw in the vision of truth, and the entire area had become far more eerie and terrifying, not to mention chillingly lethal, than it used to be. Everything was swallowed by the ice and bathed in the familiar white mist, only something seemed to be hiding in the mist there, making his skin crawl. The unbearable cold was almost absolute, far worse than even the winter beast's blizzard had been. Sunny had wanted to explore the battlefield thoroughly, but in the end, he barely managed to retrieve the spear from deep within the ice before hastily making a retreat. The spear had been gigantic at first, but as soon as he touched it, it shrank to its current size. That eerie place, that sense of terrible fear, that cold, was something he wished to never relive. Looking at Effie, Sunny smirked. So, what do you say? Enthralled, Effie leaned forward and picked the spear. Thanks, Uncle UAHH. Barely lifting the spear off the ground, Effie toppled over and landed on her face, making Sunny laugh again. Oh, sorry, I forgot to mention, it's quite heavy. Effie herself was also a top-heavy person, so, it was no wonder that she had lost balance and ended up falling down. Laying on the ground, she gave him a glare, then stood up and reached for the great spear once again. With a grunt, Effie lifted it after all. Lean muscles rolled under her dewy olive skin, and beads of sweat glistened on her face. Sunny was not surprised to see her shouldering the crushing weight of the divine weapon that made even a sovereign struggle. If anyone had enough raw physical strength to carry the great spear, it was Effie. She studied it with a contemplative expression, then smiled. Awesome. However, I don't think I am strong enough to wield it in battle. No saint is. Sunny lingered for a few moments, then nodded. Indeed, no saint is. Which brings us to the next point of this conversation, and the real reason I'm here. Actually, I feel a bit awkward giving this speech for the second time, but here it goes. Nephews and I are going to attempt apotheosis sooner or later, which means. Effie waved a hand in the air dismissively. If you are about to tell me how someone else has to become supreme before you guys jump into the 5th nightmare, no need. Actually, I already met Kai in NQSC, and he regaled me with the tale of your misadventures in the death game over some drinks. So, you can skip the explanation. I already know. Sunny stared at her for a few seconds. And, Effie placed the golden spear back on the ground and shrugged. Sure, I'm in. He blinked a couple of times. You know that we are talking about you challenging the 4th nightmare, right? Not immediately, I mean, but eventually. That is the reason I took Kai to Ariel's game, and that is why I want to take you to the mirror maze. To help you prepare, Effie yawned again, then let out a groan. Damn it, all this talk of attaining supremacy, and I haven't even had my morning coffee yet. I said sure, didn't I? Let's do it, let's get me ready to challenge the 4th nightmare, eventually. Preferably after I had breakfast. Sunny stared at her silently, then shook his head. Don't you need time to consider? Only 4 people in history have survived the 4th nightmare, you know. Effie met his gaze, then smiled faintly. Look around. Sunny did, studying the cozy wooden home and the picturesque grounds of the manor. Effie, meanwhile, picked up the divine spear and carefully leaned it against a nearby tree. I have stuff to protect, Sunny. It was a very simple answer, but one that said it all. Brushing the dirt off her sweatpants and her stretched-out crop top, Effie started whistling a cheerful melody as she headed inside. Don't dawdle, it's the full moon tonight, so let's grab something to eat and discuss what, exactly, we are going to do in the mirror maze. Oh, and also, she turned around and smiled. Thank you for the spear, really. I mean it. Then, Effie's smile turned into a grin. I mean, I did not know what to expect when you started boasting about the size of your bundle, but when you took that thing out. Good heavens, it really. Heading into the house, Sunny pushed her inside. Shut the hell up, share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 2449-2449, Details. 1003 words. Sunny climbed out of the water and rose to his feet, looking at the desolate, moonlit landscape of True Bastion. The ruins of the great castle he and Cassie had explored once were completely gone, melted into a vast, eerily smooth plain of pale rock. Here and there, deep fractures marred its surface, harboring cold darkness. The rock itself was still radiating unbearable heat, making the waters of the lake seethe and boil. Swimming to shore had not been a pleasant experience, to say the least. There used to be a dark, twisted forest on the other side of the lake. Now, there was only cinders and ash, with towering bones protruding into the broken sky like charred pillars. A shattered moon was bathing the devastated land in silver light, reflecting from the restless surface of the dark water. The landscape felt eerie and alien, bearing little resemblance to the bustling city on the other side of the reflections. The fallen tower where Cassie used to wait for Sunny on their ventures into the mirror maze was gone. The walls of the castle were gone, as well, so were the ruins of the main keep that had served the King of Swords as a forge once. Sunny suddenly was painfully aware of the inevitable, merciless passage of time. Of course, True Bastion had not been reshaped by time. Instead, it had been reshaped by a passing demigod, the Star of Ruin. A demigod not unlike himself. The pitiful remains of what had been a demon citadel once did not illustrate the eroding power of time. Instead, they illustrated his own daunting power. Sunny was not that different from a force of nature now. In fact, by very definition, he was far more devastating than nature could ever be. How odd. He sighed deeply and turned into a shadow for a split second, leaving the water soaking his clothes and hair behind. A moment later, completely dry, Sunny assumed his human form again. Darn, damn it, damnation, what the actual hell? His quiet contemplation was unceremoniously destroyed by Effie, who chose that moment to rise from the boiling lake, glistening drops of water rolling down the graceful lines of the steel armor that clung to her body like a second layer of skin. The white cloth she wore around her hips and chest stuck to the smooth steel, doing nothing to obscure the stirring shape below. She flipped her hair back, sending a scattering of droplets flying into the rays of silver moonlight, and looked around with a pout. Quote. Kai gets to have awesome hot springs in Ravenheart, but I get to be cooked alive in a boiling lake. I almost became soup. How is that fair? Man, Nephies really did a number on this place. Sunny sighed. Yeah, the ruins are completely destroyed. It's strange, though. She mentioned that there would be no water in the lake, but it seems no different from before. Effie fanned herself, then gave the vast expanse of fractured stone a peculiar look and shivered. Actually, we destroyed most of the ruins with Morgan during the war. We dried out the lake, too, but water must be seeping through the reflections from the other side. It's a bit weird, no? Water flowing from an illusory lake into the real one. Can it even be called an illusion, then? Sunny shrugged. Well, it is an illusion created by the demon of imagination. Those can very well be more real than reality itself. He gazed across the dark expanse of water, then peered into its depths. There's a drowned city on the bottom of the real lake here, right? But there is nothing like that in our version of Bastion. That is also curious. Effie sighed, then started heading away from the shore. You've been to Rivergate, I presume. Well, there's actually a twin complex of great dams north of True Bastion. This one was utterly destroyed thousands of years ago, though, my theory is that it was by the same blow that shattered the moon and turned Imagination's castle into ruins. That was how the city drowned, I think. Sunny turned to look at her and raised an eyebrow. There is another dam upstream from the Mirror Lake. Effie nodded. There is in True Bastion, but not in the illusory one. I think both dams were built by the demon Imagination, and that they had something to do with the Mirror Lake. She seems to have been fond of playing with water, for some reason. It's such an ancient past that there is no way to know for sure, of course. Sunny's second eyebrow rose, as well. Huh, since when are you interested in exploring ancient history? Effie chuckled. Since I was put in charge of Bastion. I need to know the background of the city I am meant to rule to avoid unpleasant surprises. Ancient past tends to become present problems quite often here in the dream realm. Sunny sighed. I couldn't have put it better myself. He lingered for a moment, then looked up at the shattered moon and asked. Have you ever reached the boundary of this reflection? Effie shook her head. No, because when we fought here, Morgan had drawn True Bastion into reality to protect the illusory version. It just bordered the surrounding regions of the dream realm seamlessly, as if it had always been there. But I imagine that there's just nothing at the edges, something like the boundary of the beast farm. By then, they reached the deepest of the fractures that broke the surface of the mountain. The dark fissure led all the way to the mirror maze. The piece of mirror Nephies had discarded was still laying on its edge, covered in soot. Sunny picked it up, studied it for a moment, then crushed it in his fist. Opening the fist to let the wind scatter the fine glass dust, he pointed to the fracture. Are you going first, or should I? Effie suddenly smiled. Oh my, it's not every day that a man invites me to explore a deep crossing. Sunny smiled too, then raised a hand and calmly pushed her over the edge. Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 2450-2450, Kingdom of Imagination. 1668 words. A little fall was not going to hurt a saint, and it was especially not going to hurt Effie, whose awakened ability made her body as tough as steel. Granted, this particular fall was quite a lengthy one, but in the end, both of them reached the mirror maze unscathed, if a little worse for wear and covered in dust. Crap, I can't see anything. What a hassle, Effie complained, but she did not summon a luminous memory. That was because Sunny had drowned the mirror maze in shadows on purpose. This was his tried and trusted method of erasing the infinite reflections from its walls, thus avoiding encountering the others. I suspect that the intended, and therefore the safest, way to explore the heart of this maze is to traverse it across reflections. But since neither of us knows how to deal with the others, we will just walk like normal people. He turned to Effie. Grab my hand. He offered her his hand, but she did not take it. Sunny frowned. What seems to be the problem? What, are you shy all of a sudden? Effie rolled her eyes. No, you numbskull, I can't see where your hand is. Letting out an awkward cough, Sunny grabbed her by the forearm and pulled her into the darkness. The mirror maze seemed no different from how it had been before, not damaged by the dreadful devastation above it all. Granted, there was more dust on the floor, but other than that, it was in pristine condition. As they walked through the darkness, Effie seemed to be listening to the sounds of their footsteps intently. Eventually, she asked, so, Clan Valor had no idea this place was here? Sunny shook his head. No, it used to be hidden deep underground and protected from usual forms of detection. I barely found it myself, so, neither Warden nor his son knew about the existence of the mirror maze, despite spending decades right above it. Effie remained silent for a bit, then said suddenly, but Mordred must have known. Sunny gave her a guarded look. Yes, that was the conclusion he had drawn, as well. Mordred could gaze through the mirrors around him and even travel through them, those were his dormant and awakened abilities. So, when young Mordred first returned into the cold embrace of Clan Valor, he would have definitely felt the presence of a vast mass of mirrors beneath True Bastion. He must have known that the mirror maze was here, perhaps he had even been the first human to explore it. Was he hiding somewhere in the complicated web of twisting tunnels right now? Sunny did not think so, he did not think that Mordred was in any of the tunnels, that was. If he's here, he is probably in the Hall of Imagination. That is where we are heading, as well. Effie tensed a little. Remind me why we are going there, again. Sunny collected his thoughts before speaking. Well, you are the master of Bastion, so you know better than anyone what the Great Mirror is. It is situated deep below the castle, its illusory version, that is, in a great underground hall hidden in the heart of the mountain. It is also the nexus of the component of your citadel, the one that allows the true and false versions of Bastion to swap places. One stays in reality, while the other one is safely contained within the Great Mirror. Effie pursed her lips, and it also allows the others to crawl into reality from True Bastion if someone forgets to cover it. Sunny nodded, but actually, I think that we have not even discovered the true component of Bastion yet. Effie tilted her head a little. Huh, Sunny considered his words for a moment. Think about it, there is an underground chamber with the Great Mirror below the illusory castle, connected to it by secret passages. But what about True Bastion? There are no passages. Instead, there is the mirror maze, and the underground chamber at its heart. The Hall of Imagination, which makes things you imagine real, or at least creates illusions of those things that are seemingly no different from real. He paused for a moment, then added in a somber tone. I did not dare to explore the Hall of Imagination before, so I don't know what is hidden in its center. But if my theory is correct, then there is another Great Mirror there, the true Great Mirror, not an illusion of it that stands below the false Bastion. Effie frowned in the darkness, just as stunned as the first time he had shared this theory with her. This time, however, she had a question. The Great Mirror, the supposedly illusory Great Mirror leads to True Bastion. Then, where does the true Great Mirror lead? Sunny smiled faintly. That is what we are going to find out. At that moment, he stopped and looked down, a troubled expression appearing on his face. Effie almost slammed into him, stopping in time only because she had been listening to the sounds of his steps the whole time. What is it? Sunny knelt and studied the floor. There are footprints in the dust. He expected to find some sign that Mordred had passed through these tunnels. However, what Sunny had not expected was that there would be two sets of footprints, one slightly more faded than the other. And a bit smaller, too. He remained silent for a while, then said in a surprised tone. I think that both Mordred and Morgan were here before us. The former Princess of Valor had vanished without a trace a few months after the war. Some were convinced that her brother had killed her, after all, while some simply assumed that she had left to start a new life somewhere, in complete anonymity. After all, being the last heir of a fallen, infamous great clan was not the easiest fate. Some, meanwhile, believed that Morgan had challenged the fourth nightmare. As it turned out, though, she was here, in the mirror maze, instead. Sunny did not know quite what to make of it, let alone how to feel about it. How curious. He was glad that Morgan was still alive, though. Sunny remained motionless for a few moments, then rose to his feet and continued moving forward while guiding Effie through the darkness. Come, we must hurry to the Hall of Imagination. After a while, she said. Wait a minute. Effie grabbed his forearm as well, slowly increasing pressure. Was that why you did not let me eat the whole day? So that I could not think about anything except food by the time we reached that damn hall. Sunny smiled sheepishly in the darkness. Oh, that, well, yes. I think it's going to work out great. As for Sunny himself, he had a far simpler way of getting to the heart of the Hall of Imagination without summoning the illusion of some unholy titan into existence. He was going to release control of his incarnation and let his shadow enter in his stead, then retake control at the last moment. His shadows did, indeed, have minds of their own, but he was pretty sure that the Hall of Imagination had not been designed to make the fantasies of shadows come true. Even if it did, whatever they could imagine was not going to be nearly as terrifying as what Sunny could. Especially this shadow, the naughty shadow. Its fantasies were pretty transparent, most of the time. There was only one way to find out for sure, though. Effie was earnestly trying to crush his forearm in a vice grip, but Sunny simply ignored her. Now that he had both the bone weave and the flesh weave, not to mention the jade shell, enduring such pressure was not a big problem. It still hurt like hell, though. Effie growled in the darkness. Hey, shadow boy, if you don't feed me right this moment, I'll eat you, instead. Her voice grew quieter and then fell silent, because at that moment, they reached the boundary of the Hall of Imagination. The walls of the tunnel spread out, opening into a vast open space. It was full of darkness, and neither Sunny's sight nor his shadow sense could penetrate it. They froze for a while, preparing themselves for the trial of the Hall of Imagination warily. In the end, he sighed and pulled Effie forward. Let's go. The sooner we do, the sooner we can get into some kind of crazy trouble, barely survive it, and return victorious with scary stories to tell. Effie blinked a couple of times. What, was that supposed to calm me? Sunny sighed. Yes, you might not know it, but I have a proven track record of doing just that. I'm still alive, aren't I? Effie's mouth hung open. No, you're not. You are literally dead. 2 entire armies saw you kill yourself, and then get killed by Nephies immediately after that. Sunny grinned. What, was I supposed to die from just that? With that, he took a step forward. They had already discussed the plan earlier, so there was not much left to say. Sunny positioned himself in the middle of the entrance to the Hall of Imagination, then concentrated and summoned Saint. Having at least one shadow covering for them was probably a wise move, and she was the best choice for this particular trial. The taciturn knight emerged from the darkness and glanced at him with her usual indifference. This time, however, Saint's gaze lingered on him for a while longer, as if sensing remnant traces of the Jade Titan persona he had assumed in the death game. Eventually, Saint took her place to his left, while Effie stood to his right. Ah, I don't like it. She raised a hand to grab his shoulder. Sunny got ready to temporarily release control of his incarnation, knowing that Effie and Saint would get him to where he needed to be. Just think about your favorite food. Actually, I've tried something very delicious recently. Have you ever tried a barbecued cursed rat? If not, I cannot recommend roasting one over lava enough. Effie sighed deeply, then mumbled a quiet curse and pushed him. Together, the three of them entered the Hall of Imagination. Sunny did not remember quite what happened next. Next thing he knew, he was someplace else. He was someone else. Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 2451-2451, Mirage City Noir. 1,304 words. Sunny dreamed a nightmare. In that nightmare, he lived in a dying world where grotesque monsters were real, people possessed supernatural abilities, and humanity was on the verge of being snuffed out by the encroaching darkness. The world was one vast battlefield, and every day, countless lives were lost in the bloody battle for survival. Sunny himself was one of the strongest people in that world, having clawed his way to the pinnacle of power through mud, blood, heartbreak, and thorns of betrayal. He was buckling under the crushing weight of responsibility and carrying the cruel burden of his own past sins. He also had a smoking hot, stunning, drop-dead gorgeous girlfriend. Sunny could somewhat accept the existence of monsters and superpowers, but that last detail had really clued him into the fact that it was all a dream. Ah, he was woken up by the blaring sounds of the alarm. Wake up, Sunny, wake up, Sunny, wake up, Sunny, shit. Grabbing his phone, he fumbled to turn the alarm off and then sat up, looking around with groggy, bloodshot eyes. His room was dark and messy, full of stale air and empty bottles. The TV was on, showing a colorful commercial for Valor Group's new extravagant mall. The young CEO was cutting the red ribbon in front of a cheering crowd, his easy smile blinding the camera. Sunny stared at the TV for a while, deep darkness nestling in his eyes, then tossed his phone at it. The screen shattered, and a net of cracks distorted the smiling face on it, making it seem as if he was staring at a broken mirror. Sunny was suddenly wide awake. Ah, no, shit. He jumped off the bed, sending several empty bottles rolling across the floor, and hurried to the TV. The screen of his phone was cracked, as well, but luckily, it was still in working condition. Sunny checked the time and the date, then let out a relieved sigh and slowly stood up. Still reeling from the damn nightmare, Sunny muttered a few curses and walked to the window. Opening the shutters, he grimaced from the light and looked outside. The dim lilac radiance of the early dawn washed over his pale body, his toned muscles, a scattering of scars decorating it like badges of dishonor, and a frightening tattoo of a black serpent coiling around his arms and torso. Not exactly what one would expect from a decorated police officer, but Sunny had lived a tumultuous life before finding the straight path. Outside the window, the city was obscured by a curtain of rain. Cars were rushing to outrun the morning traffic, leaving trails of scarlet glow in their wake. Here and there, red neon crosses stood out against the twilight sky like beacons for lost souls, and all around them, countless shops and restaurants were opening their doors like temples to greed and gluttony. Above it all, glass skyscrapers stood like towering cathedrals. There, in the bowels of conglomerate offices, dwelled the real power. The streets were grimy, the apartment buildings were decrepit, and the people were worn down, confined to the narrow pavements by the traffic while walking to their destinations with glassy eyes. Something about it all seemed strangely off, as if the world of his nightmares was much more real. Single quote. There are no barriers surrounding the city. It was such a strange thought, and yet, Sunny could not get rid of the feeling that there were supposed to be enormous air filtration barriers on the horizon. But what for? I must have really lost it. In any case, the sun was rising above Mirage City. It was time to face a new day. Today, Sunny made a reluctant effort to look presentable. He took a shower, shaved, and found the least wrinkled clothes he had. Black jeans, a gray t-shirt, and an inconspicuous jacket. The clothes hit his sharp edge, but there must have still been something in his gaze, because a drunk loitering at the back of the building reeled back from just one glance. Sunny watched him stagger away with a cold, somber expression. The man seemed like a genuine drunk, but one never knew, it paid to be careful. Once the swaying figure disappeared around the corner, Sunny climbed into his old, battered car and put the key into the ignition. As he drove along the city streets, he could not help but think of the dark, desolate coastal highway of the Antarctic Center. No, that had happened in another nightmare. This was reality, so why was he thinking about such dreadful things? The radio was playing a catchy tune, reminding him that, apart from having a smoking hot girlfriend, he was also friends with a genuine pop star in those dreams. On top of that, he owned a thriving business, lived in a castle, was watching over a lovable little sister, and played the flute. What the actual hell? Dreams were truly a bizarre place. Sunny was not really a person with a rich imagination, though. How did his subconscious even imagine all these things? Shaking his head, he stopped at a traffic light and struggled against the paranoid feeling that every driver on the road was staring at him. Some time later, Sunny reached his destination. It was a prestigious psychiatric hospital on the outskirts of the city. Locking his car, he walked across a small park to the entrance and showed his pass to the security guard. Many affluent people received treatment in this seemingly idyllic hospital, so security was really tight here. The beautiful building was no different from a fortress, really, and there were many places inside where regular people like himself weren't allowed. As for Sunny himself, he was not an affluent person. However, he was a civil servant in a situation that put the higher-ups in an awkward position, so they sent him here for mandatory psychiatric counseling. That had been months ago. And today, God's willing, was going to be his last session. If everything went well, he was going to be reinstated and return to work. And just in time, Sunny had a feeling that the bastard he had been pursuing for so long was going to strike again, soon. As Sunny was led inside, he caught himself on having used the word, gods, plural, and frowned. Get a grip, damn it. He could not mess up today. Soon, he found himself sitting in a comfortable chair and facing his therapist. His therapist was some kind of big deal in the shrink world despite being relatively young. She was quiet and extremely professional, so despite the mandatory nature of their relationship, Sunny did not dislike her a lot. The woman just sort of sat there silently while he talked about whatever was on his mind most of the time, so there was little to dislike. Well, there was one thing. His therapist really had no business being so goddamn beautiful. It was surreal, really, how breathtaking she was, not to mention distracting. Her skin was pure white alabaster, her eyes were like two onyx gems, and her features were almost inhumanly flawless. It was as though she had not been born, but actually cut from stone by a mad sculptor. As a result, what should have been beautiful looked a bit eerie, instead. Haunting, even, her usual lack of emotion only made the overall impression more disturbing. Meeting her indifferent gaze, Sunny forced out a smile. "Good morning, Doc." She looked at him evenly, and then smiled softly. The smile transformed her face, making it utterly tantalizing, almost painful to look at. It was like looking at something holy. A living saint, maybe. "Good morning, detective. Would you like a coffee?" For some reason, Sunny felt a sense of profound wrongness when he heard the hauntingly beautiful therapist talk. Also, for some reason, he felt compelled to answer her question honestly. Sunny shrugged. Sure, why not? Like every other calamity in his life, this catastrophe started with the smile of a beautiful woman and a cup of coffee. Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 2452-2452, Red Pool. 1,570 words. The coffee tasted heavenly. It was strange, really. Sunny had been suffering from insomnia for a while now, surviving on sleeping pills and still having nightmares every time he did fall asleep. Perhaps as a result, everything felt tasteless to him, but whenever his therapist offered him coffee, he could not help but enjoy it. So, where do I start? As she opened her notebook to silently take notes, Sunny sighed. I don't get those recurrent nightmares often, anymore. He still saw them every time he slept, but he rarely slept, so that could hardly be called often. The world is sort of annoying, but I don't get irrationally angry either. It feels like I have a firmer grasp on myself. He had smashed his TV just this morning, but that anger was perfectly reasonable. There were many good reasons to hate the Valor Group and its CEO. Quote. I don't think I really felt paranoid about something since our last session. So, I guess that is an improvement. He had considered the best way to kill the supposed drunk in case the man attacked him, earlier this morning, but that was not paranoia. That was just experience, and Sunny would be a fool not to pay attention to strangers around him. Sunny continued spouting confident half-truths to give the therapist the impression that he was a stable, well-functioning member of society. Someone whom she should give a clean bill of health and never see again. He wasn't sure if his act was fooling the taciturn beauty, but she did not question his account even once. He was not sure if she believed him or simply didn't care. After a while, Sunny found himself simply recounting his thoughts to her without much pretense. I am bored, I am restless, I want to get back to work. I tried doing things that normal people do in their free time, like going on a picnic or taking a walk in the park. But it has been raining the whole damn month. Staying inside is infuriating because of all the bullshit on the news, and I can't really go to a bar, can I? You told me not to mix sleeping pills with alcohol. I feel like I'm missing something that I never had. So, he hesitated for a few moments, and then asked, can't you just pass me, Doc? We both know that I am only here to comply with what the judge said. And the judge only sent me here to comply with people paying for his vacation home. Of course, Sunny had failed to disclose a few important facts about himself to his beautiful shrink. For example, the fact that he sometimes felt like his nightmares were the actual reality. Or that he sometimes believed himself to be the only real person in the world. Or that he sometimes hallucinated foreign sights, sounds, and sensations, as if he possessed multiple bodies. That was probably because he often spaced out for a few seconds because of the insomnia, falling into bouts of microsleep. Little stuff like that. The therapist looked at him with her usual aloof expression. Do you think you are mentally fit to resume work, detective? Sunny laughed, hiding the literal shivers her sonorous, enthralling voice sent running down his spine. It was probably a good thing that his therapist did not speak a lot. Her voice was just as dangerous as her looks, if not more bewitching. He shook his head. Me, mentally fit? God, no. But who the hell is, anyway? I mean, with the way the world is, wouldn't it be stranger if I was perfectly fine? I'd definitely turn around and run if I ever met a person who seemed happy, healthy, and completely sane. She studied him for a while, then nodded and closed her notebook. All right, detective, to be honest, I am not a fan of mandatory counseling myself. Despite the circumstances, however, you did show considerable progress in these few months we have been seeing each other. So, I am ready to report that you are fit to resume service, on one condition. Sunny raised an eyebrow, surprised. This was probably the most he had heard her talk ever since they met. What's that? The therapist studied him for a while, then said in her usual aloof tone. I want you to continue therapy even after you are reinstated. In fact, I insist that you do. You are my patient, and I dislike the idea of leaving things unfinished. I abhor it. Sunny chuckled. So, either I continue to see you, or I can't go back to work. How is that different from mandatory counseling? She shrugged. You can refuse. He remained silent for a few moments, then scoffed. I am sorry, Doc, but you seem to be overlooking something. These sessions were being billed to the Mirage City Police Department. If we continue to see each other after my mandatory therapy is over, though, I'll have to pay for the sessions myself. And I am very sorry to say this, but you are way out of my price range. A peasant like him would not even be let near this exclusive hospital in normal circumstances, let alone receive treatment here. His therapist gave him an impassive look, then sighed and reached into her pocket. Producing a beautifully embossed business card, she offered it to him with a graceful gesture. This is my personal number. We can work something out. Sunny received the card with a stunned expression and looked down at it. Single quote. Saint, no way, that's her actual name. The saintly therapist was actually called Saint. Learning that fact, Sunny really felt crazy for a moment. Plus, she was giving him her number. Pushing silly thoughts out of his head, Sunny looked at the aloof beauty and cleared his throat. Well, alright, I'll call you when things settle down a little, Doc. With that, he put her card into his wallet and stood up. Thanks for everything, I guess. She nodded indifferently, already turning away to start filling out the necessary paperwork. Don't forget to get your sleeping pills from the pharmacy. Good sleep is the foundation of mental health, detective. Be well. A few moments later, Sunny found himself outside her office, somewhat lost. He had not expected that getting the stone-faced shrink to give him the clean bill of health would be so easy. It turned out great, though. Shaking his head, he went to the pharmacy situated on the lower floor of the hospital to get his prescription. It was when he was waiting for the pharmacist to fill it, listening to the rain pattering against the window, that there was a loud sound of something heavy falling nearby. Then, a piercing scream shattered the silence. As Sunny turned around, he saw several tall, muscular orderlies running to the source of the noise with troubled faces. Hurry, she got out again. How the hell is she? He lingered for a while, watching them disappear behind a heavy door, then separated himself from the wall he had been leaning on and followed. Behind the door was one of the areas of the hospital where casual visitors weren't allowed. The dimly lit corridor was a complete mess, with several people struggling to get someone whom Sunny could not see behind them to the floor. Just in front of him, he saw an overturned wheelchair, its wheels still spinning. And a pool of red, vivid, glistening blood slowly spreading across the floor. At the heart of the pool was a kneeling nurse who was crying loudly while clutching at her face, red streaks running between her fingers and painting her white uniform into a striking shade of vermilion. At that moment, one of the brawny orderlies was tossed back, colliding with the wall with enough force to make the floor shake. Damn it, how is she, so strong? Hold her down, shit. Don't hurt her, you idiots. We're all done for if she gets hurt. Sunny could finally see the cause of the mayhem. The person whom 4 muscular orderlies had been struggling to contain, was a slender woman with wavy black hair and a pretty, but cold and sharp face. She was wearing a shredded straitjacket and resisting the orderlies with an amount of strength unexpected from someone of her build and constitution, clearly unhinged. Strangest of all, though, was the fact that her eyes were of bright, vibrant red color. Just like the blood on the floor. Humans were not supposed to have vividly red eyes, but no one seemed to notice or pay it any attention. By then, the orderlies finally managed to push the woman to the ground and were in the process of tying the sleeves of her straitjacket back up. She had been resisting them, still, until her gaze fell on Sunny. He froze. Why does she look so familiar? The woman's eerie red eyes widened a little when she saw him. And then, she suddenly laughed. Her laughter resounded across the corridor, growing louder and louder until it drowned out the pitiful whimpers of the injured nurse. The crazy woman seemed to be incredibly amused all of a sudden. She seemed to be having the time of her life. Taking a step back, Sunny pursed his lips and turned around. Just another psycho. There were too many of those around, these days. As he was walking back to the door, however, her laughing voice washed over him. Kill him. You can actually kill him here. Find, Athena. Shaking his head, Sunny shut the door behind him and tried to calm his wildly beating heart. The stench of blood was still stuck in his nose, making his hands tremble. The sight of it, damn it. Although Sunny knew that mixing sleeping pills with alcohol was a terrible idea, he suddenly really craved a drink. Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 2453-2453, Ex Nihilo. 1093 words. When Sunny left the psychiatric hospital, the world was still being pelted by rain. The sky was discharging a seemingly endless deluge of water, as if wishing to drown the city below. The gutters were overflowing, and the pedestrians were clinging to the sides of the streets, afraid to be given a cold shower by the cars that rushed by. Looking up, Sunny closed his eyes and offered his face to the rain, feeling the flowing water washing away the scent of blood from his nostrils. At least the city will be cleaner because of the rain. But then, there would be heat and humidity. The heat never reached the roots of the city, though, there, in the damp darkness, everything that the water had washed away would begin to rot. The rot would give birth to vast swarms of vermin. Standing there with his eyes closed, Sunny smiled. Swarms of vermin, huh? As if this city had not already been infested by the worst kind of vermin of them all. People, human vermin thrived in dark places, too, and just like trash, they were thoroughly rotten away from the light. Shaking his head, he walked to his car across the puddles. As he did, the image of the laughing woman with vermilion eyes surfaced in his mind. Why did he feel like he had seen her somewhere? Considering the usual clientele of the hospital, she had to be a scion of a wealthy family. Sunny rarely brushed sides with people like that, so he struggled to imagine where they would have met, unless, of course, he had seen her in a nightmare. A person with vibrant red eyes was exactly like something he would dream of. But how would a woman he had never met end up in his dreams? I wonder whom she wanted me to kill. Sunny sighed. Wealthy people usually ended up in an asylum for 2 reasons, either their family wanted to get rid of them, or they were junkies. Considering the woman's age and unhinged behavior, the latter was more likely. Granted, she could have been drugged up as a result of being put in a psychiatric hospital, not the other way around, but that was none of his business. Find Athena. Wasn't Athena some kind of pagan goddess? Where would he even find someone like that? Come on, you are not seriously thinking about what some crazy lunatic said, are you? Sunny pursed his lips as he climbed into his car. He was pretty sure that he was hallucinating again. That was probably the reason the woman's eyes seemed vividly red. Insomnia and sleeping pills made it hard for him to differentiate dreams from reality sometimes, and the sight of blood was an old trigger. So, did he really have ground to stand on when calling someone a lunatic? As he was turning the key in the ignition, his phone rang. Glancing at the cracked and shattered screen, he smiled darkly and took the call. Yes, yeah, what, did he expect to get rid of me so easily? Sorry to disappoint, then, I'll be there today. Then, he paused for a moment, his tone changing subtly. So, there's a new body, my. It is as if someone wanted to welcome me back. Ending the call and throwing the phone on the seat, he looked forward with a grim expression. Quote. Wait just a little bit more, bastard. I'll find you. The car growled quietly and sped away, wading through the rain. You must have really lost your mind, detective. No, you really are crazy. How the hell did you pass the psych evaluation? Hey, you little shit. Look at me. Am I a joke to you? Sunny, who was sitting in the office of the homicide division's captain, looked at the grizzled old man in front of him and smiled. A bit, yes. The man stared at him in shock. What did you just say? Hey, Sunny, I could have put your crazy ass in prison for the stunt you pulled off back then. You know that, right? Bastard, you are only sitting here right now because of my respect for the former captain, who held you in high regard. What did she see in you? I have no idea, but I am in charge now. So, you are going to treat me with respect. Do you understand? Sunny nodded. I said that you are, indeed, a bit of a joke to me. I don't know that you could have put me in prison. And yes, I understand. He regarded the new captain somberly. The man was a veteran of the Mirage City Police, but he had been put in charge of the homicide division recently, and it was not for a stellar track record or capability. It was because the new captain was a man who knew his place and was trusted to make life easier for the higher-ups. In other words, he knew how to look the other way when needed. The man was not always corrupt, but he could be when orders to be corrupt came from above. Back then, Sunny had indeed made a mess that could have landed him in prison. However, that case was an extremely public one, and getting rid of him would have spelled a political nightmare. So, this aging man was put in the freshly empty seat of the captain and told to make the noise go away quietly. So even if he had wanted to get rid of Sunny permanently, he couldn't have. Sunny did not care one way or the other, though. Well, anyway, I'll say it again. The body that was discovered by the river this morning. Put me in charge of that case, please, sir. The old man ground his teeth. Why the hell would I give that case to you, of all people? Are you positively insane, you little fiend? Sunny stared at him for a few moments, making the captain shiver slightly, then grinned. I am not insane. I have a paper to prove that I'm not, in fact. As to why you'll put me on that case, you know the answer as well as I do, sir. It's because, unlike the rest of your more compliant subordinates, I will actually solve it. You must be being pressured real bad to catch the bastard by now, aren't you? Once the press catches wind that there's a seventh victim, that pressure will only grow. The captain looked at him somberly. Mirage City was a diseased place at the best of times, but lately, it had been plagued by a new, vile malady. That malady was a demented, but insidious serial killer who left mutilated bodies in his wake while avoiding capture like a ghost. The Nihilist. Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 2454-2454, Lone Wolf. 1,214 words. The Nihilist was the stupid name the journalists had given the unhinged predator who stalked the dark alleys of Mirage City. The killings seemed random, but were too flawlessly executed to be anything except meticulously planned. The murderer did not discriminate in choosing victims, either, so the whole city was on edge. The incident that had led to Sunny being sent to mandatory counseling, as well as to the new captain's sudden promotion, were connected to the Nihilist as well. Shit, even I am starting to call him by that idiotic name. Not only did Sunny hate the idea of giving a sick, cowardly loser a name as pompous as that, but it was also somewhat of a personal slight to him. The killer left absolutely no traces behind and chose his victims through a seemingly meaningless process, so the newspapers had invented an ominous moniker, the Nihilist, to draw more attention to the story and sell more copies. Every time a new victim was found, their advertising revenue exploded. Politicians, meanwhile, gave impassioned speeches to build populist platforms while simultaneously introducing invasive laws under the false pretense of ensuring public safety to tighten their control over people. Many ghouls were reaping benefits from the gruesome deaths of the serial killer's victims. But enough was enough. The same politicians who had used the public panic to score points would start to look like fools if the Nihilist wasn't caught soon. The press could not keep selling the same story over and over again without losing the public's interest. And people in law enforcement who had climbed the career ladder with promises of swift results were growing more and more desperate to produce them. So, no matter how much the new captain disliked and was threatened by Sunny, he could not do anything about it. Because Sunny was indeed the best detective in the division, by far. He had come up through the ranks fair and square, first as a beat cop, then as a detective in the organized crime division. Naturally, he made more than a few enemies in the deeply corrupt and rotten Mirage City Police as a result. The fact that he had never been demoted or dismissed was the best proof of how good he was at his job. Although his methods were often messy, Sunny always brought results. The new captain glared at him silently, seething with fury. But Sunny did not care. He was going to catch the Nihilist, and a mere sycophant was not going to stop him. So, can I go take a look at the crime scene before rain washes everything away? Sir, the old man ground his teeth, then cursed loudly. Fine, I'll give you the case, damn it. Be warned, though, if you fail to bring that sick bastard in, it will be your head flying. I'll feed you to the newspapers and make you a proper scapegoat. Don't say I didn't warn you. Sunny shrugged with a derisive smile. What else is new? I'll get going then. The captain leaned forward. Not so fast, asshole. I said that I'll give you the case, but I didn't say that there would not be strings attached. In fact, I have a condition. Sunny let out a long sigh. Why does everyone want to give me conditions today? Captain, you're not going to slip me your number 2, are you? The old man scoffed. What the hell are you even? Actually, never mind. You can have the case, but I'll be assigning you a partner. Someone has to watch your back, anyway, lest the recent incident repeat itself. Sunny frowned deeply, then said with a hint of barely contained anger in his voice. Like hell you will. You know I work alone, Captain. The captain stared at him with wide eyes. What kind of bullshit are you spouting? Have you hit your head repeatedly on something hard, Sunny? You work alone. What? I don't care what your preference is, this is Mirage PD. There are rules that even bastards like you have to follow. He shook his head, then sighed and waved his hand. If you are worried that it's someone I am sending to spy on you, don't. This is a different kind of situation. She's a good kid, a former national athlete with a rousing story of overcoming adversity. She's the pride of the nation, the pride. You get it. We were all celebrating when someone like that enrolled in the police academy. The old man sighed wistfully. She graduated first in her class, too, and did exceptionally well as a patrol officer. As a result, she was on a fast track to making detective before. Well, anyway, now that she is back from an extended maternity leave and freshly promoted to the homicide division, I want you to show her the ropes. And be nice about it. Sunny studied the captain dubiously. Actually, I don't get it. That's the whole reason. The old man looked at him with distaste, then sighed again. Well, and she looks great on a poster. Not that a thug like you will understand the importance of a clean and stirring image. So, when the reporters besiege you, and you know they will, considering the case, I want you to plant her firmly in front of the cameras and take a step back. Better yet, take 3 steps and get out of the shot, you morose bastard. You don't like dealing with public relations anyway, so it's a win-win. He leaned forward and added in an even tone. In any case, it's not a discussion. It's an order. Either you take a partner and play ball, or I'll give the case to someone else. Sunny remained silent for a while, looking at the old man darkly. So, he wants me to bring some washed-out mom around and let her stand in front of the cameras. Everything inside Sunny rebelled against the idea of bringing someone whose only worth was looking comely into the hunt for the nihilist. But he understood that if there was one thing the higher-ups cared about, it was the visuals. A national athlete, with some kind of inspirational story, no less, choosing the police department was a big win for the PR division. Now that she was a proper family woman and a devoted mother, to boot, they were all probably salivating. Softening the image of the traditionally rough and gruff, predominantly male-dominated police force was candy those scumbags could not resist. So what if he had to carry dead weight around? Babysitting a weak, useless, and soft rookie was not the worst punishment. And if that poster girl, well, poster mom, ended up actually dead as a result, it would be on her. Not on him. Sunny cursed quietly and then nodded. Fine, as long as she doesn't get in my way, I won't send her back to Playhouse. The captain gave him a long look. Great, she'll be waiting for you at the crime scene. Now, get the hell out of my office. Sunny stood up and did just that, already thinking about what he would find at the scene of the murder. That damn rain, water could wash away the blood, and at times, it could even wash away the corpses. But it could not wash away sin. Cleansing the city of sin was Sunny's job, and he was quite good at it, even if, in the process, more blood was spilled. Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 2455-2455, Floodgates. 1004 words. The usually calm river had swelled, the turbulent gray waters climbing high up the desolate shore. The shore itself had become a muddy mess, with its usual liveliness gone. A large area was cordoned off by police tape and hidden behind a scattering of vehicles parked in front of it, with a small crowd of passerby freezing in the rain behind the tape to satiate their curiosity. The blinking lights of police sirens gave the scene an ominous, anxious hue. Climbing out of his car and raising the collar of his jacket to prevent the rain from seeping in, Sunny looked up with a dark expression. The sky was heavy and dark, shedding tears with no reprieve. That was not what attracted his attention, though. The idle onlookers crowding behind the police tape did not worry him, but the body had been found close to a bridge. There was a second crowd on that bridge now, busy snapping photos with their phones. From there, they had a perfect vantage point to the body laying on the edge of the water. Single quote ... Damn ghouls. It could not have been a coincidence that the body had been dumped here. Either the nihilist dropped it off the bridge, or he simply wanted people to appreciate his work. If it was the latter, he had found a highly receptive, enthusiastic audience. Catching a patrol officer who was rushing past, Sunny pulled him back. Which asshole? The cop turned around with an angry expression, but then paled and took an involuntary step back. Detective Sunny, sir. You're here. Sunny glared at him for a few moments, then nodded toward the bridge and said in a low, even tone. Are you blind or something? Yes, I am here. So, grab a few friends and go clear the pedestrian section of the bridge off, then block it. Bastard, do I need to tell you how to do your job? If there had been any evidence left on the bridge, it was for sure destroyed by now. Someone deserved to be fired for this negligence, but Sunny knew that nobody would. The cop trembled, then saluted and swiftly disappeared from view. Shaking his head, Sunny climbed under the police tape and headed to the crime scene while putting on black latex gloves. There was a particularly large group of people crowding near the water, blocking his view. He knew that the body was there. As he was approaching, he could hear them talking in hushed voices. Did you hear? Sunny is coming back today. Who? Oh, right, you're new. You wouldn't have met him yet. But who is Sunny, though? Fool, don't you know anything? You can cross anyone in Mirage Police, but you must never, ever cross that guy. He's fully insane, and not in a good way. Sunny, wait, do you mean him? The devil detective. Ah, so you do know about him. Well, I guess there's hope for you, still. Don't anger the devil, man. Oh, come on, most of the stories they tell about him have to be lies. I bet I can take him, if push comes to shove. Damn, you turned out to be a moron. Listen, that one time, back in the day when he was in the organized crime division, the boss of the Red Frog gang put a huge bounty on his head. So, 20 or so thugs cornered him in an underground market at night, all armed with knives and baseball bats. Do you know what happened next? What? A proper bloodbath is what happened. I was one of the first officers to arrive at the scene, so I saw it myself. When we opened the doors, it was like a slaughterhouse, man. He took them all down. A bunch died on the way to the hospital, the rest were crippled for life. 20 men. Come on, no way. Shit, I was there, okay. He just walked out of that carnage, looking like a demon from hell, gave me a nasty glare, then got into a car without saying a word and drove straight to the bar where the Red Frog headquarters were. The next day, their boss surrendered himself to the police with a box full of evidence. Well, what was left of their boss did, at least. Ignoring the whispers, Sunny unceremoniously pushed his way through the crowd of people. The cops grew silent when they saw him, moving to make way. Noticing someone he knew well, Sunny asked in a somber tone. Where's the medical examiner? The man coughed a few times. Detective Sunny, sir, welcome back. Sunny just stared at him, making the man shiver. I asked you a question, didn't I? The cop lingered for a few moments, then sighed and gestured to the river. There is minor flooding in several areas further downstream, so lots of our guys are delayed by traffic jams. They'll be here soon, but we have a bit of a problem, sir. The water keeps rising, you see. The body was already found halfway in the river, but if it is not moved soon, the current might just carry it away. The other detective has been waiting too. Sunny cursed and waved the man away. Walking through the mud, he approached the corpse. It was indeed laying on the very edge of the water, already submerged halfway. All Sunny could see were the dead man's legs and the lower section of his torso. Leaning down, he grabbed one of the corpse's legs and dragged the body out of the water. A ghastly, bloated face was revealed, missing both eyes. Shit, just as Sunny was about to take a better look, an easygoing voice resounded from behind, making him stop. Hey, buddy, what the hell are you doing? This is a crime scene, for fuck's sake. Who let a random civilian wander in? The voice was unfamiliar and female. So, this is the dead weight, then. Exhaling through gritted teeth, Sunny straightened and turned around, looking at the woman with a chilling expression. Well, or at least he had planned to. Instead, he froze for a moment, then slowly looked up. And then a bit more up. His eyes widened a little. What, the actual hell? This is the washed out mom. Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 2456-2456. Short Cop, Tall Cop. 1018 words. When Sunny was informed that his new partner was a freshly promoted detective returning to work after an extended maternity leave, and one being pushed by the higher-ups for PR reasons, no less, he had imagined a comely woman who was well-suited to push the narrative of family values and nurturing care. A maternal figure to soften the harsh image of the unpopular Mirage PD. That woman standing in front of him, however, was so thoroughly not what he had imagined that he was stunned for a brief moment. First of all, she wasn't just standing there, she was positively towering above him, as well as above the rest of the policemen gathered on the muddy shore. One of her ancestors had to have married a troll, or maybe an ogre, some kind of a mountain giant for sure. Otherwise, he could not explain her staggering height. Despite her questionable ancestry, though, the woman did not look like a troll. Instead, she looked like a supermodel. In fact, she was absolutely stunning, with a captivating face and a figure so gorgeous that it bordered on being deadly. And as if that was not enough, her well-proportioned athletic body was perfectly sculpted, with lean muscles that put even Sunny to shame. The woman was wearing an unassuming athleisure outfit and a raincoat, but he could tell how terribly in shape she was. It was as if a goddess had stepped down from a painting. Sunny blinked a couple of times, slowly reevaluating his opinions of his rookie partner. Looks great on a poster, He might have been a little wrong about the new captain. The man knew what he was talking about. Frowning deeply, Sunny raised a hand and beckoned the woman to lean down. She glanced at him with amusement, then obliged, hiding a paper bag she had been holding behind her back. What? When her face was close enough to hear whisper, Sunny said loudly. Do I look like a civilian to you, moron? I am investigating the body. With that, he pulled out his badge from under the jacket and shoved it up under her nose. She easily dodged the badge and looked at it in confusion. Then, the gaze of her beautiful hazel eyes shifted back to Sunny, full of disbelief. She seemed genuinely dumbfounded. Wah, you're the devil detective, but you're tiny. Sunny closed his eyes for a moment and took a deep breath. Behind his bombshell partner, there was a choir of frightened gasps. Oh no, we're all done for. He's going to kill her now, isn't he? No, not Detective Effie. Should we call another ambulance? Sunny exhaled slowly through gritted teeth, then opened his eyes and looked at his supposed partner. Yes, I am. And you, what's your name? The woman seemed to have regained her composure. She straightened, saluted, and then gave him a brilliant smile. It's Effie, I'll be in your care, then. With that, she offered him her hand for a handshake. Sunny stared at the offered hand for a few moments, then turned away and concentrated on the corpse. Shut the hell up and don't get in my way, Effie. Stay where you are and observe silently. She lingered, then retracted her hand and sighed. So grumpy. Ignoring the woman, Sunny knelt near the corpse and studied its hideous, mutilated face. It had not been damaged too much by the water, but both of the dead man's eyes were missing. That was the nihilist's signature. Each of the 7 victims had been killed in a unique way, but all of them were missing their eyes. The sick bastard took them for an unknown reason. The prevailing theory was that he was collecting them as trophies. Sunny was studying the body intently, a little thankful that he did not have to hear retching noises behind him. He had fully expected the rookie detective to become violently sick at the sight of the nihilist's latest victim, but the recently promoted mom detective seemed to be taking the hideous corpse in stride. No, actually, there were strange sounds coming from behind him, after all. Turning around in displeasure, Sunny opened his mouth to say something, and froze for the second time today. His unasked-for partner was standing where he had told her to stand. Her paper bag was open, and she was holding a half-finished sandwich in one hand, chewing with enthusiasm. Sunny stared at her in disbelief. You're eating? His partner grinned sheepishly. Oh, sorry, I have a fast metabolism, so I snack a lot. What the hell is wrong with this woman? Sunny stared at her for a while longer, then shook his head and turned back to the corpse. Bon appetit, I guess. As he reached forward to move the dead man's head a little, the woman asked. What are you looking for, anyway? The cause of death is obviously strangulation. Those bruises on his neck are from the killer's fingers. The guy seems quite athletic, so to strangle him this way, takes a lot of strength. The nihilist usually works with blades, right? I don't think he ever used brute strength before. Can it be a copycat? Sunny grimaced, then let out a long sigh. Did I not say to be quiet? He continued exploring it carefully. Quote. I am looking for anything I can find. And it's not a copycat. The eyes were removed with the same surgical precision, which is not something just anyone can do. Plus, we never disclosed this detail to the press. And that bastard does not work with blades. He works with whatever is at hand. His mo is constantly changing, almost as if he likes to be inventive. His partner whistled. Are we sure that the nihilist is a man, by the way? I thought there were no clues. Sunny remained silent for a while. Not sure, but statistically, most serial killers are men. And, who said that there were no clues? At that moment, he was holding one of the dead man's hands and checking under the sleeve. Suddenly, Sunny grew motionless. Shit, his partner seemed to have finished her sandwich. Coming closer, she looked down over his shoulder and asked in a curious tone. What is it? There, on the dead man's pale skin. A little black snake was tattooed, coiling around his arm. Sunny winced. It's a gang tattoo. This guy used to run with the black snakes. Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 2457-2457, Crash Course. 1,161 words. It did not take long to identify the victim after discovering the tattoo. His data was in the system due to several juvenile offenses. As for the crimes he had been caught committing as an adult, there were none because the poor guy was barely an adult. Gods, he's a kid. Sunny gave his new partner a dark look. Single quote. Did she just say, gods, plural? Or had he heard wrong? Come to think of it, his poster girl of a partner looked terribly familiar. He felt like, no, he was convinced that he had seen her in his nightmares, and quite often at that. How could he have dreamt of people he had never met before, though? Sunny sighed and rubbed his eyes tiredly, feeling both exhausted and incapable of falling asleep. Get a grip, damn it, you really are going crazy. Yeah, well, the gangs like to recruit them young. He would know, he had been one such underage thug himself, once. The medical examiner finally arrived, and Sunny beckoned Effie away. Taking off his gloves, he tossed them into a trash bin, missed, then came back with a stifled curse to pick them up and put them into the bin properly. Let's go, we're done here. His unreasonably gorgeous partner, Effie, looked around in confusion. Aren't we going to look around some more? Question the person who discovered the body, check for discarded evidence in the bushes, and so on. Sunny gave her a disgruntled glare. There's no point. The body was either thrown down from the bridge or carried here by the river. In any case, the murder happened somewhere else. The patrol officers will examine the scene and question the witnesses. I doubt they'll find anything, though. The nihilist is quite meticulous. He walked over to his car, unlocked the door, and gestured to the passenger's seat. Get in. Effie gave the ramshackle car a dubious look, then sighed and squeezed herself inside. By the time Sunny climbed into the driver's seat, she was already chomping on another sandwich, which seemed to have appeared out of thin air. Where was she hiding them? Wow, partner, I must say, I haven't seen a crappier vehicle in a while. Where did you get it? A museum? Sunny started the car, then answered in an indifferent tone. Impound lot option. This unassuming black car had served him faithfully for the better part of a decade. It might have looked like it had seen better days, and drove like it was dreaming of going to car heaven, but it was still fast and reliable. He trusted it more than he trusted most people. Effie laughed. That checks out. Well, anyway, that psycho, the nihilist. He's really something, huh? The corner of Sunny's eye twitched. What he is a pathetic loser. Nothing more, nothing less. His new partner raised an eyebrow. The whole city is being terrorized by him, and despite that, the whole police force can't seem to catch him. How is he a loser? Sunny looked at her briefly, then turned back to the road. I am not going to give you a crash course in criminal profiling, but you need to know one thing about serial killers. Despite how much the media likes to turn them into some kind of great and sinister figures, fundamentally, they are all pathetic losers. His expression darkened. Most of them are products of childhood abuse, mental or physical, usually perpetrated by their mothers. So, they are either working up to committing some kind of perverse matricide, making up for losing their chance to commit it, or trying to relive the rush of having committed it. There's more nuance to it, of course, but basically, they're disgusting. Oh, and by the way, they are not only losers but also cowards. Most serial killers choose victims who are weaker than them and don't pose a threat. Women, children, the elderly, you get the picture. He remained silent for a while, then let out a resentful sigh. Of course, that bastard, the nihilist, does not exactly fit these criteria. There is no apparent pattern to how he chooses victims, which means that they most likely do not serve as a surrogate for the person he really wants to kill. More than that, he goes after everyone and anyone, weak or strong. His killings appear both premeditated and impulsive, so, trying to profile him is all but useless. Hell, we might as well throw the entire book away when dealing with him. Effie finished her sandwich with a thoughtful expression on his face. So, how are we going to find out who he is? Sunny turned his head and studied her for a while. Eventually, he looked away and said evenly, we don't need to find out who he is. I already know who he is. We just need to find concrete evidence to put him behind bars. Effie seemed stunned. What, you know who the nihilist is? Sunny looked ahead, his eyes turning cold and murderous. Quote. Yeah, I do. She remained silent for a while, studying him with a strange expression. How come no one else knows, then? Isn't he supposed to be a complete mystery? Sunny smiled crookedly. Your second question answers the first. No one knows who he is because no one is supposed to know. Effie blinked a couple of times, then frowned. Somebody is suppressing the information. Wait, is someone covering for him? Sunny glanced at her, wondering if she was being sincere or simply pretending not to know. For some reason, he felt inclined to trust his new partner, which was not at all like him. However, she had been pushed onto him by the superiors, which put her true allegiances under question. Eventually, he shrugged. Someone is covering something, that is for sure. As for who and why, don't ask questions about things you are not qualified to learn, rookie. You'll live longer. She opened her mouth to retort, but before she could, he added in a cold tone. Evidence. Without evidence, nothing you and I might think we know matters. So, keep an open mind and follow the evidence. Inheriting my suspicions will only cloud your judgment. Effie gave him a long look, then giggled. Wow, partner, you almost sounded like a real detective just now. Sunny grimaced. What the hell are you talking about? I am a real detective. She remained silent for a while, studying him with a strange expression. Her mask of carefree nonchalance seemed to crack a little, revealing a hint of the keen and astute person hiding beneath. Eventually, Effie leaned back and asked something odd. Hey, do you really not remember? Sunny raised an eyebrow, confused. Remember what? She hesitated for a few moments. Who you are? He frowned deeply. What is that supposed to mean? Are you drunk or something, fool? I am Sunny, a detective from the homicide division of Mirage PD. Your senior. Effie studied him for a few moments more, then smiled sheepishly, seeming perfectly laid back and easygoing once again. Sorry, senior, I meant, you're the infamous devil detective, after all. That's all. What a weirdo. Letting out an amused scoff, Sunny pressed a little harder on the gas. He didn't mind weirdos. To be honest, he was not the most sane person himself. Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 2458-2458, Black Snake Gang. 1,147 words. The car had left the more prosperous part of the city and entered the poorer parts. The buildings were older and more ramshackle here, the streets were narrower, and the people were dressed in cheaper clothes. The terrain of the city was uneven, littered with hills and mountains, more so here than in the center. As a result, some of the sloping streets were covered in rushing water, with deep puddles collecting at the bottom. Driving through these puddles in Sunny's old car would have been a problem, but he knew the complicated labyrinth of streets like his own 5 fingers, avoiding the worst of it with ease. That fact had not escaped Effie. She looked around with interest, then asked, "Where are we going, anyway?" He shrugged. "Where else? We are going to the Black Snake Lair." She seemed more amused than frightened by the prospect. Usually, a woman as attractive as her would have been wise to avoid entering a vicious gang's territory, but then again, this bombshell in particular seemed better suited to cracking skulls than most thugs were, so maybe they were the ones who had to be nervous. Just like that. "Wait, how do you even, right. You worked in the organized crime division before, right?" Sunny gave her a sideways glance. "Yes, something like that." He lingered for a few moments, then sighed and said, "Gangs were all over the city not too long ago, even 10 years ago, they controlled these parts of Mirage City entirely. A single day rarely passed without someone ending up dead, not to mention all the vile crap going on in the shadows. The cops were either on the payroll or too afraid to do anything, and those who did try tended to be disposed of swiftly." Sunny smiled crookedly, remembering his youth. Times changed, though. The political climate shifted, and being tough on crime became a rallying cry for the ruling party. So, the police department was cleansed. Mind you, it wasn't cleansed of corruption. The corrupt bastards being paid by the criminals were just swapped out for corrupt bastards being paid by the politicians. Well, and a few capable people managed to get themselves into key positions in all the chaos. He fell silent for a while. Captain Jet was one of them, although she wasn't a captain back then, just yet. "Actually, I only ended up becoming a cop because of her. Then, somehow, we ended up being partners in the organized crime division, with her spearheading the crackdown on the gangs. Those were intense years, to say the least." Effie chuckled. "Captain Jet, wait, where is she now?" Sunny did not answer for a while, his knuckles turning white on the wheel. Eventually, he said in an even tone, "She's dead." That was one of the reasons for his sorry state. The main reason, really. ... And here he was, side by side with a new partner. Sunny looked at the rookie detective somberly. "I'm not responsible for her. Putting this woman in front of the cameras might be a great PR move for the Mirage PD, but it also painted a target on her back. She had to know it, but she was still here, so, it was her own decision. He had nothing to do with it." Turning back to the road, he said, "Well, anyway, most of the gangs were demolished back then, and those that remain are merely shadows of their former selves. They know their place, doing a bit of dirty business that everyone takes part in, but pretends that it's the most abhorrent thing in the world publicly. Others went clean and are now managing slimy, but perfectly legal, businesses. The Black Snakes, though." He frowned. "The Black Snake is the only gang that is still somewhat of a real deal. So, when we get there..." Effie grinned. "Oh, let's do the good cop, bad cop routine. I always wanted to. Can I be the bad cop? Please?" Sunny gave her a dubious look. Had she really graduated from the academy at the top of her class? Well, he could easily imagine all the examiners being too distracted drooling at the sight of this particular cadet to give her objective marks. He pursed his lips and shrugged. "Sure, you can be the bad cop." The car came to a halt in front of a seedy building. It was not what one would imagine when thinking about a gang's headquarters, though the lair of the Black Snakes was not a bar, a nightclub, or an illegal casino. Instead, it was an old, seemingly rundown boxing gym. Climbing out of the car, Sunny waded through the rain and approached the front door. There was a muscular man in a training suit hiding under the canopy there, smoking somberly. When he saw Sunny, the man's eyes widened a little. He stood there frozen for a moment, then silently threw away his cigarette and disappeared inside. Sunny picked up the cigarette, tossed it into the nearby trash bin, and followed. His rookie partner was on his heels, looking around curiously. "She's way too relaxed." The woman was either too confident in herself or had a screw loose. Entering the boxing gym, they saw a scattering of rough-looking men. Some were busy abusing punching bags, some were playing cards at a plastic table, some were watching 2 muscular thugs having a spar in the ring. Some were already moving behind Sunny and Effie, locking the door. He frowned slightly when he heard the sound of the bolt locking into place. One of the men at the table looked back, then smiled and rose from his seat. The guard was standing nearby, having already reported something to him. The man walked over to stand in front of Sunny and Effie. He stared at the former coldly, then shifted his gaze and leered at the latter. "Hey there, sweetie." Effie smiled, too, then suddenly put on a fierce expression and bellowed. "Listen up, assholes. We're from Mirage City PD. I am Detective Wow, and this is my partner, Detective Matt. We are going to ask you some questions, and if you bastards do not spill your guts, well, then, do not blame us for spilling them for you." The crowd of thugs was completely surrounding them by then, glaring at the 2 cops with an unrestrained hostility. The man standing right in front of them remained silent for a few moments, then looked back at Sunny and raised an eyebrow. "Hey to you, too, rat. I must say, you have some nerve showing up here, rat. And you brought your girlfriend, too. What's up with her, anyway?" Sunny stared at him silently for a moment or two, then shrugged. "She's playing the bad cop, you see." The man laughed. "Oh, really? Wait, are you the good cop then, rat?" Sunny lingered a little, then slowly shook his head. "No." With that, he calmly delivered a vicious punch to the thug's face, sending the man crashing to the ground with a torrent of blood spilling from his broken nose. Sunny looked at the surrounding thugs coldly. Quote. "I'm the worst cop. Share to your friends." Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 2459 Gang Violence. 1038 words. What are you waiting for? Kill these bastards. That was what the senior thug had wanted to say. However, since he was choking on blood and clutching his face with both hands, what actually came out of his mouth was a jumbled, angry howl. Sunny was already turning to face the other Black Snakes, while his partner was still frozen in shock. Her eyes were opened wide, and there was a stunned expression on her face. Hey, that was not very detective-like. She did not have time to say anything else, because by then, the thugs finally realized what had happened and lunged at them. Tisk, tisk, things have really gone to shit after I left. Sunny knew some of these men, even if he had not seen them in a long, long while. Most were strangers, however, he only needed one look to determine that the Black Snake gang was not what it used to be. There was no real viciousness in these men, no chilling readiness, desire, even, to take lives or lose their own. They were no killers. The Black Snakes had grown soft and fat on the money they were making from their sordid business without competition, and on the handouts they received from the powers that be, who occasionally needed them to do the dirty work. It made sense, really. Those of them who had been the real deal would not have bowed down to the new authority, and therefore, they were either dead or rotting in prison by now. Only the trash remained. So, even though there were close to 20 thugs in the boxing gym, all of them bursting with muscle and well-trained. Really, all Sunny had to do was take out the trash. Instead of waiting for the crowd of Black Snakes to descend upon him, he dashed forward to meet them instead. His heart was cold, and his mind was clear. There was no point in getting worked up about this scuffle, it was simply a chore. Sure, if these 20 men had been determined and really knew how to work together, he would have been overwhelmed in mere moments. But they were men of inferior quality, thugs, not fighters. That gave him the initiative to hurt the first few, and once the rest saw it, their resolve would be shaken. Their fear and hesitation would become their undoing. Sunny might have been a featherweight, but his fists were anything but light. He knew where to hit to inflict as much pain as possible, and how to deal as much damage as possible. He also had a lot of experience, too much, really, fighting with his life at stake. His first strike connected with the solar plexus of the swiftest thug, sending shock through the larger man's nerves and forcing him to stagger. A split second later, a vicious uppercut sent the thug falling to the floor with a suffocated scream. Diving under the slow and sloppy punch of the next bruiser, Sunny ruthlessly kneed him in the groin, then slammed his elbow on the back of the poor bastard's head. The third was already upon him, and that one had to serve as a lesson for the rest. Catching the man's arm, Sunny moved like a ghost to twist it, and then brought his palm down on the elbow joint. A disgusting squelching crunch was drowned out by a piercing shriek of pain. Strange, Sunny knew himself well, and he knew that he was a fierce fighter. But this felt almost too easy, as if he had become many times more skilled and experienced without noticing. As if fighting 24 thugs who were more than willing to break and maim him was no big deal, inconsequential and pitifully trifling, even. Not in any way comparable to the great and dreadful battles he had fought in his nightmares. Could one's combat skills improve in a dream? Letting go of the screaming man's mangled arm, Sunny push-kicked him in the side of the head and looked at the rest of the thugs with a mad glint in his eyes. 3 down, 17 to, 13 to go. In the time it took Sunny to bring down 3 thugs, which was no more than a few seconds, his oddball of a partner had not been wasting her time, either. Honestly, he had not known how the rookie would react, and did not really care, but what he did not expect was that she would act without any delay at all, joining the fight with the same relaxed attitude. Effie simply grabbed 2 thugs by the sides of their heads and slammed them together, all but cracking their skulls, then delivered a picture-perfect roundhouse kick to a third one, folding the man in half and sending him flying back into his buddies. She finished it all up by simply slapping the 4th one to the ground. Through all of it, she seemed calm and unruffled, amused even, no, she was definitely having fun. What the hell kind of mom is she? Sunny was surprised, somewhat dismayed at the fact that the rookie had taken down one more thug than him, and a little disturbed. That calmness, that judgment, that effortless skill was not something a green and inexperienced detective was supposed to possess. Effie had been an athlete before becoming a cop, and although she did spend some time as a patrol officer, that alone could not have made her into a bloodied fighter. These qualities were something people only developed after a lifetime of conflict and bloodshed. Either Sunny did not know something about his easygoing partner and was thus underestimating her, or she was not who she seemed. His paranoia suddenly rose like a tide, making his eyes narrow. But he had no time to dwell on the strange and ominous incongruity between who Effie was supposed to be and who she really was. First, he needed to deal with the Black Snakes. Seeing 7 of their own go down in a matter of seconds, the thugs were getting serious. Before, they had been planning to beat the 2 cops to a pulp with their fists, probably do some other, way more vile things to them. But now, Sunny saw knives and steel pipes appearing in their hands. He smiled darkly. Don't blame me for being ruthless, then. Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 2460-2460, on the count of 3. 1,604 words. Sometime later, the floor of the boxing gym was littered with groaning, weakly moving bodies. The air was heavy with the stench of blood. Sunny studied his bruised knuckles for a moment, then pushed a finger through a long cut on the side of his jacket and let out an irritated sigh. Now I'm going to be wet from the damn rain. Great. He took off the jacket, revealing his arms, and the scales of the black serpent coiling around them. If Effie was surprised to see a gang tattoo on the skin of her partner, one much more grand and vast than the ones covering the groaning thugs, no less, she did not show it. Instead, she rummaged around the table where the Black Snakes had been playing cards with a focused expression. Ignoring the alcohol and the piles of money, she picked up a bag of potato chips and smiled in satisfaction. Sending one into her mouth, she asked with curiosity, not to be a stickler for the rules, but haven't we broken at least a dozen laws just now? Sunny gave her a long look, then scoffed. Who's going to report us? Them. The groaning thugs were a pitiful sight, and they were definitely not going to bring the attention of the cops to themselves, let alone let the news that a couple of cops wiped the floor with them spread. Shaking his head, Sunny walked over to the ring, leaned down, and dragged one of the Black Snakes from under it by the leg. This one was whom he had punched first, the leader of this sorry bunch. The lower part of his face was painted with blood, and his broken nose was swollen, sticking at a wrong angle. Nevertheless, he gave Sunny a hateful gaze. What kind of a damn demon are you? You're dead, rat. When the bosses find out, you're going to die. Sunny gave him a cold look, then reached forward and unceremoniously set the man's broken nose. As soon as a sharp scream turned into a pained groan, he patted the thug on the shoulder. There, I said it for you. We can't have you growing even uglier than you are now, can we? The man shivered under his ruthless gaze, pressing himself into the side of the ring. Sunny remained silent for a few moments, then smiled dangerously. And hey, buddy, I think you need to get your facts straight. I am not a rat. A rat would have gone behind the backs of the bosses to sell them out to the cops. I told them that I was leaving fair and square, looking them in the eye. It's not my fault they weren't inclined to agree, is it? By the way, that is why you have new bosses now. The old bosses didn't scare me, did you think these new losers would? Leaning down, he whispered into the man's ear. Tell them to come find me. Hell, tell them I am waiting. That'll make my day. He straightened and looked at the shivering thug with a complete lack of emotion in his black eyes. But then again, you'll have to be alive to tell them anything. And whether you'll live through the next few minutes, is completely up to you. Effie, who had wandered close, gave him a reproachful look inside. Quote. I was supposed to be the bad cop, though. Sunny ignored her. Instead, he produced his cracked phone and showed the thug a photo of the nihilist's latest victim. Recognize him. The man tried to reel back, but he had nowhere to go. Shit, what the fuck is that? Get that crap away from me, damn it. Sunny blinked a few times. What, have you not seen a corpse before? He chuckled, then put the phone back into his pocket and told the thug the dead kid's name. He's one of yours, isn't he? You see, my partner and I came here with sincere intentions, wanting to help you guys bring the murderer to justice. There was no need to be so inhospitable, really. But since things already turned out the way they did, I guess you'll just have to tell us everything we need to know anyway. The thug glared at Sunny and hissed through gritted teeth. Do you think they'll tell you anything, rat? Dream on. Without saying a word, Sunny punched him in the face, dislodging the man's nose again. There was another desperate scream, and Effie winced, taking a step back to continue munching on her potato chips. If I were you, I'd just tell him everything he wants to know. There's a limit to what plastic surgery can achieve, after all. There has to be something left of your nose for them to restore it. Sunny took a deep breath. Did I not tell you to stop calling me rat, bastard? Look what you made me do. Let's try it again, shall we? The kid, tell us everything there is to know about him. When was the last time you saw him? What was his job? Which part of the city did you have him working? Who were his friends? And so on. The thug had raised both hands to shield his face, looking at Sunny through the tears that had veiled his eyes because of the pain. He remained silent for a while, and then barked angrily. I don't know, you asshole. Okay, he's not one of ours. Sunny stared at him darkly. Hey, friend, do I look easy to you? Do you think I can't recognize a black snake mark when I see it? The thug shook his head desperately. No, wait, I mean it. He used to be a junior member, up until a couple of years ago. But we haven't seen him since. Sunny frowned. Since when is the Black Snake Gang in the habit of losing track of its junior members? The thug lowered his hands and glared at Sunny, then grimaced and spat a mouthful of blood on the floor. What the hell do you know, devil? The gang is not what it used to be. Times have changed, damn it. It used to be that we could just scoop up useless kids from the streets, little shits like you fought for the right to join us. But now, recruiting them is hard, and keeping hold of them is even harder. He grimaced, especially after those bastards opened doors. A damn charitable organization. They house them, educate them, support them financially, and even give them proper jobs. We lost a bunch of junior members to those assholes. This guy was one of the kids who left the gang and became a squeaky clean member of society thanks to them. Sunny and Effie glanced at each other. A charitable organization? What charitable organization? The thug cursed under his breath. Mirage City Center for Troubled Youths is a private charity run by the Valor Group. You think we can compete with a damn conglomerate? Sunny stared at him for a while, and then smiled viciously. This was what he needed. This was the thread he would pull to unravel the case. Valor Group, Soon enough, they left the upturned boxing gym and returned to the car. Effie seemed thoughtful, or maybe she was just wondering where to get more food. At this point, Sunny could not be sure. He lingered in front of the car, soaking in the rain. She waited for a while, then gave him a confused look. What, are you sad that we hit a dead end? This whole Black Snake lead turned out to be meaningless. Sunny shook his head. No, I'm not sad. And it wasn't meaningless, in fact, it was quite a fruitful visit. Then, he turned to the tall beauty and looked at her somberly. Listen, partner, things are going to get interesting from here. So, I need you to tell me something honestly. She smiled innocently. What's that? Not sharing her laid-back tone, Sunny asked bluntly. Who the hell are you? Oh, and think carefully before answering. You might end up dying heroically on your first day as a detective if you don't. Killed by the vicious gang members, it will be a real tragedy. The threat in his tone was apparent. He was saying that he would kill her if she tried to lie. Sunny would have loved for his threat to be a joke, but it wasn't. The nihilist case was far more dangerous than even those terrified of the elusive serial killer suspected. That was because it involved people whom a mere cop like him could not dare to touch. Those people would not hesitate to make a troublesome cop disappear. They could, for example, insert one of their operatives into the case and force the higher-ups of the police department to saddle Sunny with that operative as a partner, to keep an eye on him and dispose of him if need be. He was not sure that Effie was a double agent, but he knew that she was not who she appeared to be. His supposed partner stared at him for a while, silent. There was a hint of a strange emotion in her eyes, unease, uncertainty, fear, but a split second later, it was gone. Effie laughed and reached to slap him on the shoulder with her usual easygoing smile. Her hand remained there, holding him lightly. What are you on about, Sunny? Snap out of it. Sunny tensed, preparing to strike. And then, something strange happened. He snapped out of it. A shiver ran through his body, and he looked around with a startled expression. A strange city, pouring rain, air that smelled neither like the sterile cleanliness of NQSC nor the poisonous miasma of the outskirts. Unfamiliar buildings, a weird PTV of archaic design. Shifting his gaze to the boisterous huntress, Sunny blinked a couple of times. Effie, what the hell? Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 2461-2461, Brave Old World. 1,271 words. Sunny swayed, struggling to stay on his feet. Damnation. He was impossibly weak. He was terribly frail. He was beaten and battered, exhausted beyond imagination, and ready to collapse. His body was tortuously slow and clumsy, and on top of that, he was limited to only being aware of what was in front of his eyes. The shadows did not respond to his senses, and without them, he felt blind like a bat. It seemed impossible that anyone could exist in this pitifully powerless, woefully limited, and creepily dull state. Wait, isn't that simply what being mundane felt like? Sunny blinked a few times in complete shock. Right, he was not under some harrowing hex that maimed his body and soul. He was simply reduced to being mundane once again. In fact, he was far stronger, faster, and resilient than he had ever been as a mundane person. After all, he was currently in a somewhat ragged, but still trained and tempered body of a well-fed adult, not that of a malnourished teenager. He was Detective Sunny of the Mirage City Police Department. What the actual? Before, his memories seemed like a dream, while the Devil Detective's personality felt like his true self. Now, the positions were reversed. Sunny was himself once again, while the memories of the jaded detective felt like a vague, distant dream. The senses of his other incarnations were just as vague, as if reaching him through a vast mass of water, or maybe through the silver surface of a great mirror. He was in a mundane body. He did not have his aspect or his attributes, no essence, no cores. His domain was gone. He did not have his shades and shadows, either, while his own shadow was not an invaluable helper anymore. It was just silent and unresponsive, following him like a dead thing. Just a few moments before, this simplistic and inadequate state of existence seemed perfectly normal to him. But now, Sunny felt like he had been crippled, like all his limbs had been severed, and all his senses were dulled. It felt terrible. He grabbed Effie's hand desperately and used it as support to keep himself from falling. A low groan escaped from his lips, followed by a stifled curse. Curses. As Sunny was trying to come to terms with being mundane once again, a perplexed voice resounded above his head. Hey there, buddy, are you alright? Mr. Devil Detective. Looking up in dismay, Sunny grimaced and spat through gritted teeth. What damn Devil Detective? No, I'm not alright. I am mundane. Effie stared at him in confusion for a couple of moments. Then, her eyes widened. Shadow boy, is that really you? You remembered. Sunny let go of Effie's hand and straightened, slowly regaining his composure. Stop calling me Shadow boy, damn it. And, yes, it's me. I did remember. How the hell? But before he could finish talking, Effie suddenly pressed her palm against his mouth, shutting him up. Surprise and confusion drained from her eyes, replaced by alarm. Looking around warily, she remained silent for a few moments and then said, Not here, not where someone can hear us. How about, we go find somewhere more private to talk? Sunny frowned, then gestured to the car. It was only then that Effie removed her hand and grinned. Well then, let's go, partner. Personally, I, a rookie homicide detective of Mirage PD, am starving. What about you? He wanted to retort, but couldn't, because now that he was mundane, he suddenly needed to eat food as sustenance again. So, actually, Sunny was quite hungry too. Single quote. What a chore. Yeah, I can eat. She studied him for a moment, then nodded and climbed into the car. Sunny did, as well, finding himself in the driver's seat. A completely unfamiliar control system met him, which he somehow knew how to operate. After spending a few seconds studying the weird PTV's dashboard, Sunny inserted the key into the ignition with a dubious expression, then gave it a tentative turn. The PTV roared with a level of noise that could only be called obnoxious, vibrated like a trembling animal dying from fear in front of a predator, and spat a thick stream of noxious gas from its back. Sunny blinked a few times, aghast at the barbarity of this primitive machine, and looked at Effie. He had already surmised that the strange world they had found themselves in resembled the waking world before the dark times, but this was an entirely new level of absurdity. Quote. Did people really drive these horrid things? Effie arched an eyebrow. How would I know? Sunny put his hands on the wheel and sighed. Fair. He spent a few moments allowing the muscle memory of the Devil Detective to take over, and a few more convincing himself to trust it. Then, he drove off, painfully aware that since he was somehow a mundane human again, driving the archaic PTV into a street lamp may very well result in his death. It was really quite offensive. Him, the sovereign of death, being killed by a street lamp. Who the hell would actually go and die from something as frivolous as a high-speed collision? Luckily, he did not hit anything immediately, and after a minute or two, controlling the loud, stench-producing machine started to feel natural to him. He even got used to the weird vibrations until they blended into the background. Where are we going? Effie shrugged. Try to dig in the fake U's memory, find a rundown and desolate diner he used to frequent. Considering that grumpy malcontent's character, there should be at least one. Sunny tried not to think about how weird the advice was and did just that. He tried to reach into the Devil Detective's memory, and after a while, a location did magically come to his mind, complete with the knowledge on how to get there. Single quote. How convenient. It was very strange. He narrowed his eyes and sent the PTV rolling in the right direction. Before too long, though, it let out a series of strange noises and abruptly grew quiet, seemingly losing power. Sunny barely managed to park it at the side of the road before the vehicle completely lost momentum. Both he and Effie were startled and confused. What is wrong with it? Sunny stared at the unfamiliar dashboard, then turned the key this way and that. The PTV let out a few suffocating sniffles, but did not start again. The two of them looked at each other. After a while, Effie offered a suggestion in an uncertain tone. Is it out of power? Do we need to charge it? Sunny scratched the back of his head. I'm not sure. Maybe. How do we charge this thing, though? He thought for a bit, then said hesitantly. I think it's more like a military PTV than a normal one. I mean, it can self-charge if you deposit a fuel cell into it. Effie coughed. I think they use liquid fuel. Some kind of petroleum derivative. That stuff was still abundant before the dark times. Sunny stared at her with wide eyes. Are you crazy? What kind of idiot would fuel their vehicle with a flammable substance? Effie blinked a couple of times. Oh, this vehicle is using an internal combustion engine. Basically, it moves by harnessing the power of countless tiny explosions. We learned about them in history class, that's why that thing over there is called the ignition. Sunny laughed. Yeah, right, millions of people riding around on streams of tiny explosions. Effie's jokes were really too much. Noticing that she was looking at him earnestly, though, Sunny slowly lost the smile. Wait, you're being serious? He looked down, at the place where the PTV's engine was hidden, with a hint of horror in his eyes. After a while, Sunny inhaled deeply and shook his head. No wonder these people blew up half of the world. Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 2462, Before the Dark Times. 1,236 words. It took Sunny some time to remember that the devil detective had kept a canister of fuel in the trunk of the archaic PTV. Then, it took him some more time to figure out how to deposit the appallingly pungent liquid into the vehicle, all the while being soaked in rain and cursing under his breath. Being in the rain actually made him uncomfortably cold. Sunny had almost forgotten the feeling of being powerless in the face of the elements, so it was somewhat of a novel experience for him. Needless to say, he climbed back into the PTV in a foul mood. Looking at Effie with a deep scowl, he suppressed a heavy sigh and asked, "Is your mundane alter ego also a sleep-deprived, rage-fueled wreck craving nothing more than an unhealthy dose of nicotine and alcohol?" She laughed and shook her head. "Nope, I am basically a shining example of how regular exercise and a healthy lifestyle are good for you. I mean, sure, becoming mundane all of a sudden was a bit disorienting, but actually, I am enjoying myself." Brimming with vitality, Effie gestured to her toned, tantalizing body. "It's interesting, I was never both able-bodied and mundane, so, this is a new experience for me." Sunny's stare turned bitter. "I see." Looking away, he started the car and sent it rolling forward again. As they drove to their destination, he could appreciate the vistas of Mirage City from a new perspective. Sunny knew, of course, what cities before the dark times looked like, but only from archival footage, webtoon illustrations, and movie sets. Seeing it all with his own two eyes, and in great detail, was completely different. He couldn't help but feel put off by how different everything looked. There were no barriers surrounding the city, no alloy towers, no isolation domes around active nightmare gates peppered here and there. The air was naturally breathable, and the citizens did not seem afraid of the rain, as if there was no possibility of it turning to acid. The architecture was entirely foreign to what he was used to, and the buildings themselves were many times lower than they were in NQSC, despite the fact that they were built exclusively up, with almost no subterranean levels. There were no layers to the city, just one flat surface with hills and small mountains rising here and there. Everything seemed so simple and relaxed, even if it had felt overwhelming and permeated by crushing tension to the devil detective. "How large do you think this city is?" Effie contemplated for a moment. I think it has a population of around 10 million. 20-something millions, including the greater metropolitan area." Sunny's eyes widened a little. 20 million people. That's tiny. From the impression he had gotten from the vague memories of the devil detective, Mirage City was a sprawling metropolis suffocating in a flood of human sins. However, 10 million, even 20 or 30, was positively a tiny amount. There had been many times more people living just in the outskirts of NQSC, let alone in the city itself, with its population in the hundreds of millions. Mirage City was a village, and despite that, it somehow managed to look crowded. Maybe because everyone had somehow gotten a PTV license instead of using public transport like normal people did. As a result, not only was the air full of noxious fumes and noise, but the traffic also prevented anyone from getting anywhere in a timely fashion. People were simply stuck on the road, their vehicles crawling at such a low speed that even the pedestrians could outpace them. Nevertheless, the pedestrians, actual people, were reduced to a subservient species in their own city, fearfully clinging to the sides of the streets to make way for the actual dominant creatures, the PTVs. And those weren't even cargo PTVs, either, almost all of them were for personal use. It didn't make any sense. Does no one here notice how absurd the situation is? What is the city management doing? No, actually, if he remembered correctly, countless people did use a public transport network here, mostly the underground trains. It was just that the network was similarly inadequate and failed to serve even such a tiny population, resulting in overcrowding and unbearably bleak peak traffic hours. Well, that last part actually made sense. With the primitive technology of the days before the dark times and no spell tech, digging underground tunnels must have been a real chore. However, the very reason why they had to be dug underground in the first place was that the surface roads were usurped by personal vehicles. Underground tunnels, somewhere far away, one of Sunny's incarnations looked up with a glint in his eyes. Bastion was only starting to develop its own public transport networks, and there was no modern technology or spell tech in the dream realm either. However, there was Sunny, and Sunny had the shade of abundance at his disposal. How long would it take the sacred worm to create a vast network of tunnels under Bastion, to serve as the foundation of a future metro system? Not long at all. Should I discuss it with Cassie? We'll need some engineers, sure, well, a lot of them, but as long as they remain unaware of how the tunnels will be created and who will create them, it can work splendidly. Sunny was distracted for a while, and by the time he came back to his senses, they were already near the ramshackle diner the devil detective used to frequent. If he was generous, the place could be called quaint and unassuming. If he wasn't, though, he'd call it a trash heap masquerading as an establishment where people were supposed to eat. The diner was small, shabby, and exceedingly sparse in decor. There was no decor to be mentioned, really, just a few cheap tables with similarly cheap chairs. It was mostly used by blue-collar workers, so there were only guests here during the lunch hours and in the evening, when people got off work. At the moment, the place was completely empty, with the exception of a grumpy waitress who disappeared somewhere immediately after delivering their order. The food, however, was miraculous. Oh gods. Sunny stared at Effie with wide eyes. Effie was similarly looking at him with an enraptured expression. There was unlimited clean drinking water. Every dish was made entirely from natural ingredients, with not a single synthetic morsel in sight. The flavors were rich, the side dishes were fresh, and could be refilled endlessly. And the portions were exceedingly generous. Despite all that, the meal was dirt cheap. How is this possible? Very few people in NQSC could afford to eat like this, and even those who could would have to pay a crazy amount of credits for such an amazing meal. The situation was a little better in the dream realm, but even there, most food was still synthetic and being imported from the waking world. Am I in heaven? For a while, Sunny was uncomfortably similar to Effie, practically inhaling the delicious food with little to no table manners and ordering more and more of it. After a while, extremely satiated and feeling sleepy from all the food, he looked at her groggily and asked, "By the way, why did you insist that we should talk in a private place?" Effie leaned back, eased her waistband, and patted her flat belly with a deeply satisfied grin. "Oh, it's nothing major. Just that, we'll probably die horribly if the locals notice us breaking character. Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report." Shadow Slave. Chapter 2463 The Lives of Others. 1,274 words. Sunny lingered for a few moments, then threw a brief glance at the door behind which the waitress had disappeared. No one else was in the deserted diner, and the pedestrians rushing past the dirty window could not hear them. He raised an eyebrow. How so? Effie let out a long sigh and poured herself a cup of water before speaking again. Eventually, she leaned back and said in a low tone, "Well, I don't know how you came about, but I was home, the home of the newly promoted Detective Athena of Mirage PD, that is. A married woman with a loving husband and an adorable kid, a couple of adorable kids, actually, a boy and a girl. Needless to say, those were not my kids and not my husband. So, when he went for a kiss, I was understandably not having it." Sunny frowned. "Wait, you were aware of who you really are from the start?" Effie nodded. "Yes, we entered the Hall of Imagination, then, my memory is a bit hazy. The next thing I knew, I was standing in a living room, folding laundry. I was alone, mundane, and completely turned around. Before I could really figure out what had happened, I was assaulted by two overly enthusiastic kids who wanted to play cops and robbers with mommy." Sunny scratched the back of his head. "What the hell is cops and robbers?" Effie scoffed. "It's a local version of Awakened in Abominations, naturally. Anyway, yes, I was never under the illusion that I was the real Detective Athena. The kids were sweet and adorable, so even though I was weirded out of my mind, I went along with what was happening and tried to slowly regain my bearings while playing with them. That was how I figured out the basic facts about this place and learned to rummage in my counterpart's memories. So, everything went well, until her husband showed up." Sunny smiled darkly. "What, did you smack him when he went for a smooch?" Effie let out a joyless chuckle. "No, maybe I would have, but my instincts are still those of a saint. You know how it is, we need to be careful around mundane people, so the thought of striking him never even crossed my mind. I just dodged away and let him know in no uncertain terms that there would be no smooching, kissing, squeezing, fondling, or canoodling of any kind." Sunny gave her an exasperated look. "I don't need the details, you know." She grinned. "Why, not a fan of canoodling? That is not what Neff." Sunny scoffed. "Hey, lady, I am not a fan, I am the artist." Effie stared at him silently for a few long moments, then threw her head back and exploded with laughter. Oh, gods. Did you really just say that?" Sunny raised his chin defiantly and suppressed a smile. "I did. Not only did I say it, but I also meant every word." She continued to laugh for a while longer, then wiped the tears off the corners of her eyes and looked at him with a wry smile. "You know, Shadow Boy, you are actually not that scary up close, are you?" Sunny shrugged. "Not unless you are scared of innocuous stuff like dark demigods who command legions of dead souls and condemn you to eternal servitude, with not even death offering escape, I guess." Effie grinned. "Right." She studied him for a bit, then sighed. "Well, in any case, the moment I refused the affections of that man, the moment I broke character, something very creepy happened." He frowned. "What?" Effie gulped down her water and looked into the distance with a somber expression. He changed. Even creepier, though, was the fact that the kids changed, too. It was not that they turned into some hideous abominations or displayed dreadful powers, they just, sort of froze, turned to look at me in eerie synchronicity, and stared. They still looked human, but there was nothing human about them at that moment. I don't know how to describe it, but there was something deeply wrong deep in their eyes. Something empty and utterly alien to what a human, or even an abomination, should be. Sunny's frown deepened. "Sounds familiar." Effie nodded curtly. Yes, it was, indeed, familiar. "In fact, I've seen eyes like those before." She looked into the window, at the torrent of passers-by rushing along under a river of umbrellas. "I saw it during the war, in Bastion, when one of the others pretended to be Ether." Sunny's eyes narrowed, and a shiver ran down his spine. "You mean?" Effie looked at him darkly. "Yes, my supposed husband, the adorable kids, the cops on the crime scene, the black snakes, the waitress who served as food, and the rest of those 20 million so-called people living in Mirage City. Or all others." Sunny froze, suddenly paralyzed by fear. It was not often that he felt fear these days, but the thought of 20 million others surrounding him from all sides more than deserved the honor of frightening him. In fact, if Sunny's ability to feel frightened had not deteriorated awfully after more than a decade of suffering all kinds of horrors, he would have been utterly terrified right now. Turning his head slowly, Sunny looked at the constant stream of pedestrians outside the window, the flood of noisy PTVs behind them, and the crowded forest of tall buildings stretching beyond the horizon. Suddenly, Mirage City did not seem so tiny anymore. It seemed like a boundless abyss containing unfathomable depths of terror instead. Effie grimaced. "Look, you are a supreme who has become a powerless mundane human, while they are the others who were made into powerless mundane humans. And as long as everyone plays their roles faithfully, they are bound by these roles, unable to be anything but what their characters are supposed to be. Luckily, I resumed acting like Detective Effie in time, and my creepy family returned to being normal as if nothing had happened." She smiled. "So, you can understand why I had to be careful when we first met. I was happy to see you, but also, I wasn't sure that you were, you. I kept thinking, is this the real Lord of Shadows, or is this another who just happens to look like the Lord of Shadows? I couldn't just ask, since that would mean breaking character, so I decided to play along and see how things go." Inhaling slowly, Sunny looked back at Effie, lingered for a few moments, and asked in an even tone. "Are you sure that everyone here is another?" She shrugged. "Reasonably sure. Naturally, nobody really knows that much about the others." However, Effie sighed and poured herself more water. "It would make sense, wouldn't it? Clan Valor had always been wary of the others, that was because the others sometimes escaped from the Great Mirror. They came from the other side of Reflections, from True Bastion. But how did they come to be there, and where did they come from? Well, if the Great Mirror in False Bastion is really no more than a reflection of the true Great Mirror, then what if that is where they dwell? They are trapped inside the true Great Mirror, and now, we are too." Sunny inhaled slowly. "Yes, that does make sense, I guess." Effie chewed her lip, then said quietly, "It's the damn demon of imagination, Mirage, or whatever her name was. She created Rivergate, Bastion, and the Great Mirror. She must have put the others into the hidden realm inside the Great Mirror, as well. Hell, she might have created the eerie creeps, for all we know." Sunny tilted his head a little. "But why would an illusory realm created by the demon of imagination resemble an Earth city from before the dark times?" Effie looked around and smiled faintly. "That is the question, isn't it? Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads, redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 2464-2464, Palace of Imagination. 1,333 words. Sunny remained silent for a while, contemplating, then said slowly. Unless, Mirage wasn't the one who created this city at all. Effie gave him a dubious look. If not the great and terrible demon of imagination, then who? This place is literally called Mirage City, for spell's sake. Sunny shook his head. Think about it. Mirage might have created Bastion, both its true and illusory versions, but that is not all Bastion is. It has been taken by the spell and turned into a citadel, a great citadel, no less. So, just like with other citadels, the spell would have taken what made this place special and given its master a way to use it. Turning it into a component. Effie wrinkled her nose. I don't follow. Are you saying that I, the current master of Bastion, created Mirage City? Sunny shook his head again. No, I don't think that it was you. I think that someone has co-opted the component of Bastion and created Mirage City in your stead. He hesitated for a few moments, then added. Naturally, we don't know a lot about the demon of imagination. However, we know that her powers had to do with fantasies, illusions, and fanciful things, like fairy tale castles rising from the clouds reflected on the surface of water. And that her hobbies included creating lakes and tinkering with mirrors. Sunny smiled faintly. So, what would be hidden in the heart of her cloud castle? A terrible weapon, a prison for eerie beings from the reflections. No, I think that this place, this harrowing city imprisoning millions of others, is a playground. Effie laughed. Wait, a playground. First a toy room, now a playground. Is this your weird way of making up for adult childhood? Sunny scoffed. I wish. No, but I do think that this place, the Palace of Imagination, is created to be a playground of sorts. A realm where anything Mirage imagined would become reality, just like the illusory Bastion, only devoid of permanence, capable of changing according to her every whim. Complete with beings to populate that reality and play whatever roles she wanted them to. After all, the only thing the demon of imagination could not create was living beings, that was something only the gods could do. Well, another. Effie leaned back and frowned. But, the demon of imagination is gone, and this playground of hers was turned into a component of Bastion by the nightmare spell, thus allowing Awaken to control it. Sunny nodded. Only the original masters of Bastion, Warden and Anvil, never discovered the mirror maze, and never made it to the Palace of Imagination. Instead, someone else slipped his way here, and made this place his. Effie's frown deepened. Mordred. Her tone was not at all enthused. In fact, Sunny had rarely heard his easygoing friend sound so somber. He was not too happy, either. It was either him or Morgan. Had to be. I don't know whether they created this city consciously or if the Great Mirror simply extracted the blueprint from their subconscious, but it was definitely one of them. Effie blinked a couple of times. Right, Morgan is also here, but we have no idea where either of them is. Sunny smirked. Says who? Actually, I have already located both Morgan and Mordred. Oh, I also found Saint while I was at it. Effie blinked a few times. When did you? Actually, never mind. Wow, Shadow Boy, you really do work fast. So fast, in fact, that it makes me wonder if you're as quick in. Sunny gave her chair a kick under the table, winced at the pain in his mundane foot, and said. Mordred is the young CEO of the Valor Group, which is a private conglomerate that basically controls the city. The politicians, the courts, the police, pretty much everyone is in their pocket, so he is all but untouchable. Effie raised her eyebrows. What? How is that even possible? I mean, a private company having more power than the government, let alone the people. That sounds completely implausible, does it not? Sunny shrugged. Sure, sounds far-fetched. But we are in an imaginary realm, remember. It's only reasonable that some things here will be entirely fantastical, not at all based in reality. He wasn't sure how things worked before the dark times, but a society completely ruled by money and private interests seemed like too irrational a concept to have existed. Human greed was boundless, after all, so who in their right mind would base a world order around that? Imagining what would happen to the world if Aiko was in charge, Sunny was suddenly covered in cold sweat. By the dead gods, let's hope that she never becomes a sovereign. He smiled weakly and shook his head. Well, think about the great clans. Could the government, let alone the people, have done anything against them? No, in that sense, the Valor Group is not that different from the great clan Valor. Sunny sighed. Saint has become a hotshot psychiatrist in an elite, high-security mental hospital. While Morgan is a patient in that hospital. Effie looked at him in surprise. What, Morgan is in a crazy house? He nodded. Yes, I saw her myself, actually, she told me to find you. It was just that I had no idea who you were when she did. Effie frowned. Morgan knew who she was, too. That makes two of us who weren't brainwashed by this place, and one of you who was. What makes you different? No, wait, why did she tell you to find me? How did she even know that I am here with you? Sunny remained silent for a little while, then shook his head. I don't know why you two weren't affected by Mirage City. As for the rest, I don't think Morgan knew that you were here. She told me to find you for a reason, though. Think about it, how did I regain my senses? Effie blinked a couple of times. Well, we roughed those thugs up, then you just sort of did. After I told you to snap out of it. Sunny nodded again. Indeed, you touched me and told me to snap out of it. And I did. I don't think it was a coincidence, either, rather, I think that you have some authority here as the master of Bastion. That was why Morgan told me to find you. That was indeed the most logical conclusion. Sunny would have loved to believe that he regained his senses thanks to the power of friendship. After all, Kai had managed to return him from the mire of Shadow Dance by reminding him of those he cared about, but he knew that something more was at play here. This place, Mirage City, was no mere illusion. It was fantasy made reality, fueled by the fantastical power of the demon of imagination. It was no less real than any other place in the dream realm, and what Sunny had escaped from was not merely a delusion, it was the sorcery of a demon. No matter how highly he thought of himself, he knew he was not powerful enough to overcome the will of Mirage, the demon of imagination. Instead, he had regained his sense of self through a mechanism built by her into the Great Mirror. Effie grinned. Oh, it's nice to know that I have some authority here, not that I feel very authoritative. I don't think that I can control this place freely, nothing I tried really worked until now. It's as if something is blocking my way. Sunny looked at her darkly. Well, naturally, after all, someone has stolen your, let's call it administrator rights. She pursed her lips, pouting, then gave Sunny an inquisitive look. Darn thieves, what do we do, then? He shrugged. Isn't it obvious? Find the bastard, get your control of the component back, find what I am looking for, and get the hell out of here. Sunny thought for a bit, and then added in a morose tone. Of course, it won't be very easy. Because we must achieve all that, while playing the roles of a jaded detective who doesn't play by the rules and his perky young partner flawlessly. Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 2465-2465, Buried Evidence. 1039 words. Effie changed her posture and leaned forward a little. Then, she smiled languidly while looking at Sunny. Perky young partner. Huh. Well, I sure am perky, thanks for noticing, I guess, but young. I think you're younger than me. Sunny let out a heavy sigh and suppressed the desire to palm his face. He stared the grinning woman in the eye and answered in a slightly disgruntled tone. Age is a relative thing. I might have been born a couple of years later than you, but have I lived less than you? At this point, even I am not sure. Among other things, I am living 7 lives at the same time. Does that mean that I am aging 7 times faster? Who knows, I definitely don't. Point is, the devil detective is your counterpart senior. So, treat me accordingly. Effie's grin widened a little, and her eyes glistened. All right, big brother. Sunny shuddered. No, none of that, never. She batted her eyelashes innocently, then leaned back and shrugged. Well, whatever. In any case, what is our next step? Sunny contemplated her question for a while. Eventually, he frowned. Our target is Mordred, the CEO of the Valor Group. Besides him, there are 2 secondary persons of interest, Saint and Morgan. Saint does not seem to remember herself, acting out the role assigned to her by the Great Mirror. That of his inordinately gorgeous therapist. Who talked? Sunny remembered the bizarre experience of seeing, and hearing, the human version of Saint. Now that he had regained his sense of self, he did not know how to feel about that. It was fascinating, a little thrilling, but mostly, it felt completely and utterly wrong. He cleared his throat, then continued. You must not know a lot about Saint, but she can become an extremely valuable ally to us, as long as we manage to remind her of who she is. More importantly, she can help us gain access to Morgan. His expression darkened. Saint is valuable, but Morgan is priceless. What we lack the most at the moment is information, and she seems to know a lot about what is going on, much more than we do, at least. However, getting to her won't be easy. That asylum is like an impenetrable fortress, built to prevent anyone from both getting in and getting out. Sunny lingered for a moment, and then added somberly. As for Mordred, well, he is probably the most well-guarded person in Mirage City. We don't know whether he remembers himself or not, all we know is that he is somehow connected to the Nihilist case. Effie raised an eyebrow. Oh, wait, before, the devil detective mentioned that he knew who the Nihilist was, and that he only needed concrete evidence to prove it. Don't tell me that he meant the most powerful person in the city. When Sunny remained silent, Effie's eyes widened. The young CEO of the Valor Group, Mordred, that creep, goes around gruesomely murdering people at night. Sunny sighed. The devil detective was sure that it was Mordred, but I am not. He had a reason to hate that guy, though. Frowning, Sunny tried to parse through the vague, dreamlike memories of his counterpart. There were facts, there were emotions, there were thoughts and suspicions, all painted in dark hues by hatred, obsession, and insomnia. After a while, he explained. Everyone thinks that the Nihilist has never left any clues behind, but actually, that is not true. There was a piece of evidence at the first crime scene, a blood sample that did not belong to the victim. That DNA test revealed that it belonged to none other than the heir of Valor Group, Mordred. Effie arched her eyebrows. What? There was evidence connecting him to the crime scene. Why is he still walking free, then? Sunny smiled bitterly. Because he had an ironclad alibi. There was video evidence proving that Mordred was on the other side of the city when the murder took place, so, the higher-ups chose to suppress the investigation. The blood sample was destroyed, and everyone who had come in contact with it was threatened into silence. He shook his head. The devil detective was the person in charge of the case, though, and he refused to let go. He believed that the video recording had been doctored, so the investigation into the Valor Group and its CEO continued with the Homicide Division captain's silent approval. Effie looked at him in confusion. What happened next? Sunny remained silent for a while, then said in an even tone. The captain got into an unfortunate accident and passed away. My counterpart was convinced that she was killed because of the investigation and tried to accost Mordred, getting into an altercation with his security team. Needless to say, that was an unwise decision. The Nihilist had become a public menace by then, though, so they could not simply get rid of me. Instead, I was sent to a court-mandated psychological counseling and suspended pending a psychiatric evaluation. He sighed. And here we are. Effie considered his words for a while, then smiled faintly. So that is why you were so excited when those thugs pointed at the Valor Group. The identity of the latest victim gives us an excuse to dig into Mordred again. Sunny nodded. Yes, they can bury a blood sample, but, ironically enough, they can't bury a corpse. Now that a person directly tied to Valor was killed by the Nihilist, we can openly investigate them, and nobody will be able to pressure us into giving up that lead without risking an avalanche of public outrage. Effie smiled. So, the first thing we need to do is figure out how exactly that Black Snake kid was connected to the Valor Group, right? That will give us an official reason to approach Mordred. And once we approach Mordred, Sunny smiled darkly, we'll play it by ear. Oh, by the way, Morgan told me something else back when I saw her. His smile turned cold all of a sudden. She told me that Mordred can actually be killed here. Effie raised an eyebrow. You're not planning to just assassinate him in broad daylight, are you? Sunny lingered for a few moments, then shook his head with a sigh of regret. No, that would probably be out of character for the devil detective. He looked at Effie and smiled. It does sound tempting, though. Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 2466-2466, Changing the World. 1069 words. The Mirage City Center for Troubled Youths, a charitable organization set up by the Valor Group to help delinquent youths find their place in society, was situated some distance away from the ramshackle diner. Sunny remembered how to properly fuel the Devil Detective's archaic PTV and stopped at a gas station, then checked his mental map of Mirage City and hesitantly plotted the course. As they drove, the quaint vistas of the ancient city slowly ceased to look so odd. He was getting used to the strange architecture, the abundance of noisy PTVs, the lack of quarantine zones, and the flat nature of it all. The people were the strangest, though, even if it took him a while to realize what that strangeness was. It was the lack of fear. The people of Mirage City all had their worries, of course, but their eyes lacked the subtle alertness that all humans of the waking world shared. A nightmare gate could open in front of them at any moment. After all, a sleeper who had slipped through the cracks could turn into a nightmare creature and go on a rampage. The humans of the waking world had grown accustomed to the constant threat of a sudden, senseless death and did not allow it to interfere with their lives. But that fear still left a mark on them. Here in Mirage City, though, there was no such threat. People were not immortal, but all the dangers they faced were mundane. They did not suffer the existential dread that the inhabitants of reality did, and were not ruled by a great and sinister power they were powerless against, the nightmare spell. Sunny wondered what it would have felt like, to live in a world that was free of the tyranny of nightmares. To live without fear, they would probably invent fears of their own, and live in a prison built of those. Effie looked at him for a while, then asked in a lazy tone. Hey, partner, I've been thinking. Sunny suppressed a groan. That didn't bode well. About what? Effie lingered for a moment, then shrugged with a grin. It's just that, wasn't this adventure supposed to prepare me for becoming a sovereign? But instead, I ended up becoming mundane, 3 whole ranks further away from supremacy than I used to be. How come Kai gets to battle harrowing fallen deities, but I am stuck fist-fighting third-rate thugs while dodging the advances of another who thinks that he's my husband? That's just not fair. Sunny gave her a sidelong glance. This adventure is indeed meant to help prepare you for the 4th nightmare. But Kai and you are different people. What you need to learn is different, too. She raised an eyebrow. Oh, and what is it that you think I must learn? He exhaled slowly. Well, about that, actually, I am not too sure. You are a deceptive person, but in a different way from me. Effie stared at him in confusion for a while, then exploded with laughter. Me, a deceptive person? What are you talking about? I am an open book. Sunny scoffed. This is exactly what I am talking about. There are 2 of you, really. There's Effie, raised by wolves, a cheerful and easygoing woman who glides through life without taking anything too seriously. This is who everyone meets. But beneath it all, there is also Athena, born from being eaten alive, an astute and calloused person who had to fight desperately for each step she had taken in this world. This one, most people fail to see, but I know that she's there. Effie studied him for a few moments, then whistled and looked away. Wow, you are hopeless, you know that. Sunny raised an eyebrow. No, I don't. What are you talking about? She chuckled. I mean, you just can't imagine that an astute person can be cheerful and easygoing, can you? Listen, you morose killjoy, you're entirely wrong. There is only one of me. I am not hiding behind a false facade of cheerfulness. I just know how to enjoy life, even if it seems too bitter to swallow at times. Sunny smiled faintly. Too bitter to swallow. It's all food metaphors with you, huh? He remained silent for a bit, then shrugged. Point is, Kai lacks confidence in himself. But you don't. On the contrary, you know exactly what you want, and you are not afraid to get it. In fact, I think that this is exactly the problem. You have already gotten everything you wanted. You've built the kind of life for yourself that leaves you entirely satisfied. So, you are not desperate enough. Effie raised an eyebrow. Me, not desperate enough. I feel desperate way too often, partner. Every time I look at my husband and at my son, I feel desperate to protect them, because I know all too well what is coming for all of us. Her voice had turned somber, losing its usual carefree tone for a short moment. Sunny shook his head. That is the thing, though. A sovereign is someone who can reshape the world to fit their will, so, all supremes are born from a desperate wish to change the world. Otherwise, where would their determination to reshape it come from? But you don't want to change the world. Rather, you want to make sure that the world maintains its shape, because it already fits you. You are the only person I know who is truly satisfied with their life, and that, I am not sure if that is enough. Sunny was suddenly reminded of a conversation he had had with Effie a long time ago. He had shared his desire to be stronger than Neffy's, and Effie told him that he would never be stronger than Neffy's unless he found conviction. That was one of the reasons he had undertaken a perilous journey to Antarctica, in the end. What he was telling her now wasn't exactly the same, but he still couldn't help but feel that their roles were reversed. Effie remained silent for a while, then sighed. Is it such a sin, to be satisfied with one's life? Sunny shook his head. No, it's not. In fact, if you know some secret way to achieve that, please teach me. Effie laughed, then looked at him with a grin. Ah, so you want me to teach you about satisfaction. Okay, listen well, it's time for another one of Auntie Effie's lessons. Sunny's eyes widened. Oh, no, he suddenly realized that he was trapped in a PTV with her, with nowhere to escape. Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 2467. A troublesome discovery. 954 words. The Center for Troubled Youths looked strangely tranquil and picturesque after the busy concrete jungle of the city. It was situated in a quiet neighborhood, taking up most of it. The grounds were surrounded by a neat fence, spacious enough to accommodate a modest park and a good collection of sports facilities, starting from a football field and ending with several tennis courts. There were not a lot of the aforementioned troubled youths in sight, considering the pouring rain, but the buildings themselves looked clean and well maintained. There was a main building where classes took place, 2 dormitories, a cafeteria hall, and so on. Overall, the youth center looked like a campus of a prestigious, well-to-do university. There was even a street musician on the corner, playing a peaceful tune on an old guitar while hiding under a large black umbrella. Sunny and Effie looked at each other warily. After a while, he said, "The more innocent it looks." Effie ended the sentence with a frown. "The creepier it usually is." Neither of them liked the idea of the Valor Group and Mordred collecting young delinquents in an unassuming private facility, supposedly to help them. Who knew what kind of shady things were going on here? After hesitating for a while, Sunny sighed. "You go talk to whoever is in charge here. All, look around." They presented their badges to the security guard at the entrance and were admitted inside after some mild resistance. Effie headed for the main building to find the director of the youth center, while Sunny lingered at the gate for a while before leaving to explore the territory. They met back at the car some time later, both wearing troubled expressions. What did you find? Sunny's voice was even. Effie studied him for a bit, then said somberly. You first. He sighed. Well, it seems completely normal. Her expression cleared. Right, I found absolutely nothing to suggest that there's something shady going on in this place. The director is a very nice old lady. She told me everything I needed to know, and was genuinely upset to learn that the kid had been killed. Sunny scratched the back of his head. Right, I walked around the whole territory and even spoke to a few residents. Everything seems above board. The youths are content, well cared for, and happy. There are no strange vibes, no creepy undertones, nothing suspicious at all. From everything I saw, it seems like a completely legitimate charitable organization that is both funded well and managed well, with everyone doing their hardest to make sure that these kids receive a bright future. They stared at each other in utter confusion. Why would Mordred run a real charity? And do so earnestly, voluntarily, and with no secret agenda to boot? Sunny did not have shadow sense at the moment, while his other senses had been suppressed to the level of a mundane person. However, he still had his experience, instinct, and intuition, and yet, everything was telling him that there was nothing sinister or shady about the Center for Troubled Youths. Even the devil detective's dormant hostility could not find fault with this place. Effie scratched the back of her head. Very weird. Sunny was inclined to agree. It was indeed extremely weird, but there was nothing they could do about it. In fact, why would they want to do something? It was strange to be unhappy that the youths weren't being exploited for nefarious purposes. He shook his head. Anyway, did you find out anything? Effie remained silent for a moment, then nodded. Oh, yes, sure. The victim was indeed a resident of this youth center at some point. However, he graduated successfully around a year ago. Many of these kids either get sponsored by the Valor Group and go on to receive higher education or are helped with seeking employment. The Valor Group has countless entry-level positions, so, most of the latter end up being employed internally. Sunny raised an eyebrow. So, the victim was an employee of the Valor Group. Effie nodded. Indeed. In fact, he worked in its corporate security branch. Basically, he was a security guard. And not only that, he was posted in the Valor Group's main office. Sunny's gaze grew sharper. Oh, meaning, Effie grinned. Indeed, he had a chance to interact with Mordred on a daily basis. So if you wanted a reason to go and pay that bastard a visit, congratulations. Wishes do come true. Sunny smiled darkly, then looked at the sky. The sky was obscured by a thick layer of clouds, so he grimaced and looked at his watch instead. Then, he cursed quietly. Hey, how the hell do I read time from an analog watch? Effie blinked a couple of times. What's an analog watch? It took them a couple of minutes to figure out the barbaric technology of the bygone era. Determining that it was already evening, Sunny sighed. I don't think we'll be able to catch Mordred at work at the moment. So, let's pay him a visit tomorrow morning. Effie shrugged. Sure. So, are we clocking out, then? Her voice was lacking enthusiasm, which prompted Sunny to give her a long look. If you don't want to go home, you can crash at my place. Granted, the devil detective was not the cleanest of people, but since I doubt that you'll be scared away by a little mess, it should be fine. She smiled. Is that your way of calling me a slob? In any case, thanks, but no thanks. I don't think that abandoning her children and spending the night at a strange man's place would be in character for my counterpart. So, I'll head home. She looked around, then added sheepishly. Or rather, I'll trouble you to drive me home, partner. I barely figured out how to get to the crime scene after receiving the call. Now, I am completely turned around. Sunny sighed and unlocked the archaic PTV. Sure, no problem. Get in, partner. Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 2468-2468. Home Bitter Home. 1119 words. It was already late when Sunny returned to his dark, dusty apartment. Unlocking the door, he walked inside, closed it, then gave it a long look. How fun. The door was made from a sheet of ordinary metal, while the walls around it were nothing but concrete panels. In other words, even a dormant nightmare creature could easily rip through the door or crash through the walls, but then again, there were no abominations in this world. So, these pitiful safety measures could very well stop anyone uninvited from entering the apartment. That said, the devil detective was a paranoid guy, and for a good reason. As a cop, he had a lot of enemies, and his nasty temperament did not earn him any friends either. So, one of the empty bottles scattered around the apartment actually served a purpose. Following a habit that belonged to someone else, Sunny locked the door and carefully balanced the bottle on its handle. That way, if someone picked the locks and tried to enter quietly in the middle of the night, the bottle was going to fall and break loudly, alerting him to the presence of an intruder. Sunny was usually guarded by one of the shadows, so this level of caution felt both unfamiliar and new. Turning away from the door, he studied his place of residence. Dust everywhere, empty bottles and plastic food containers scattered on the floor, oil stains and streaks on every glass surface. With a sigh, Sunny removed the bottle from the door handle and opened the curtains. Then, he rolled up his sleeves and got to cleaning. An hour or two later, after a few visits to the nearby trash containers, the apartment finally started to resemble a place suitable for human life. Locking the door once more, Sunny lowered himself into a threadbare armchair and let out a heavy sigh. It was ridiculous to admit, but this little amount of physical activity had tired him out. His muscles ached, not from battling some terrible nightmare creature, but from fighting mundane thugs and dust. Such an indignity. He was sleepy. Before dragging his tired body to the bed, however, Sunny took the primitive communicator out of his pocket, struggled against the unfamiliar interface for a while, and finally managed to dial the number Saint had given him. For a few moments, strange noises poured into his ear. Then, the enthralling voice of his supposed therapist resounded from the communicator, making Sunny shiver against his will. Yes, he lingered for a few moments, then spoke in a neutral tone. Dr. Saint, good evening. This is Detective Sunless from Mirage PD. I wanted to discuss future therapy sessions. A few minutes later, he put down the communicator and closed his eyes. The echoes of Saint's voice were still resounding in his ears. This is so strange. To hear her talk. Before Sunny knew it, he fell into the soft embrace of sleep. In a different part of Mirage City, earlier, Effie had spent a long time standing in front of the door of a small, cozy villa. Eventually, she took a deep breath, put on a bright smile, and walked in. Mummy, Mama, two energetic kids rushed to her, their faces shining with happiness and adoration. Effie leaned down to catch them, then lifted them into the air, feeling little arms wrap around her neck and kisses being planted on her cheeks. Mommy is home, Mama, Mama. Failing to resist the overflowing cuteness, Effie nuzzled the children. Her forced smile gradually turned into a natural one. Oh, my, who are these little darlings? Are you my kids? No way, my precious children were way smaller when I left home. How did you grow up this much in just a day? Huh, if this continues, you'll be carrying Mommy instead by the end of the week. The children giggled as she brought them into the living room. No, Effie let the babysitter go, then got busy caring for the children herself. She prepared them food with unfamiliar ingredients, read them unfamiliar books, played unfamiliar games with them, and helped them wash in an unfamiliar bathroom. Her counterpart's children were younger than her dumpling was. He had grown up too fast, which left her feeling wistful. So, spending time with these little cuties lifted her mood. Of course, they weren't children at all. The cute little boy and the adorable little girl who called her mommy were the others, the terrifying, unfathomable beings forced into the shape of children by the great mirror. But they looked so real, and acted so real. More than that, her counterpart's dreamlike memories were still flowing like a hazy river in her mind. Memories full of real love and affection for these tiny bundles of joy and innocence, just like she was full of fierce love and affection for her own. It was a maddening contradiction, to find herself caring for little children who treated her like their mother, but were not hers, children who were innocent and pure, but at the same time monstrous and frightening. Effie could feel herself reeling. But despite all that, and even knowing better, she simply could not bring herself to treat them like monsters. Perhaps it was the mother in her, but the sight of the childlike smiles made her heart both flutter and ache. Ah, what am I going to do? At some point, her counterpart's husband returned from work. He was tall, he was handsome, he was gentle and sweet. But he wasn't her husband. He was not the man she loved. His features were different, his voice was different, his smile was different, and for that reason, everything about him was hateful. The kids were asleep, and now, it was time for her and her supposed husband to go to bed, too. However, Effie was not having it. Here, you go sleep on the couch. She handed the startled man a rolled-up blanket and a pillow. He looked at her with eyes full of confusion. Darling, what did I do? Effie smiled. Indeed, what did the poor guy do? She couldn't really tell him that there was only one man allowed into her bed, her husband, and that he was not that man, that he was not even a man. He was another pretending to be one. So, Effie employed a tactic tried and tested by countless generations of women. Giving the other husband an offended look, she said in a wrathful tone. You have the gall to ask. Wow, just wow, go figure it out, you'll be sleeping on the couch until you do. The man paled. But, darling. Not hearing any objections, she pushed him out of the bedroom and slammed the door shut. Finally alone, Effie let out a relieved sigh. Looking at her empty bed, she then sighed again. Damn, was I swindled? I really can't see how any of this will help me become supreme. I want to go home. Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 2469, World of Abundance. 1,209 words. The next morning, Sunny parked his PTV in front of Effie's home in a foul mood. She was standing there with a brown paper bag in her hand, holding the umbrella with the other and yawning. When he opened the door, she climbed in and gave him a reproachful look. You're late, Sunny cursed under his breath. Do you know what I had to do on the way here? Effie shrugged. No idea. Why? Sunny gave the steering wheel of the PTV an annoyed push. I had to refuel this piece of junk. Again, she stared at him in shock. What? No way. These things need to be refueled daily. He nodded a few times. That's what I'm saying. That pungent, flammable fuel. Turns out, they burn through it faster than I burn through essence. Effie blinked a couple of times, then shook her head and put on her seatbelt. No, but really, daily, what a hassle. Sunny was inclined to agree. As they drove to their destination, Effie explained what she managed to salvage from her counterpart's memory last evening. Most of it had to do with police procedures and protocols they had to follow, paperwork, briefing the press, coordinating with other teams, and so on. Actually, I already received a phone call from the captain. There is going to be a press conference tomorrow afternoon, where I am supposed to make a statement to answer a few questions. The journalists are dying to know about the nihilist and his latest victim. Obviously, they are also dying to castigate the police department and lament the lack of progress in catching him. I'm the designated punching bag, I guess. Sunny smiled faintly. That should be nothing new for you, though. You've been the propaganda machine's favorite ever since the Forgotten Shore. Remember those posters of you they plastered all around NQSC? The first batch, I mean. Effie stared at him for a few moments, then laughed. Oh, gods, you saw those. Wow, made an impression, did I? Well, her armor certainly did. Sunny scoffed. Some of them took entire facades of huge buildings. You were hard to miss. She grinned and looked into the window, at the colorful billboards decorating the buildings of Mirage City. They were propaganda posters, as well, only of a different, far more subtle kind. Instead of the government pushing a false narrative onto its citizens to control the population, these were made by private enterprises to manipulate people into consuming their goods. It was hard to tell which was more invasive. It is both wonderful and sinister, don't you think? Sunny raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? She pointed to the city outside the window. This world, a world of abundance. Of prosperity so extreme and staggering that it has become a problem in and of itself. A world that is based on endless growth, and therefore can never allow itself to slow down, even a little, even for a brief moment, no matter if there is still a reason to rush forward or not. Sunny remained silent for a few moments, then shrugged. To be honest, I am not very familiar with how the world was before the dark times. I only know the romantic version of it, the great golden age of humanity before all the problems started, and all that. A lost era of peace and prosperity. People usually talk about this time as some kind of a lost paradise. Effie smiled. I guess it was, for a while. As close to a paradise as we have ever come. She sighed. Of course, the construction of that paradise was financed by borrowing from the future, which ended up causing all those problems to begin with, when the time to pay up arrived. Still, I like it here. She opened her paper bag and pulled out a small carton painted in brown and white. Do you know what this is? Sunny almost flinched. That tone, that glint in her eyes, he knew it all too well. It was the look of insatiable avarice and utter obsession, which Sunny himself wore when looking at soul shards and piles of treasure. What is she? Effie drew in a shaky breath. This just might be the greatest invention humanity has ever made. It is called chocolate milk. This era has it, but ours doesn't, so how can I be critical of the past? The world has really gone to crap since then. Opening the carton, she took a big sip and leaned back with a blissful smile. Ah, Sunny gave her a dubious look. Did you, by any chance, steal this from your kids? Effie gave him a look of outrage. What? Of course not. They still have apple juice, okay. Sunny shook his head reproachfully. Well, do you at least have another carton so I could try it, too? Effie brought the paper back closer to her chest, looking at him defensively. No, he looked at her in indignation. Wait, you didn't just go on and on singing praises to this chocolate milk of yours without planning to share it with your senior, did you? Effie stared at him with an open mouth for a while. Listen, senior, I'm a growing girl. Sunny almost choked. A growing girl? Where are you planning to grow? If you grow any more, your head will punch through the roof. Effie grinned. What, jealous? Instead of answering, Sunny snatched her paper bag. Hey, give it back. The car swayed slightly, continuing on its way. Soon enough, they reached the headquarters of the Valor Group. The building was hard to miss. It was almost the same height as the dormitory hives in NQSC, towering above the landscape like a glass spire. It was impossible to see its tip when standing on the ground below, no matter how much one craned their neck, and trying was enough to make one's head spin. Effie whistled. You know, the Valor Group used to have its main offices in a different skyscraper, which was the tallest building in Mirage City. But then, a different conglomerate built one that was even taller. And then a third conglomerate built one even taller than that, until the Valor Group built this one, which is the current tallest. She grinned. These guys really like to measure whose tower is the biggest, huh? I wonder what can be behind their obsession with tower sizes. Sunny stared at the glass skyscraper for a few moments. I'm not really interested in their tower measuring contests. By the way, what does the Valor Group even do? I mean, what's their business? Effie scratched her head. Everything is their business. Your communicator, they made it. Your PTV, they built it. Your apartment complex, they both built it and own it. Your furniture, your clothes, your food, your cops, your politicians, anything you pointed in Mirage City, chances are, it exists because of the Valor Group. Sunny remained silent for a while. How bizarre. Then, he looked at her and smiled. So, let's go take the CEO of the Valor Group down, shall we? Effie chuckled. I thought you'd never ask. Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 2470-2470, Glass Spire. 1,191 words. The lobby of the Valor Tower was as glamorous and quietly oppressive as its exterior, so much so that Sunny and Effie, the only two people not wearing smart business suits here, looked woefully out of place. Effie was stunning enough to turn heads, but her lackadaisical athleisure ensemble seemed too casual and sloppy. As for Sunny, his cheap, nondescript cop clothes looked outright shabby and inappropriate in this grandiose temple to money and power. Nevertheless, both carried themselves with absolute confidence, as if they owned the place, which only brought them more attention. Here we go. Walking over to the vast reception desk, Sunny showed his badge to the nearest receptionist. Detective Sunless and Detective Athena of Mirage PD. We are here to meet Mr. Mordred. The young woman looked between the two of them with a lost expression, at least for a moment. Then, her training kicked in. Her expression instantly changed to that of an extremely polite brick wall, and she said with a flawlessly neutral smile. Oh, I see. Do you have an appointment? Sunny mentally translated her words. No chance in hell. Be gone, peasants. Of course, not just anybody could meet the CEO of the Valor Group. In fact, very few people could, and a couple of lowly detectives were definitely not in that small, exceedingly elite club. He responded to the receptionist's smile with one of his own. No. Do you have hearing loss? She blinked. Excuse me. Effie leaned on the desk languidly. My partner was wondering which part of what he had said you failed to hear. Was it, detective, or, Mirage PD? Or do you just think that police officers have nothing to do all day and would seek out your CEO without a reason? We have an important and official reason to see him, so hurry up and get him into a room with us. Sunny raised an eyebrow and waved his badge in the air. Or are you blind? Did you perhaps not see our identification? The receptionist maintained her professional smile. I am not sure Effie shook her head and said loudly. Wait, no, they wouldn't keep a deaf, blind girl at the reception, that'd just be cruel. Perhaps they simply don't care that the nihilist is walking around killing people. By then, they were already being slowly surrounded by security guards, who weren't even trying to be subtle about it. Sunny sighed, and then added in a similarly loud tone. Killing people, including their own colleagues. My, what a shame. It seems that the Valor Group treats police officers with contempt and is refusing to help the investigation. Are they just callous, or do they have something to hide? Goodness gracious, what a sad turn of events. He felt a little guilty about putting the poor receptionist on the spot. Gods knew she was probably just hoping to get through the day, but at the same time, she was guarding the gates of hell, so a bit of torment came with the territory. The security guards had surrounded him and Effie by that point, looking at each other with troubled expressions. The loud voices had also gathered a small crowd. If office workers were known for one thing, it was that they often suffered from boredom. So, they were not going to miss a bit of drama to fuel the gossip. That was what Sunny wanted. He knew, of course, that getting to Mordred was not going to be easy. In fact, it was all but impossible in the short term. Even if an employee of the Valor Group had been killed by the nihilist, that did not mean that they could just go and interrogate the CEO. They would have to go through a chain of increasingly important people first, starting from some poor exec and working their way upward from there. So, he was fully prepared for that long and arduous process. Making a scene in the lobby was merely the first step. The threat of a public disturbance would force someone in the hierarchy of the Valor Group to appease them, which was going to be a start. Effie sighed and reached into her paper bag to produce a sandwich. Unwrapping it slowly, she said, well, what can we do? I guess I won't have anything to tell the press tomorrow, just that our attempts at cooperation with the Valor Group were, sadly, met with a pronounced lack of enthusiasm. It just breaks my heart to imagine what people will say the next time the nihilist strikes. Could it have been prevented? Could the Valor Group have helped? I guess we'll never know. The receptionist paled a little, then exchanged a series of glances with a senior colleague. Finally, she smiled weakly. Oh, no, I'm afraid you misunderstood, detectives. Let me contact a superior and see what I can do. Please make yourself comfortable. Would you like a cup of coffee? Sunny once again translated her words. Shut up and stop making a scene, bastards. Go sit in a corner like good children while we find a scapegoat to entertain you for a bit. At the same time, an avalanche of phone calls would probably descend on the homicide division captain, who would get screamed at by half a dozen people to remind him to keep his subordinates under control. Sunny glanced at the nervous security guards, then at the receptionist. Eventually, he shrugged. I don't want coffee. Do you have chocolate milk? The receptionist gave him a very strange look. Wah, I'm not sure. Sunny frowned. Then that won't do. But before he could continue to apply pressure to hopefully get a more important scapegoat, and therefore shave off a couple of steps to the unreachable, deific CEO of the all-powerful Valor Group, a pleasant voice suddenly resounded from behind. Excuse me, perhaps I can help. Sunny froze. Effie did, too. They glanced at each other tensely, then slowly turned around. Behind them, a striking man in an immaculately tailored, slightly flamboyant yet elegant suit was standing in a circle of bodyguards. He seemed to be around 30, tall and in perfect shape, with pale skin and raven black hair. His face was on the sharper side, not exactly handsome, but at the same time charming and strangely beautiful. Everything about him screamed of wealth and class, the emerald fabric of his bespoke suit, the subtle splendor of his luxury watch, the precious gemstones on his cufflinks and tie pin. But more than wealth, the man emanated the feeling of power. It was a different kind of presence from the oppressive aura his father used to possess. Instead, the man seemed friendly and mild. And yet, anyone could tell that he was someone extraordinary simply because of how absolutely relaxed and at ease he seemed, as if nothing in the world could possibly pose a problem to him. His tie was loose, and a few buttons of his designer shirt were stylishly missing. There was an easy, relaxed smile on his face, and a spark of curiosity in his strange eyes, his eyes that resembled two pools of liquid silver, reflecting the world back on itself. Noticing their strange expressions, the man blinked a few times. Oh, where are my manners? Allow me to introduce myself. But of course, the man needed no introduction. He was the young CEO of the Valor Group. Mordred, share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 2471-2471, A Happy Family. 1,178 words. The young heir of the Valor Group seemed friendly and easygoing, charming, even, with his elegant manners and disarming smile. And yet, Sunny and Effie saw subtle signs of tension and wariness reflected back to them from his mirror-like eyes. Tension and wariness written on their own faces. How could they not be alarmed? This was Mordred, the Prince of Nothing, a man who was no different from a wicked demon, only more sinister by far. Sure, Sunny had foiled Mordred's plans repeatedly, but that did not make the mirror wraith any less threatening. The remains of the House of Night could attest to that. From the mild and innocent look in the Valor Group CEO's eyes, though, he did not seem to remember his true self. But then again, this was Mordred they were talking about. The man was more adept in deception and acting than even Sunny himself was. Had he truly forgotten who he was, or was he merely pretending? There was no way to tell. Sunny and Effie glanced at each other. Then, he spoke with a neutral expression. Good morning, Mr. Mordred. I am Detective Sunless, and this is Detective Athena from the Homicide Division of the Mirage City Police. We were hoping to speak to you regarding an ongoing investigation. Mordred studied them for a moment. Well, in that case, why don't we speak in my office? If there is anything I can do to help you catch that terrible man, naturally, I must help. Sunny blinked. That easy. What is he playing at? At that moment, one of the bodyguards whispered something in Mordred's ear. Mordred glanced at Sunny, then shrugged with a faint smile. Oh, I am sure that Detective Sunless had his reasons. There must have been some misunderstanding. With that, he gestured to the elevators. Please, follow me. Sunny and Effie followed him, only to find out that there was a separate, far more luxurious elevator that seemed to be accessible only to the CEO. As they ascended the impressive length of the Valor Tower, Mordred's bodyguards were drilling holes in their backs with hostile stares. Their employer, meanwhile, seemed perfectly at ease. Detective Athena, I am quite sorry to presume, but have we met before? You seem familiar. Sunny frowned, wondering if that was Mordred's way of hinting that he remembered them. Effie forced out a smile. I really don't think so. Where would a humble public servant like me meet the illustrious CEO of the Valor Group? Mordred lingered a little bit, then suddenly beamed. Athena, oh, why, of course, weren't you a national athlete? You really made us proud. I still remember the spear throw that won you the first golden medal, it was such a marvelous sight. I can't believe I get to meet you. Effie coughed. Oh, right. That was so many years ago, though. I'm surprised you remember. Mordred smiled. Our family is very passionate about sports. A representative of Mirage City bringing home a whole collection of medals, how could I ever forget? What the hell is going on? Sunny suddenly felt out of place. Why was he riding an elevator with Mordred, and why was Mordred fanboying over meeting Effie? What kind of bizarreness was this? Soon enough, they arrived in a lavish office that took up most of the uppermost floor of the Valor Tower. The walls were made out of armored glass, so one could see most of Mirage City from here, sprawled far below and stretching toward the horizon. The people populating it looked like ants from the height, and perhaps that was what they were for someone as powerful as the CEO of the Valor Group. The most stunning thing in Mordred's office was not the view, though, and not the unimaginably expensive decor either. Rather, it was a large framed photo hanging on the wall like a cherished art piece. On it, a smiling man and a beautiful woman were looking into the camera, embracing a sullen teenage boy and an adorable girl with black locks. There were a few other people there, as well, all surrounded by a happy and affectionate atmosphere. Sunny recognized them, of course, they were the Valor family, both those whom he met and those who had perished many years ago. The teenage boy and the younger girl were Mordred and Morgan. The beautiful woman was Gwyn of Valor, the smiling man was Anvil. Sunny stared at the photo with wide eyes. Never in his wildest dreams had he imagined that he would see the King of Swords smiling happily one day. What the? Noticing his gaze, Mordred smiled as well. Not as scary as people say, are we? He chuckled and pointed at a dignified old man standing behind the smiling pair. This is my grandfather, the founder of the Valor Group, an outstanding engineer and a man of keen business acumen. Everything around us exists because of his hard work and leadership. He is retired now, of course, spending his days tinkering with old machines and pestering his grandkids to hurry up and produce newer models, great-grandkids, I mean, for him to boss around. Sunny looked at the old man. Warden of Valor, Mordred, meanwhile, pointed to the happy couple. You must be familiar with my parents. As much as the Valor Group only exists because of Grandpa, it became what it is today thanks to my father. Oh, they mostly devote themselves to traveling and charitable work these days, really. Mom and Dad hatched a plan to escape into early retirement as soon as I was old enough to become the CEO. How heartless. Mordred chuckled again, then glanced at the little girl in the photo and fell silent for a moment. Then, he smiled pleasantly and gestured to an opulent sofa. Please, take a seat. Your chocolate milk will be here in a moment. Sunny and Effie glanced at each other. What the hell is this? Warden of Valor had perished in the third nightmare. Gwyn died in childbirth when Mordred was around too. Anvil was slain by Sunny in Godgrave. Where did this vision of a happy family come from? Why had the Palace of Imagination created this fantasy for Mordred? And why was Mordred acting as if it was the most natural thing in the world? He hated his family. His hatred of Valor was so scathing and deep that a whole great clan had been callously used as kindling to fuel his vengeance. Did he really not remember anything? Even if he didn't, wasn't this persona too big of a departure from his true self? The devil detective and his rookie partner were not Sunny and Effie, true, but they were similar people. This version of Mordred, though, seemed eerily well-adjusted and harmless. Not like his true self at all. As they sat down, Mordred lowered himself into a chair and asked in a pleasant tone. So, what did you want to discuss? Sunny lingered for a few moments, then said in a measured tone. We wanted to discuss the nihilist. He watched Mordred closely, hoping to see a reaction. However, Mordred did not react in any particular way, as if there was no connection between him and the deranged serial killer at all. Sunny frowned. But there is. There definitely is. Is there? Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 2472-2472, Presumption of Innocence. 1,500 words. Mordred showed no reaction to Sunny mentioning the nihilist, outside of how a normal person would react, that was. Unease, discomfort, and a hint of indignation showed on his face, but nothing more. If he was acting, the man deserved to be a lead performer in a renowned theater. But then again, that was exactly what Mordred was capable of. He sighed and shook his head. I see. I heard there was a new victim. Effie nodded. Indeed, the body was discovered yesterday, in a park by the river. Mordred seemed saddened by the news, but also a little curious. How very tragic. However, detectives, I wonder why you deemed it necessary to speak to me, of all people. His expression was full of innocent confusion. Sunny cleared his throat. Well, you see, the victim was an employee of yours. A graduate of one of the Valor Group's charities and a security guard right here in this building. Hearing the name, Mordred seemed genuinely shocked. That young man, but I greeted him only 2 days ago. Sunny nodded solemnly. I'm afraid so. Did you interact with him often? Before Mordred could answer, one of his people leaned in and whispered something into his ear. He frowned, and a hint of anger suddenly flashed in his mirror-like eyes. Quote. Why would I need to have a lawyer present? What nonsense. He sent the man away and turned to Sunny and Effie with an awkward expression. I'm sorry, my employees can be overzealous at times. Obviously, the Valor Group will help the investigation in any way we can. Just tell me what you need, detectives. Sunny remained silent for a while. He was starting to become convinced that Mordred had not regained his memories, but even then, that did not absolve him of being the nihilist. It was hard to imagine this pleasant, affable, sleek and polished man stalking the streets of Mirage City at night to carve out people's eyes. There was no madness in his own eyes, no murderous intent. More than that, there was no killing instinct in them whatsoever. Sunny was a killer himself, so he knew killers well. Despite that, his senses told him that the CEO of the Valor Group was nothing but soft, pampered by life, and harmless. But then again, he had been fooled by Mordred before. He could even imagine a number of bizarre scenarios, the memories of the real Mordred only awakening at night, for example, then disappearing when the moon vanished behind the horizon, so that the man woke up genuinely unaware of what his true self did while he slept. Who said that such nonsense was impossible? Sunny hesitated a little, then decided to stop wasting time. Well, first, it would really help us to know where you were on the night of the murder. Mordred looked at him in confusion for a few moments, then opened his eyes wide in disbelief. Am I a suspect? Sunny shrugged. Sure, why not? Mordred studied him for a bit, then suddenly exploded with laughter. I'm sorry. I know that this is no laughing matter, but me, going around killing people. What a ridiculous notion. He shook his head. What reason would I have to do something that ghastly, detective? Sunny met his amused gaze, with not a hint of nervousness in it, and sighed. Well, to be honest, we haven't quite figured out such a reason yet. Mordred raised an eyebrow. I see. Then, perhaps, a better question would be, what reason do you have to suspect me? He seemed genuinely curious. Sunny and Effie exchanged a glance. Then, she leaned forward a little. Do you really not know, or are you just pretending not to know? Mordred blinked a few times. Know what? Effie clicked her tongue. About the evidence found on the first crime scene, naturally. Just a few drops of blood that did not belong to the victim, instead, Mr. Mordred, it belonged to you. The DNA test confirmed it. He looked at her with an utterly lost expression. My blood was discovered at a crime scene. Surely you jest, Detective Athena. Sunny frowned, dismayed that there was still not the slightest indication that Mordred was lying to them. Do you mean to tell us that you had no idea about that DNA sample? I find it hard to believe, considering how persistently we were forbidden from pursuing that avenue of investigation. Somebody knew, and somebody gave an order to suppress the investigation. Oh, was that done by those overzealous employees of yours without your order, as well? Mordred remained silent for a while, the amused expression slowly draining from his face. Eventually, he looked at his subordinate scornfully. Quote. I understand you find it hard to believe, detective, but I really had no idea that such a DNA sample existed before you told me. Still, if memory serves, I was at a very public charity dinner on the night the nihilist claimed his first victim. There should be plenty of video recordings showing me mingling with the guests. Sunny smiled darkly. Video recordings can be doctored. Mordred looked at him with curiosity. And I guess witness testimonies can be bought off. But, detective, there is a flaw in your logic. Wouldn't it be much easier for someone to plant my DNA at a crime scene? Sunny glared at him for a few moments, then admitted reluctantly. Sure, a few drops of blood could have been planted. But who would go that far to frame you? Mordred remained silent before letting out a bitter sigh and looking away. I have countless enemies, detectives. Sadly, that comes with the job. It did not escape Sunny's attention that Mordred looked at the family photo while saying that. So, there was trouble in paradise, after all. Sunny leaned forward a little. Anyone in particular come to mind? Then, he added with a faint smile. How is your sister doing, by the way? For the first time, Mordred's expression showed a sign of cracking. What was revealed behind the pleasant smile was not the heartless malevolence of his true self, however. Instead, it was pain, sorrow, confusion. Mordred froze for a few moments, then leaned back and looked at Sunny with a cold expression. My sister can't be behind this. She has suffered a psychotic break a while back. Sunny raised an eyebrow. A psychotic break? Mordred nodded slowly. She might have tried to harm me in her compromised state. She is now receiving treatment in a reputable establishment. She hardly could have done anything from there. Did Morgan try to kill Mordred? That would surely make a lot of sense, considering what she had told him. Sunny summed up what they had learned. The Great Mirror version of Mordred seemed to have no memories of his true self. There was no concrete evidence connecting him to the murders, and the man himself seemed eerily innocent. Clan Valor was one big, loving family in this fantastical realm, and Morgan had tried to kill her brother some time ago, which landed her in a psychiatric hospital. For her own good, if Mordred was to be believed. Damn it, I think I understand even less now. Morgan had all the answers, it seemed. Sunny looked at the family portrait of the Valor family with a dark expression. We might have a talk with your sister, then. Mordred's expression changed. Absolutely not. Under no circumstances will you, or anyone else, disturb my sister. She doesn't need more shock and trauma to distract her from healing. His voice sounded cold and absolute, showing the terrifying authority of the ruler of the Valor group for the first time. Sunny wanted to respond, but at that moment, Effie leaned forward and put a hand on Mordred's shoulder. And said, Hey, Mordred, snap out of it. What is she doing? Sunny's eyes widened slightly, and so did Mordred's. For a few moments, the luxurious office was silent. Then, something changed in Mordred's gaze. He suddenly seemed confused, and a little bit embarrassed. Taking Effie's hand gently, he awkwardly removed it from his shoulder and asked in a hesitant tone. Excuse me, Detective Athena. Snap out of what? Effie frowned, then retracted her arm and cleared her throat. Just saying. Never mind. She looked at Sunny and raised an eyebrow. Whatever authority she had as the master of Bastion did not seem to have affected Mordred at all. He was still blissfully devoid of any memories. Allegedly, he was also quite keen on seeing them off now. A charming smile returned to his face. As I've said, I'll be glad to help the investigation in any way I can. We can request the personal file of the unfortunate victim from the Human Resources. Security footage of his latest shift can also be arranged. I'm afraid I will have to hand you over to my assistants now. Detective, please excuse me, but my schedule today is quite full. Just like that, the meeting was over. Before too long, Sunny and Effie found themselves standing in front of the Valor Tower, looking at it with somber expressions. Effie sighed. Well, that was. But before she could finish, Sunny's communicator went off. He took it out of his pocket, looked at it darkly, and pressed the green button to receive the call. A moment later, and for a while longer, the Homicide Division captain's angry screams could be heard flying out of the flimsy speaker. Sunny took a deep breath. Damnation. Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 2473. Comfortably silent. 1,554 words. Sunny spent the rest of the day being berated by the captain, filling out paperwork, and receiving reports from the medical examiner, not that there was anything useful to report. Just like the previous victims, the latest one had various wounds that indicated that the poor young man had been in a desperate fight before being killed. The cause of death this time was severe spinal trauma. His neck had been broken. It was unclear whether the eyes had been removed before or after his death, but it had been done with surgical precision. Such a hassle. After dealing with these routine tasks, Sunny returned home late in the evening. This time, he remembered to power down his archaic PTV before walking away from it. As it turned out, these strange machines had no standby mode and had to be turned off completely every time. How primitive. My Rhino would never. Entering the apartment, he balanced the bottle on the door handle inside. Turning on the TV, a primitive kind of entertainment center, to hear what was being said on the news, Sunny opened the closet and removed all the clothes from the hangers. Behind them, a seemingly chaotic mess of photos and printed documents was revealed, pinned to a large map of Mirage City and connected by red strings. The devil detective had never stopped working the nihilist case, even if he had been suspended. The photos belonged to the victims of the serial killer, as well as to various persons of interest. The printed documents contained details about their identities, the crime scenes, and the autopsies. The red strings tied it all together, not unlike the strings of fate that tied all of existence together. It was just that Sunny could not see the pattern that connected all these seemingly disjointed events in the red weave. He could not see it yet. The news came and went, containing no useful information at all. There was a lot of fearmongering concerning the nihilist, as well as a few puff pieces about the Valor Group and its latest initiatives. Tomorrow, though, the news was going to be full of images of Effie, since she was supposed to give a briefing to the press. Sunny turned back to the map of Mirage City, studying the clues. Sometime later, though, he threw a furtive glance at the TV. The news report was over, and some kind of romantic fantasy drama was on the screen. Frowning derisively, Sunny looked back at the photos of the serial killer's victims. Sometime later, though, he found himself sitting in front of the TV, watching the drama intently. Wow, that cultivation seems extremely bizarre, but does resemble the Natural Awakening a bit. What are demonic and orthodox sects, though? Those orthodox guys seem like complete scumbags. Why did they even torture that girl? Just because she saved the Demon King's son? Bah, what a silly show. He wanted to return to the clues, but somehow found himself still glued to the screen an hour later. What are you doing, foolish girl? That handsome Orthodox immortal is clearly harboring an inner demon after you kidnapped him and stared at him the whole night. Knowing that insufferable bore, he will go into seclusion for 9 months and expel the inner demon, which will then take human form and come back to haunt you. It was like she had never suffered from a mind wraith before. Outraged, Sunny wanted to change the channel, and yet, an hour later, he was still there. No, 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 don't you see that the sword grave is a trap? You'll never get the sword of the lightning celestial. Instead, you are going to be ambushed by the 10 Orthodox immortal sects. What kind of a demoness are you, fool? And that damn Demon King's son, why the hell is he not advising you better? And an hour later, ah, I see, so the Demon King's son has reached the lower middle pinnacle of the true peak of the highest pinnacle realm of the nascent soul domain while you were dead. And it only took him 5 years. Gods, even if you possess the body of the celestial venerable's daughter, catching up to that fool won't be easy. Even worse, you still think that he betrayed you in the sword grave. Tisk, just kiss already. And a bit later, no, inner demon, no, how can you just go and sacrifice yourself? That obnoxious immortal spent 9 whole months in seclusion expelling you, so you have to live. For mom and dad, ... The morning came before he knew it. Just like every day, Saint woke up before dawn broke. Her apartment was spacious and sparsely decorated, filled with a comfortable silence. The rain rustled quietly beyond the panoramic windows, and a thin line of pale lilac was spreading across the cloudy sky far in the distance, slowly dispelling the deep darkness shrouding the city. She did not like to hurry, and so, her life was strictly timed and regimented. Every day was approached with forethought and calm precision, making the most out of each minute. Some people tended to compare Saint to an art piece. She rarely paid attention to their flattery, but she did like to think of her life as a piece of art. As the artist, she had to craft each day with care to create a flawless masterpiece. The morning was a time for exercise, personal hygiene, self-care, and nutrition, so, today, like every day, she started her day with an intense, hour-long exercise routine. Her body was the main tool with which she crafted her life. It was also the foundation of a healthy mind, so she made an effort to maintain it in perfect condition. Exactly an hour later, Saint stopped her exercise and took a 10-minute shower while applying a cleanser lotion and an exfoliating scrub lotion, followed by gentle shampoo and conditioner. 10 more minutes were spent on skincare, followed by 10 minutes spent on hair care. Finally, she prepared herself a simple omelet with greens and brewed herself a cup of black coffee. Saint ate breakfast in silence while reading the news from a well-organized personal feed, marking several scientific articles to be studied later. Finally, she put on an elegant ensemble prepared for this day at the start of the week and left home. The traffic was sparse this early in the morning, and she did not listen to music, podcasts, or audiobooks while driving to work. Her car was filled with silence, with only the muted sounds of the waking city seeping inside. Entering her neat and orderly office after approximately 30 minutes spent in transit, Saint spent 90 more minutes studying patient files and preparing herself for the day. At exactly 9 in the morning, the door of her office opened, and her assistant walked in. Doctor, Saint, your 9 o'clock appointment is here. She nodded. Please let them in. This was the first sound she made since waking up 4 hours earlier. Saint took meticulous notes while listening to the patient. After a 15-minute break, she saw another client, then left for the rounds in the heavily guarded inpatient wing of her workplace. Eventually, it was time for lunch. Usually, Saint would have eaten a nutritious meal she had prepared herself, but today, she had a different commitment. Even if skipping a meal was suboptimal, her pride as a professional took precedence. Leaving the hospital, she drove to a nearby building where she was renting a small private office. Her patient was already waiting for her there, leaning on his dirty, ramshackle car while looking at the vista of the city with a distant expression. The man himself was quite similar to his car. His clothes were cheap and wrinkled, his hair was disheveled, his complexion was unhealthily pale, while his eyes were bloodshot and red, with deep, dark circles beneath them. Saint would have been quietly revolted on a usual day, but strangely enough, he seemed quite magnetic despite all that. There was a dark, roguish charm to his messy appearance and cold gaze. Saint also felt a pang of an odd emotion when she saw him. It was not quite attraction, but more of longing, belonging, she could not tell, and was more than a little surprised at her odd reaction. Detective, he looked at her, then smiled faintly. Hey, Doc, thank you for making time for me. Do I, like this man? Saint did not mean it in a romantic or physical sense, but simply as a person. Well, it was no surprise. If there was one thing she valued in people, it was competence, an exceedingly rare trait, by her standards. Saint was a prideful person who excelled in everything she did, and she judged others by the same criteria. Detective Sunless was as brilliant as he was broken, and he was crafting his life with the same diligence she was, even if the masterpiece he was trying to create seemed more ghastly than beautiful, full of macabre themes and self-destructive tendencies but impossible to look away from. Saint hesitated for a moment. Something about him seemed different today. Please, come in, share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 2474-2474, The Devil's Therapist. 1074 words. Saint's private office was smaller than her space at the mental hospital, but better furnished. She prepared a cup of coffee for the patient, a simple act that put most people at ease, easing them into conversation. She usually offered tea to other patients, but considering the detective's chronic insomnia, coffee suited him better. Naturally, the coffee she made was flawless. Every movement was measured and precise, designed to achieve the optimal result in the most efficient way. Placing the elegant cup in front of the pale man, Saint took her seat opposite him and opened her notebook. She would only be receiving a symbolic remuneration for this session, but that was fine, because she had never been driven by money. Saint was not driven by compassion or kindness, either. In truth, she had extended an offer to continue treatment to this untidy man for a simple reason, professional pride. She hated leaving things unfinished and flawed, so the thought of letting him go without truly helping him felt distasteful. You look more fatigued than usual today, detective. Has your insomnia worsened? He looked at her for a while, then shook his head. No, it's just that, the demoness and the Demon King's son. It took them 56 episodes to get together, can you believe that? Saint offered him a faint smile and nodded, writing a short sentence down in her notebook. The detective fell silent, studying her closely. She had noticed him staring before. Few people could ever resist stealing glances her way, but today, his gaze was different. It was more inquisitive, somehow. You've returned to duty. That must have been quite a change of pace. He lingered for a while, then nodded. Yes, well, it was an eye-opening experience. Especially after I met my new partner. Saint silently raised an eyebrow, prompting him to continue. The detective smiled. It was a bit ironic, really. We had gone through fire and water, she and I, and yet, she did not remember me at all before. But when we met this time, it was I who did not remember her. Luckily, she reminded me. Then, his expression suddenly livened up. Oh, actually, drive. Saint, I had a real breakthrough thanks to her. My partner, I mean, you probably don't remember, but you two know each other. You arm wrestled once. Ah, my poor table. Saint frowned subtly. What was he talking about? She did not show much emotion on her face, though. What kind of breakthrough? The detective gave her a strange look. Oh, that. I really wish you didn't ask that question, Doc. His tone sounded a little embarrassed. He remained silent for a short while, then winced. Do you remember all those nightmares I told you about? Saint nodded. Is he finally able to sleep soundly? That's great. The detective took a deep breath, then let out a heavy sigh. Well, you see, I realized that they weren't nightmares at all. Saint looked at him, encouraging him to tell her more. He offered her a pale smile. Instead, they are the actual reality, and this place is one huge illusion. Saint blinked. Excuse me, the detective nodded. In reality, I am a demigod known as Sunless, the sovereign of death, the dark lord of the Forgotten Shore, and the commander of the Shadow Legion. I am nearly immortal and possess 7 bodies, each capable of destroying entire continents. Of course, most people assume that I was killed by the radiant goddess of humanity, Changing Star, the last daughter of the immortal flame. But actually, she is my lover, even if we recently had a fight while discussing the fate of the world. Saint remained silent for a while. Then, she started to scribble something furiously in her notebook with an inscrutable expression. Oh, no, it's a complete breakdown, schizophrenia, delusion of grandeur, but there were no signs. Just PTSD and a small collection of mild personality disorders. The detective, meanwhile, continued. Yeah, so, anyway, I am also the heir of Weaver, the demon of fate, currently on a quest to collect all 7 fragments of their forbidden lineage. One of those fragments is hidden in the mirror labyrinth below the ruined castle of the demon of imagination, which was where I went in the company of Effie, Saint Athena. Actually, this whole city is an elaborate illusion contained within the great mirror that stands in the middle of the mirror maze. So, you see, I am one of the few real people here in Mirage City, everyone else is a creepy monster only pretending to be human. Saint suppressed a scowl. This is bad, that last detail is a common symptom shared by many violent sociopaths. And what was that? His supposed companion was Athena, as in the beautiful maiden goddess of Olympus. Was he fixated on inventing romantic dalliances with goddesses now? Where did that come from? She inhaled slowly. Do you consider me not to be real, detective? The detective looked at her in dismay, then shook his head. What? No, of course not. You are perfectly real, doctor. I mean, obviously, you've been brainwashed into believing that you are a mortal psychiatrist residing in Mirage City, which could not be further from the truth. He coughed. In truth, in reality, I mean, you are the Onyx Saint, my most valued and loyal shadow. You've been serving me faithfully for more than a decade, following my every command and satisfying my every whim, ever since I killed you. The original you, I mean. By the way, it occurs to me that I've never thanked you for that. So, thank you. It really means a lot. Saint slowly lowered her notebook and looked at the cold, darkly charming man. The man who had been strangely obsessed with a serial killer called the Nihilist ever since the two of them met. Suddenly, it occurred to her that they were alone in the building, with not a living soul in earshot. He has completely lost it. No, maybe he had been completely crazy this whole time. How had she missed it? Saint looked around subtly, her gaze lingering on a decorative sword that hung on the wall, a garish gift from one of her patients, which she had not had the heart to throw out. Detective, when was the last time you took your medication? Maybe he was just delirious from the lack of sleep. He blinked a few times. Oh, my meds. I stopped taking them when I remembered who I really am. Even if I am temporarily trapped in a mortal body, I am still a demigod, you know. Those pills just make me feel loopy. Saint sighed with regret. I skipped lunch for this. Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 2475-2475, An Astute Deduction. 1,176 words. Saint remained silent for a long while. Most people found her silence uncomfortable, awkwardly trying to fill it with meaningless conversations, but the detective seemed calm and at ease, as if he was deeply familiar with her taciturn nature. She contemplated him somberly. Was she in danger? More importantly, how had she missed the signs of a looming mental breakdown? Saint pursed her lips slightly. She had failed her patient, and so, her pride was wounded. It was an unpleasant feeling, and that feeling was only made irksome by her failure to pinpoint the origin of her mistake. She looked at the unstable man sitting across from her. Wrinkled clothes, unkempt hair, a pale face, a manic glint in his dark eyes. The detective looked back at her and smiled faintly, but his smile never reached the cold depths of his eerie gaze. The sovereign of death, was it? Eventually, Saint tapped her pen against her notebook twice. Let me share a few thoughts, detective. His smile widened. Oh, by all means, Doc. She leaned forward a little and spoke in a calm, indifferent tone. It has been several days since you returned to service. Coincidentally, the 7th victim of the Nihilist was discovered at the same time. I strongly suspect that you immediately found a way to insinuate yourself into the case. He raised an eyebrow. Well, that is an easy guess. After all, you know all about my history with that guy, as well as how I ended up suspended and sent to therapy. There is hardly anyone in this world who knows me better than you, really. Saint continued, her voice maintaining its aloof cadence. The identity of the victim has not been disclosed yet. I imagine that is happening as we speak at the press conference arranged by the Mirage City Police Department. However, I did see a relevant title while looking through the news articles this morning. It seems that the CEO of the Valor Group had a conversation with 2 homicide detectives yesterday. You must have been one of those detectives, so it is safe to say that you have not given up on the theory that there is a connection between Mr. Mordred and the Nihilist. He frowned. Right, you would know about that, too. Still, what an astute deduction. It seems that your talents are being wasted on psychiatry, Doc. Have you ever considered becoming a detective instead? Saint ignored the question and looked at him coldly. Naturally, the CEO of the Valor Group is an exalted existence. He is not someone to be treated lightly, and he would not have given you a chance to take advantage of him. So, you failed to reinforce the narrative you believe in by meeting Mr. Mordred. Of course, considering your personality type, that did not convince you to abandon it. Rather, it only convinced you to change tactics. This time, the detective did not say anything and simply studied her with curiosity. Saint frowned slightly, or rather, targets. You are a resourceful man, detective, so you must have found out what Mr. Mordred's weakness is, and where she is being kept. His expression changed subtly, but before he could say anything, Saint finished in an even tone. So, this whole conversation was an act. You wanted to manipulate me into committing you to as a resident patient, which would give you easy access to Miss Morgan. Bravo, detective, I did not know that you were such a talented actor. The detective coughed a few times and mumbled quietly. Oops. Then, he looked at her and smiled. The smile was seemingly meant to be bright, but considering his overall appearance, it ended up looking dark and a little threatening instead. Guilty as charged, but that doesn't mean that what I said wasn't true. I am the most honest man in the world. You see, 2 worlds, wait, it's 3 at the moment, isn't it? The most honest man in 3 worlds, even. So I really meant all that stuff about being a demigod. I truly am. Saint gave him an impassive look. With that, she closed her notebook, put the cap on her pen, and rose from her seat. Looking at the pale man from above, she said, You attempted to use me, detective. You also made me doubt my competence, which I do not appreciate. Therefore, I retract my offer to continue these sessions. Let us never meet again. I do encourage you to find a different therapist, though. Be well. With that, she headed for the door. He followed in a hurry, grabbing her arm. Wait a minute, Doctor. Saint, actually, I wanted you to meet my partner. She is going to be here soon. Any minute now, things will be easier once. Turning her head slightly, Saint said in a voice so devoid of emotion that the man seemed to shiver. Detective, if you don't unhand me, I am going to break your arm. She meant it, too. Apart from maintaining her body in a perfect condition, Saint was naturally proficient in self-defense and several martial arts, including karate, taekwondo, judo, aikido, and several southern styles of wushu, a fact that she did not particularly like to advertise. Martial arts were as much of a hobby for her as they were a necessity, considering how she looked and what kind of people she interacted with due to work. Mostly, however, they were a training tool. After all, what was the point of working on her body if she did not know how to use it? Still, Detective Sunless was no random stranger. He was a seasoned fighter himself, and, unlike Saint, he had earned his experience in actual brawls, not on a clean tatami. Plus, he was a man. Even if his stature was modest, she did not harbor any delusions about which one of them was physically stronger. He could very well disregard her threat. However, he did not. In fact, the detective seemed to believe her promise a little too willingly, as if he was giving Saint more credit than she was giving herself. Letting go of her arm, he took a hurried step back. No need to get violent, Saint. Doctor. Saint, see, I let go. Turning away with a frown, Saint headed for the door. Just before leaving, she threw over her shoulder. Do not approach me again, detective. If you do, I will revoke my assessment of your mental state and make sure that you never work in law enforcement again. Her voice was indifferent, and her gaze was cold. Closing the door behind her, Saint frowned. Why did she feel so uncomfortable? Strange. Leaving him behind somehow felt profoundly wrong. But it wasn't. It was what she ought to have done. One of life's golden rules was to never waste time on people who did not deserve it, after all, and Saint followed that rule faithfully. Pursing her lips, she shook her head and walked away. Left alone in the office, Sonny Winston cursed quietly. Damnation, that did not go as planned at all. Where the hell is Effie? She was supposed to be here by now. But there was no sign of his partner. Eventually, he sighed. Well, let's look at the bright side. At least my bones are still intact. Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 2476-2476, Irregular Programming. 1024 words. By the time Sonny left the building, Saint was gone. He raised the collar of his jacket to prevent the rain from seeping under it and hid under the eaves of a nearby convenience store, taking out his communicator with an unhappy expression. Effie was running late. She was supposed to call him as soon as her press conference was over and then arrive shortly after. Today, they had hoped to make Saint remember who she truly was. Obviously, that plan would have to be reworked now. Saint is too damn smart. He knew, of course, that his shadow was highly intelligent. However, since she never spoke, Sonny never realized just how keenly astute she really was. It had taken her only a few minutes to deduce exactly what he was doing, why he was doing it, and what his end goal was. How had she figured him out so swiftly? Sonny had improvised most of his confession on the spot, true, but his supposed mental breakdown was quite believable. After all, everything he had said was true. More than that, correctly guessing his interest in Morgan was not something he would have expected her to do. It seemed that getting into the private wing of the mental institution was not going to be easy. His tentative plan to broaden the confines of what the devil detective's role allowed him to do by pretending to be mentally unstable, and therefore unpredictable, had not panned out either. They would have to make Saint remember her true self, if his theory was sound and Effie could work her magic again, first. But even that had become difficult now, since the taciturn therapist did not intend to see him ever again. Damn it, Sonny did not like being in Saint's bad books. That had literally never happened to him before. Frustrated and full of discontent, he looked at his communicator, as if asking it why Effie had not called it. The communicator was dead. Its screen was black, and it did not respond to anything Sonny did. He blinked a few times. Don't tell me, were these things supposed to be recharged daily, as well? No, no way, this was just too impractical. Sonny stared at the dead device in utter shock for a while, then raised his hand in anger to toss the damn thing at the wall. Eventually, though, he let out a long sigh and lowered it, deciding to spare the battered communicator. Not the least of all because he had no idea how to procure a new one. Rummaging through the devil detective memories, Sunny found the vague recollection of how to use the primitive, unwieldy communicators of the bygone era, the mobile phones. Covering his face with a palm for a few moments, he groaned quietly and then walked to his car. Climbing inside, Sunny started the engine and found a threadbare cable that was supposed to serve as a charger. The port where the cable was supposed to go seemed to have become loose over time, so he only managed to make the barbaric technology work after fiddling with it for a while. Needless to say, his mood did not improve one bit as a result. Finally, the communicator started to charge. A couple of minutes later, Sunny was able to turn it on. What met him was an angry notification denoting that he had a dozen missed calls. To his frustration, raising the communicator resulted in the contact between the charging cable and the port being lost, so he had to wait a few more minutes before being able to return the call. He spent those minutes quietly seething and cursing the archaic technology of the past era. This might be a golden age, but charging things so often. And with wires, of all things. Wires, really, and the people, from what Sunny gleaned from the devil detective's memories, they were glued to these primitive things and obsessed with them, to the point of acting tribal. The communicator model you possessed denoted both your allegiance and social status, and those who used the wrong ones were often bullied, mocked, and ostracized. This strange behavior was actively encouraged by the manufacturers, as well. It was to the point that people went into debt to purchase expensive communicators they could not really afford. Ridiculous. Utterly ridiculous. It seemed that even living in the apocalypse had its advantages. When his battered communicator finally gained enough charge, Sunny dialed Effie. She answered almost immediately, her voice sounding a little grumpy. Where the hell have you been? I couldn't reach you. Sunny coughed in embarrassment. Oh, that. I was with Saint. My communicator might have been powered down. Wait a minute. Sunny paled. I was alone with Saint. My communicator was turned off. Oh, no. It took a cursed terror and being banished from fate to make Effie stop joking about Saint being his girlfriend. And he just gave her ammunition to start that damn joke again. Sunny hurriedly spoke into the communicator, hoping to interrupt and confuse Effie before she could say anything. Anyway, how did your press conference go? Were the journalists very annoying? What about the captain? Was he pleased? Did the PR department shower you with praise? They did, didn't they? Effie remained silent for a few moments, then said in a strangely somber tone. I get it, you didn't watch my press conference, then. Sunny raised an eyebrow. No, why, what happened? It was then that he finally registered the noises in the background, the sounds of dozens of people talking, phones ringing, and the captain berating someone at the top of his lungs. Effie sighed. Go check the news, then come back here. We might have a problem. With that, she ended the call. Sunny frowned, then accessed the local version of the network and opened the news feed. Immediately, his expression darkened. What? Pretty much every news article on the first few pages all showed the same picture. A road littered with broken glass and debris, with a wide gap in the bent and torn metal railing on its side and blood smeared on the wet asphalt. The titles were all sensational, but said the same thing. Breaking news. The Valor Group CEO rushed to the hospital after a failed assassination attempt. Sunny threw the communicator down and grabbed the wheel. Curse it all. What now? Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 2477-2477, Nothing Ventured. 1,291 words. The Mirage City Police Department was boiling. By the time Sunny arrived, the Homicide Division captain wasn't screaming at his subordinates anymore. Instead, he was being screamed at by someone higher up the chain. The same was probably happening in other divisions, even if there was no real point. People just wanted to be seen being indignant to prove their loyalty. It seemed that an attempt on Mordred's life was at least 100 times more important than the nihilist and his 7 victims. As if the whole Mirage City revolved around one person. Looking around with a frown, Sunny ignored the mayhem and found Effie. She was leaning on the wall in the staff kitchen of the Homicide Division, munching on a flamboyant circle-shaped pastry with pink frosting and rainbow-colored sprinkles. There was a large, empty box in front of her, as well. Oh, partner, listen, I discovered these things called donuts. They are simply to die for. He gave her a long stare, then gritted his teeth. Yeah, well, if they are so delicious, did you not think to leave one for me, huh? She blinked a couple of times, then hurriedly swallowed the rest of her donut and grinned. Oops, sorry, there's none left. Sunny shook his head. Anyway, is that important right now? What exactly happened to Mordred? Effie wiped her hands on a paper towel, then tossed it into the trash bin and shrugged. Someone tried to kill him, that's what. Even worse, it happened during my press conference, so all the journalists just whipped out their communicators and ignored me completely. My very own debut. It was completely ruined. She gave him a sorrowful look. Apparently, Mordred's PTV was crossing a bridge when a truck swerved from the oncoming lane and rammed it at full speed. Both vehicles fell into the river. The collision seemed premeditated, too. The driver died on the spot. Mordred's chauffeur is in critical condition. The man himself escaped with only minor injuries, though. She shook her head and sighed. His PTV was built like a tank, apparently, with an entire arsenal of airbags. I am guessing that is why it was pushed into the water. He managed to swim to shore, though. Not only that, he even stayed behind at first to rescue his driver from the wreckage and drag the unconscious guy to shore with him. Real heroic stuff. I'm sure the news articles will be colorful tomorrow. Sunny raised an eyebrow. Mordred, doing something selfless. What's the truck driver's identity? Effie shrugged. Just a random nobody with no apparent connection to Mordred. No score to settle with the Valor Group, either. Lots of gambling debts, though. Sunny lingered for a few moments, then asked. I am guessing we won't be able to see Mordred in the hospital, will we? Effie scoffed. Not a chance. In any case, sorry that I did not show up. As soon as the news broke, it was all hands on deck here. I couldn't leave without drawing suspicion. How did the date with your therapist go? Sunny gave her a wistful look. It went terribly. Wait, no. It wasn't a date. Don't you dare start that crap again. He paused for a moment, and then added somberly. She threatened to break my arm and end my career if I ever showed up in front of her again. So, not what you'd call a success. Effie glanced at the empty box of donuts with regret, sighed, and looked at him with an uncertain expression. Anyway, I don't like it. There is a lot going on, but things aren't clicking into place. Mordred, the nihilist, and the victims, there is nothing that really connects them. And who would want to kill Mordred here? Apart from Morgan, who has been locked up in a mental asylum this whole time. She shook her head. Either we are missing something, or there is a third party involved. Someone we are not aware of. Sunny remained silent for a while, contemplating her words. Who would want to kill Mordred? A hint of a sudden suspicion ignited in his mind. He lingered for a moment, then said quietly. Any number of people would want to kill the CEO of the Valor Group. Who would want to kill Mordred, though? That is a far better question. Effie raised an eyebrow. Have you figured out something? Sunny remembered the makeshift investigation board hidden at the back of the Devil Detective's closet. The map of the city, the details of the case, the photos of the victims. The ghastly, bloated face of the young man they had found on the river shore flashed in his mind. Maybe, but let's discuss it somewhere else. I don't think the captain will notice if we slip away in the chaos. The two of them left the police building and drove to Sunny's shabby apartment in silence. On the way, he kept thinking, his frown growing deeper and deeper. Effie must have sensed his strange mood, because she did not even joke about being invited into a strange man's home when they arrived. Entering the apartment, Sunny went directly to the closet and opened it, revealing the investigation board. He took out the case file of the recent murder and pinned the photo of the latest victim alongside the others, then took a step back and studied them all once again. A handsome young man in an unassuming black suit, the tip of a black tattoo barely visible above his collar. A woman with a weathered face wearing cheap clothes. A hunched old man with a neatly trimmed beard. A broad-shouldered man with a chiseled face and muscular figure. A young woman wearing hospital scrubs, and a couple of others. I've seen them before. There seemed to be nothing common between them. Their age, gender, professions, social status, and physical profile were all different, as if the nihilist did not care who he killed at all. There was no apparent pattern in the places where the bodies were found, either. It was all maddeningly random. What do you see? Effie studied the investigation board, then shrugged. A lot of red strings. Most of the bodies were found near water, but that is probably just a coincidence. Mirage City is full of rivers, not to mention the two lakes. Plus, this damn rain has not stopped for weeks. Sunny winced. The victims, don't they remind you of something? Effie frowned. Well, come to think of it, they do look familiar. But that is probably because my counterpart saw the news reports when they were killed. Sunny shook his head. No, they look familiar to you, not to your counterpart. It took me a while to remember, but when you asked who would want to kill Mordred, I finally did. He pursed his lips. I guess my thinking has been tainted by the lingering feelings of the devil detective, who was convinced that Mordred was the killer. That is why it took me so long to connect the dots. Effie blinked a few times. So, you don't think that Mordred is the killer anymore? Sunny slowly shook his head, then pointed at one of the photos, the one of the broad-shouldered, athletic man. This guy, he was a lawyer here in Mirage City, but in the real world, his name was Awakened Warren. He was a retainer of Clan Valor, before Mordred took him as a vessel. Effie frowned, then looked at the photos once again. Then, her eyes widened slightly. She recognized them. The two of them had seen these people before. It had happened in the third nightmare, when Mordred had taken them into his nascent mirror realm, where his morbid wardrobe of stolen bodies was stored. These are Mordred's vessels. Sunny nodded. They are. Nothing connects these people in Mirage City, but actually, they all shared the same fate in the real world. They became Mordred's vessels. So, you see, Mordred is not the killer. He sighed, then closed his eyes for a moment. He is the victim. The nihilist was hunting Mordred down. Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 2478-2478. Nothing gained. 1004 words. Hearing Sunny call Mordred the victim, Effie let out a short laugh. Then, her expression grew serious. That sounds like a bit of divine justice, quite amusing to imagine, really. But we both know that the gods are dead, and there is no justice in the world unless we dispense it ourselves. In any case, this is not particularly good news for us, is it? She shook her head. We seem to have discovered an important piece of the puzzle, but really, we know even less now than we did this morning. We at least had a suspect before, but if Mordred is not the nihilist and is instead being hunted by the nihilist, then we don't even have a suspect. We have nothing at all. She sighed and rubbed her face tiredly. Listen, what was our plan again? Get to Mordred, get control of the component back from him, find what you were looking for, and return to Bastion. We've met Mordred and gained nothing. Now with this new revelation, it does not even seem like he is the one who stole my administrator rights. So what do? How are we getting back to the real world, Sunny? He remained silent for a few moments, then shrugged. Nothing changed. We've met Mordred, but we did not really get to him, did we? Now that we know that his life is in danger, we can apply pressure and get closer. Plus, there is also Saint and Morgan. We have not even reached them yet, so it is too early to draw conclusions. We are supposed to play the roles of detectives, so think like a detective, Effie. We will be patient, slowly build the case, and solve the mystery. That is how we are going to get back. Sunny studied her expression, then raised an eyebrow. But why are you hesitating all of a sudden? I know you well enough to know that you would not have been shaken by something as trivial as a temporary lack of progress. Serial killers, corrupt authorities, unseen dangers, none of that sounds like something that would rattle you. So what is going on? Effie met his gaze silently, then grimaced and looked away. Quote. Every evening, I have to go home to an unfamiliar husband and take care of unfamiliar kids. That is what is going on. Sunny raised his eyebrows. That's it. You are scared of the creepy other who plays the role of your husband. She shook her head slowly. No, it's the children. Effie looked Sunny in the eye. I'm afraid that I will grow to love them. If we spend too much time here, I will. She smiled faintly and shook her head again. You probably won't understand, but that frightens me far more than serial killers and unseen dangers ever could. We can leave, but what will happen to them when we leave? It is foolish, I know. They aren't even real children. But the longer we stay here, the harder it is to make that distinction. Sunny stared at Effie, surprised. She was right, he did not understand, but he did as well, in a way. Sunny could not really comprehend why she would be so vulnerable to her counterpart's children, in particular, but he knew how impossible it was not to treat phantoms as real people. Every time Sunny entered a nightmare, he reminded himself that the people populating them were not real. And every time, he failed to treat them as anything but Oro of the Nine, Ilias, Solvane, Noctis, Anank, Windflower, even that brat Kronos, they took more space in his heart than most actual people did, even if he knew that they had been conjured by the spell. Sunny sighed. I understand. But, before he could finish, though, his communicator exploded with an angry ringing. He frowned, then retrieved it from his pocket and glanced at the screen. Damn it. Accepting the call, Sunny brought the communicator to his ear, then winced and moved it a few centimeters away when a familiar voice thundered out of the speaker. Where the hell are you, bastard? Sunny closed his eyes in exasperation. I was going over some materials of the Nihilist case with Detective Athena at a secondary location, Captain, sir. The captain's voice sounded almost apoplectic. The Nihilist case? What Nihilist case, you imbecile? Does that damn Nihilist matter now, damn it? Sunny exhaled slowly. With all due respect, sir, it matters just as much as it mattered before some conglomerate heir took a dive from a bridge. The torrent of expletives that poured out of the communicator made him wince again. After about a minute, the captain's ire finally exhausted itself. He breathed heavily into his communicator, then said hoarsely, listen here, you foul gremlin, get your ass to the headquarters immediately. Put on a siren and run every damn red light on your way here if you need to. And take Athena with you. The man paused for a moment, then added in an angry voice. And don't you dare corrupt her with your vile influence, you hear me? Unlike you, deadbeat, she's a promising young detective. Sunny's eyes widened in outrage. What did he say? Me, corrupt her, that obscene heap of delinquency. Who will corrupt whom? He took a few deep breaths to calm himself, then said evenly. I hear you loud and clear, Captain. But, sir, why do you even need us to come? I think that you would want to keep me as far away from that Valor guy's case as possible. His supposed boss remained silent for a while, then cursed quietly. You'd be goddamn right. If it were up to me, your pale mug would have gotten nowhere near this case. But, it's not up to me. Congratulations, I guess. Sunny and Effie looked at each other. What do you mean, sir? The captain let out a frustrated sigh. Mr. Mordred personally requested you. He asked for you by name. So, here we are. He paused, and then added tiredly. This investigation has been assigned exclusively to you two. So move your asses. Sunny looked at Effie with wide eyes. She seemed quite surprised, too. It seemed like they were going to see Mordred again much sooner than they had anticipated. Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 2479-2479, Valiant CEO. 1,109 words. Sometime before that, Mordred, the CEO of the Valor Group, was left alone in his office after the two detectives left. Or rather, he was left in the company of his vast entourage. A person of his status was never really alone, which suited him fine. Mordred remained seated in his chair for a while, moving his finger across the handrest absent-mindedly. His executive assistant bowed deeply. I am extremely sorry, sir. This will never happen again. The head of his security bowed, too. I will contact the responsible parties immediately. These nobodies will be thrown out of the police department by tomorrow. Since it was my negligence that allowed them to disturb you, I will accept any punishment with gratitude. Mordred remained silent for a while, his gaze distant, then looked at them with surprise. What? No, don't do anything. Why would we want to be rid of these valiant detectives? I actually find them quite admirable. The man, Sunless, was known as the Devil Detective. He was an ace of Mirage PD and somewhat of an unsung hero, a rare officer who was both competent and incorruptible, even if that seemed to have taken a toll on him. Mordred was more than aware of his stellar track record, as well as of his peculiar personality. The woman, meanwhile, reminiscing about his youth, Mordred smiled fondly. Who knew that he would meet the star athlete, Athena, one day? And she was a detective now. As a young man, he had been a huge fan of hers. He might have even developed a small crush, which earned him a disproportionate amount of teasing from Morgan. At the thought of his sister, his smile dimmed a little. Mordred sighed. You know, I had a bit of a lonely childhood. But there was this stack of old detective stories in my grandfather's attic. I was probably too young to be reading them, but who was going to stop me? Those books kept me company, and what an exciting company it was. I have had a soft spot for detectives ever since. Shaking his head, he looked at his assistant. Anyway, leave them alone. What is on my schedule? I imagine that the board meeting had to be moved because of this unexpected delay. The assistant, who had been bowing this whole time, finally straightened. The board is waiting, sir, as they should. The chairman is quite impatient, as you know, but he does not dare complain. The issues on the agenda for today's meeting are as follows. Budget allocation for the R&D activities in the next quarter, preliminary discussion of the government contracts regarding repair and restoration after the forecasted flood damage, issues concerning the increased financing of our charitable initiatives. Mordred listened silently, then nodded. Nothing out of the ordinary, then, wait. Repairs after the forecasted flood damage? The assistant nodded. Yes, sir. Mordred looked at him with a confused expression. What about preventative measures? Why is there nothing on the agenda regarding that? The assistant shifted uncomfortably, then said in a flat tone. Well, it's because there's little to no money to be made in prevention, sir. Naturally. Mordred closed his eyes for a moment. Naturally. Rising from his seat, he gave his assistant a somber glance and headed for the door. I guess I'll be making changes to today's agenda then, after all. The day passed in the usual busy work. Late in the evening, Mordred was driven home in his luxurious car. Sitting in the leather seat, he looked at the vistas of Mirage City floating by with a distant expression on his face. His assistant continued to report something from the front, but he did not seem to be listening. One would think that a man of nearly endless wealth and status would be out enjoying the infinite pleasures life had to offer in his free time, but actually, Mordred led an almost monastic life. His days were usually spent between the offices of the Valor Group and his manor, and what little free time he had was spent with family. He had been different in his youth, but for many years now, Mordred focused solely on these two things, family and work. Despite being surrounded by countless people every day, he was a solitary person. Nobody really knew what was going on in his head, and what emotions hid behind his perfectly pleasant and mild-mannered facade. Sir, Mordred looked away from the window, shaken awake from his reverie. Yes, his assistant handed him a document. This is the flood prevention plan you requested. It is a preliminary report, but Valor Construction has been quite efficient in compiling a list of possible measures. The car flew through the rain, eventually reaching the shores of the Mirror Lake. From here, one could see the proud walls of the historic castle that served as the most recognizable landmark of Mirage City. Valor Manor was situated on the shore of the lake, surrounded by several acres of old woods. The family butler, Sebastian, met Mordred at the door and bowed with his usual refined elegance. "Welcome home, young master." Mordred smiled at the aging man and walked inside. Once there, he looked around with a subtly lost expression on his face. The manor felt terribly empty as of late. His grandfather had long moved to one of their vacation homes in the countryside. His parents were away on one of their trips. Morgan was temporarily away, as well. Mordred was faced with an empty silence for the first time in a long while. He stopped near a family portrait hanging above the fireplace in the main foyer and studied it for a while. His assistant, who had followed him inside, finished the report and bowed. "If there is nothing else, I will depart now, sir. Please have a good rest." Mordred nodded slowly, letting the man go, but then stopped him suddenly. "Wait," the assistant looked back. "Yes, sir." Mordred hesitated for a few moments. "In the morning, the detectives mentioned a blood sample found on the crime scene. Was my blood really found there?" His assistant frowned. "I can check the veracity of their claims if you want, sir. However, I don't see why they would lie about such a thing." Mordred remained silent for a moment. Quote. "Who ordered to suppress the investigation, then?" The man blinked a few times. It seemed that he had been anticipating a different question. Who was behind planting the blood sample on the crime scene, for example? He looked down. "I assume that it was the chairman of the board, sir." Mordred pursed his lips. The chairman again, huh? Soon enough, he was left alone in front of the family portrait. Mordred stared at it for a long time, his expression slowly growing more and more troubled. Eventually, he whispered, "Are you still there? Have you come back?" Of course, there was no answer. Turning away from the portrait, Mordred quietly walked away. Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 2480-2480, Alter Ego. 1,485 words. In the morning, Mordred informed Sebastian that there would be a change of plans. He was supposed to go straight to the office, but instead, he decided to visit Morgan. "Master and Madam informed me that they would be returning to Mirage City post-haste, young master. We should be expecting them in a matter of days." Mordred smiled. Finally, some good news. The driver had the car ready by the time he left the manor. The man hurriedly opened an umbrella to escort Mordred to the luxurious vehicle, then pulled open the door and looked down. Mordred patted him on the shoulder. "I'll be spending several hours with Morgan. No need to wait. Treat yourself to something warm and delicious on the company bill. Just make sure to come pick me up at noon." His driver had been serving the family for more than a decade now, and used to drive Mordred to and from the university. Hearing that he would have some free time today, he smiled. "Thank you, sir." As the car drove toward the distant clinic where Morgan was being treated, Mordred suddenly remembered the detectives from the day before. They were an amusing pair. The man was of a modest stature and deathly pale, rough around the edges, while the woman was tall with olive skin, soft and maternal despite her flawlessly athletic figure. By all accounts, they were complete opposites, almost like a pair of mismatched partners straight from the pages of the detective stories he once loved to read. But that was not why Mordred was suddenly reminded of them. Snap out of it, was that what Detective Athena said? Strange words, not at all suitable for the occasion. He could almost feel the heat of her touch on his shoulder, still. A fantastical suspicion entered Mordred's mind, and a subtle crease appeared on his brow. Just then, the car drove onto the wide bridge. One escort vehicle was in front of it, while another was behind. The rain was so intense that they could barely be seen, and the headlights of the cars in the oncoming lane fused into a blur. Mordred was deep in thought, a complicated expression twisting the fine lines of his face. It was then that something on the periphery of his vision attracted his attention. Looking up, he just barely had time to notice a ramshackle truck in the oncoming lane taking a sharp turn. Then, everything happened too fast to react. The truck caught the rear bumper of the escort vehicle, throwing the car aside in an explosion of debris. Then, it rammed the luxury car behind it at full speed. Mordred would have been thrown against the wall of the leather-bound interior if not for the airbags that instantly deployed. Still, he received a vicious shaking and was completely disoriented because of the blow. The seatbelt dug into his chest, suffocating him. Dazed, Mordred heard an ear-piercing scratching sound and felt the car moving sideways. Then, there was another impact, and he could suddenly feel his body growing light. The car was falling. The river. Before Mordred could finally realize what was happening, there was a third impact, this one the most violent. The deflated airbag still protected him, but then, he felt water streaming across his legs. Shaking off his disorientation, Mordred looked around. It only took him a split second to assess the situation. The car was severely damaged, its windows broken, and sinking into the swollen river. The water was already inside the cabin, rising swiftly at a steep angle. He was hopelessly entangled in the seatbelt and imprisoned in a soft cage of airbags, moments away from being submerged into the cold darkness. Mordred tugged on the seatbelt, but instead of releasing him, it seemed completely stuck in place. Well, of course it was. Seatbelts were designed to resist sudden jerking motions. The icy cold water covered his head, and he suddenly couldn't breathe. Remaining calm, Mordred pulled on the seatbelt slowly, loosened its grip, then ducked under and freed himself. Then, he disentangled himself from the airbags and looked through the murky water at the broken window on the opposite side of the car's interior. His lungs were already starting to burn, but salvation was so close, all he had to do was climb through the window, then swim to the surface. Mordred was prepared to do just that when his gaze fell on the unconscious form in the driver's seat. He remained motionless for a moment, then moved in the opposite direction from the broken window and pushed himself through the narrow opening between the passenger compartment and the driver's cabin. The car was sinking swiftly, and it was already terribly dark around. The driver's side had received the most damage in the collision and was completely deformed, as well. Suffering from the lack of oxygen, Mordred felt around for the release of the driver's seatbelt and tried to disengage it. However, no matter how he tried, the bent clasp refused to let go. He was already suffocating by then. Gritting his teeth, Mordred twisted the clasp and pressed the release button with all his strength. Finally, the seatbelt slipped from the locking mechanism, allowing him to grab his driver and drag them both to the broken windshield. Ah, this is harder than it looks in movies. Mordred followed a relatively rigorous athletic regimen, and he was especially fond of swimming. However, the stylish clothes he was so fond of were now weighing him down like cinder blocks, pulling him deeper into the water. More than that, the weight of his driver's unconscious body was simply unbearable. He was already struggling to push his own through the cold mass of dark, restless water. Dragging another man along was simply too strenuous, too difficult. And his lungs were on fire. His lungs begged for oxygen, and a panicked terror was flooding his mind, demanding that he let go of his heavy burden and save himself. But Mordred refused. Instead, he fought against the water with all the strength he could muster, even if his vision was already starting to darken. Then, finally, his head broke through the surface of the water, and Mordred drew in a feverish breath. The shore seemed terribly far, but he managed to reach it, somehow, after all. Dragging himself and the driver onto the ground, Mordred fell down, utterly spent. He was so cold. Taking several horse breaths, he pushed himself off the ground and bent over the driver. Hey, are you? Was he dead? Paralyzed by fear, Mordred lightly slapped the man across the cheek. To his great relief, the driver groaned, coughed out a mouthful of water, and slowly opened his eyes. Mordred let out a relieved sigh. Thank the gods. But then, something about the driver felt off. His eyes grew strangely glassy, full of something unfamiliar and cold. In the next moment, the man's gloved hand closed around Mordred's neck. What? Suddenly ferociously, inhumanly, strong, the driver strangled Mordred while pulling him down to the ground and climbing atop of him. Wide-eyed, Mordred tried to pry the man's hands off his neck, but it was of no use. It was as if his neck was being squeezed by an iron vice, moments away from snapping. Even if his neck somehow survived, he would be strangled to death before too long. What is? As he struggled desperately, hopelessly, Mordred's vision started to darken for the second time today. The driver's eerie, glassy eyes were the only thing he saw. No, it was then that a shadow suddenly covered them, and something cold flashed in the air. Hot blood splattered across Mordred's face, and he suddenly could breathe again. Pushing the driver away, he climbed back and saw a slender figure leaning over the crazed man. A sharp knife flashed again, plunging into the driver's flesh once more. More blood spilled onto the wet ground. The figure twisted the knife, then coldly kicked the man in the wounded side, throwing him back into the water. Who? The knife-wielding stranger was standing with his back to Mordred, wearing a cheap, ragged raincoat and an unassuming cap. Countered against the gray sky and the dark line of the distant bridge, his tall figure seemed both threatening and strangely familiar. Finally, the stranger turned around and looked down at Mordred, his cold gaze full of irritation and contempt. Mordred flinched as he saw the stranger's face. His own face. As the stranger leaned down, blood still dripping from his hands, Mordred remained frozen in place. His reflection was pale and shocked in the other Mordred's mirror-like eyes. The other's face split into a pleasant smile, and he whispered into Mordred's ear, his insidious voice full of barely contained hatred. Hey, wastrel, can't you even keep yourself alive? You weak, worthless fool. Do I have to do everything for you? The tip of the knife bit vindictively into Mordred's cheek, leaving a shallow cut on it. There were shouts and the sound of sirens in the distance. By the time he could finally move, the other was already gone, as if he had never existed. Raising a shaking hand, Mordred touched his cheek. His hand came down bloody. Looking at the blood smeared across his fingers, Mordred suddenly smiled brightly. He's back. Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 2481-2481, Broken Mirror. 1,216 words. As they drove to the hospital, both Sunny and Effie were alternating between feeling wary and confused. The roads were congested because of the rain. The failing storm drains were spouting foaming torrents of water here and there, causing some outermost lanes to be entirely flooded. Taller PTVs barreled their way through the puddles, but smaller vehicles had to huddle to the middle of the road, crawling slowly. Sunny's rust bucket was, sadly, one of the latter. My rhino would never. Sunny sighed. At that moment, Effie finally spoke. Why would he want us to handle his case? Her voice was full of suspicion. Sunny hesitated for a while, then shrugged. That depends. Does he really not remember anything, or were we fooled? Either way, we'll find out when we get there. Effie grimaced. Listen, partner, you probably don't know that guy well, but I had the misfortune of conquering 2 nightmares with him, so believe me when I tell you, he is a demon. And not in a cool, sexy way, more so in the creepy, there is something deeply wrong with this bastard way. She paused for a moment, then added somberly. First of all, as you might know already, he is immortal. The great clan Valor and his own father went out of their way to find a way to kill him, but they failed. All they could do was turn a citadel on the chained isles into an inescapable prison to contain him, complete with a transcendent warden and 100 lost guards. But he still escaped, massacring everyone in that citadel in the process. Cassie was the only one who survived. Sunny smiled sadly, but did not say anything. Effie looked at him with a dark expression. In the second nightmare, he slaughtered an entire kingdom. Then, he played Song and Valor against each other and provoked the Battle of the Black Skull. If not for his machinations, Whispering Blade and gods know how many more people would have still been alive. We saw a defiled version of his transcendent self consume literally millions of people in the tomb of Ariel. That thing was not an abomination. It was an entire nation, in and of itself. A bitter smile appeared on her lips. And while he did not swallow millions of people in the real world, he did devour and take out an entire great clan all by himself. Not only that, but by doing so, he completely changed the course of the war between the sovereigns, giving Kisong a chance to win. He would have conquered the entire sword domain, too, without an army, all by himself, if not for the trick Morgan and Jet pulled off in Bastion. She sighed and shook her head. Even then, technically, he accomplished what he wanted to accomplish there by stealing a great citadel from Anvil without even setting foot in it. And without that cursed demon you somehow lulled to sleep and delivered to me, who knows what would have happened. In any case, the very fact that a cursed demon was needed to handle a mere saint says everything one needs to know about Mordred of Nowhere already. What I mean to say is, he might not have taken the last step to supremacy like the two of you did, but he did just about everything but. Effie scowled. That guy is not right in the head, not right at all. You looked into that guy's eyes, so you should know, something is amiss there. I don't know what he is missing, but whatever it is, it's the thing that makes us humans. Human. Sunny looked at her with a subtle frown, contemplating. Something is missing. Effie's words had reminded him of his own old impression of the Prince of Nothing, and something about it all suddenly seemed to hide an elusive meaning. A completely bizarre idea was slowly forming in his mind. It seemed a little too strange to be true, but also a little too fitting to simply discard it. That is impossible, right? He lingered for a few moments, then asked. Did you get the same impression when you looked our CEO friend in the eye? Effie raised an eyebrow, thought about it, and then slowly shook her head. Sort of, not really, at least not in the same way. Sunny exhaled slowly. He would have never suspected something like that before meeting Mordred here in Mirage City, but now, an entirely new possibility suddenly emerged out of nowhere, making him question everything. Do you remember what Mordred said in the third nightmare? Effie blinked a couple of times. What, you even know about that? Wow, I have not imagined that Neff's pillow talk includes talking about Mordred. Sunny gave her a glare. Yes, I do know. And why the hell are you imagining our pillow talk at all? Effie laughed. Anyway, Mordred said a lot of things in the third nightmare. What do you mean in particular? Sunny turned the wheel to change lanes and avoid a puddle that seemed deep enough to flood the weird explosion engine of his car. His, and Soul Stealer's, flaw. He said that he did not bring his flaw along into the nightmare, because carrying something that dangerous around would have been foolish. Effie raised an eyebrow, then nodded. Oh, that, sure, I remember. You don't hear something like that every day, after all. Sunny frowned. I always assumed that he was either lying or talking about a thing. You know, like in the fairy tales where an evil being separates their death from themselves to become immortal, then hides it in the guise of some mundane item. Like a needle or some such, so, they could only be killed by that needle. But what if Mordred was not talking about a thing? What if? He fell silent for a few moments, then asked in a hesitant tone. What if he meant a person? Effie opened her eyes wide and stared at him with a confused expression. Wait, are you saying that Mordred's flaw is a person? She blinked a few times. No, wait, you're not just saying that it's a person. You're saying that it's the CEO of the Valor Group. There are, two of that bastard. One Prince of Nothing was already one too many. Two of them walking around at the same time. Sounded certifiably dreadful, but it fits, doesn't it? Damnation. Sunny did not respond immediately, choosing to keep quiet. Eventually, though, he had to answer. Well, I don't know. But Mordred always had a strange relationship with mirrors and reflections. What if his flaw is actually his reflection? He paused for a moment, feeling a chill run down his spine. Something else suddenly occurred to him. Damn, actually, we don't know which one of them is real. What if the Mordred we know is the reflection, instead? Mordred had conquered his first nightmare at 12. So, he had gained his flaw at 12, as well. If he had really been broken in two and there were two halves of him walking around the world. Then one of them had been scorned by the great clan Valor, imprisoned for 7 long years, then escaped his cage and became the Prince of Nothing they knew. While the other would have spent close to 2 decades in the beautiful fantasy created for him by the great mirror of the demon of imagination. In a place that revolved entirely around him, where all his wishes would have come true. In Mirage City, share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave, Chapter 2482-2482, Inside Job. 1,104 words. By the time they arrived at the hospital, the rain seemed to have become even heavier. Sunny and Effie jogged from the parking lot to the entrance, where groups of workers in yellow raincoats were busy building sandbag barricades around the building. The same was happening in many parts of the city after a flooding warning was issued earlier in the morning, with a small army of volunteers mobilized by the Valor Group. Before diving into the dry safety of the hospital's lobby, Sunny looked up at the stormy expanse of the gray sky. The heavy sky looked like it would split open at any moment now. Ah, I hate water. Shaking his head, he followed Effie inside. It did not take them long to arrive at the VIP ward where Mordred was being treated. The ward, if it could even be called that, resembled a presidential suite in a luxury hotel more than it resembled a patient room. It was definitely much larger than Sunny's entire apartment, furnished with a degree of lavishness few people could ever dream of, let alone experience. The man himself was in the process of putting on another immaculately tailored, stylish suit while discussing something with one of his plentiful assistants. There was a small piece of adhesive bandage on Mordred's cheek, as well as a few bruises marring his smooth skin here and there, but other than that, he did not look like someone who had just barely survived a deadly vehicle collision. In fact, he looked strangely cheerful. Ah, detectives. Noticing them, Mordred smiled. You are just in time. I am about to be discharged. Would you mind following me to the office? We can talk in the car. Sunny and Effie glanced at each other, then studied the battered CEO of the Valor Group intently. They might have remained silent for a few moments longer than necessary. Ah, yes, no problem. Mordred beamed. Wonderful. Then, shall we depart? What the hell is wrong with him? The CEO of the Valor Group did not feel like the Mordred Sunny knew at all. He was too soft, trusting, and nice. However, he did not seem exactly normal, either. Why was he so happy? Even if he had not sustained heavy injuries in the assassination attempt, it was still a traumatic experience. If Sunny was right and this version of Mordred had spent most of his life in Mirage City, then he should not have experienced many brushes with death, let alone with murder and violence. People like that did not usually brim with positive energy after surviving an attempt on their life. Maybe he's just happy to be alive. They followed Mordred back the way they came. As they did, Sunny asked the question that had been tormenting him for the last couple of hours. Excuse me, Mr. Mordred, but may I ask why you requested my partner and me to be assigned to your case? Mordred glanced at him with a smile. Why, well, I guess you've made an impression. Sunny shook his head. You should know that you are a suspect in another case we are investigating. Needless to say, there is somewhat of a conflict of interest, not to mention that a person of your status would usually feel offended by 2 detectives interrogating them. Considering the vast resources at your disposal, we are not exactly the best choice, are we? Mordred looked at him with a hint of amusement in his strange mirror-like eyes. On the contrary, detective, that makes you the best choice. Effie chuckled. How do you mean? As they entered the elevator, Mordred gave his entourage a nod to stay behind. With only the 3 of them in the cabin, he said calmly. It is not easy to assassinate someone like me. My security is quite thorough, and yet, someone ambushed my car on the bridge. At the very least, they had to have known the route I was taking, as well as my destination. Which means that my schedule had been leaked. More than that, I changed it on a whim just that morning. So, whoever leaked my schedule has to be quite close to me, a person in my inner circle, most likely. He paused for a moment, then sighed. And while I don't want to brag, I have to point out that the Valor Group has no competitors. We are too vast and powerful to have enemies, so, there is a high chance that this assassination was ordered by someone within the company. You have already demonstrated your willingness to ignore the pressure exerted by the higher-ups of the Valor Group, very few people would. So, you see, that makes you two the best candidates to investigate this case. Sunny stared at Mordred with a strange expression. The young CEO was making a lot of sense, but there also seemed to be something off about his logic. Investigating the assassination attempt would give Sunny easy access to Mordred and the inner workings of the Valor Group, though, so he was not going to refuse, not that the captain had given them an option to refuse. So, basically, what you are saying is that we are the only two cops in Mirage City that you know for a fact can't be bought. Mordred coughed. I wouldn't personally put it quite that way. I am sure there are countless honest and trustworthy people in the Mirage City Police Department. It is just that I do not know them personally. Sunny nodded. If you say so. They arrived at the lobby of the hospital, where another part of Mordred's entourage was already waiting. 3 umbrellas were open to protect him, Sunny, and Effie from the rain, and they were led to a luxurious PTV in a private parking lot, different from the one destroyed in the crash but similarly lavish and stunning. Mordred turned. You must have arrived in a car of your own. I wouldn't want to inconvenience you, so let me ask my driver too. Oh. He froze for a moment, a hint of a mournful expression appearing on his face. Sunny glanced at the file he had retrieved from the hospital administration before coming to see Mordred. I am sorry for your loss. I heard that he passed away in the operating room. Mordred remained silent for a few moments, then nodded. Yes, I've been told that he did. His personal assistant took the driver's seat, while Mordred, Sunny, and Effie entered the passenger compartment. Lowering himself on a soft leather cushion, Sunny looked around with a strange expression. What the hell? He had assumed that all archaic PTVs were like his pitiful rust bucket. But Mordred had been moving around in this palace on wheels this whole time. No, it was merely his backup palace on wheels. Sunny blinked a few times. The ancient times held many secrets. Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 2483-2483, Internal Strife. 1009 words. Sunny studied the luxurious interior of Mordred's opulent PTV, feeling a little, no, he was definitely not envious. Not at all, whatever. There's no mobile command center or essence converter here, bah. There's no bed, even. What a peasant. He cleared his throat and opened a notebook. So, Mr. Mordred, would you tell us what happened? Mordred checked his seatbelt, then leaned back inside. An opaque screen rose at a press of a button, separating the passenger compartment from the driver's cabin. Well, there's not much to tell, really. That truck suddenly turned, brushed against the escort vehicle, then crashed into my car and continued pushing until we both went through the railing and fell into the river. By the time I came around, water was already streaming inside, and my driver was unconscious. So, I grabbed him and swam to shore. Sunny pretended to note something with his pen. And then what happened? Mordred shrugged. Then, nothing, I guess. My security arrived first, then the ambulances. I was taken to the hospital, and here we are. Sunny and Effie glanced at each other. He lingered for a moment, then asked in a neutral tone. The last time we spoke, you mentioned that your blood could have been planted on the crime scene, and that there are many people who would wish you ill. The next day, there was an attempt on your life. Do things like that happen to you often, Mr. Mordred? Mordred shook his head. No, this is the first time, actually. Sunny studied him for a moment. Did you not say that your sister tried to harm you? Mordred's expression darkened. That was an entirely different issue. Morgan was just confused. She was not herself. Not herself. Sunny frowned. I see. Well, in any case, you indicated that someone inside the Valor Group might be behind the attempt on your life. Do you have anyone particular in mind? Mordred shook his head again. Not really. That's not helpful at all. Effie, who had been enthralled by the snacks in the lavishly stocked bar of the PTV, finally joined the conversation. Leaning forward a little, she asked with a smile. Let us put it that way. Who would benefit the most if you were removed from your position? Who would gain the most? Mordred remained silent for a few moments before saying in a hesitant tone. I guess, it would be the chairman of the board. He and I clash often regarding various issues. His vision of what the Valor Group is supposed to be is different from mine. And unless my father decides to come back from retirement, he would be the logical choice for the next CEO in case I vanish one day. Noticing a sharp glint in their eyes, Mordred laughed and raised his hands. Oh, but please don't misunderstand. It could not have been him. The chairman, he's my uncle, you see. I know what is being said about us conglomerate families, but we are not like that at all. He would never do anything to hurt me. Sunny raised an eyebrow. Your uncle, Mr. Maddock, I presume. Mordred nodded. The one and only. He is my father's older brother. How? Morbid. Whispering Blade was dead in the real world, but his reflection was still alive and well in Mirage City. Not only that, but just like his real self, he had lost the battle of succession to his younger brother, and then, to his nephew as well. The picture practically drew itself. An affluent family, a power-hungry uncle, a conspiracy to steal control of the family business from the young prince. Well, Mr. Mordred, you might be sure that your uncle would never conspire against you, but as detectives we must investigate all possibilities. So, if you don't mind, we would like to interview him, as well as a number of other people in your immediate circle. The staff of your manor, for example. Mordred nodded. By all means, I hope we can get to the bottom of this unfortunate incident. Ah, but it will take some time to arrange all the interviews. Perhaps we can start tomorrow. Sunny and Effie asked a few more questions, slowly drawing the picture of the internal politics of the Valor Group. They subtly tested Mordred to see who he really was, as well. Sometime later, the PTV arrived at its destination. Mordred smiled apologetically. If you'll excuse me now, detectives, I have already been absent for too long, so there's a mountain of paperwork awaiting me. I will ask my new driver to drive you back. He made to leave, then hesitated for a few moments and chuckled. Oh, I have a request. If it's not too forward, Detective Athena, may I ask for your autograph? He picked up an exquisite round coaster and offered it to her along with a pen that seemed to be more expensive than everything the two detectives owned put together. His slightly shy smile was quite charming. In honor of your famous discus throw that brought Mirage City the golden medal. Effie took the pen, lingered for a while, then laughed and signed it. I can't believe that the CEO of the Valor Group is my fan. How strange, I'll have to tell my husband. Taking the coaster, Mordred flashed them another smile. Then, if you'll excuse me. With that, he left. The ride back was spent in silence. Since the interview with Chairman Maddock and other employees of the Valor Group was scheduled for tomorrow, Sunny and Effie had to do a lot of research, so they were buried in their communicators, studying everything there was to study on the network. The sandbag barricade around the hospital had grown a little taller in their absence. Climbing back into Sunny's car after experiencing the luxury of Mordred's palatial PTV felt like a letdown, but neither of them really cared. As soon as they were alone, their expressions changed. Sunny looked at Effie and raised an eyebrow. So, what do you think? She pulled out the snacks she had pilfered from Mordred's car and smiled darkly. He seems nice. I am entirely sure that he is not. Mordred. Sending a handful of honey-glazed almonds into her mouth, Effie chewed them happily and added. I am also sure that the bastard is lying. Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 2484-2484, Nature vs. Nurture. 1102 words. Sunny scoffed. Well, obviously. Opening the preliminary autopsy report of Mordred's dead driver, he shook his head. The report says that he died from the injuries received in the crash, and Mordred's retelling of the events corroborates that. It is weird, though, I have not heard of vehicle crashes that leave knife wounds behind. A human body could be torn and broken in all kinds of ways during a high-speed collision, but Sunny had seen countless stab wounds, most of them, he had delivered himself. So, he would never mistake a wound delivered by a sharp blade for anything else. Even if the driver's body had been pierced by metal debris, the shape of the wounds would have been different. The edges of the cuts would have been different, as well, so, the chances of these ones appearing on the body naturally were close to zero. Something had happened between the moment the car fell into the water and the moment Mordred and his dying driver were found on the shore of the river. Which meant that Mordred had lied to them. Effie nodded. Someone killed that man, and Mordred is covering for that someone. She lingered for a moment, then sighed. Also, I think that your theory was true. Sunny raised an eyebrow. Because of that discus thing? Effie nodded again. Yes, I wasn't sure at first, but after rummaging in my counterpart's memories, it is obvious. That guy might not be the Mordred we know, but he was testing us. She won many medals, but her most famous win was a record-breaking spear throw, not a discus throw. She actually messed up while throwing the ladder. She gripped the discus so hard that it cracked and fell apart in the air. It was a pretty lackluster performance. Sunny frowned. He was definitely testing us, but what was he trying to find out? Effie looked at him somberly. Whether or not I am the real Detective Athena, I presume. Sunny exhaled slowly, which means that he's aware that someone could have taken her place. Which, in turn, means that he remembers the outside world. Effie chuckled. That is why he did not react in any way when I told him to snap out of it. It was not that my authority had no effect on him, it's just that he had always known the truth, so there was nothing for him to snap out of. Sunny rubbed his face tiredly. There really are two of him. Damna. Wait, you ate all of that, already? There was now a pile of empty snack packets on the floor of his car. Sunny's eye twitched. And why are you throwing them on the floor? My PTV might be a scrap heap, but it is not a trash heap. Pick them up immediately. Effie coughed a few times, then picked the packets up and rolled them into a ball. These morsels were pretty sweet, by the way. Oh, sorry for not leaving you any. Sunny glared at her. Whatever, I'll forgive you this time. Only a sick lunatic like you would eat something covered in honey, anyway. He shivered. Effie laughed. How about we go back to that diner and eat something? It's on me, partner. Sunny scoffed. Sure, spending illusory money to treat me to an illusory meal, how generous of you. Soon enough, they found themselves in the familiar decrepit diner. The food was just as delicious as it was the previous time, though, neither Sunny nor Effie was in the mood to discuss serious matters at the moment, so they simply enjoyed it in silence. Eventually, Effie sighed in satisfaction and looked outside. What a turn of events, Makes me wonder, if I had an evil twin, what would she be doing? She chuckled and shook her head. Then again, I did have an evil twin for a while, in the tomb of Ariel. She just went around devouring nightmare creatures, and people, I guess. Effie's expression changed. Wait, does that make Soul Stealer an evil twin of an evil twin? That's like, double the evil. Sunny smiled faintly. I am not sure that it's so simple, that there's a nice and evil version of Mordred. Who knows, maybe if the Mordred we know grew up in the idyllic Mirage City, he would have been nice too. And if the CEO of the Valor Group experienced everything his other version experienced, he would have become a crazy bastard too. Effie shook her head. Nature versus nurture. No, there's definitely something wrong with Mordred, the one from the real world, I mean. He would have been an eerie creep even in Mirage City. She looked at him with curiosity and asked, what about you, partner? If you had an evil twin, what would he have been doing? Sunny smiled. No idea. Who says that I'm not the evil twin? Effie laughed. Oh, have you done a lot of evil things? He shrugged. Did you think that I became a sovereign by being kind and good to people? I killed those who could not defend themselves, betrayed those who trusted me, and chose myself at every step of the way. Well, sure, I did a lot of good things too, saving the powerless, standing by my allies, and spilling my own blood for the sake of others. I guess it all balances out, in the end. Sunny sighed. Nephews and I, we were prepared to sacrifice millions of lives if it meant getting rid of the sovereigns. Something like that, is exactly the kind of thing I hated the sovereigns for, you know. So even if I am not evil, I am at least a hypocrite. Oh, coincidentally, hypocrites are what I hate the most. He laughed at the irony. I guess an opposite version of me would have been selfless, kind, and honest, and dead because of it, most likely. Effie studied him for a while, then shook her head and smiled. No, stop pretending. I know you're not evil, Shadow Boy. Sunny raised an eyebrow. Do you? How so? She shrugged. Well, it was what you told us back when Nephews first brought you along, wasn't it? You said that you knew yourself to be a killer, and that you hoped that all the killing you did changed the world into the shape that allowed better people than you to build things. Even if they had to build them on the ruins left in your wake. Effie smiled. I did not show it then, but I was actually quite touched by that speech. I thought, what a nice guy. Inferior to Master Sunless in all regards, of course, but still a catch. She laughed. Who knew the two were one and the same? It's like the best of both worlds. Lord of Shadows in the streets, Master Sunless in the... Sunny threw a napkin at her. Cut it out, damn it. Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 2485-2485, hardest part. 979 words. Sunny remained silent for a while, then sighed. He wanted to drink something with more bite than water. Coincidentally, a familiar green palisade of soju bottles was looking at him invitingly from a nearby display, begging to be bought. He raised an eyebrow. Since when do I crave alcohol? Sunny had avoided alcohol entirely for many years after the Forgotten Shore. He only allowed himself to enjoy it from time to time now because his rank made him all but immune to intoxication, so he could enjoy an occasional glass of wine without suffering the consequences of imbibing it. But at the moment, as a mundane person, he once again wanted to stay as far away from alcohol as possible. It was just that the devil detective's body, it seemed, had its own opinion. Maybe he was someone's better twin, after all. Looking away from the soju bottles, Sunny glanced at Effie, Lord of Shadows, Master Sunless, and the rest of me. I think that if anyone could understand my double life, it would be you. She arched her eyebrow. Me, I'm an open book, though. How come? Sunny shrugged. Well, everyone else is doing just one thing. Nephews, Cassie, Kai, Jet, me, we are all at war, and we live and breathe that war. But ironically, the war beast herself, you, is a warrior, a wife, and a mother. Waging war and playing house are two different things, two different lives. Not that there's anything wrong with that, just, seems strange, to me. Effie stared at him for a few moments, then laughed. Gods, aren't you something? What is wrong with both being a warrior and having a life? I didn't invent it, you know. People have been doing just that since the dawn of time. War, plague, famine, the spell, nothing has ever managed to stop us humans from forming families and making babies. That is our nature. If anything, it is you guys who are weird. Sunny scoffed. I already said that there is nothing wrong with that. Effie remained silent for a bit, then sighed. I'll admit, though, it's not easy. Being away for long stretches of time is not easy. Not knowing whether I'll get to come back is not easy. Thinking about what will happen if I do not is hard. Walking out of the door and leaving them behind, though, that's probably the hardest. She looked out the window. To the point that, sometimes, I feel like I am not brave enough to open the door and leave. But I always do. Effie looked back at Sunny and shrugged with a smile. A part of me always stays behind, though. Who cares if it's hard? Life isn't supposed to be easy, anyway. At least it has never been for me. However, it's pretty sweet. Sweeter than I ever imagined it could be. I bet you can understand what I mean. She laughed, and Sunny could not help but smile, too. Indeed, the life he was living, despite all its hardships, was much sweeter than anything a lonely kid in the outskirts could have ever imagined. But it wasn't quite as sweet as he wanted it to be, just yet. And to take the next step toward achieving his goals, Sunny needed to get to the bottom of Mirage City. He had to catch the Nihilist, learn what Mordred was hiding, recover the fragment of Weaver's lineage, and escape. Looking at the watch, Sunny pushed the empty plate away and rose. Sweet life, huh, that's you hinting that I should buy dessert, isn't it? Effie grinned. I mean, if you insist. Sunny shook his head. Shameless, didn't you say that you'll pay the bill, this time? They did end up buying dessert. Not only because Effie's stomach was a bottomless pit, but also because Sunny was curious about the baking arts of the bygone era. From what he had glimpsed so far, ancient cuisine was superior to what he was familiar with not only in terms of ingredient variety but also in terms of nuance and technique. The brilliant emporium might have closed its doors, but Sunny still hoped to reopen it again, one day. In the meantime, he was determined to perfect his culinary skills. Some time later, he said goodbye to Effie and drove home. After spending some time in the evening traffic, he ended up back at the Devil Detective's shabby apartment complex. The familiar drunk was once again loitering near the building, but got scared away when Sunny's car pulled up. The heavy curtain of rain veiled the world and suppressed the sounds, making his paranoia act up. Sunny wondered briefly if it was his own paranoia or the remnant wariness of his counterpart. Entering the apartment, he shook the water from his jacket and went about taking care of his fragile, weak mundane body. This body needed a lot of things to survive and function properly, and what it needed the most was sleep. The interviews with Mordred's staff were going to start early tomorrow, so Sunny needed to give himself enough time to rest. Just before climbing into bed, he stopped and stared at the investigation map at the back of the Devil Detective's closet. The shape of the city, the evidence, the victims of the Nihilist, Mordred's former vessels. Turning away, Sunny turned off the light and lay on the bed. The sound of the rain on the window was like a lullaby, but sleep still escaped him for a long time. When he finally slipped into its embrace, his dreams were cold and restless, full of mirrors and breaking glass. The sound of breaking glass. Sunny opened his eyes abruptly, the sound still ringing in his ears. The bottle that he had balanced on the door handle, following the Devil Detective's paranoid habit, was broken. Blinded by the darkness, Sunny rolled to the side. In the next moment, a cold blade hissed as it cut the air, and then plunged into his pillow, missing his head only by a few centimeters. Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 2486-2486, It Belongs in a Museum. 1065 words. Sunny rolled off the bed, cursing his mundane senses. His reflexes were sharp, and despite the neglect and abuse, his body was in good shape. However, he could not sense the shadows. Even more humiliating, he could not even see in the dark. For the first time in a long while, Sunny was truly blind. The only light in the room came through a narrow crack between the curtains, and all he could see was a dark shape jumping over the bed. He could, however, smell wet wool, old sweat, and the stench of alcohol. The damned drunk. He knew it. Paranoia had never let him down, after all. Sunny was laying on the floor in an awkward pose, while the attacker was on the bed, a split second away from coming down with the deadly blade in his hand. It was a mundane knife, but here in Mirage City, even a mundane blade had the power to make Sunny bleed. It had the power to make him die. His senses were gone, his aspect was gone, however, his skill and experience were still with him. Sunny did not possess the power of a sovereign anymore, but he was still the person who had become a sovereign. And that was his most frightening quality, by far, a strength far more important than his aspect, attributes, and domain had ever been. Instead of trying to rise, Sunny kicked the cheap bed with all his might. It slid half a meter back, throwing the moving attacker off balance. The dark silhouette swayed and fell, crashing into the floor. There was the sound of empty bottles breaking, and glass shards were suddenly everywhere. Grabbing a curtain, Sunny pulled it down while jumping to his feet. The shoddily attached curtain pole snapped, and the cold light of electric street lights poured into the small apartment. His pale skin, lean muscles, and the coils of the black serpent tattooed across his body were revealed in that light. The eerie, glassy eyes of the supposed drunk were revealed, too. Sunny looked at him with a calm, cold gaze of a seasoned killer. You have some nerve, coming after a cop. Who sent you? Instead of answering, the drunk lunged forward. The man looked like a drunk and smelled like a drunk, but he moved with the speed and lethal precision of a trained assassin. Assassins, huh, that is a new one. There weren't any professional assassins left in the real world. There were consummate slayers proficient in killing quietly, sure, but who had time to specialize in assassinating people when there were hordes of nightmare creatures roaming both the dream realm and Earth? There was no stable employment in that, so even for those who did do such work, it was merely a part-time job. Sunny had envisioned himself as one such quiet killer once, though, so he felt a little resentful of the man who had entered his apartment to end his life. Catching the man's wrist, Sunny turned, isolating the enemy's arm between his own and his torso, then slammed the palm of his other hand into the killer's fist. The knife rattled as it fell on the floor, and he immediately spun, tensing his abdominal muscles, and not a moment too soon. The assassin's fist crashed into the steel barrier of his muscles, and at the same time, Sunny's elbow caught the man in the side of the head. Disoriented, the man staggered toward the window and turned, shielding his head with one arm. The other reached toward his belt and pulled out a strange contraption. It had a short stubby barrel and a revolving cylinder protruding from the middle of its metal frame, with a ring protecting the assassin's index finger, but not the rest of them. That's an ancient gun. An average awakened might not know a lot about firearms, but Sunny had led mundane soldiers across the frigid expanse of Antarctica. He had also grown up in the outskirts, so he knew a gun when he saw one, even if it was an archaic relic that belonged in a museum. Sunny looked at the killer with a dark expression. Who brings a gun to a fistfight? That's cheating. Before the assassin could raise the gun and point it forward, Sunny raised his leg and delivered a devastating push kick to the middle of the man's sternum. It was powerful enough to shatter ribs, but more importantly, it was powerful enough to throw the bastard far back. And behind him was the window. The assassin shattered the glass with his back and tumbled over the parapet, letting in the noise of the rain and the chilly wind. He fell down surrounded by sharp shards, leaving the same way he had come, accompanied by the sound of breaking glass. Single quote. Which floor do I live on, again? Sunny approached the broken window and looked down. The body sprawled on the wet asphalt far below was still moving. The man shuddered, then climbed to his feet slowly and staggered away, leaving a trail of blood in his wake. That bastard. Throwing the curtain over the shattered window to avoid cutting himself, Sunny climbed out, grabbed the slippery drain pipe, and nimbly descended to the ground. The rain pelted his naked torso, and his wet hair got into his eyes. Worst of all, his black pajama pants were swiftly absorbing water. Sunny followed the trail of blood to a fence a dozen meters away. A random passerby gasped when noticing his tattoo, then hurried away with a terrified expression on their face. Passing the fence, Sunny just barely saw the wounded assassin disappearing around the corner. There was someone standing at the side of the road, as well, wearing a torn raincoat and an unassuming cap. They were staring at the blood left in the wake of the failed killer. Another chance witness. Why aren't all of these people sleeping? In the red neon light of a nearby shop sign, the passerby looked like he was bathed in blood. Sunny walked barefoot across the puddles, then stopped and looked at the chance witness darkly. He looked at Sunny as well, and then smiled with amusement. Sunny could see his pale body reflecting in the ragged man's mirror-like eyes. Ah, what a nice surprise. Fancy seeing you here, detective. Are you out for a nice evening stroll? Sunny smiled darkly. Quote. Cut the crap. I know who you are. Mordred, the Prince of Nothing, studied him for a moment and then chuckled. I know who you are, too. He smiled pleasantly. You're the man who killed my father. Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 2487, Fighting in the Rain. 1,333 words. Sunny and Mordred faced each other in the rain. The trail of blood was slowly being washed off the wet asphalt, and the neon sign kept blinking above them, drowning the street in dim radiance. Mordred's mirror-like eyes seemed to shine with a dark crimson glow as they reflected the world back upon itself. His pleasant smile felt dangerous. Feeling a bit hateful was only natural for someone who knew that Sunny had killed their father, even if the source of that hate was somewhat unconventional in this particular case. Sunny looked at Mordred somberly, not showing any sign of being disturbed. He loathed to admit it, but he was rather cold. Damn, why had he not put on a jacket before jumping out of the window? It was raining outside, and the night was chilly. Perhaps it was because he had grown used to not being bothered by the weather. Looking Mordred in the eye, Sunny grinned. Why, jealous? Mordred's dangerous smile slowly widened. Raising his head, he laughed. Jealous? Ah, no, not quite. Jealousy is not the word I would use. Taking off his cap, he allowed the rain to pelt his tousled black hair for a moment, then swept it back and pierced Sunny with a cold, eerie gaze. The neon sign blinked, and for a moment, his mask of pleasant friendliness seemed to crack, revealing a raging ocean of scathing fury and boundless loathing beneath. But then, the sign lit up, and Mordred seemed almost normal again. He smiled and shook his head, taking a step to circle Sunny. My, I had a feeling that there was something off when the valiant devil detective kept popping up near my other self. So, I wanted to make sure that he was indeed who he claimed to be. That question has been answered, I suppose. Imagine my surprise, though, when I saw a man flying through your window while keeping watch. How scandalous. Mordred chuckled. Do you often toss people out of the window, Sunless? Was that the name you use? I hope you'll forgive me if I don't address you as the Lord of Shadows. That title is a bit unwieldy. Sunny turned slowly, keeping Mordred in his line of sight. He sure is in a talkative mood. It seemed that the Prince of Nothing had been staying close to his other self, watching him closely. And if his words were to be believed, he had not sent the killer to get rid of Sunny. Instead, he had simply been investigating a person sticking close to the Valor Group heir when the assassination attempt had taken place. But why was Mordred watching over his other self? What was he doing here in Mirage City? How had his nicer version ended up in the Great Mirror, to begin with? Sunny gave Mordred a cold stare. That is indeed a name I use, and no, only on occasion. Oh, by the way, I have some questions for you. You can answer them the easy way or the hard way. It's your choice. He smiled darkly. I really hope you choose the hard way, though. Mordred studied him for a few moments. You know, Sunless, I always wondered where this animosity you feel toward me stems from. I think I was quite courteous the first time we met, back in Godgrave. Admittedly, I did try to take you as a vessel when you dismissed that eerie mask of yours. But can you really blame me? I mean, you had been provoking me the whole time. Sunny shrugged. I can blame you. I do blame you, as it happens. Mordred's smile slowly drained from his face. Looking at Sunny with a chilling lack of emotion in his eyes, he said evenly. How regrettable. Who knew there would be an army of abominations hidden in your soul? But, Sunless, you might have noticed that we are mundane here, in Mirage City. Which means that there's no legion of nightmare creatures to protect you from me. At the end there, his voice grew a bit lower, making him sound quite menacing. Sunny was not intimidated, though. Instead, he grinned. The hard way it is, then. He lunged forward, throwing his fist in Mordred's face. Mordred deflected it easily enough, but that blow was merely a feint. A split second later, Sunny unleashed a hurricane of kicks and punches, aiming to bring the Prince of Nothing down. He had absorbed countless battle styles for unarmed combat, so fighting with his bare hands was no less familiar to Sunny than wielding deadly weapons. In fact, his hands were deadly weapons in and of themselves. Mordred laughed, evading the barrage of strikes with infuriating ease. Ah, this is great. This is wonderful. You know, I've grown tired of killing men of powerful combat aspects while possessing no similar powers myself over the years. This place evens that playing field, though. How refreshing. He caught Sunny's fist in a vice grip and added in a low tone. I remember you sent me a gift not too long ago, Sunless. Should I return the favor? He was talking about the cursed demon, abjuration, of course. Oops. In the next moment, Sunny found himself on the receiving end of Mordred's fury. The bastard did not lack combat skill by any means, and now that they were both mundane, small things like height and reach mattered much more than usual. On top of that, Sunny was still not used to his altered state. The loss of shadow essence, of the feather of truth trait of the onyx shell that had become a staple of his battle technique, and even of his aspect was not too difficult to adjust to. But it was the absence of shadow sense that truly made him feel like a cripple. Sunny felt like a blind man. So, he found himself nearly defenseless against Mordred's vicious assault. The Prince of Nothing battered his defense until it was completely unraveled, then callously sent a devastating punch flying toward Sunny's temple. Sunny knew that he would not be able to evade it, deflect it, or block it. He didn't try. Instead, he turned his head slightly and took the blow straight on. Ah, crap. Despite Mordred's slender build and refined manners, his fist truly packed a punch. Sunny did not even feel any pain, just found himself suddenly dazed and reeling. He could also feel blood streaming down his face from a cut above his brow. But that did not stop him from raising both hands and catching Mordred's wrist. The Prince of Nothing frowned. What are you? Pulling his enemy off balance, Sunny unceremoniously headbutted him in the face. Mordred staggered back with a stifled curse, blood pouring from his nose. Before he could recover, Sunny pivoted on one foot and delivered a powerful roundhouse kick to the side of his head. No matter how skilled Mordred was, he was still thrown to the ground in a daze. How about I reunite you with your father, bastard? Taking a step forward, Sunny prepared to stomp on Mordred's head and crack his skull. But instead, something glinted in the red neon light, and he felt a chill penetrate his flesh, followed by sharp pain. Grasping his side, Sunny staggered back. His pants were already soaked by rain, but now, they were being washed by blood, too. That damn miscreant. Mordred slowly rose to his feet, smiling darkly. There was a narrow switchblade in his hand, its pale steel painted red. Why is everyone dying to stab me today? Sunny let out an infuriated growl. You think a little knife will stop me from killing you? The growl seemed to take Mordred aback. Enough so for him to hesitate. At least, instead of trying to stab Sunny, he looked somewhere behind him warily and lowered the switchblade. Maybe not, but they will. Turning his torso to see what Mordred was looking at, while still keeping an eye on the bastard, Sunny saw a few silhouettes looming in the windows of his apartment complex. He could not discern their features, but his neighbors were all eerily motionless, still, all staring down at him with glassy eyes. Dozens of them. Mordred smiled faintly. Detective Sunless, I suggest you stop behaving erratically. His smile faded quickly, though. Unless you want to become the next victim of the nihilist, that is. Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 2488-2488, Castellan. 1192 words. The nihilist. What did Mordred mean? The laceration on Sunny's forehead and the cut on his abdomen stung, but he was much more uncomfortable because of the motionless figures staring at him with empty eyes from the windows. He knew what was happening. Just like Effie's family had reacted to her acting out of character, so were Sunny's neighbors unsettled by his fight with Mordred. Something about it was not in character for the devil detective, and the others inhabiting Mirage City were unhappy about it. Sunny did not know what would happen if he continued to attack the Prince of Nothing, and suspected that he would not want to find out. But what did it have to do with the nihilist? Frowning, Sunny looked at Mordred and asked, Aren't you the nihilist? He knew by now that Mordred was not the serial killer terrorizing Mirage City, instead, he was the target of the serial killer. However, there was no point in revealing his cards to the Prince of Nothing. Rather, Sunny wanted to learn a thing or two from how he would react. Wiping the blood off his lips, Mordred smiled. No need to play coy. The fact that you seem to remember yourself means that Raised by Wolves is here, too. And she would have recognized the faces of my vessels, given time. So, you know that I am not the nihilist. Sunny raised an eyebrow. If not you, then who? Your other self. Mordred laughed. That pathetic creature. Goodness, no. He's too useless to kill anyone. Not a fan of his good twin, then. Sunny grimaced. So who is going around massacring people? Mordred stared at him for a few moments, then leaned down to pick up his cap. Why should I answer? It would be foolish to share information with someone who is here to kill me. Sunny blinked a couple of times. Here, to kill him. His mind spun at high speed. No, it made sense. Mordred did not know about the fragment of Weaver's lineage hidden in the Great Mirror, so he would not know that Sunny had come to retrieve it. Why would Sunny have come, then? The only reasonable explanation was that he had followed Mordred and Morgan inside. And since Mordred could actually be killed here, at least according to Morgan, he would naturally assume that the only reason for the Lord of Shadows to visit Mirage City was to hunt him down. But that wasn't Sunny's goal. Killing Mordred was just a delightful bonus. He scoffed. Aren't you too full of yourself? Why would I waste my time and risk my life trying to kill you? My arrival at Mirage City had nothing to do with you, your better half, or even your sister. In fact, I'd prefer it if none of you were here. Mordred remained silent for a moment, then threw an uneasy glance at the figures looming in the windows. Come to think of it, he looked a little haggard. It was especially noticeable after spending some time in the company of the glamorous CEO of the Valor Group. This Mordred's face was gaunt, sharp, and burdened in comparison. It seemed like surviving in the Great Mirror was not easy for the Prince of Nothing. Mordred looked back at Sunny, considered something for a second, and then offered him his usual pleasant smile. It is hard to believe, but sadly, there is not much time for us to continue this polite conversation. Sure, why not? I will tell you about the nihilist. He chuckled. I am not the nihilist, and neither is my other self. Nevertheless, you will have great trouble catching this particular killer, detective. Sunny raised an eyebrow. And why is that? Mordred's eyes ignited with an ominous vermilion glow under the light of the neon sign. You really don't know? Ah, well, you have not been here long. He closed his eyes for a moment, then said in a pleasant tone. That is because the nihilist is nobody in particular. The killer you are searching for is Mirage City itself. This entire city is the killer. Sunny's eyes widened a little. That, he couldn't help but shiver. What the hell do you mean? Mordred smiled and nodded to the figures looming in the window subtly. It's just like I said. There is not a single killer walking around searching for prey. Instead, any random passerby can become the nihilist for a period of time, slaughter their victim, then turn back to normal. Or rather, I should say that there was not a single killer. There may very well be one now. His words were making less and less sense. Sunny scowled, then asked in a frustrated tone. Once again, what the hell do you mean? Why would there be an actual nihilist now, even if there was not one before? Glancing at the apartment complex, Sunny froze. That was because there were no figures in the windows anymore. All of them had disappeared, and the building seemed empty, as if the people who had been staring at him had either lost interest, or were walking out of their apartments and descending the stairs to reach him, instead. Mordred slowly backed away. How do you think this place works, Sunless? He smiled darkly. In theory, it should be controlled by the Master of Bastion. But the Great Mirror has stood abandoned for too long. The sorcery governing it has become twisted and corrupted over the eons. Putting on his cap, Mordred hid the bloodied switchblade in his pocket. Or rather, the custodian Mirage left behind to take care of her palace has become twisted. A very special reflection among reflections, the Castellan. It was supposed to help the master of the castle control the Great Mirror, but at some point, it broke. He smiled. Now, the poor thing doesn't know what to do. It refuses to recognize anyone as the master of the castle, but it still tries to fulfill its duty. That is why it created Mirage City when my other self became a guest of the Great Mirror. This place is meant to fulfill his fantasies, after all. Mordred laughed. But, Sunless, what happens when more guests arrive? What happens when Morgan imagines killing her brother? What happens when you keep thinking about catching the nihilist? What happens when all these dreams collide and start conflicting with each other? His smile widened a little, turning dark and sinister. The Palace of Imagination will attempt to protect itself by removing the contaminating influences. It will correct Mirage City in a way that creates a believable reason for you to die. Look, it is already happening. Someone has sent an assassin to get rid of you, after all. Who knows, maybe a real nihilist has already been created, as well, as if he has always existed. As Sunny grimaced, blood still flowing from his cut abdomen, Mordred chuckled and turned to dash into an alley. Oh, and by the way, he paused for a moment and gave Sunny a pitying look. You won't be the only one Mirage City tries to remove. So, if you brought other people with you, well, anyway, I'd go give Raised by Wolves a call. A moment later, he was gone, dissolved into the curtain of rain. Sunny did not follow. Left alone in the ominous light of the red neon sign, he shivered. Then, his eyes widened suddenly. Effie knew who she was, so he wasn't too worried about her. However, Saint, share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 2489-2489, Pursuit of Balance. 1,126 words. Miss Morgan, can you hear me? Saint sighed. The woman in front of her was not responding. She was strapped into a straitjacket, sitting in a wheelchair, and looking quietly into the barred window of her patient room with an absent expression on her pale face. The world outside the window was dark. It was already late into the night, far past the time Saint was supposed to get off work. Her schedule was in shambles, which was a point of intense frustration. However, she could not do anything about it. This particular patient gave a whole new meaning to the word VIP, so Saint had been assigned to her and ordered to get to the bottom of her condition with utmost haste. She had been spending a lot of time with this patient as of late, but things were not going well. That hurt her pride. Miss Morgan was a difficult puzzle. She was both unhinged and chillingly cunning at times, and worse than that, she was prone to violent episodes. Worst of all, though, was the fact that this seemingly delicate woman somehow managed to deliver eerily gruesome wounds to the orderlies each time they tried to restrain her. Several had already been hospitalized, some of them irreversibly maimed and crippled. Therefore, Miss Morgan was put in a straitjacket and regularly fed a cocktail of powerful neuroleptics, which curbed some of her violent behavior but made Saint's work much more difficult. After all, how was she supposed to have a conversation with a person who had been drugged out of their mind? It was almost as if the leadership of the hospital had no intention of helping this patient and was perfectly content simply keeping her locked up. Letting out another sigh, Saint left a note in her journal and stood to leave. I will see you tomorrow, then. She was almost to the door when Morgan suddenly spoke. It was the first sentence she had spoken today, making Saint stop. Something is different about you today. Saint lingered for a moment, then turned around. She did not say anything, studying her patient silently. Morgan studied her, as well. Why did it seem like her eyes had a scarlet glint to them? Naturally, it was impossible. Iris pigmentation was determined by the melanin saturation level and varied from brown or dark brown, which could appear black in certain lighting, to lighter shades like green, blue, and gray. In rare cases, such as albinism, melanin was entirely absent, which exposed blood vessels behind the iris and gave the eyes a pale reddish tint. However, there were no people with vibrant, vivid vermilion eyes. Saint frowned subtly. I must have seen wrong. Morgan, meanwhile, smiled slowly. You are real, aren't you? But how strange. I don't recognize you. Well, no matter. Since you arrived with that man, you must be one of his. She seemed to be delirious, talking nonsense. In fact, considering the amount of antipsychotic medications administered to this patient, it was a miracle that she was able to form coherent sentences at all. Morgan's smile did not seem like that of a person heavily dosed with tranquilizers, though. She chuckled. Tell him to come see me. She looked at something behind Saint, then exhaled slowly. Quote. Then again, maybe I'll come see him myself. With that, she turned to look out the window with an absent expression once again. The brief moment of lucidity seemed to have come to an end. Saint remained silent for a few moments, then turned around and left the room. The padded steel door locked behind her with a loud click. Her condition seemed to have worsened. I must make them change her prescriptions at all costs. An unfamiliar nurse and a few orderlies were loitering in the corridor outside. She did not recognize any of them, which would have been strange on a usual day. There had been many new hires as of late, though, precisely because of the patient in the room behind her. Saint had not memorized their faces just yet. Still, the fact that they were new did not mean that there was an excuse for how poorly they were carrying out their duties. Saint frowned, then forced herself to speak. Do you know what time it is? Why hasn't anyone helped the patient to bed yet? Were you planning to keep her in that wheelchair the entire night? One of the orderlies looked down. Sorry, doctor, we will strap her in right now. Shaking her head slightly, Saint left them behind. Her schedule was already a mess, but if there was one thing she could not compromise on, it was proper sleep. Sleep was a cornerstone of both physical and mental health, so Saint maintained a healthy sleep cycle meticulously. She had to clock out and return home swiftly. Soon enough, Saint left the hospital building, opened an umbrella, and headed to where her car was parked. She looked at the phone while walking to check the time and noticed a dozen missed calls from a certain number. Detective Sunless seemed not to have taken her warning seriously. Pursing her lips, Saint blocked his number and put her phone away, retrieving the car key instead. Approaching her car, she exhaled slowly and looked up. The hospital was situated on the outskirts of the city, in the prestigious northern suburbs. So, the view would have been quite picturesque on a normal day. Sadly, the world was veiled by rain, and the stars were obscured by the heavy mass of storm clouds. The only bright lights Saint could see were the spotlights on the immense dam towering above the city in the north. Behind it was one of the three great lakes of Mirage City. Due to the heavy rainfall, its levels had risen, so the floodgates of the recently renovated dam were open. Saint could hear the hum of falling water even from a distance. That water would feed the main lake, the Mirror Lake, and if that was not enough, the floodgates of the southern dam would be open as well to alleviate the pressure. That was how Mirage City, built around a system of 3 artificial lakes, avoided drowning during the storm season. It remained safe and sound by maintaining balance, releasing pressure when needed, and letting the water flow between the 3 lakes. All systems pursued balance above everything else. After all, that was their nature. A human mind was much the same. It needed balance to stay healthy. All disorders originated from instability and imbalance. Saint wondered what Miss Morgan's imbalance was. What was there that she, who had everything in the world at her fingertips, lacked? Or was that exactly the root of the problem? The fact that she had too much. Shaking her head, Saint raised the key to unlock her car. It was then that she sensed movement behind her, and suddenly, there was something sharp and thin wrapped around her neck. Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 2490-2490, Heal Thyself. 1147 words. I am being strangled. Saint found herself strangely calm despite the fact that someone had wrapped a garrote around her neck, as if situations like this were nothing new to her, familiar and trifling, rather. She noted the strangeness of her reaction and filed it away to be analyzed later, reasonably assessing that now was not the time for self-reflection. Her instincts kicked in, proving that countless hours of training had not been in vain. Before Saint could even register what was happening, her body moved on its own, and she just barely managed to insert her hand between the cold garrote and her neck before the sharp string drew taut. The rain obscured everything around, its rustle drowning all the sounds. Light was pouring out of the hospital's windows no more than 100 meters away, but even if Saint screamed, no one would hear her, not that she could scream with all the pressure being put on her throat. The assailant pulled on the garrote, and Saint suddenly couldn't breathe anymore. The string bit into her fingers, threatening to sever them, and she felt blood flowing down her wrist. Despite the horror of the situation, Saint felt a pang of annoyance. The sleeve of her trench coat, the blouse beneath, washing out blood stains was going to be such a hassle. The trench coat might survive, considering its hydrophobic coating, but the fabric of the expensive blouse would be positively ruined. But then again, maybe she would not have to wash her clothes. Because she would be dead. Somebody is trying to kill me. But who? A violent robber? A deranged patient? An obsessive stalker? Anything and everything was possible. She could feel his mass behind her, pressing her into his heavy body and pulling on the garrote with monstrous strength. No matter how much time Saint had spent exercising and honing her body, she would never be able to overpower an opponent who was that much larger, that much heavier, and that much stronger on top of that. A hoarse, undignified noise escaped from her lips. Damnation. Leaning against the assailant to support her weight, Saint raised her leg, and slammed the sole of her boot against the door of her car. Newton's third law of motion, for every action, there was an equal and opposite reaction. Saint had unleashed a potent force upon the car, and was pushed in the opposite direction with equal force. The car did not move, obviously, but Saint and the man strangling her were thrown back. He collided with the next car in the row, denting it, and lost his balance. At the same time, Saint slammed the back of her head into his face. The pull on the garrote weakened for a split second, which allowed her to slip free. Saint rolled away while feverishly gulping air. She did not care about dirtying her clothes in the puddles anymore, all she cared about was being able to breathe once again. Steadying herself with one arm, she attempted to plan her next actions carefully. Everyone had a plan until they got kicked in the face. Someone's heavy boot collided with her cheekbone, sending Saint back to the ground. A moment later, a vicious kick landed on her ribs, throwing her into the side of the car. Ah, crap, hey, dimwit, can't you even handle a girl? Shut your mouth, I think she broke my nose, damn it. Saint heard the voices through her daze. There are two of them. She gritted her teeth, then used the car for support and slowly rose to her feet. One of the two dark figures looked at her with a hint of surprise. Look at that, she stood up. We got a tough one this time, huh? The second lowered his hand, revealing a bloodied face, and gestured to her angrily. Who cares? Get her. The first man grinned. Tough ones last longer. I like it. A moment later, the blade of a sharp hunting knife glinted in his hand. Saint stared at the knife with a strange indifference. She had learned countless techniques on how to defend herself against an armed opponent. However, every instructor she had ever worked with told her the same thing. The best defense against a knife is to run away. Running away was the optimal solution. So, she did exactly that. Turning around, Saint dashed away. The ground was slippery, and her designer boots had heels. Nevertheless, her form and speed were quite impressive. By the time the two assailants reacted, she had already created a bit of distance between them and herself. They lunged in pursuit without wasting any time, though. Run, run, run. Saint wished she could have sprinted toward the hospital, but sadly, the assailants had barred that direction. So, she was running toward the road instead. Somehow, it felt wrong. Logically, Saint understood that running away from two larger, stronger, better armed enemies was the right thing to do, but something inside of her rebelled against that idea. She wanted to live, though, so she forced that inexplicable feeling down. By the time Saint reached the road, the assailants had practically caught up with her. She had hoped that there would be cars passing by, but sadly, the street was dark and empty. No, not quite. There was a car parked across the road, and the driver was outside, smoking as he hid the cigarette in his palm to shield it from the rain. Hope. Saint raised a hand, wishing to call out to the stranger. But the words froze on her lips. Perhaps it was because of his black gloves, or perhaps it was because of the glassy, eerie look in his eyes, but she instinctively knew that the man was not going to help her. On the contrary, he was one of the attackers. Their driver, perhaps. There are 3 of them. And she was surrounded. The smoking man noticed her by then. He frowned, tossed the cigarette away, and lunged across the road, leaving her nowhere to run. What do I do? Saint froze, feeling a little desperate. In the next moment, an old black car appeared out of the rain, sending the third assailant flying over its hood. His body struck the road with a dull thud and remained laying there, broken and motionless, while the car skidded to a stop. Its door opened, and someone whom Saint had never expected to see climbed out of it. It was the man whose number she had recently blocked, Detective Sunless. She stared at her former patient with wide eyes, feeling both relieved and confused to see him. And happy, as if him being there was the most natural thing in the world. Not quite a guardian angel. Wearing dark clothes and an even darker expression, her personal devil looked behind Saint and scowled. Hey, bastards, why are you bothering my therapist? Are you two degenerate lowlifes tired of living, or what? If you are, stop wasting everyone's time and come here. I'll kill you. He paused for a moment and winced. I mean, I'll arrest you. Yeah, that is what I will. No, you know what, I am not going to lie. I'll definitely kill you. Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 2491-2491, Keep Calm. 1040 words. The assailants studied the detective with somber expressions. One of them threw a furtive glance at the broken body laying on the wet asphalt, the other showed no concern for the fate of their fallen comrade whatsoever. Instead, he grinned. Look at that. A prince on a white horse appeared to save the damsel. Detective Sunless shook his head as he walked in their direction. Are you colorblind or something? My car is obviously black. And I am not a prince. He smiled darkly. I am a king. Well, a sovereign, to be precise. The assailant laughed. Did you hear that? That was way too funny, man. We have an actual psycho on our hands. One of her patients, I guess. Detective Sunless passed by Saint, who had stood frozen throughout the entire exchange. Now, finally, she shook off her daze and called out to him in a subdued tone. They are armed. He glanced at her briefly. Of course they are. There was not a hint of concern in his voice. The detective walked past Saint and continued on his way toward the two attackers. She considered whether she was supposed to help him. It seemed only natural to do so, for some reason, to the point that she almost took a step to follow him. But then, Saint reminded herself of what she was doing. Fighting armed bandits in the rain was not something an ordinary person like herself was supposed to engage in. She had accepted the frightening situation with an abnormal level of calmness, but actually, a normal person would be terrified and in a panic right now, doing their best to escape. Should I escape? No. Should I try to find help? Police. Should I call the police? But the police was already here. Before Saint could decide on a course of action, Detective Sunless and the two bandits lunged at each other. Then, things happened swiftly. The one with the knife slashed at the detective's neck, aiming to slit his throat open. The other had produced a telescopic baton out of somewhere and attacked from the other side, bringing it down on the detective's head. They worked well with each other, moving with a shared purpose to leave the victim no way to escape. Detective Sunless did not try to escape, though. Instead, he caught the first assailant's wrist and pushed it aside, making the knife miss his neck. At the same time, he lowered his torso and kicked the second assailant in the chest, sending him staggering back. Pathetic. Now I am less offended about only warranting one assassin while Saint gets 3. My guy was a professional, at least. The ensuing brawl was short, violent, and bloody. Despite what Detective Sunless had said, the two men fighting him were not amateurs. They were trained, vicious, and clearly accustomed to hurting people. Nevertheless, he handled them with such a chilling level of cruel, nonchalant ruthlessness that it was hard to tell which side of the conflict was the criminal and which side was the victim. Saint had extensive martial training, but she had never witnessed such startling brutality. Detective Sunless was not a brute, though. She had enough skill to recognize just how impressive his technique and combat intelligence were. Every movement was precise and purposeful, every step was taken with calculated intent. He tore through the heavy streams of rain with fierce momentum, always a step ahead of his opponents. It was almost as if he was controlling the two assailants like marionettes, dictating their every move. His own attacks, meanwhile, were vicious and devastating but also elegant in their economic efficiency. There was a cadence to it all, a strange melody, almost like a dance. I was meaning to call the police. Saint had forgotten what she was meant to do. A pained wail drowned out the rustling of the rain. There was a revolting squelch of tearing flesh, and the crack of breaking bone. One of the assailants reeled back, his arm mangled terribly and bent at an unnatural angle. Before the second one could react, his own knife plunged between his ribs, and then a crushing blow landed on his face. As he fell to his knees with a groan, a vicious kick landed on his head. Detective Sunless leaned down and picked up the telescopic baton that had fallen to the ground. When the assailant with the broken arm turned around to flee, he brandished it with startling speed, striking the man on the temple. The bandit fell like a toppled tree and remained laying on the asphalt, motionless. Arg, you bastard, I'll kill you. The one with the knife in his chest grabbed the hilt with a shaking hand, straining to pull it out. The detective looked at him and said evenly, in a matter-of-fact tone, I wouldn't do that if I were you. That knife is the only thing keeping you alive. But the assailant did not listen. He pulled the knife out, letting out a torrent of blood, then gripped it tightly and staggered to his feet. As he took an unsteady step forward, Detective Sunless took an unhurried step back. 1, 2, 3, 4. By the fourth step, he was suddenly side by side with Saint. She observed the harrowing scene with an odd indifference, as if seeing several men die in a violent confrontation was not worthy of riling up her emotions. The detective's presence was oddly soothing. This reaction was definitely not normal. I am probably in shock. The assailant pursued Detective Sunless with slow, swaying steps. Blood was flowing down his body, mixing with the rainwater on the ground. 1, 2, 3. On the fourth step, his legs buckled, and he fell down. The knife rattled as it fell from his grip. He did not move after that. You killed them. Saint's voice was calm. She was calm. Why was she so calm? Detective Sunless looked at her, remained silent for a moment, and smiled. Why, yes, I promised to. After all, haven't I told you, I'm the most honest person in the world. 3 worlds, even. That was what he had said. Extreme case of delusion of grandeur, no doubt. Detective Sunless studied her for a few moments, then frowned. You're thinking something strange, aren't you? Why didn't you answer my calls? Is that what's important right now? Saint took a deep breath. Then, she answered evenly. I was off the clock. My sleep schedule is very important. So, I don't take calls from patients outside the designated hours. Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 2492-2492, Dark and Handsome. 1,319 words. Saint tried to come to terms with the situation. She had been attacked by 3 strange men. They did not seem to have attacked her by chance, and they had not been trying to rob her either. They had come to kill her. These men were dead now. One of her former patients, a detective from the homicide division of the Mirage City Police Department, had killed them with his bare hands, right in front of her eyes. Well, he had killed 2 of them with his bare hands. The third one, he had killed with his car. And now, here she was. Too calm to describe her current state as a normal reaction, probably in shock. They knew who I was. The detective seemed to have known that I would be attacked, as well. He arrived just in time. Looking away from the corpses, Saint brushed the wet strands of her hair away from her face and looked at Detective Sunless with a slight frown. Now that everything was over, she could finally feel the bruises on her face and the cuts on her fingers. The pain was sobering. How did you know that I would be in danger, detective? He stared at her for a moment, then let out a barely audible groan. Saint, you ask a lot of uncomfortable questions when you talk, don't you? She did not deign to answer, looking at him impassively. Detective Sunless shook his head, and then, suddenly took her hand. The unexpected touch made Saint flinch. You're bleeding. There was a dark expression on his face, and a dangerous undertone in his voice. Taking out a handkerchief from his pocket, Detective Sunless carefully wrapped it around her cut fingers and spoke. To answer your question, well, you see, I knew that you would be in danger because I had met Mordred, not the CEO of the Valor Group, but his evil twin, who is an insidious bastard of epic proportions, as well as a demented mass murderer who dabbles in genocide from time to time on top of that. He and I have never really seen eye to eye, which is entirely his fault, of course. The first time we met, I ended up locked in a cage because he wanted me for my body. And it only got worse from there. Wait, no, that did not come out right. Saint pulled her hand away. Faced with her indifferent expression, Detective Sunless scoffed. It didn't, I'm telling you. What I meant to say was that he wanted to possess my body like a ghost, that creep. Needless to say, I was not too keen on the idea. Who would have been? Anyway, he hates me too, for no good reason whatsoever, I might add. All I did was kill his dad, what's the big deal? Noticing a slight shift in Saint's expression, the detective added hurriedly. Don't get it wrong, though, it's not what you think. He only hates me because I managed to kill his dad before he could kill that insane bastard himself. Let me tell you, that whole family is unwell, was unwell. In any case, they are all crazy, unlike us normal people. Hearing that, Saint tilted her head a little. She regretted not having her notebook at hand. Projected patricide fantasies, Oedipus complex, he was such a fascinating case. Detective Sunless sighed. In any case, I met that Mordred here in Mirage City, which is a grand illusion created by an ancient demon, as I mentioned before. He informed me that there is a problem with the control system of this entire place, so to speak, and as a result, every real person in Mirage City is in danger. Because Mirage City is a serial killer. Saint raised an eyebrow. Detective Sunless remained silent for a moment, then shrugged. It is. There are very few real people in this creepy city, and we are on its victim list. Me, you, both versions of Mordred, my partner Effie, oh, and Morgan, as well. He nodded. That is how I knew that you would be in danger. Then, his expression changed subtly, and he looked in the direction of the mental hospital. Oh, right, Morgan. Saint frowned, wondering if Detective Sunless was genuinely insane or simply continuing his act from their last meeting. What about Miss Morgan? He glanced at her with a somber expression. You might not believe me, but facts are facts. In the last 2 days, someone tried to kill everyone I mentioned. The CEO of the Valor Group barely survived an assassination attempt. I was nearly stabbed to death by a hired killer. You were assaulted by these 3 thugs, and my partner had to wipe the floor with a home invader. That only leaves Morgan. His eyes darkened. Who was pumped full of drugs and wearing a straitjacket? Saint's frown deepened. Miss Morgan was indeed in no condition to defend herself. But the security measures of our hospital are stellar. It is practically a fortress. There's barely a safer place in the city, so I can assure you, she is perfectly fine. I saw her just half an hour ago. He shook his head. There are no fortresses that can't be breached, Doc. Nowhere is safe, and nobody is safe either. For a thoroughly guarded place like your workplace, the easiest way to harm someone being kept there would probably be from within. Have there been many new faces around lately? People whom you don't know too well, or whose behavior changed all of a sudden? Saint opened her mouth to rebuke him, but didn't find the words to do so. There had indeed been many new faces around as of late. People she knew had indeed been acting a bit strangely. Detective Sunless grimaced. Curses. He fell silent for a moment, then said in an urgent tone. We need to go. Before Saint could protest, he grabbed her by the arm and pulled her in the direction of the hospital. She had no choice but to follow him, still reeling from everything that had happened. The detective's hold was firm and strangely reassuring. Let's just see what happens. Her willingness to play along with his deranged charade was not a healthy reaction, but somehow, Saint found herself reluctant to resist, and lacking the desire to pull her arm out of his grasp. That's because I'm in shock. Definitely. They waded through the rain, hurrying toward the hospital. The entrance was just like Saint had left it. It was as if 3 men had not tried to kill her just a few hundred meters away from the brightly illuminated premises of the hospital. The volunteer workers were still building a barricade out of sandbags around the building. The security guards welcomed her as if nothing had happened. Doctor, Saint, have you forgotten something? They stared down Detective Sunless with cold expressions. Saint cleared her throat. Ah, yes, this is one of my patients. He is in need of an urgent consultation. You can check the system, there is a pass issued under his name, still. The guards studied them for a few moments, then reluctantly stepped aside. Saint and Detective Sunless hurried inside. Just as they were entering, a nurse who was leaving opened the door and held it for them politely, lowering her head in a respectful bow. They walked inside. A moment later, however, Detective Sunless froze in place. Stop. Saint halted, giving him a questioning look. He turned around with a tense expression on his handsome face. The air was full of a subtle scent of blood. Where are you going, I wonder? Saint frowned, confused by the question. It took her a moment to realize that the question was not directed at her. Following his gaze, she saw the nurse who had opened the door for them stopping halfway across the threshold. The nurse lingered for a moment, then looked back. She was wearing clean blue scrubs and a standard face mask, her black hair gathered in a tidy bun. Above the mask, 2 beautiful vermilion eyes were staring back at the detective with a cold, calm malice. Her eyes are red. They were definitely of a vibrant, vivid scarlet shade. It was Morgan, the Valor Group heiress. Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 2493-2493, White Walls. 1033 words. Not long before that, Morgan heard the door lock after the psychiatrist left the room. Sometime later, the door opened again, and a nurse walked in, accompanied by 3 burly orderlies. Morgan did not move, continuing to look out the window. She was seated in a wheelchair, her arms bound by a straitjacket, which wasn't that uncomfortable. What really drove her mad was that she was not allowed to shower without supervision, and the hospital staff was too afraid of her to wash her properly. Not that she would allow anyone to touch her. Her personal hygiene situation was sorrowful. Outside the window, the world was dark and veiled by rain. Distant spotlights were shining through the torrents of falling water on the dam that towered above the city like a great barrier. The sight of this illusory world was strange and wondrous. Morgan was not taking in the darkly beautiful landscape, though. She was tracking the movements of the 4 people who had entered her room in the reflections on the surface of the window. The orderlies locked the door and took positions around her, while the nurse brightened the lights and went about preparing an injection. She filled a disposable syringe with a transparent liquid from a medical ampule, then flicked it a few times and pressed the plunger lightly to let out the tiny bubbles of air. Miss Morgan, I will administer your medicine now. Her tone was pleasant and polite. Morgan did not turn her way, continuing to face the window. She did speak, however. How strange. The nurse gave her a confused look. Most of her face was obscured by a mask, but there was definitely a silent question in her eyes. Strange. What do you mean? Morgan sighed. You are not afraid of me. She finally turned her head, looking at the nurse calmly. Anyone on the hospital staff would be at least a little wary. You must be new. Come to think of it, I don't recognize any of you. The nurse chuckled in a friendly manner. Oh, yes, there are a lot of recent hires in the hospital these days, Miss Morgan. Now, if you allow me. Morgan smiled faintly. Oh, but you see, not only do I not recognize you, but I am also not scheduled to receive any injections at this time. And on top of that, she glanced at the syringe the nurse was holding in her hand. The medication I've been receiving has a yellow tint. This one is entirely transparent, though. So, a nurse I don't recognize wants to inject me with a substance I don't know, at the wrong hour, no less. How peculiar, don't you think? The nurse remained silent for a while, looking at her kindly. Then, kindness slowly drained from her eyes. Giving one of the orderlies a cold stare, she said in a harsh tone. Hold her tightly. Ah, but make sure not to leave any bruises, it has to look natural, you know. Amusing. The orderlies stepped forward to hold Morgan down. Their rough hands landed on her neck and her shoulders, pressing her into the wheelchair and making it impossible for her to move. The nurse took a step in their direction, preparing the syringe. Morgan laughed. 4 entire people to handle one poor me. Well, I guess I'm worth it. I am Morgan of Valor, after all, even if Valor doesn't exist anymore. Her laughter stopped abruptly, and she pierced the nurse with a gaze so cold that it made the woman stumble. You made a mistake, though. Do you know what your mistake is? Morgan's hands moved under the white fabric of the straitjacket, as if she was turning her wrists. A derisive smile twisted her scarlet lips, thinking that just 4 will be enough. The nurse had regained her composure by then. Her eyes narrowed, and her voice gained a mocking undertone. Don't mind her. What can she even? Then, there was the sound of tearing fabric, and Morgan's 10 fingers easily pierced the straitjacket. She pulled her hands down, and the tough fabric parted easily, as if cut by 10 razor-sharp knives. I suggest you run. But, of course, the 3 muscular orderlies holding her down and the nurse carrying a syringe full of an unidentified substance did not listen to her advice. The patient room had padded walls. It was quite soundproof when it needed to be. When the screams died out, Morgan exhaled slowly and looked up, at the white ceiling of the sterile room that had served as her prison cell for the past few months. The ceiling was painted red with chaotic splatters now. The soft padding on the floor was slowly absorbing vast puddles of blood. The walls were torn apart and dripping crimson. There was barely any white left in the room. Pulling off the pitiful remains of her straitjacket, Morgan turned to the only corner that remained free of the blood. There, the supposed nurse was pressing herself against the soft walls, shivering as she looked up at Morgan with horror. Monster, you are. Dropping the torn straitjacket to the floor, Morgan walked over to the shaking woman and crouched near her. Hey, you. She picked up the abandoned syringe from the floor and looked at the nurse impassively. Do you know why I left you for last? The woman tried to press herself even deeper into the wall, shaking her head in terror. Morgan smiled. It's because I wanted to. Keep your uniform clean. Sometime later, the lights in the patient room went out. The door opened, and a woman in blue scrubs walked out into the corridor. Her face was covered by a mask, and her black hair was gathered in a tidy bun. She looked perfectly unassuming, just like any other nurse in the private wing of the psychiatric hospital. The door locked behind her with an audible click. As the woman headed away with confident steps, a passing doctor gave her a stare, and then asked in a confused tone. Did you just walk out of that room? The woman lowered her eyes and answered politely. Yes, please keep your voice down, doctor, Miss Morgan is asleep. He studied her silently for a few moments, then chuckled. You went there alone, brave girl. Shaking his head and chuckling, the doctor walked away, leaving the woman alone. She did not linger, either, and soon, no one was left in front of the locked door in its dark window. Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 2494-2494, Escaped Lunatic. 1003 words. Morgan made her way through the hospital without being discovered by anyone. Nobody paid her much attention. When they did, she greeted them in a polite tone and calmly walked past, pretending to be busy running an errand. At some point, though, she had to spend 5 minutes chatting with an especially outgoing staff member. The man did not suspect anything and left the conversation with a pleasant impression of the polite newbie, having given the rookie several pieces of priceless advice. Morgan used the ID card of the woman she had killed in her patient room to unlock the door to the common area of the hospital, nodded at the security guard stationed there while hiding the blood-stained ID card in her pocket, and headed for the lobby. A few minutes later, she opened the door and felt the rustling of the rain envelop her. The smell of fresh air was sweet. Before she could step outside, however, she saw someone familiar right in front of her. It was the Lord of Shadows, in all his rugged glory, dragging her astonishingly beautiful psychiatrist behind him. The taciturn woman had a bloodied handkerchief wrapped around her hand. Not showing any reaction, Morgan bowed politely and held the door for them. Her heartbeat stayed steady as the pair walked past her. Once they entered the lobby, she took a step forward. But then, stop, damn it. Morgan lingered for a moment, then turned around and looked at the Lord of Shadows coldly. Where are you going, I wonder? She studied him silently, evaluating the situation. Usually, she would have stood no chance against a sovereign. But they were all equal here, in Mirage City. Some were more equal than others were, though. For all intents and purposes, everyone here seemed to be perfectly mundane, with one important exception. Their flaws were still binding them like chains. In the case of Morgan, her flaw made it so that everything she touched was cut. That cruel curse had cast a lonesome shadow over most of her adult life, but here in Mirage City, it was suddenly an advantage. Morgan was pretty sure that she could kill the Lord of Shadows and his stunning companion, if it came to that. She remained silent for a moment, and then smiled darkly beneath the mask. How's my little sister doing? You're treating her right. He looked at her with an unhappy expression. Would you quit calling her your sister? It's weird. And for the record, yes, she's doing great. I try. Morgan felt the deep grooves forming on the handle of the door under her fingers. So, he did find Athena, after all. And for the record, yes, she's doing great. I try. Saint stared at Detective Sunless, who in turn stared at the nurse, at Morgan, the heiress of the Valor Group, who was somehow out of the patient ward and free of her straitjacket. Strangely enough, she did not seem particularly violent or unhinged, sharp and dangerous, maybe, but perfectly in control of her thoughts and actions. Her eyes were also of an impossible scarlet color now, apparently. And, her sister was dating Detective Sunless. Saint would have been pleased for her patient and happy that he was building positive relationships, if not for the fact that it was impossible. Not only because there was only one daughter in the Valor family, but also because he had been full of loathing and fixated on persecuting Morgan's brother as the culprit in the nihilist killings for many months. What are they talking about? Saint was utterly confused. Morgan, meanwhile, let go of the door and took a step back. See you later, then. Oh, by the way, can I borrow an umbrella? Detective Sunless threw a sideways glance at the security guards. His gaze seemed tense, for some reason. Saint realized then that it was eerily quiet in the lobby of the hospital. Everyone, the guards, the staff members, the volunteers fortifying the building against potential floods, had grown motionless at some point, and were all staring at them with oddly emotionless, glassy eyes. She could not help but shiver. Detective Sunless smiled crookedly. You can, but I'll do you one better. I have a PTV. Want a ride? Why is he offering an escaping mental patient a ride? Morgan hesitated for a few moments, then shrugged. Sure, why not? Lead the way. Saint opened her eyes wide. Why is she agreeing? Still confused, she found herself following Detective Sunless and Morgan of the Valor family through the rain. Their steps were hurried, and they were looking around with wary gazes. Their wariness transferred to Saint, as well. It was hard to see because of the rain, and the parking lot was desolate and empty. Any number of people could be hiding in the darkness, so reaching the detective's car, his car. Saint frowned. The corpses of the 3 assailants were still on the road, and when Morgan saw them, her reaction was bound to be extreme. A fragile person like her could not be exposed to such traumatic stimuli. But before Saint could do anything, they reached the car. The corpses were still sprawled on the road, being battered by rain. The rain washed away the blood, but it was impossible to mistake the ghastly nature of the 3 dark shapes laying on the asphalt for anything but what they were. Oh, no, Saint looked at Morgan, concerned. Morgan, meanwhile, glanced at the corpses with complete indifference. A moment later, though, she smiled. 3, were these guys after the psychiatrist? Detective Sunless nodded, making Morgan smile widen a little. She gave the ghastly corpses another nonchalant glance. They sent 4 after me. Then, she looked at the detective and asked curiously, what about you? He lingered with the answer for a while. A seasoned, elite assassin. Not rabble like these fools were. Morgan studied him silently for a moment. So, 1. Detective Sunless scowled fiercely. He was the real deal, okay. Mumbling something under his nose, he dragged the most gruesome corpse to the wayside, then walked back to the car and opened the door. Now, are you getting in or what? Shrugging, Morgan took off her face mask and climbed onto the backseat. I probably should not get into that car. Saint hesitated for a few moments, and then got into the car. Damn it, share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 2495-2495, Getaway Driver. 1,185 words. There was a crack in the windshield where the thug's body hit it, but other than that, the PTV seemed fine. It started, at least, and sped away into the rain without problem, leaving the 3 corpses behind. Sunny was driving, Saint was sitting stiffly in the passenger seat, while Morgan stretched on the backseat. She looked around and grimaced. This is your PTV. Sunny glanced at her through the rearview mirror. Sure, it trembles and roars like a dying abomination, but gets the job done. Actually, he smiled smugly, it uses flammable fuel and propels itself with a series of tiny explosions. Wild, did you know? Morgan gave him a long look. Are you describing how an internal combustion engine works? Of course, I know. It is one of the most important milestones in the history of technological development. Who wouldn't know that? Sunny's smile dimmed. You are no fun. Not everyone has time to study the history of technological development, damn it. At that moment, Saint, who had remained silent that whole time, finally spoke. Excuse me, but is it okay to just leave 3 dead bodies behind? Sunny gave her a brief glance. 7. Saint arched her exquisite eyebrow, a silent question in her eyes. He shrugged. Didn't you hear Morgan saying that someone sent 4 people to deal with her? So, there are 7 corpses, not 3. She wouldn't have let them live. Sprawled comfortably on the backseat, Morgan nodded nonchalantly. Sunny gave Saint a reassuring smile. Don't worry, though, the rain will wash away all the traces. It might even wash away the bodies. Those in the hospital will stay where they are, of course, but that is not a problem either. Valor Group will never allow the news that their heirs massacred 4 people and escaped a mental asylum to spread. They won't let the news that Morgan even was in a mental asylum spread. So, the investigation will be handled. He did not add that the mental asylum in question was a shady place in and of itself. Considering how affluent the families of its patients were, what happened within its walls stayed within its walls, most likely. He was sure that many horror stories no one ever learned about had taken place in the private wing of Saint's workplace. Well, maybe not. Other Mordred's fantasy was that of a nice and friendly place where his family loved him and prospered, after all. Why would he have imagined a dirty, rotten city where dark and ugly things happened in the shadows? Then again, Sunny did not know a lot about the other Mordred. If the original Prince of Nothing had been split in 2, it would have happened when he was 12. Before that, he had been given away by his father and raised by Astarion in the Dream Realm. Who knew what his childhood had looked like, and what his idea of a nice place was? But if Mordred's good twin had not imagined Mirage City as a dark city full of injustice and corruption, the question was, who had made this place into a twisted garden of sin? Whose thoughts had the Castellan faithfully woven into the fabric of the Palace of Imagination to change it into a den of horrors? It could have been the real Mordred. That guy's head was full of nothing but vile and ghastly things, gods knew. What was it that he had told Sunny once? A mirror could only reflect what was in front of it. Was it his fault that the things in front of him were cruel, vile, and deceitful? But it could have been someone other than Mordred, as well. It could have been Morgan, or Effie. It could have even been Sunny himself. All 3 of them had come from a world where nightmares were real. All 3 had spent most of their adult lives spilling blood and crawling through the bloody mud of countless battlefields. They had killed numerous living beings, monsters and humans alike, and experienced far too many terrible things not to be changed by these experiences. Maybe Mirage City had become the dark, dirty, deadly place it was today because none of them could imagine a world that was anything but. Sunny groaned slightly. It was not because of this brief moment of self-reflection, rather, it was because the wound he had hurriedly patched up before rushing to find Saint open sometime during the recent fight, and was seeping with blood. Saint lowered her gaze and noticed the blood stain slowly spreading across the black fabric of his shirt. She frowned, a hint of unhappiness twisting the beautiful lines of her bewitching face. You are bleeding. Why are you bleeding? Sunny forced out a smile. Oh, it's nothing. I was stabbed. Her eyes widened slightly. What? But I did not see you being hit during the confrontation with those people. Sunny waved a hand dismissively. No, not by one of those amateurs. And it wasn't the professional, deadly, highly skilled assassin sent to kill me. I threw the guy out of a window. He turned his head to glance at Morgan and grinned. I was stabbed by her brother. After I dealt with the assassin and before I dealt with the amateurs. Morgan grinned. Busy day for you, huh? Sunny shrugged nonchalantly. Saint, meanwhile, seemed to be struggling with maintaining her aloof exterior. Her eyelashes, at least, trembled a little. You were stabbed, by the CEO of the Valor Group. Sunny chuckled. No, not him, his evil twin from the real world. Morgan's relaxed gaze grew sharper all of a sudden. Oh, you've met him, then? Sunny nodded. I did, and he stabbed me. Ah, but don't misunderstand, I wasn't the only one bleeding when we parted. Saint looked at him, then to Morgan. Then, she looked back at him and bit her lip, as if unsure whether to say something. In the end, however, her indignation seemed to have defeated her taciturn personality. Excuse me, is that important right now? Miss Morgan, why are you playing along with his bizarre statements? Did you not hear what Detective Sunless said? An evil twin from the real world. Why is your reaction so lackluster? Morgan gave her a strange look and blinked a couple of times. After a few moments of silence, she shrugged. Because everything he said is true. The man playing the CEO role in this illusory realm, my brother, has a murderous twin from the real world. Who, I guess, is also my brother. She shifted her gaze to Sunny and asked in a confused tone. Does she not remember anything? Then, Morgan frowned and looked at Saint. And since when is the Lord of Shadows, the dark sovereign of humanity, the commander of an undying legion of dead souls, a detective? Saint inhaled slowly, closed her eyes for a moment, and then turned to the window. Sunny could just barely hear her mumble under her nose. Shared delusional disorder, it must be. Fascinating. Share to your friends. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 2496-2496, Between the Cracks. 1057 words. With Saint seemingly falling into a daze, Sunny threw a glance into the rearview mirror and studied Morgan for a few moments. The Princess of Valor looked different from how she had been before. Morgan had always given off a sharp and deadly aura, and all her actions had been calculated and precise. She had carried herself with the reserved elegance of a born noble, maintaining a neat appearance in all circumstances. She had been a person who preferred to maintain strict control of both herself and everything around her at all times. That Morgan would have never allowed herself to sprawl on the backseat of a ramshackle PTV in a perfectly comfortable pose, not even trying to maintain the rules of decorum. She was still sharp and dangerous, just much more relaxed and at ease. As if she could not be bothered to care anymore. Granted, Morgan still managed to look elegant and like she owned the place even when wearing a nurse uniform and lounging in a rusty PTV. It was just that she brimmed with a decadent kind of elegance now instead of her usual refined poise. Sunny sighed. So, why did Mordred come here, and why did you follow him to Mirage City? All the pieces to the strange puzzle of the Great Mirror were held by three people, Mordred, the other Mordred, and Morgan, the children of the late King of Swords. King of Swords. Sunny tensed. He was not going to receive two, "You killed my father," speeches in one day, was he? Luckily, Morgan seemed entirely indifferent to the fact that she was sitting next to her father's killer. Hearing his question, she lingered for a few moments, then smiled. You got it all wrong, Sunless. It wasn't me who followed Mordred here. It was the other way around. Sunny raised an eyebrow. You entered the Great Mirror first. Morgan nodded. Back then, after you and Neffys killed Kisong, and my father, things were in utter chaos for the first few months, weren't they? Sunny nodded. The first months of the newly established human domain had indeed been hectic. After all, it was not easy to build a new world order on the ruins of an old one. Luckily, they had received a lot of help. Ironically enough, the legacy clans had played an important part in putting the world back on track. The government had been nothing short of instrumental, as well, with Jet mobilizing the great bureaucracies of its various arms to smooth out the transition. Effie had taken control of the Sword Domain in Bastion. Kai had taken over the Song Domain in Ravenhard. Morgan had spent those first few months there with him, helping the charming archer build a solid foundation for his future rule. Then, she disappeared without a trace. Sunny frowned. What about them? Morgan shrugged lazily. While you were busy conquering the world, well, Neffys was busy conquering the world. You were busy playing dead. Congratulations on your resurrection, by the way. Sunny smiled. You don't sound that surprised. Morgan deigned him with a scoff. Please, learning that the comely master I had knighted was the Lord of Shadows was a bit of a shock. Inferring that you did not really turn on Neffys or die by her sword was a piece of cake. Sunny grimaced. Almost everyone else truly believes that I'm dead, you know. She shrugged. Everyone else is not me. Anyway, while the two of you were busy putting out countless fires and dealing with the fallout of the war, Mordred and I were busy doing something else. The King of Swords and the Queen of Worms had left certain things behind, things that very few people knew existed, and even fewer were in a position to retrieve. Morgan sighed. Mordred plundered our father's secret inheritance while hunting down the members of the extended Valor family. I tried to intercept them and extend at least some measure of protection, but, you should know that man by now. He is elusive, indestructible, and utterly deadly. And I was not in the position to protect anyone, really. I was busy trying to stay alive myself. She remained silent for a few moments, then shook her head. So, I plundered pieces of Kisong's inheritance instead. Her daughters got to most of it eventually, but I had the advantage of being in Ravenhard before they returned, due to being kidnapped by Nightingale. Morgan paused, then asked in an indifferent tone. How is he doing, by the way? Sunny smiled. Who, that guy? Oh, he's doing great. Better than anyone with a drop of shame would have the audacity to, really. He lives in a beautiful palace, surrounded by stunning transcendent princesses from all sides. It's like a flower garden. What's not to love? Somehow, Morgan did not seem particularly glad to hear that. I guess she is still resentful of Kai because of the kidnapping. Sunny shook his head. He knew a thing or two about spite, but some people were just too vindictive. So what was it that Kisong left behind? Morgan remained silent for a few moments, then shrugged somberly. This and that, information, among other things. For example, she left behind a piece of information I was aiming to find, to begin with. I knew that Mordred would come for me sooner or later. I also knew that Kisong would have never accepted him into the Song Domain without investigating possible countermeasures against his betrayal first. Turns out, she managed to learn more about my brother than even our father had. She smiled faintly. Our father tried to obliterate Mordred quite thoroughly, you know. His body was destroyed, his soul was destroyed, too. But he still refused to die, maybe because his reflections remained intact. In the end, all we could do was imprison him in a mirror trap. Well, as it turns out, Morgan looked out the window at the vista of the Mirage City and exhaled slowly. Turns out, he couldn't be killed because his death was somewhere else. My brother Mordred was split apart when he conquered the first nightmare. Different versions of him inherited different parts of his being, and only one of them inherited his death. She raised a hand and pointed at the lights of the sprawling city. He must have brought that version to the Great Mirror after returning to Bastion and hid him inside. Morgan turned to Sunny and smiled. So, you see, if we kill the CEO of the Valor Group, we can finally be rid of my dear brother once and for all. Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 2497. The Ones Who Walk Away. 1,314 words. Hearing that, Saint finally looked away from the vista of the drowning city outside the window. She stared at Morgan coldly for a few moments, then turned to glance at Sunny. A faint crease appeared on her brow. Even if she did not say anything, Sunny could imagine what she was thinking. Enough is enough. Be happily crazy together all you want, but if you start discussing plans of assassinating someone, I am calling the police. Single quote. Wait, he is the police. Sunny cleared his throat and focused on the road. She is not wrong. He remained silent for a while, then asked in a neutral tone. Is that how you ended up locked in an asylum? You tried to kill the other Mordred? Morgan pursed her lips, then let out a sigh. Yes, sadly, I failed. Her expression grew a little wistful. Ki-song might have found out about my brother's flaw and where he had hidden it, but she did not know a lot about the Great Mirror, let alone about what is hidden on its other side. So, finding myself in Mirage City was quite a novel experience. Suddenly becoming mundane again was a difficult transition, as well. Morgan looked at her hands. Plus, I was severely wounded while trying to sneak past the cursed demon you had deposited in True Bastion. Soul damage, mental damage, you name it. I was in rough shape, and Mordred, the real Mordred, was on my heels. So, I might have acted a little hasty. Her expression soured. Killing the most powerful man in Mirage City as a mundane person turned out to be more difficult than I expected. He is protected incredibly well, with an army of bodyguards following him day and night, both in plain view and hidden. Well, anyway, he survived. I thought I'd be disposed of right there and then, but he must have grown attached to my false self. He looked quite distressed, even. Morgan scoffed. You'll find it hard to believe, but I did not end up in that mental hospital because he wanted to get rid of me quietly. There were no nefarious reasons behind his decision to commit me to a psychiatric facility whatsoever. Rather, he seemed to harbor genuine hope that I would be fixed and return to how my counterpart was before. She shook her head. That guy, something is not right with him. He is not quite as twisted as the real one, but he is definitely not entirely there. Sunny smiled crookedly. You do remember that you just escaped from a mental hospital. Should you really be going around calling people insane? Morgan chuckled. Fair. Sunny lingered for a few moments. You seem to have escaped quite easily, though. I suspect that you could have left that place whenever you wanted. So why did you stay? She shrugged. Because for a while, it was the safest place for me to be. The other Mordred might have spared me, but the real one was still out there, determined to finish what he had started during the Battle of the Black Skull. I was laying low and gathering information about Mirage City, until my fortress suddenly wasn't that safe anymore. It was time to leave. Sunny frowned. Wait, but how did you regain your sense of self, to begin with? There was no Effie around to make you remember. Was it because you were the ruler of Bastion, at some point? Morgan smiled, then shook her head. No, it was because I killed my reflection a long time ago. Sunny raised an eyebrow. What? She chuckled. Long before my awakening, my father brought me in front of the Great Mirror, its false version in the illusory Bastion, and made me fight my reflection until one of us was destroyed. That is why this place has a weaker hold on me than it had on you. I suspect that my brother is the same. Huh, Sunny smiled darkly, and I thought I couldn't despise Anvil anymore. He lingered for a while, then shook his head. Anyway, we can't kill the other Mordred. At least not yet. Morgan pierced him with a sharp look. And why is that? He hesitated for a while, trying to put his thoughts into words. Eventually, Sunny said, well, first of all, he has been living here for the past 2 decades. And from the looks of it, and believe me, I can't quite believe I'm saying it, this version of Mordred seems like a nice guy. He's an innocent bystander, so what right do we have to kill him? Morgan laughed. Wait, what is this? Are you really giving me the world is not worth saving if the price of saving it is a tear of an innocent child speech? Hey, this is Mirage City, not Amalas, and you are the Lord of Shadows, not Ivan Karamazov. It's a nice sentiment, how very noble of you, wanting to spare him. I'm in awe, but will you take responsibility when the next House of Night massacre happens? Sunny frowned. Oh, please, don't pretend like you care about what happened to the House of Night. Gods know your own hands are not exactly clean either. You've committed your own share of despicable deeds, Princess of Valor. He sighed, but I see your point. Not that I know what omelets and, I can't even pronounce the second one, you're talking about, mind you. No need to swing your legacy education around, okay. In any case, why would I take responsibility for something your crazy brother does? Sunny shook his head. Anyway, that is not the real reason why we can't kill the other Mordred. He has to stay alive because he is the axis of Mirage City. This whole place has been created by the Castellan, the chief reflection who serves as the custodian of the Great Mirror, to suit his fantasies. Even if there are foreign influences twisting the fabric of Mirage City now, its foundation is still what your other brother has imagined. He looked at the city lights flying past the window of the PTV and grimaced. Do you see the problem here? Whose imagination will become the foundation of this illusory realm if the other Mordred is removed? Will it be you, me? Do you even know what kind of horrors dwell in our imagination, Morgan? I don't know about you, but I've seen things so harrowing that merely witnessing them will instantly shatter the minds and extinguish the souls of mundane people. And I have quite an active imagination on top of that. Sunny let out a joyless laugh. Imagination seems like a whimsical power, a sweet and fanciful power that makes dreams and fantasies come true. But when you think about it, it is perhaps the most terrifying thing in existence. Because one can imagine horrors, too, and unlike reality, imagination has no limits. Mirage, the demon of imagination, had always seemed obscure when compared to her more prominent siblings, so Sunny never really considered her that deeply. He did not know a lot about her, either. But now that he was inside her abandoned palace, he was starting to suspect that she had been no less sinister and frightening, perhaps much more so, than the rest of the demons. No wonder the moon itself had to be shattered just to bring down her castle. He shook his head. The point is, we do not even know how to escape the Great Mirror. Effie does not have full control of the Palace of Imagination because the damn Castellan has gone rampant and usurped the role of the castle master. So, until we find the Castellan and deal with it, the other Mordred has to stay alive. Sunny glanced at the rearview mirror, looking into Morgan's glowing vermilion eyes. We'll decide what to do with him then. Understood. Morgan remained silent for a while, then scoffed. Well, if you put it like that. She paused and shivered visibly. Yeah, let's keep him alive, for now. We can't risk letting Athena's imagination run wild in this place. That simply cannot happen, no matter what. Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 2498 Detective Story. 1,262 words. Where are we going, anyway? Morgan looked out of the window at the blurry outlines of the old buildings, with plumes of foaming water escaping from the rusty drainpipe spouts. The gutters were drowning and gargling, unable to swallow the rainwater fast enough. This part of the city was one of the poorer ones, with many houses standing empty and abandoned, condemned for renovation. Sunny remained silent for a moment, then answered in a neutral tone. Somewhere we can regroup and plan what to do next without worrying about being killed by random passers-by. By now, he was starting to understand how the Palace of Imagination operated. It was designed to bring fantasies to life, fantasies that belonged to the castle master, to be precise. However, the wondrous mechanisms of this impossible place were broken and in a state of disrepair, having surrendered to the ruthless burden of time in the absence of their creator. The Castellan was one such faulty mechanism. It was more of a function than a being, and that function had gone rogue. It had usurped the authorities of the castle master, not for a selfish or nefarious purpose, but simply in an attempt to keep faithfully performing its duty. To make the imagination of those who visited the Great Mirror a reality. The Castellan was failing, though. Things must have been stable when the only human residing in the Palace of Imagination was the other Mordred. The Castellan had created Mirage City and took care of that abandoned human child, the only real person in the City of Reflections. That was why Mordred had been able to survive and grow up into a semblance of a sane man. However, now there were more humans in the Palace of Imagination, and all their complicated human wishes and emotions were clashing against each other. The Castellan was slowly coming undone under the contradictory input it was receiving from the uninvited guests, and Mirage City was coming undone with it. So, like any living being, Mirage City was trying to protect itself. That was why every real person within its bounds had faced life-threatening situations as of late. At first, it was just Mordred, who had been hunted by the Nihilist, a serial killer who did not really exist, and was instead a collective manifestation of the city's deadly will. But now that Sunny, Effie, and Saint were added into the mix, the ways in which Mirage City was trying to deal with them were becoming more sophisticated. Sunny noted it while fighting the thugs who had accosted Saint. They weren't random people whom the Castellan had taken control of and sent to kill her, otherwise, they would not have come prepared and armed with the tools of their dirty trade. They would not have known her name and her background, they would not have been able to talk at all. Instead, they would have been no different from the glassy-eyed zombies whom the inhabitants of Mirage City seemed to turn into when someone nearby was acting out of character. The same could be said about the 4 hired killers who had infiltrated the mental asylum and come to kill Morgan, disguised as staff members. And Sunny had a feeling that the assassin who had broken into his apartment was the same. And that was enough for him to make conclusions about the way Mirage City was trying to get rid of them. It was just as the real Mordred had said. Unlike reality, the Palace of Imagination was a place capable of being changed not only proactively but also retroactively. There had not been a nihilist before, but now that Sunny and Effie were walking the streets of Mirage City, there was. There always had been, even, the past was changed to fit the present. And judging by what happened tonight, it had not been changed randomly. The Castellan is building a story. The Castellan was struggling to keep the grand illusion intact, so it tried to remove the foreign irritants in a way that compromised the integrity of Mirage City the least. In other words, whoever wanted to kill Sunny, Saint, Effie, Morgan, and Mordred had to have the means, motive, and opportunity that fit the internal logic of Mirage City. Even if this mysterious culprit had not existed yesterday, they had existed today. Which meant that the mystery could be solved. The culprit could be found and neutralized. With some good old-fashioned detective work. Sunny smiled darkly. First, we need to ensure our safety. Then, we need to find our enemy and crush them. And then, he lingered for a few moments. That was where true difficulty lay. The culprit, whoever they were, was merely a symptom of the problem, not the problem itself. Finding and dealing with them would buy Sunny and his companions time, but it would not solve the fundamental issue. Whom they really needed to find was the Castellan. A single reflection in a city of 20 million others. How the hell were they supposed to discover it? Sunny sighed. Then, we will think of something. The PTV stopped near one of the abandoned buildings. This one was larger and more imposing than the rest of the houses surrounding it, albeit just as forlorn and decrepit. It was an old church. Looking at it through the windshield, Sunny sighed. What is it with me and ruined cathedrals? It seemed that he was a magnet for dilapidated temples, just like Kai was a magnet for dragons. Immediately after dealing with the assassin and clashing with Mordred, Sunny had contacted Effie to warn her about a possible attack. They briefly discussed a few things, including the need to find a shelter. This church was the location they chose. This entire neighborhood was scheduled for renovation, so it was mostly cleared out in preparation for the initial round of demolition. However, the director of the company contracted by the city to perform the costly project ended up becoming one of the Nihilist's victims. The work stalled, and the empty neighborhood ended up in a state of limbo. Very few people still resided here, and even fewer visited, since this area was out of the way of everything. So, it was a perfect spot for a hideout. Let's go. We should be safe here. He opened the door and climbed out of the PTV first. Saint and Morgan followed. Just then, bright headlights ignited in the darkness, illuminating the falling torrents of rain and nearly blinding them. Another PTV was parked in the shadow of the decrepit church, all but invisible in the rain. Its door opened, and a tall figure stepped out into the light. A black umbrella opened with a quiet sound. Holding the umbrella with one hand and a half-eaten donut with the other, Effie gave Sunny and his companions a placid look. Then, she grinned. Hey, Morgan, hey. Her gaze landed on Saint, and her eyes widened. Who the hell are you? Sunny sighed. This is Saint, my shadow. Effie stared at him with a stunned expression. You mean that this is the fearsome Onyx Knight that always follows you around? This gorgeous creature. Sunny scratched the back of his head. Yes. Oh, right, you never saw her without a helmet. I forgot. Effie opened her mouth, then closed it, then opened it again. Does Neffys know? He raised an eyebrow, confused. Know what? Effie stared at him for a few more moments, then closed her eyes and shook her head. Never mind, let's go inside, I'm freezing. She could not help to steal another glance at Saint, though. Well, Sunny could not blame her. Saint had been made in the image of Storm God, after all. It was not every day that one got to behold the face of a goddess. Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 2499-2499, Playing with Water. 1,173 words. The interior of the church was just as dilapidated as its exterior. The roof was not leaking, at least, that was a relief, considering that they were going to have to spend some time here. There was surprisingly little dust, too. A wide open space led to an ornate altar, with rows of benches covered in white fabric. Above it all, tall stained glass windows were shimmering dimly with the pale light of electric street lamps. The dark expanse of the abandoned church was illuminated with colorful radiance because of it. Sunny did not mind the forlorn ambiance and the poignant feeling of lost sanctity. He quite liked decrepit temples. Actually, visiting one made him feel nostalgic. Morgan, however, seemed a little surprised. She looked around with curiosity, then shook her head. This is not right. Sunny raised an eyebrow. What is? She gestured to the altar and the stained glass windows above it. This church, the iconography does not match any of the religions that would have been widespread before the dark times. At least none that I recognize. Sunny scratched the back of his head. He did not really know a lot about religion, few people did, in the world of the nightmare spell. It was hard to believe in anything after learning that the gods did exist, but were dead. The government had spent decades discouraging worship of any kind, as well. Maybe it was because various cults had caused a lot of trouble for the first generation. Both the government and the legacy clans wanted people to seek spiritual fulfillment in things other than mystical beliefs. It was only now that Neffys had ascended to supremacy that worship was once again spreading among the population, in more senses than one. Neffys and the Firekeepers were dealing with people who were starting to worship the immortal flame and its last daughter, while Sunny and the Shadow Clan were busy dealing with the doomsday cults that kept sprouting from the ground like mushrooms after the rain. In any case, he had only a very vague impression of what religions were being exercised during the dark times, let alone before them. What, are you an expert on ancient religions, too? Morgan gave him a wry smile. You told me not to swing my legacy education around. Sunny coughed. Oh, yes, I did. He looked around. So what's wrong with this church? Come to think of it. He frowned. It was only now that he noticed that there were tall mirrors artfully installed here and there around the church. Their masterful placement made it so that endless kaleidoscopes of reflections stretched into infinity, catching the light falling from the stained glass windows and making the interior of the church seem many times larger than it was. It would have looked wondrous and beautiful, if not for his memories of the mirror maze that made Sunny's skin crawl. I hate mirrors. Morgan shrugged. It's just anachronistic. I'm not sure if that word really fits. The point I am trying to make is that there would not have been a church like this one on Earth, in this period of time. The outward symbology of temples and churches of Mirage City is quite consistent with historic records, though, so I find it strange. At that moment, Saint, who had kept silent for the longest time, finally let her voice be heard. Looking at them in exasperation, she asked, "What are you talking about? This is a church dedicated to Mirage. There are thousands of them around the city." Sunny, Morgan, and Effie all looked at her in confusion. He tilted his head a little. Mirage, the demon of imagination. Saint seemed similarly confused. Who else? Sunny scratched the tip of his nose. Oh, so the name of the city is not just a coincidence. From what he could tell, Mirage City was a faithful reproduction of a human settlement from before the dark times. This church was the first obvious discrepancy they found, a foreign concept in an otherwise meticulous imitation of a mundane city on Earth. He was suddenly very curious. Why would people worship a demon, though? Saint remained silent for a while, then sighed. Who knows? I am not a religious person myself. It is an important part of our cultural heritage, though, so one should naturally be familiar with it. She gave Sunny a reproachful look. Obviously, there is no reliable evidence to prove that Mirage actually existed, let alone that she wielded miraculous powers. Let us not even mention the deeper meaning people put into the stories of her supposed deeds. However, it is easy to gather that she is at least based on a real historical figure from circumstantial data. Sunny raised an eyebrow. What data? Saint looked at him with reproach. It is the existence of Mirage City itself, of course. A thriving settlement could not have been founded here without the system of dams that make its existence possible. These dams have existed in some form or fashion for thousands of years. Obviously, they have been modernized and renovated countless times. The latest iteration of the Northern Dam was just renovated by the Valor Group, for example, but if myths are to be believed, it was Mirage who designed and built the dams first. She looked around the church with a hint of reverence in her eyes. If so, then even if she did not possess any miraculous powers, she must have been a true genius. It is a stunning feat, to have constructed something so grand and advanced all those years ago. The dams of Mirage City are not considered one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world for nothing. Even if Mirage is a collective persona of several generations of architects and engineers, it is still impressive. Sunny smiled faintly. It was interesting how the fictional mythology of Mirage City somewhat reflected the reality of the dream realm. Bastion itself had been surrounded by great dams once, after all. Rivergate had withstood the apocalypse and the passage of time, only to end up being destroyed by Morgan and Mordred, albeit it was already being rebuilt by the forces of humanity, including Beth and Rain. The Northern Dam had been obliterated eons ago, though. In fact, Sunny had only learned of its existence by chance, when Effie mentioned finding its remains in True Bastion. Its ruins in the false bastion were gone. Perhaps humans had not discovered them yet, or perhaps they had simply been obliterated when the mortal realms were devoured by the dream realm. In any case, there was no twin citadel to Rivergate to be found anywhere. Neither Sunny nor Effie had known for sure that it was Mirage who had built the dam surrounding the Mirror Lake, though, just like she had built Bastion. Maybe, built, wasn't the right word, considering that he was thinking of the demon of imagination, she might have simply imagined them and then made her fantasy real. It was fascinating, though. But why would the demon of imagination be so interested in building dams? Saint seemed to be a little confused by the question. She hesitated for a few moments, then shrugged. You will receive different answers from different people. If you follow the religious dogma, though, she built them to create mirrors. Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report. Shadow Slave. Chapter 2500-2500, Her Reflection. 1,212 words. Sunny blinked a few times. The demon of imagination created a system of huge dams to produce mirrors. Saint shook her head. Not produce mirrors, to create mirrors. He raised an eyebrow. What is the difference? While Saint considered the answer, Sunny looked around the dark church once again, noting the infinity mirrors stretching into the endlessness all around him. The colorful radiance of the stained glass windows was trapped in them, creating beautiful kaleidoscopes. It was indeed a whimsical and beautiful sight worthy of the demon of imagination, and yet, Sunny could not see how mirage and mirrors were connected. He knew that there was a connection, though. There had to be. After all, true bastion was hidden in the reflection of the illusory bastion, and two great mirrors, the real one and its reflection, were at the heart of two great castles. True bastion was contained within the false great mirror, while the palace of imagination was contained within the true one. And that was where the others came from. As far as Sunny knew, there was no other place in the dream realm where one could encounter the others. At least he had not encountered such a nightmarish region yet. So, it was hard to argue with the fact that there was a strange bond between mirage, mirrors, and the others. But what was it? Finally, Saint found the right words. According to myth, mirage created mirrors. As in, she did not simply craft one, or even the first one, she crafted the very concept of reflections and allowed the world to see itself for what it was. That is why other deities disliked and shunned her, because she showed them the most cruel sight of all. She showed them the truth of what they looked like, and of what they were. Sunny blinked a couple of times. Effie was busy carrying boxes out of the trunk of her car, while Morgan was staring at her reflection with a peculiar expression on her pale face. So, he was the only one left to ask questions. What do you mean, crafted the concept of reflections? That does not make any sense. What did the world look like before she invented mirrors, then? Were there no reflective surfaces anywhere at all? That sounded quite preposterous. But then again, that was a demon he was talking about. Hope had invented the concept of writing, while Nether had created a whole race of living beings. Weaver had created the nightmare spell. So who was to say that Mirage could not have invented the concept of reflections? Saint shrugged. This is a myth, after all. Myths do not need to follow logic or reason, at least not the kind of logic or reason we would recognize as such. It all seemed perfectly reasonable to people who invented these myths, though. She looked into one of the mirrors decorating the church. According to myth, Mirage was sad and lonely one day. She could imagine anything in the world, but she could not imagine herself. So, she decided to make something out of nothing to do what she could not, and entertain herself. Saint pointed to her reflection. So, Mirage found a place where water flowed across the mountains and created a series of dams and complicated lock systems. That was how the Mirror Lake was born, even if it was not called that back then yet. The Mirror Lake was vast and perfectly flat. Its surface was meant to become the first mirror. Sunny could not help but blink a few times. So that was the secret of the great dams and vast artificial lakes Mirage had created. Those lakes were simply gargantuan mirrors of her making. The first mirrors to ever exist. That definitely gave the name of the Mirror Lake a new meaning. Leave it to demons to do everything on a completely ridiculous scale. So what happened next? Saint looked at him evenly. According to one myth, she took mist from a distant mountain chain and trapped it in the water. Strange creatures dwelled in that mist, and they became trapped in the lake. 2. Those creatures were shapeless and only existed when one looked at them, but she bent them into taking the shape of whoever looked into the water, and would ever face the water. The first thing the creatures beheld was the moon, and so, the first mirror was born when moonlight touched the surface of the lake. She sighed. According to a different myth, she trapped nothing in the water, and imprisoned nobody in the lake. But when the moon rose above the world at night, Mirage imagined touching it, and so, nothing became something, giving birth to the first reflection. In any case, after that, the creatures created by the demon of imagination out of nothing spread, eventually populating all of existence. It is just that they dwell in a place between somewhere and nowhere, the mirror realm, and rarely come in contact with the real world. Sunny stared at her with wide eyes. Wait, why does that make sense? If he were indeed to believe that Mirage created the very concept of reflections, then she would have needed building blocks to realize her grand design. The mist from a distant mountain chain, that had to have been pure nothingness from the hollow mountains. Sunny had noted once that the nothing creatures and the others were alike, in some regard. After all, the nobodies only came into existence when they were perceived by someone. Similarly, reflections only took shape when one stood in front of a mirror. If there was nothing to reflect, the mirror remained empty. The others thrived on being witnessed, too. So wouldn't it be reasonable to assume that the nothing creatures and the others were kin? It was just that the former were wild and untamed, while the latter were domesticated and reshaped by the demon of imagination, becoming a closely related but entirely new kind of beings. Like wolves and dogs, Mirage had first created the others in the Mirror Lake, and from there, they spread everywhere, until mirrors and reflections were commonplace throughout existence. As if an addition was made to the universal laws forming it. Building an entire new concept on top of the universal laws of existence. That would indeed have been an accomplishment worthy of a demon. Saint smiled faintly. Mirage beheld herself and surrounded herself with reflections. So, she wasn't sad or lonely anymore. Sunny shivered. The great taboo placed upon the demons by the gods. Demons had been prohibited from siring offspring, and many, perhaps most of them, had tried to rebel against that prohibition in one way or another. Weaver had created the lineage, Nether had created the stone saints, Hope had settled among humans and nurtured them, Ariel had raised the Jade Queen. So what had Mirage done? Had she created the others, populated her palace of imagination with them, and enjoyed their companionship to lessen her solitude? If so, then the palace of imagination might not have been merely a demon's playground. It might have been a place where her own fantasy had come true. Share to your friends. Enjoying this site? Support us via PayPal, Visa, MasterCard or crypto. Your donations help cover site maintenance and hosting costs. Tap the middle of the screen to reveal reading options. If you find any errors, non-standard content, ads, redirect, broken links, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Report.